What's up, you guys? Get in here, you guys. I don't have too much time. You better get in here quickly because I'm starting a video very, very soon. I saw a video of Trump, right? Because I guess Trump had an interview with someone on my leggings. You guys, I got these new leggings. Should have told you. I got these new leggings from Women's Best. They were 80% off. And they came size medium. I'm like, ooh, I fit in a medium. Oh, I love that for me. I really do. Get in here, you guys. Get in here. This crazy little girl, she responded because that was all up in her comments. She responded today. Let me talk about this real quick. As you guys get in here, let me pull this up. What's it called? Reparation bill? Okay. Perfect. Good morning, my people. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This girl responded. She responded to me because I had a few questions for her. Okay. I had a few questions for her. Y'all probably missed this from yesterday because I played her video quickly because Makita sent this to me and I was like, what? Yeah. So this young lady, she's in Maryland. She's in Temple Hills, Maryland. And she was trying to, I guess, like do her tires or something. So that day she wanted to make sure that she patronizes African-American business. So she called around to some tire shops and then, because they said they're Black businesses. I'm like, yeah, their complexion's Black. Then she asked them, okay, are you African-American? And they said, no, they're not. They're African. She loses her shit. I'm like, why are you losing your shit for? I'm like, what's going on here? Right. So I was in her comments again today. I'm like, okay, it's kind of weird because you're just mad that African people have tire shops in Maryland. So it's not like you went there and they were mean to you because you were African-American. No. You didn't go to their shops and they try to overcharge you because you were African-American. No. You didn't go in there and, I don't know, they try to take your money, disrespect you. Like, were you hurt? Did anything happen to you? Any personal injury? You know, like this. No. She's simply mad because in Temple Hills, Maryland, most of the Black-owned tire shops, hey D, most of the Black tire shops belong to African people. I'm like, okay. Also, when it comes to tire shops in Temple Hills, Maryland, or Maryland all around, is there a quota? Like, is there like taxis in New York City? Like, there's a quota. So it's like, oh, we can only have 100 licenses for tire shops, and then all the African people took all the licenses, and now no African American can open a tire shop. What the fuck are we even talking about? This? It's a tire shop, like the free. And also, right? A lot of people think that when you have a business, it means you're automatically a millionaire. Okay. That tire shop in Temple Hills, especially with people like you, I don't know how much they make, but maybe they make like $100,000 a year or maybe $200,000 a year. That's growth. After they pay their rent, their taxes, their lease, their this, and that. How much money does the owner of this tire shop even get to take home? 40,000, 50,000. Oh my Lord. He's going to be so rich. He's going to build more huts in his village, right? People are really insane. People are truly insane. Hey, Diane, people are truly insane. I'm like, it's like people sit here, everybody sits here trying to fight off racism, make sure that racism dies. And there are people who just can't wait to usher in the age of xenophobia. Like, it's not going to work. I'm like, imagine. I'm like, this is the kind of comment Charlie Kirk made when Charlie Kirk said when he gets on a plane and he sees a Black pilot, which I'm assuming he meant like African-American pilot, he's scared, right? Everyone's like, what the heck? Like, what are you trying to say? Okay. There have always been Black pilots. You've always had African-American pilots. But he was trying to imply that African-American people do not have the required intelligence, competency, degrees, whatever, flight hours to be able to be great pilots. That is freaking offensive. That is like, and also it's so untrue. You turn around, you have a person who's African-American who suffers from this kind of stigma, stereotype, pigeonhole mindset and crap like that. And here she is doing the same thing to people because they happen to come from Africa. Like, are we supposed to be punished? Like, sometimes I want to ask, like, African American people who think like her, FBAs, whatever the fuck it is, who think like her. Should African people pay a tax? Like, are we supposed to be punished for being African? Like, what the fuck? It's just so fucking weird. Like, it's really bizarre to me. Are we supposed to be punished because we're born in Africa? Is it a sin to be born in Africa? Right? Do you have the same smoke for people born in like Jamaica, Barbados? Because it's like their only quip is with people who are African, right? Rihanna is from Barbados, right? She came to America. She got to I guess she got to milk off Black American music, become all kinds of billionaire. She came out with Fenty Beauty. She made like over $1 billion. She hasn't done shit for African Americans, right? Her man, A$AP Rocky, he's also from Barbados. All her people, everybody around her is from Barbados. The girl don't even want to be a U.S. citizen because she doesn't want to pay taxes. Like, what has Rihanna done for you, right? Kamala Harris, another one. Her daddy from Jamaica, her mom from India, right? They were bending over backwards for her to be the first Black woman. Pretty much, she's not Black, right? And it's like, I'm like, and that's something I've come to realize. When you're light-skinned or you're biracial, you have green eyes, then all these people want you to be Black. Identify as Black. But I think the problem is they think African people are unworthy. They think African people are not beautiful. They think African people are less than. It's a mental illness. It truly is a mental illness. Because I'm like, okay, why are you nice to this person that identifies as Black, but that's not Black American, right? But if you're African and you identify as Black, they lose their fucking shit. And you're like, what the heck is the problem? Right? African people and most African American people don't even interact like that. I'm like, at most, it's the braiding stuff. It's the braiding hair shit. I'm like, that has to be the most encounter that you have with anybody who's African. You watch the news. How often do you see, an African person cause harm to an African American person? How often? How often do you see, an African person took a gun and shot somebody who was African American, or went into a neighborhood, started shooting people, and a bunch of Black American children were slaughtered? How often do African people go into an African American business and make a fuss or whatever, do video? Look at these African Americans. They give me bad treatment. Nobody even talks about these people. No one bothers you. Nobody kills you. Nobody goes into your neighborhood. You go predominantly into any historically Black American neighborhood, you will find Koreans in there. They're thriving. You're going to find Chinese there. They're thriving. You will find the Vietnamese in there. They're thriving. And also crime is thriving. Okay. Nobody bothers you. Nobody. And I feel like maybe that's the problem, because you probably feel like, African people need to kiss my ass. African people need to bend over backwards. Like, are you bothered because people don't make you like main character in their life? It is really weird to me. Okay. It is not a sin to be from Africa, and we're not less than because we come from Africa. You're crazy. Okay. It's like, imagine all the things that white people say about you. If people were actually to take that shit to heart, how would people feel about you? You wouldn't even like it, right? The same way you can see negative feedback coming out of Africa. Anybody who lives here also can see negative feedback about Black American people, right? But at some point, you have to be educated enough to not want to be a hateful person, to do your own research, to get to know people, and to actually give people a chance. But I think it's really this, even call the Africans. Like, you would swear, I'm from the Ivory Coast. I'm from West Africa. Fumi is from South Africa. I've never been to South Africa. She's never been to the Ivory Coast. Every African doesn't know the other African person. The entire continent, we don't have the same culture. We are not the same people. We don't all look alike. Like, I'm like, it's so freaking crazy to me. That thing is so damn big. From the Ivory Coast to freaking like Durban, like Johannesburg, it's like 9-10 hours, maybe 12 hours. I know that from the Ivory Coast to Congo, it's almost like 6-7 hours, right? We're not that connected. We don't really know each other like that. We're not all the same. West Africans have their culture. Central Africans have their culture. Northern African Maghreb people, they have their culture. Eastern African people have their culture. And then Southern Africans, they have their culture. So even saying the thing, the African's the African, as if we're all homogenous. When somebody does that to you, you get upset, right? But it's okay for you to do it to other people. And this notion that, I'm African American, and because of slavery that you haven't experienced, I can talk to people any kind of way. I can disrespect people, I'm like, whoa, you need to calm down. And you people need to have some manners about themselves, because it's getting old. I'm like, me, Marty, in 2025, I'm not putting up with this. I catch a video, if somebody puts a video on my timeline and you a xenophobe, you're going to be handled. Nobody is scared of you. Just because people are quiet sometimes, okay, you know what? People are having a bad day or they've been here, they bipolar. So let them have their moment. But don't believe for a second that you're going to go on, be a xenophobe and keep mistreating people because they come from Africa. You are crazy. Should we also have a rule that when you find an African-American person that comes from the projects, you should just go ahead and mistreat that person? Do you have any humanity in you? Are you not civil at all? You have no civility? Like your parents didn't raise you to have respect? Your parents did not raise you to be nice to other people, right? Like you need to have some freaking manners. Have manners. Another thing also, if you know that someone is from Africa and also they happen to have an accent, so that's definitely a conviction. That's definitely a testament that they're not from here. If they're doing something that you don't like, or they're doing something that goes against your culture, why not teach the person? Why do you have to be disrespectful? Why is everything with y'all always disrespect? Why can't you just say, okay, maybe they're not from here, so at least let me explain stuff to people, right? If you went to any other country, like you might do things as an American, it's offensive to people. If people start insulting you, cussing you out and stuff like that, how would that make you feel? Be like, oh, I'm not from here. Maybe it wasn't even intentional because you have sins of omission and you have sins of commission, right? If for you, being Black automatically implies African American, right? That's fine. But you also have to make room to understand that in America today, it is not just Black Americans who are the Black people in America. There are plenty of Black people. Because to me, like I said, Black, first and foremost, white people came up with that shit, okay? It's a social construct designed by white people, because they themselves not even white, to kind of identify people who are African and people who have African ancestry. That's it, that's that. There are a bunch of Black people all around the world. There are a bunch of Black people in different continents, even here in America. Black people and Black Americans are not the only Black people in the Americas. You have Black people in Mexico. You have Black people in Honduras, the Garifuna. You have Black people in Brazil. You have Black people in Colombia. You have Black people all over. Black people exist all over the place, right? So somebody who's not from your country coming here and saying, oh, I'm Black, they're not trying to take on your identity. And also, I would truly love for someone to tell me, what is the net benefit? Like Marlene, I'm Ivorian. Why would I claim African American? Like, what would be the net benefit? Like, how would that change my life? Like, seriously, how would that change my life? Like, seriously, what's the net benefit? Always talking, they want our culture, they want, and how would that change my life? How would that be a net positive in my life? What is there to gain? Like, even you, what does it do for you? Right? I'm like, people sit here and they talk to you like they're Jewish. Like, Jewish people, I can understand somebody want to be part of their shit because they have so much fucking money and they run everything. I come from the Ivory Coast. Anybody come from Africa. What's the net benefit? What's the net benefit? So please stop. Like in French, it's noir. In English, it's Negro. In Spanish, it's Negro. In English, it's what? It's Black, right? Cool. It's a fucking color. Nothing more, nothing less. There's more to your complexion. You have ethnicity, you have nationality, you have geographical identifiers. It's cool. But just because someone says, I'm Black, they're not trying to take on or assume your identity. People love who they are. I know that sounds like maybe hard for you to believe, but a lot of people love who they are. When you see most Nigerians get married, how often do you see Nigerians wear a white dress on their wedding day? They don't. They have their traditional shit and they enjoy doing it. When you see Ghanaians get married, how often you see a Ghanaian trying to wear a white wedding dress, whatever? They do their own shit. I don't know. Maybe white people got you fucked up, but you need to understand. You need to understand. A lot of African people are extremely proud to be African. We are proud of who we are, okay? We are truly proud. Big hair, big nose, big this, black skin. We love ourselves. And maybe you struggle with loving yourself. Oh, let me go pick on these people. Let me pick on these people. No, being African is not a pejorative. You've never even been there. White people spend all kinds of money to go to Africa. Europeans, Asians, whatever, they spend all kinds of money to go to Africa. South Africa, we can't even get the white people to leave South Africa because it's so freaking beautiful. Get yourself a passport, drop the goofy ass xenophobia, be a friendly person, be a human being, be a global citizen, travel the world, learn something for once, right? People are not your enemy. Always trying, like, you want to be enemies with everybody, white people, African people, Asian people, always trying to fight somebody. How far are you going to go if you have no friendship with no one? That's not even strategic. You got to be a person that knows how to have strategic alliances. You can't just go around insulting everybody, ostracizing yourself from everybody, having issues with everybody. It's not going to get you anywhere. But in America, if you are a U.S. citizen, you have a green card, you're a legal resident, and you have the right to be here, you can have a business. You can have a business, right? Just because an African person went and opened a tire shop, it doesn't mean that you can open a tire shop. If you want to have a tire shop, go ahead and have your tire shop. Who's stopping you? And I also feel as though when it comes to tire shops in Maryland, for example, I don't even think they have enough tire shops for all the people on the road, for all the cars that are out there. I don't even think they have enough people to repair the cars. But I think when you are a person and you're looking to be serviced, the most important things you should look for: great service, great reputation. Do they have good prices? Right? And if I go in there, is it clean? Like, is it clean? Are they going to treat me right? Treat my car right? Am I going to get my car back in time? And am I going to pay a good price? No. The stuff that actually matters, the stuff that you should actually check. You should judge a business based on these things, right? How well they service people. How fast do they service people? How much do they charge? Is it reasonable for the area, right? Because sometimes the parts themselves is not expensive, but the labor is crazy, right? Were they respectful towards you? Were they nice to you when you went in there? You're not even judging a business on the way they do business. You're judging people. You're judging a whole business based on the fact that the owners are African people. How are you different than Charlie Kirk? How I'm not, if I didn't see her face, I was like, yeah, she must be white. How are you different than Charlie Kirk? That's how you realize, like, this hatred shit, it does not have a color. Hatred, it don't have a color. Hatred does not even have a gender. Because there's some people, it's like, you're not even mad that white people are racist. You're just mad that they don't allow you to be racist with them, right? Because you're not trying to be better. You want to be just as bad, just as offensive, just as cruel. And I'm like, and what does that do for you? What does that do for you? You could have gone into that one of these shops, right? And you could have found that they're very nice, they're very friendly, they know what they're doing, and they might have even given you a discount. Oh, look at her, she's so sweet. She came to support us. Here's a discount. Oh, here's something for your next. Like, if you come back next time, we'll give you off on your oil change. Why can't you have that kind of heart when you go out there and you try to make friends with people? Why do you see people, they're African, they have an accent, and automatically you want to hate people? Automatically you get on your phone, I need to see all kinds of evil shit about these people, when they have not disrespected you, they have not been mean to you, they haven't hurt your car, they haven't given you a price that's offensive, they didn't do nothing to you. People don't have the right to be African people. Like, it's insane to me. It truly is insane to me. And I'm like, also, as far as it pertains to African immigrants, they're not going anywhere. In the words of DMX, we're not going anywhere. We're right here, okay? They're not going anywhere. Get mad, get real mad. Go work at the State Department and do what you can. We are not going anywhere. African people are here, and they're here to stay. There you go. It is insanely ridiculous to me. It's so disgusting. I'm like, so African people don't have the right to have a business. Just like there's another lady, she's from Cameroon. Her name is Nadine. Like, she does braids, and I'll show y'all. She does like the braids in Maryland. And so her shop is open 24/7. They woke up one day and they said on August, it was some day in August that, they're going to cancel her business. They're going to boycott her business. It's okay. Did she actually do something offensive? Did she hurt you? Did she say a racial slur? Did she hurt African-American people? Did she do? No, of course not. Right? But the fact that she's African and she has a business, right? And I guess she does well because it's 24/7. They just want her to hurt. But I'm like, how are these people any different than the racist white people they complain about? Right? Let me show you this, right? Not yesterday, but no, I guess it was like 2 days ago. Right? I saw this businessman right here, right? And so he went, let me show you this picture real quick. Okay. He went and he bought a business. Like, he worked really hard, saved his money. He was working 2 jobs, whatever, to save his money so he could buy a business, right? So at first, nobody knew. Eventually, the white people discovered that he was Black, right? And so they decided to stop supporting his business because he was Black. Not because he made a bad product, not because he was overcharging, not because he was disrespectful. No, he was Black. So because he was Black, they boycotted his business. It led to the man going into bankruptcy. You understand? I'm like, white people have done some very, very awful, disgusting things to Black Americans over here. And so to turn around and to see people who claim to be so proud to be Black American and embody such disgusting, vitriolic behavior from these goofy ass rednecks, it's insane to me. It truly is insane to me. Because I feel like when you've been through stuff, just like with the Jews and the Holocaust, when you've been through stuff, you of all people should make sure not only it never happens to you, but it doesn't happen to other people, because you know what it feels like. Hey, Esther, right? Like when you see the Jews with the Holocaust, what Hitler did to these people and what they're turning around and doing to the Palestinians, it makes no sense. Because you said you went through the Holocaust, right? It was freaking awful. But what's happening in Palestine is also a Holocaust of the Palestinian people. When you are hurt, when you have experienced human rights violation, okay? Yeah, when you've experienced human rights violation, you should be the number one person to fight for human rights. Instead, the same people who went through a serious human rights violation are the same people violating other people's human rights. Right? The same people who had their businesses canceled, burned, destroyed for simply having a black skin are the same people trying to do it to other Black immigrants. Like, what do you get out of this? And this is why, I'm going to tell you this, right? This is why this place, America right here, it's not really going to prosper, because people here are too fucking hateful. People are too hateful. Like, you think, oh, it's only white people, white Americans. No, Black Americans also have an issue with hatred. It's like, that's just being an American overall. American people are a hateful, hateful people. Like, they're not, it's not a people, if they have an issue with you, they can sit down and say, okay, let's talk about this, right? This happened. This is how I feel. So tell me how you feel, right? And then like intellectuals, like intelligent-minded people, we can reason. And hopefully get to a point where we can both extend apologies to each other. It's okay. Moving forward, we're all going to try to do better. Now that I know that this really offends you, I will try my very best. And God help me to not do it again. They're not capable. It's like white Americans bully Black Americans, and then Black Americans seek African people to bully, or at least dark-skinned people to bully, because, you know, they hate dark-skinned people, right? Because every time you'll see they're so nice to light-skinned biracial foreigners, because that's how they want to see themselves. They want to believe that most Black American people are light-skinned, which is not the case. Okay? Most Black Americans are dark-skinned people. And that's why being light-skinned is such a big deal, right? Because if most Black Americans were light-skinned people, then light-skinned people would not be special, right? You are special because you're rare. You are special because you don't have a high number of that thing. So it makes it special. But if most Black American people were light-skinned, there will be no such thing as this obsession with colorism and this, and that. You're obsessed with it because the vast majority are not light-skinned. They're dark-skinned. And there's nothing wrong with that. So then I feel like because Africa is locked in with dark skin and things like that, oh, let's be mean to those people because they look like everything we hate about ourselves. You need to go to therapy. You truly need to have a come to Jesus moment. Right? Oh, when you say, oh, you're African, oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. You don't even have to be. Trust me. Africa by itself has over almost 1 billion people. You claim Africa, you don't claim Africa. Listen, there's not a single African person that's even thinking about you. Every day, people wake up out there, their main concern is how to eat. That's what they worry about. Most African people have to worry about how they're going to feed themselves for the day. They're not worried about you claiming them. You don't have to claim anybody. Right? But I'm like, because I used to always ask myself, like, what is this aversion to somebody saying Africa? Like, they get so triggered. Like, oh, because they believe, they don't want to say it because they don't have the courage to say it, right? But they truly believe that being African means that you're unattractive. You're not pretty. You're unattractive. You know what I'm saying? Okay, sure. And let's even assume that African people are so ugly, we're so unattractive. Is that what is needed to succeed? Right? All these girls who go and get BBLs, plastic surgery, nails, hair, whatever, where they at? They're all baby mamas. The vast majority. They tell you about, who else again? I saw a bunch of light-skinned girls today. I'm like, yeah, and they're all baby moms, right? They put light skin on such a high pedestal. But you see the light-skinned girls, what exactly are they doing? They're typical baby mothers. That's it. You don't need, your complexion doesn't make you successful. What you need to succeed in this life is to have a brain. Okay? Looks, size of an ass, it don't get you far. There are a bunch of pretty people, attractive people, light-skinned people, and they're living mediocre lives. Right? You want to succeed, you're going to have to learn to be intelligent. You want to succeed, you're going to have to learn how to use your brain. Right? There are a bunch of girls who win these beauty pageants every single year. Miss Universe, Miss what? Miss wump. But somehow these girls don't go on to change the world. These girls don't go on to start these Fortune 100 companies, right? They win a pageant and then they're forgotten, right? Because beauty can only take you so far. Okay? Me, Marlene, I'm gonna tell you this. Me, I'm West African. I'm super proud. I got a big forehead. I got a big nose. I got big lips, right? I love my fucking self. Right? But before I even knew to worry about my looks, I always knew I was extremely intelligent. Right? And people can never talk about that. Me, I speak multiple languages. Most African people speak multiple languages. I am extremely proud of who I am. If you live in this society, if your country, you people have decided to create a country that is excessively shallow, where all you care is looks, it's all about the looks, someone's ass, someone's complexion, you are a shallow people. And that's why you don't produce much. That's it. And that's why these immigrants will come here and take everything. And I hope it hurts your feelings. They're going to take everything because you have a very shallow existence. You worry about the most irrelevant shit. The world of tomorrow is not going to be built by attractive people, light-skinned people, straight-nosed people. The world of tomorrow is going to build and be owned by people who understand electrical engineering. We are living in the world of AI. So more so than ever, intelligence, problem solving, being critical, being a critical thinker. These are the skill sets that are going to make people successful. Looks are overrated. Looks, they fade. We are all going to age. And your legacy is not going to be built by how good you look. Lisa Ray used to look good. Where's she at now? Vivica Fox used to look good. Where is she at now? Bunch of people used to be so freaking gorgeous. Where are they now? Beauty can only take you but so far. You want to make it in this life, you need to have a fucking brain. You need to have a fucking brain. Okay? You need to have a fucking brain. Powerful people in this world, they're not powerful because they look good. They're fucking smart. The Jews, they came to America in less than 80 years. They run this entire country. They run the White House. They run Congress. They run the businesses. They run the Fed, the Treasury, Supreme Court, you name it. There is the entertainment. There is not a single industry in America that is not ran by Ashkenazi Jews. And they did not do this in 80 years based on how they look. They used their brains. It's a very smart people. Very smart, very shrewd. They're quite impressive. It's a very impressive people. The brain makes you powerful. It's not the looks. Now, even here, people put so much emphasis on the ass. Oh, I got a big ass. I got a big ass. Do you have a big brain? People have questions. So it's like it's enough already. It is getting old. It's getting tired. It's so fucking recycled. It's so recycled. Move the fuck on. If you're so proud to be who you are so proud of being an FBA, you're so proud of being a Black American, go build something. Go make sure that you build something that when you pass away, you can leave that to your children. You can leave it to your grandkids. You have too much time for African people. We are so miserable. We live in huts. We eat bush meat, whatever the hell. We don't have shoes. Everything you say about African people on a daily. So if we're so miserable, we're such failures, why waste your time on poor people? Right? You're an FBA. You're Black American. You're from America. You're so much better. You're the culture. Why are you wasting your time on people who eat bush meat? Like, you make no fucking sense, right? Do you see Japanese people waste time on African people? Do you see Chinese people waste time on African people? Do you see Jewish people waste their time on African people? No, because maybe just like you, they're like, yeah, they eat bush meat, so they're not worth our time. So why are you worried about people that are not worth your time? You said all these things about African people, but you are always there trying to go back and forth with African people. They're not worth your time. We're not worth your time, right? Go compete with people who eat filet mignon. Go compete with people who eat top loin, sirloin. Go compete with people who eat veal, right? Go compete with people who eat caviar. If you go around these people, right, you can have the most exquisite salmon. Go have that. Go be with those people, right? Go to Nobu and be with the Japanese. I don't know. Go to Ruth's Steakhouse or some, go to a fancy ass steakhouse and be around the Germans and be around whoever's out there, right? Why are you worried about people who eat bushmeat? And on top of that, if people eat bushmeat and they have no shoes and this, and that, if they say something, why does it matter? Why do their opinions? I don't understand. Oh, they're from a third world country. Oh, they're less than me. They're this, they're that. Then why do you care what they say about you? That makes no sense to me. That's how you live your life. You live your life going around worried about losers and what they think of you. You're not worried about building something. Build something, grow something, multiply something. Do something for your people. Do something for your children. Do something for your grandchildren. Do not worry about African people, their bushmeat and their flies. Why are you concerned? Like, I know, I'm like, why are you so concerned? Every day they have African people's name in their mouth. Every single day. Why are you concerned? Why are you concerned? You are in America. You are an American. Concern yourself with things of America. How can you make America a better place? How can you make America wealthier? How can you make America more respected around the world? Why are you worried about third world country people who don't have shoes on, who eat bushmeat and are surrounded by flies? Why do they preoccupy your mind like that? Like, I mean, that's just so damn crazy. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. And I'm like, you're so mad that you couldn't find an African-American tire shop. Are you going to open one by tomorrow? Do you plan to open one by the end of the month? Do you plan to open one by the end of the year? Right? Stop worrying about people who come from poor countries. Do exactly what everybody does. Forget about Africa. Don't worry about African people, Jaya. Don't worry about us. Our dark skin, our big nose, our big lips, or whatever. We're so ugly. We are the world's ugliest people. You're so right. We are the world's most unattractive people. Every day we wake up, from Sudan to Nigeria to the Ivory Coast to Senegal to Gambia. We wake up every day crying, oh my gosh, why did God make me dark skinned? Oh, I wish I was born light skinned. Yeah, you're right. You are so beautiful. Right? You're so beautiful. You're so light skinned. Your nose is so straight. You are like, damn, I wish I looked like you, right? You won. Leave us the fuck alone. Like, you won. Go. You're so beautiful. You're the world's most beautiful black-skinned human beings. This is fucking ridiculous. And the funny thing is, people never want to talk about African people in education. People never want to talk about African people in education because they can't say shit. People never want to talk about African kids in the engineering department. People never want to talk about African kids in med school. People never want to talk about African kids in the math department, in the STEM department, in the engineering department, right? They will never talk about your intelligence. They will never talk about when you show up in the department, you show up in the classroom, you give a Korean kids a run for their money. And they never talk about that. They never talk about how when an African kid shows up, there's an Indian kid, there's a Korean kid, there's a Chinese kid, may the best person win. They never talk about African people and their intelligence. It's always the way you look. It's always the hut. You live in apartments, you live in houses. So why aren't you at the top? Right? We come from huts. And we major in math and we get straight A's. Talk about something else. I love the hut. It's an incubator for geniuses. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. They will never say, one thing they will never say, bushmeat, flies, wumpy, wump, wump. One thing they will never say is that I met an African and they were majoring in some dumb shit. They never say that shit. They will never say, I met an African and she or he was not some kind of STEM major, shutting that shit down. My name is Marlene, okay? My name is Marlene, Willie, and Mon, okay? Math major, stat major, shut that shit down. Shut that shit down. Can nobody outwork me? No, there's not a single person that can outwork me. And that person don't exist. That person does not exist. I speak French, I speak English, I speak Spanish, I speak Portuguese, a little bit of Arabic. Who can ever come out here and say, oh, yeah, I'm gonna rival your intelligence? Who is that person? Call people ugly all you want, but you can never call me dumb. You can never call me dumb. You can never call me a failure. The hut, the bushmeat, the wumpy wump wump. That's all you have. That is all you have. Insults. Because deep down inside, you're dying to give me praise. But it's okay. I know you can do it. Some people out here, they have small minds. This is ridiculous. This is so freaking African. We are African and we are proud. I might even start dropping a merch line that says I'm African and I'm proud. Do you have a problem? Go work at the State Department and then do what you must do. Go work at the State Department and do what you must do. And also, if you're an African African person and you're watching me, listen to me. I need you to be extremely proud of being African. And you see why I tell you guys all the time, don't chase behind white people trinket. You know what I'm saying? People need to know you're proud of being yourself. You understand? That's why I tell you guys all the time, wear your hair, wear your natural hair. People need to know you want nothing from white society. You want nothing from their society. You love yourself the way that you are. Even like your lotion, like use African stuff. Use stuff that come from Ghana, like bentana, cocoa butter, shea butter. Use African stuff to put on your body. When you wash yourself, make sure you have your African sponge, okay? You need to be extremely proud of being African. Be extremely proud, because we would not be the people we are today if we did not come from Africa. We did not make Africa third world. Like, that's not our fault, okay? It is what it is. We didn't make Africa third world. But when it comes to us, the way our parents raised us to love hard work, raised us to love family, raised us to love our elders, raised us to love the Lord, to put God in everything. That's why everything we do, we have favor. Because we are raised with respect. And being an African person, respect is a big, big, big deal. Education is a big, big, big deal. Having a family is a big deal. But keeping your legs closed as a woman, it's a big deal. Working hard as a man and having multiple degrees, it's a big deal. Me as an African woman, I am successful in this country because I have my African values. I don't smoke weed and do all that weird shit. I don't have a bunch of kids by a bunch of different people. Okay, my life is not a hot ass mess. I'm not begging for money from the government. Okay, I am a highly educated woman that chose to intentionally be at home to raise my children because I have 3 sons, and my sons they're definitely going to be multimillionaires. It's not a joke. And I even told my sons this morning, if you really want to, you can be billionaires. I have decided intentionally to take a step back because my husband works anyways. There you go, right? But my mission right now is to focus on my children, especially Tracer, because he's in high school, okay? And I told them this. We had a meeting this morning. Yes, because I'm African with my African ass. I'm an African mother through and through. I will never change. West Africa all the fucking day. Are you kidding me? Right? I had a meeting with my boys. My oldest is 15. Stefan, he's 10 years old. And I said to my sons, Mommy is going to change the course of your life. You're going to major in electrical engineering. That's what's going to happen. Okay? And I will make sure they do undergrad and a master's, at least a master's. Now, if they want, get a PhD. And I told Stefan, you're going to do a double major. You're going to do electrical engineering and you're going to do business. My sons, all 3 of them, will be engineers and highly, highly intelligent engineers, because the future is this AI stuff. The future is in microchips, all that stuff. Sometimes you don't know, but when you know, you got to make sure your kids also know, because so far I have found 2 people. The man, Huang Jensen from NVIDIA, he studied electrical engineering. The man, the Iranian man who created Massimo, he also studied electrical engineering. Both of these men became billionaires. So I'm like, oh, well, it seems like to be a billionaire, you might have to study electrical engineering, okay? But that's where the future is going. The future is AI. Like, so many jobs are going to be replaced by AI. I need to make sure my sons are right there in the center of the action. So yes, and when you want your sons to be great, somebody has to make a sacrifice, and that's okay. It'll be me, because I'm great like that. I'm a leader like that. Leaders are not afraid to sacrifice. Okay, you're not afraid, but you know, when you are an African mother, your job is to make sure your children don't run the streets. Your children don't go to prison. Your children are not a bunch of knuckleheads. Your children go to school. They get the best grades. Treacher got straight A's. Clock it. Straight A's. Pre-calculus honors. Straight A's. English honors. A. History honors. A. Math. What's it called? The physics? But no, chemistry. Chemistry honors. A. His entire report card is straight A's. You think you insult me when you call me African? You wish your kids could come stay with me. You are crazy. You think it's an insult when you call me African. When you call me African, you give me more drive. People don't understand. When white people insult you, you fall apart. All it takes is one white man call you the N-word. Hey man, ça va? Okay, you're so sensitive. You are not tough. African American people, you're not tough. You're a bunch of crybabies. You're a bunch of crybabies. All it takes is one white person to call you the N-word. Your whole day fucked up. You're going to talk about it for like 3 months straight. African people, we grew up with insults. Y'all crazy. You don't know. When you're African, when you're fat, oh, you're fat ass, you elephant. We don't protect people's feelings. Growing up African, you need to learn not to be sensitive. These people have no fucking filter. So me, when you call me African this, African that, you give me more drive to embrace the fact that my father was born in the village. So I don't have a reason to be weak. So when you insult me, you give me courage. Oh, my grandmothers, my granddad, my mom, my auntie, my uncles, everybody that's ever poured into me. What? I am proud to be. And I tell my sons, don't you ever forget, your mother is West African. You go out there, you don't embarrass me. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I spoke to my son. I said, Tracer, you get 18. I don't want to see a single tattoo on your body. I will not see a single tattoo on your body. He said, yes, mom. He said, I don't even want to do it. I'm like, there you go. You are a West African child. Pepe don't have tattoos. Meme don't have tattoos. Uncle Chris don't have tattoos. Uncle Kevin don't have tattoos. Auntie Yo-Yo, no, Auntie Jackie. Nobody has tattoos in the bloodline. We don't smoke. We don't drink. We don't do tattoos. Don't do knucklehead shit. Yes, you are West African. Are you kidding me? I am extremely proud. Maybe you should try it. Are you crazy? How many people think they call you African? Oh my gosh, no, I am proud to be African. I came here in the 6th grade. Listen to me carefully. When I came from the Ivory Coast, speaking all kinds of French, yes, you. When I came from the Ivory Coast, I went to elementary school, 6th grade. My brain was so smart. I was taking advanced classes. And let me tell you this, in my advanced classes, I was the only black girl. There you go. But then again, hey, what it is, right? I was the only black girl. Most of my courses, from advanced classes, honors classes, AP classes, I was always the only black girl. And even sometimes when Black American kids would try to take the AP classes, they were struggling. I was not even from here. I wasn't struggling. And I was still taking ESL. I didn't stop taking ESL until my junior year. Right? Like, what? Is you cool? Like, are you all the way there? Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? It is not an insult. The word African does not hurt anybody. Right? It does something to you when white people identify you as African because you're ignorant about Africa. So it hurts you. It really, really hurts you. Right? If you tell a white man, oh, you're Italian American, he's not hurt. You tell this other white man, oh, you're Irish American, he's not hurt. But anytime somebody says African something, you feel like you're less than. You need to educate yourself. And maybe the more you know about Africa, you're going to learn to have a sense of pride. And maybe crime will go down. What the fuck do I know? Right? But it's not an insult to me. I was born African. I was born in Ivory Coast, 1985. And when time comes, I will get my suitcase. When these kids are grown and shit like that, I will get my suitcase. I'm going home. Because I have my mission. I have my life's work. I have my life's mission. I am going home. I've told you this before. I will not be buried in America. This country is hateful. This earth, the people, the air, this are hurtful people. This is not a welcoming nation. America is mean. When I was not elementary school, but not middle school too, but high school, most of my bullies were African-American people. And I used to struggle because, I was still taking ESL. Like I told you, I got better. I stopped ESL in like the 11th grade, whatever. Then this girl tried me. Her name was Jackie. It was the last time. And I said, after this, nobody's going to bully me. It happened in the cafeteria. She said something. The girl went fucking off. Y'all, I went so off. After that, everybody left me the fuck alone. Right? I don't get bullied. The only reason why I was getting bullied because I had to translate stuff in my head. I'm like, how would you say this? Right? Because you need, in order for you to clap back at people, you have to build your lexicon. And it was hard because my first language is French. And I was also learning Spanish. Right? But in the 11th grade, I stopped taking ESL. That's why I told my friend, I'm not the Marlene you met in high school because that one was still taking ESL. Don't do that. Because there are things I wanted to say. Maybe I couldn't say them because, it's too many. I got to translate all that shit. It's crazy. Right? And I say it most of the time, besides with my husband, but most of my day, I spend my day speaking French. So I'm not trying to take on your identity. I have an extremely diverse culture. I speak multiple languages. To be African-American, it means that you only speak one language. All you know is white American people. All you know is this right here. No, I don't want. It's a very singular, monochromatic, if I may say, life experience. I'm not interested. The way I was raised as a West African woman, especially with my mom's people, because my mom people, they're closer to Liberia. My mom's people are really, really nice. It's a very warm. They're very, very warm. They embrace everybody. And maybe that's why I picked up Auntie Gloria. Because my dad's people, they're next to the water. They're very closed off. They don't mess with people like that. But my mom's people from the West, they're really open. Like they have a big, big, big heart. Okay. So I'm like, yeah. So I like to get to know people. I have so many friends. I make friends from all around the world. And that's why I always make it. Even in the master's program. The master's program, yo, it was ran by the Chinese. It was like the Chinese mob. I said, but damn. So guess what? I also had to start speaking Mandarin. Ni hao. Okay. I became really friendly with these people. Right? Because in this life, it's better to make friends than to have enemies. It's better to be respectful than disrespectful. It is better to have a great disposition. No, always trying to be offensive, always want to be aggressive, always want to be combative. Where is it going to get you in life? You don't attract bees with vinegar. Like, this is insanity. Be nice to people. Show yourself friendly. Show yourself lovable. Oh, I love her so much. She's so sweet. She's so nice. But anyways, so all my Chinese friends, they had me, like they had my back. So that's why I held them with the curb. Because, oh, what the heck? Because the whole department was like, the whole staff department was ran by the Chinese. Because I knew they knew all they, because they would start speaking Mandarin. Hold on, wait a minute. Yo, I make friends with everybody. Oh, where are you from in China? Oh, that's so cool. Do you know Guangzhou? Okay. Like, you want to make friends with people. Hey, Sunshine. Even Sunshine is Haitian. You want to make friends with people. You know what I'm saying? Even in African culture, you go somewhere, you go into a classroom, you walk into a building, you greet people. Hey, good morning, so-and-so, good morning. Like, American people, they just walk into a place, don't say hi. Like, even my in-laws, usually they Black Americans, my in-laws, they come in here, don't say hi. They walk in the house, they don't say hello. I'm like, you see, like, who raises these people? That is crazy. Who behaves like this, right? You come into someone's house, you don't say hello. I'm like, these people are funny. But hey, be who you want to be. But then I told my sister-in-law that. I said, when you come to my house, when you deal with my children, they always call you auntie. But her and I have not always had the best relationship, right? But I don't go and tell my kids, oh, do you know when I met your daddy, here's what your auntie did to me. You know, because that's personal. Like, these are kids. I don't involve my kids in anything. Because I'm like, they're kids. You know what I mean? People are crazy. I'm like, but your son, he never says hello. He doesn't greet people. Even James. Jimmy is his uncle. He doesn't say, oh, hey, Uncle James. He calls him by his first name. That's not his peer. I had that conversation where I'm like, it's very disrespectful. Jimmy is not his, he's 20-something. Jimmy is 40-something. This kid calls my husband by his name. I told James, you need to rectify that. This is completely unacceptable. Me, anytime my little sisters come, even whether it's my blood little sisters, my social media little sister, whatever, it's all family, right? Everybody says Uncle Jimmy. If Ekanim calls me, oh, Marlene, tell Uncle Jimmy I said hello. I'm like, he's not even that far off from her. Janet came in here. Oh, hey, Uncle Jimmy. I'm like, she's in her 30s. But to us, like, deference, respecting people is very serious. And also, if your sister's married or your brother's married, you respecting the wife, respecting the husband, it's a big deal. So I'm like, you think insulting somebody, you think calling somebody African is an insult in my ears. It means that you understand that you and we don't have the same algorithm. Trust me. And that in my book is a fucking compliment. Okay. I'm African, which means I operate differently than you. There you go. Right? It means that for me. That's why anytime people come here, I always say, good morning. Hey, Miss V. Hey, have you ever seen me call an elder person on my live by their first name? I don't. My mother-in-law told me, oh, Marlene, you can call me my first name. I said, no, I cannot. You're not my peer. Now, her daughter, she dates a white man. He white American. He calls her and her husband by their first name. Every time I see him, I'm like, what the heck? What is going on? And maybe that's why he has yet to marry their daughter. Because who does that? Like, what kind of, you date somebody's daughter? What? And you're going to call older people by their first name. That is freaking crazy. That is freaking crazy. When I meet a senior person, I always say, hey, grandma, mama, papa, like, I show a lot of respect to people because in African culture, you cannot call, and even if you're grown, you're not grown because there's always someone older than you. Are you crazy? Auntie Gloria, she's a homeless person. I could call her Gloria. Listen, you're homeless, you sleep on the street, you ain't got shit. I could call her by her first. I said Auntie Gloria. Because just because she's struggling in America, it doesn't mean we drop our African culture. She's still an auntie. She's just going through a hard time. It happens. She's not from here. She's not from here. She didn't come here with big degrees, and she's not married. So she's going through a hard time. But just because an auntie is poor or an auntie is homeless, it don't mean she's not an auntie no more. That is still an auntie. You have to respect people. My kids do not call anybody by their first name. When they met her, I said, hey, Auntie Gloria, you call even Janet. When Janet came, I said, oh, that's your Titi Janet. They said, oh, hi, Titi Janet. And then went about their business. You're going to respect people. And I told my sister-in-law that. My kids they don't call you by your first name. I could have been, oh, well, since your son calls my husband by his first name, my children will call you by your first name. But no, because that's disrespectful. And I'm not raising my children to do tit for tat. I'm raising my children to be decent ass human beings. That you have to be a decent child. Every day I talk to my kids, I say, when you get older, you have to take care of your grandparents. You're not just a good child because you do right by your parents, but you are an amazing child because you take care of your grandparents. Don't you ever forsake your grandparents. I don't care how busy you get. I don't care how rich you get. I don't care how much money you make. You will never forsake your grandparents. I don't really talk to my parents, okay? But I always make sure they call their people because that's our problem. This ain't got nothing to do with that. Right? They took the kids out. They have fun. I went and I picked them up. Mama like, Madeline is on girl, bye. I ain't messing with you, Virgo. Leave me alone. Okay? I'm not that kind of person. Because to me, children have to be respectful. And to me also, children don't have place in adult people's business because it's a story that started before you were even born. So don't even get involved in that stuff. Uncle Kevin's birthday, they call him. Uncle Chris, they call everybody on their birthday. And I told them, when it's people's birthday, it only happens once a year. You want people to feel special on their birthday. You know, one day I'm going to die. I want to make sure that I leave human beings behind that are good human beings. That when you meet them, you'll be like, wow, I can see Marlene raised you. Your mom was Marlene. Yeah, that makes sense, right? That's it. That's my business card. My children are my business card. Are you kidding me? If you met my kids, you met me. Right? There you go. You met my kids. You met me. So it's going to be to a point. It's going to get to a point. I can be in 3 or 4 places at once because you might meet me. You might meet Trey, Stefan, or Maverick. But either way, you met me. Right? My children are my business card. So it's like, to me, calling me African, it's not an insult. It's like, you need to know that. It's not my dad. He never sold drugs. Some people, they're born here in America, in Black America, every day excuses. Oh, I had to sell drugs. Oh, I had to go to prison. I had to do this. Da, da, da. My dad grew up in a village. Even the worst places in Harlem were still better than where he grew up. Like, people haven't seen poverty yet. He never sold drugs. He never bothered people. He never went to prison. Okay? He was absent because he had to work. He never harmed people. So I don't live a life where people always have excuses. You come from the gutter. We come from the village. Like, if there's a gutter in the village, that's where people come from. Okay? So it's like, it's not an insult. Being African means you're resilient. When you're an African person, you do everything for you. If a woman is an African woman, especially if she's married, you know, the brand means she'll do everything for her children. Her kids will be successful. She will always be going to church. She's praying all the time for the kids. She's always praying, right? She's going to make sure her kids are okay. If a man is an African father, most likely he's going to send all his kids to school. He's going to do everything to send his kids to school. We are really big on education. We are truly big on family, and we are big on walking with God. You tell any African person you're not a Christian, they get scared. Like, so if you're not a Christian, what are you? Like, what? Right? So it's not an insult. It's a brand. Being West African, being African, it's a brand. And that's why a lot of times, whether it's white people, like when you see African people in the West, they usually do good. Because people know what comes with being an African person. Because we pretty much have a good reputation. So it's not that bad, right? You're usually going to find us doing shit that's productive. You're usually going to find us be married. You're usually going to find us minding our business. So it is not an insult. Trust, it's not an insult. And also, I'm going to tell you this. Most Africans also, when they get to a certain age, they pack their bags and they go back to Africa. Okay, people just come here because here working is better, making money is better. But to be honest, sometimes you live paycheck to paycheck. There are people who live in Africa who live way better than a lot of people here because life is not as stressful and you have a lot of help, especially when it comes to childcare. But me, I've already made up my mind because this place is so damn hateful. When I get to a certain age where my kids are in college, my Black ass is going back to the Ivory Coast. I belong there, and that's where I'm going to be because it's really, really draining. All this hateful, it's so much hatred. This country is so hateful. People here are so hateful. And doesn't matter, like I said, it doesn't matter who they are. Be they white American, be they Black American, it's a hateful group of people. They're so hateful. They're not welcoming. They're mean. They're rude. They don't say thank you to people. They always complain about something. They're just mean. There's a bunch of meanies. They're a bunch of mean people. And that's why I can see why many times immigrants usually stick with other immigrants, because it's crazy. Like you have to be, you can be hospitable. You can be nice to people. You can be friendly. It's not that hard. It is truly not that hard to live a life where you are a friendly person. Okay? Yeah. You know, I had a little sister. She passed away. Linda is from Kenya, right? Linda's from Kenya, but she lives in Switzerland, right? You guys, during her pregnancy, Linda had cancer. Now, if you're on my other Instagram, Lena the Money Girl, that's her face. Because I put her face there. I'm like, I can. Linda, she subscribed to me like when I first started my YouTube channel. Oh, she loved me. The way y'all love me. Linda, if she was alive right now, she'd be on this live. She would be right there, right? So, but during her pregnancy, she had cancer. So she decided not to do the chemo because she wanted the baby to live. You guys, it was so crazy. She pushed the baby out. When she pushed the baby out, the way her health started to spiral. Her best friend in Switzerland, she's Ghanaian. You guys, the girl, mind you, Linda is married because she's married. She had an older daughter, right? Then she got the baby, the second baby girl. But it's like, because nobody, like her husband working the baby. The Ghanaian girl, she moved Linda into her house. Linda was in a room. She took the baby because she has 2 or 3 boys. She has a daughter, right? She has like 2 or 3 boys. The baby was sleeping in the bed with her and her husband. It's like Linda pushed the baby. She just jumped on and became the mom because Linda couldn't do it. I was like that. And she's like, Marlene, what would I have done with this girl? I'm like, you truly have some Ghanaian girls out here. Not only are they beautiful with their complexion, they're beautiful with their hair because that needs to be studied, but they have a beautiful heart. You understand? On YouTube, me growing up, I'm from Ivory Coast, so I wasn't too familiar with Nigerian people because we're not close to Nigeria, we're close to Ghana. So, you know what I'm saying? But coming here to the States, and especially like starting my YouTube channel, right? The people that have supported me the most, like subscribers, commenters, bought my products, like anything, right? Were Nigerian women. You understand? That they were Nigerian. Like, because people think I'm Nigerian. I don't know why people always think I'm Nigerian. I was okay, cool. It doesn't bother me. Because it's true. I'll bet there's the foolishness with the scam or whatever. But it's like, if we care to be honest, like most Nigerian people to me, they're like the Koreans of West Africa. They work really hard. They take school very seriously. They're very competitive. They don't change their name. Everybody has a traditional name. They don't do European names and shit like that. But, you know, I've had my disagreement with girls that were Nigerian, but most of them too, like the girls I had an issue with, they were also like half and half. They were like half Nigerian, half African-American, and they were raised here. They were not raised back home. So let me add that, right? But it's like people who have supported me the most were Nigerian, right? You understand? Even people that have given me the most money, even I can just sit here and mind my business. Somebody gonna send me money, you'll see she's Nigerian. Like me, the Nigerian people, but when it comes to money, their hand is not hard. That's why I think it's really sad because most African Americans, they could benefit from having African friends because amongst themselves, African Americans don't help each other out financially. And that's why they have to rely on the government because they don't have help from family. Because sometimes they don't have enough savings and sometimes they don't like to give to their people. So it is what it is. But African people, if they know you have an issue, they're going to help you out. Don't worry about it. You need food, the kids, even watching your kids, drop the kids off. We're good. I'm like, you would benefit so much from having African friends. But it's the people that like to insult people. They're not even self-sufficient and they always want to insult people. You need to learn to make friends. And you should be friends with people that are extremely generous. Most African-American people don't even have one friend they could call and be like, girl, I need $5,000. They wouldn't do it for each other, let alone $100,000. I could sit here and say, I've had a friend who's Black who gave me $100,000. And yes, she's Nigerian, right? I could sit here and say, oh, I had a friend who gave me $20,000 and she's Nigerian. I had a friend who gave me $5,000 because one time I had this shipment that was stuck. He's Ghanaian, Nana. I told Nana I was going through a thing. He said, okay, Marlene, boom, the Zelle came through. I told a friend, because she was like, oh, because I told her, oh, I got a prig, I need this money. So the friend was like, oh, let's pray about it. And so when I called him and I told him, I didn't even have to talk a lot. He's like, oh, Marlene, how much is it? I said, it's $5,000. He said, okay. Y'all, Nana had money. What? Nana, that's my boy. Nana's Ghanaian. Okay. He went back to Ghana to do his business, right? Nana sent me the coin. I said, Lord Jesus, Nana, you have saved me, right? So I told my friend, she got I guess she got a little jealous. I'm like, he's my friend. I have a lot of friends. And people love me. I'm a really nice person. And I'm there for people. I'm really there for people. Anybody meets me, if you're sad, you're depressed, you're whatever, I will boost you up. Because I always tell people to believe in themselves. I always do my very best to encourage people, right? You got friends like that? They don't. They do not. It's like if you live here and you have studied African American, the way money moves, money only moves in one direction. Like the regular people, the poor people, they give their money to wealthy Black people. But the wealthy Black American people, they never take care of them. They're always by themselves. When you consider how many people paid for Beyonce's concert, not that the federal government not feeding the people, she should have something to give back to her people. Like, hey, at least come get this food. No, of course not. So I'm like, you would do so well to have so many African people in your life, right? Because we are a very generous people. If we have love for you, we're going to take care of you because it's the culture. That's why I say, talking about, calling somebody African, this, African, that, it is not an insult. You're not insulting me. You're not insulting me. You understand? The same way I took care of Auntie Gloria, I promise you. There are people on my phone. If I want money, they will give it to me. No, I just don't take advantage. Okay? Can you do the same? You cannot. There you go. So it's like, I will never regret being African. And also, I will never regret the way that I look. So if you're bothered, if somebody having a big nose bothers you, that's a personal problem. You have a white supremacist inside of you. If somebody complexion, it bothers you, that's your problem. If the way someone looks, if somebody's phenotype triggers you to a point of hatred because you hate yourself, it's not normal. It's not normal to just look at people. They haven't done anything to you. They haven't hurt you. They haven't disrespected you. And you just start lashing out on that person. You hate yourself. And I think just like the Jews, just like Ashkenazi Jews who went through the Holocaust, I think a lot of African-American people, along with Ashkenazi Jews, you guys need to go to therapy because you have serious PTSD. You have serious PTSD. And so it causes you just attack everybody. You think everybody's against you. You're hysterical. You're hysterical. You're paranoid. And you're very aggressive. And you're very mean. And you're very rude. You are seriously rude. So like I said, most likely it's the PSD from all that bullshit. But it is not fair to take that out on people that had nothing to do. African people don't have a part to play in what white people did to you. And every time, for as far as I can see, anytime the white Americans do something bad to Black American people, all African people stand up for the most part, right? Me, I'm not African American. But when I saw the stuff with Carmela, I said, hold on, what is going on? But it was mostly African American YouTubers that were calling that child all kinds of ninja, this, and that, whatever. It was me. I'm from the Ivory Coast. Nefkari, he's Haitian. We were like one of the only two people who stood up for Carmelo. Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would a straight A student just want to stab someone? Something is off. So I sat my ass down for like 15 hours trying to understand why would he stab this young man? But his own people were calling to stop the donation, calling his family all kinds of thief, all kinds of scam. I'm like, do y'all know these people? Do you know these people personally to call them scammers? But when the daddy went to court, when I saw him get out that car, I said, oh, that's a great family. And I felt bad for him. I'm like, he's a sweetheart, right? But I'm like, calm the fuck down. Like, what has this kid done? But then there was this guy, Sperling, like some FBA dude named Sperling. He started insulting Nefkari. It went really, really left. So Nefkari got upset. So he took the video down. And like you see, so now who suffers? Carmelo suffers. Because if you type his name, most of the videos are against him, right? And the people who are making videos who happen not to be FBA, because they're offended, they're taking the videos down. Even me, I could take the videos down. Says I'm African this, I'm African that, but I'm not like you. You're hateful. You're hateful, you're narrow-minded, you're small-minded. And the thing that hurts so many Black Americans, you are a short-minded people. You only live in the moment for your emotions. You don't think far. You say these things online. You don't even know who's who. There are so many Nigerians who are married to people, and you don't even know who people are. Don't even know where people work. And you make this content, you say these things, you're so proud to be xenophobic because you think your xenophobia is going to cement the fact that you're foundational Black American. You should want people to admire FBAs. You should want people to naturally lean in and learn about foundational Black American people. Because for me, I truly believe that Black American history is truly a beautiful history. But the way you carry on, and on top of that, you're not even the ones who actually march. You're not the ones who are enslaved. Like you have nothing to do with that. But you are the most rudest, unsophisticated, classless, disgusting ambassadors I have ever seen. If my parents had not raised me better, if I was not a Christian, if I myself had not studied Black American history for myself, I promise you, people like that, you are a turn off. I will never want to know about this shit. I would make sure my kids never even learn about this shit, because this is not how you go about encouraging people to learn and to respect Black American history. There is a better way. There is a better way. There is a way of talking to people. Oh, wow, that sounds so beautiful. I would love to learn more, right? If somebody shows you a beautiful story, who is not going to want to lean in and learn more about that story? Especially when you see, oh yeah, we have the same complexion, we have the same ancestry. Oh yeah, I would love to learn more, right? Me, I've never even learned Black American history through any Black American person, because you don't teach shit. All you do is upset people. I learned that for myself because I cared to learn it. Because I was raised by a family that prioritized education, learning, and history. I love history. I will learn a lot. I know a lot of history. But this is not how you represent. This is not how you encourage a multitude of people. So, oh, wow, let's learn this, right? You need people on your side. You need people to see the beauty in your history. But I think it's kind of sick for people who were born in 1985, born in 1999, born in 2000 to do the very most, when you're not the very people who truly built the history. You are a recipient of the work of the people that came before you. And yet you're so offensive. You are so offensive. You need to stop. You need to stop. Because I'm sure even those people too, if they were to see your behavior and the way you carry on and the way you are claiming to represent them, they will also disavow you. Like I see Don Cornelius's behavior and I see your behavior. I'm like, no, he would not even attach himself to you people. Like you are so classless. You are so classless. You're so rude. And you come off like a bunch of crazy ass, rogue ass, deleterious ignoramus. And nobody is going to say, oh yeah, I have to learn this shit. I don't have to learn shit. You want someone to learn your history. You want someone to respect your history. You want someone to put you in a position of like, oh yeah, like it's an illustrious position, that you need to act accordingly. The Africans. Oh, wow. These people don't even sound educated. Why would I want to learn your history? Okay. Always trying to force your stuff onto people. But yet we look at your behavior and it don't even look like you've been transformed by your own history. When you know your history, you have to walk a certain way. You need to walk like you know your history. Like, okay, that's somebody that knows their shit. Dr. Claude Anderson, he doesn't behave like this. Okay? No, like it's really hurtful, Jay. Dr. Claude Anderson, he doesn't behave like this. Right? I've listened to Dr. Claude Anderson, even growing up. I used to walk around listening to Jay Baldwin all the time. I'm like, this is real. Whether if you're in America or you're in Africa, the struggle of Black people, it's real. You think any African person, when you see the KKK, you see videos of KKK grabbing people, grabbing Black Americans, putting them on trees, burning, like you think an African person, oh yeah, I'm so happy. Oh yes. Like it's demonic. It's demonic. My mom tried to go to the African American Museum. She couldn't make it. She walked in, she walked out. The lady was depressed for 2 weeks. This stuff it's so heinous. It is so heinous. And you think African people want white people to get away with this shit? This shit is fucking inhumane. I saw a video yesterday. They burned the child against the tree, like his entire body. He was holding, like you could tell how the boy, he died. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? Right? Nobody coming here, oh yeah, white people hurt Black people. What the fuck? If they hurt them, they're gonna hurt us too. This is insanity. This is really insanity. But I'm like, this is not how you represent. And this is not how you make people want to lean in and learn the history and and people like her, what she's going to do, you're going to turn people off. You are going to turn people off. And it's really fucked up because you didn't even do the work. You are a recipient. You're like a benefactor. You're like an heir. But you're not the person who did the work. You're not Thurgood Marshall. You are not W. Du Bois. You're not Ida B. Wells. You're none of these people. You're none of these people. You are just a recipient. And you carry on and you're so disrespectful and you're so xenophobic, like you're the one who actually did. You think Josephine Baker was a racist? You think Josephine Baker was a xenophobe? She lived in Paris. She adopted all kinds of children. I'm sure you probably had an African baby there too. right? But one thing about Josephine Baker, even when they study her in Paris, like people talk about how nice she was, how loving she was. The lady was a fucking sweetheart. She had a big, big, big heart, and she loved everybody. It's just that here in America, she could not be successful. And anybody who's African, anybody who, even if you're Black American and you are into the arts and music and shit like that, when you go to France, when you go to Paris, there's an actual place. It's called La Bastille, like Montmartre. Everybody knows that many African Americans, they lived in Paris at that time. And a lot of them came to La Bastille, Montmartre. There's a song by a Tribe Called Quest. He talks about it because that's where everybody was. But even, what's his name? What's his name again? James Baldwin. He lived right on the Champs-Élysées. I'm like, you have that kind of money? That's crazy. But it's like everybody was there. And like African American people were there in Paris, shaping the culture, talking of creating art, shaping the culture, being involved with the nightlife. And those people had a beautiful heart. James Baldwin is not out here talking like that. So I don't understand how people who are not even in the people who didn't build shit, didn't write shit, you didn't travel, you're just a recipient. And many times you're not even well versed enough to talk about African American history. You barely know that, like you don't even know 10 years of Black American history. And you're out here, you carry on and you do the very most. Are you crazy? Are you truly crazy? You have to know how to be an ambassador. There is a way. Even if an African person does something that offends you, you also have to make space for the fact that maybe it's not intentional. Like, I'll give you a good example. In West African culture, for example, people are very touchy. Like, African people like to touch people. You know, in America, they call it personal space. Okay, sure. Then African people, we don't have a concept of like personal space and shit. We don't even have a concept of time. Like, let that shit sink in, right? Because everybody moves. Like, you see the market is bunch of people. On the bus, it's bunch of people. In the cabs, it's bunch of people. Like, it's a bunch of people. So this concept of like personal space, a lot of Africans don't have that. And they like to hug people, right? In America, that can be something that like turns people off. But it's like, if you know that someone is from Africa and then you hear a person's accent, even if you're upset, you can't take a step back and say, you know what? I still have to make room because they're not from here. And it's very well possible that nobody taught the person that in America, we just don't do that. That's it. Why can't you teach? Why do you have to insult? Right? Just like when you move here, like me, I had to learn that stuff too, like the axioms, the idiom, up and down, all that weird shit. You have to learn axioms. You have to learn idioms. And you also have to learn like social norms, social cues. These things are not so apparent. But it's a lot easier if you come here as a child because you get to go to school. But I promise you, my mom, my dad, they didn't go to school. My dad didn't even go to school here. So he just went, he dropped us off. He kept working. My mom went to school a bit to learn ESL. And then she went to like college, like she went to do her bachelor stuff. But it's not the same as like coming here in the 6th grade and you just go through your school the whole time. So it's like, why can't you make room for the fact that someone might have done something hurtful or distasteful, but it was not to hurt you? Why do so many African Americans take offense to everything and they can never say to themselves, maybe it was an honest mistake? After all, they're from Africa. If they have an accent, most likely they haven't been here for long. That's why they have an accent. Why can't you be forgiving? Why is everything is like like you would think somebody said a racial slur? Like, what the fuck is going on? And that to me is very hateful because there's no need to have this kind of energy. There is no need. Why can't you teach someone? Like, you've never made a mistake. You've never been in a different culture, in a different setting, and you didn't know how to read the room or you never messed up. And would you want someone to say, oh yeah, well, there you go. You let a ninja in. That's what you get for letting a ninja. How would that make you feel? Because it could be that you just didn't know. Why is it so impossible for so many Black Americans to fathom the fact that someone didn't know? Oh my gosh, offering you jollof rice is so offensive. I see you eat Chinese rice. You eat Chinese fried rice. And many of these Chinese people, they don't even clean the oil. They don't even clean their pots. They don't even clean their pans. Somebody wakes up in the morning. They make jollof rice from scratch. They offer you jollof rice. It's like the most, like, you are so insulted. Oh my gosh, Essence Fest needs to be canceled. It's not even like a reasonable reaction. If somebody offers you the rice, all you gotta say is say no. All you have to say is say no. The man went and he bought the business. It was in bankruptcy. You're so proud to be Black American, but every single historical Black American business is sitting in bankruptcy. People are so proud, but the businesses are dying in bankruptcy. An African person comes and takes up the business. Okay, He might Africanize it. Yes, he's African. If you want him to do things a certain way, why can't you just say, Richelieu, can you, like, you know what I'm saying? Just say that. Oh, African, insult, insult, insult. Why? And there's not even a thank you. You know what? Oh, first and foremost, before we start complaining, thank you for buying the business out of bankruptcy. Ebony, I'm sure, is in bankruptcy. Jet Magazine, I'm sure, is in bankruptcy. Is there a single business or even bank that you have not allowed to go into bankruptcy? And it's like you never look at yourself and your lack of leadership and your lack of entrepreneurial desires, right? But you want to go attack people. If you wake up in the morning and you want to support a Black American business and there are none, why are you mad at the African name? Why don't you ask your people, oh, how come we don't have our own, right? But you insult the man because you are mad that your own people did not take the initiative to open a tire shop. Black Americans are American people first and foremost. Black Americans, not only are they American people first and foremost, English is your first language. There are many Black Americans from Maryland. They are from Maryland. Their lineage is from Maryland. They grew up eating crabs. So what's stopping them from going to City Hall and doing the paperwork? They can read English. It's their first language. So if an African man with a thick-ass African accent can walk his African ass to City Hall to do the licensing, then why can't the African-American man or the woman do the same thing? Who is stopping you from having your tire shop? Have as many tire shops as you want. And also, considering the number of people who sell drugs who happen to be Black American, I know many of them need to launder their money anyways, right? So why don't you open more tire shops so you can wash your money? Because I know all these goofy ass, empty ass houses in Baltimore. I know these are stash houses. So why don't you find a few babies, have them go to City Hall, give them the money so they can start the tire shop and you can wash your money? Who is stopping you? And that's some bad shit, crazy shit to me. You don't have the initiative, but you want to cuss the person out who happens to be an initiative, and then you want to use the fact that they're African to insult somebody. How? Like, why? Why? And who thinks that African people are going to sit here and continue to be disrespected in such a manner? You didn't stand for it when white people did it to you. We're not going to stand for that when you try that shit with us. And I know Marlene, ain't going to stand for that shit. When white people act a fool, I cuss their asses out. When Jews act a fool, I cuss their asses out. When even African people, ask Esther, because Esther already knows. Nigerians, I drag them every day. You're not going to treat me this way. No African American, my husband included, nobody's going to wake up and disrespect me because you're having a bad day. You're not going to wake up and think that, oh, she's African, so I could just pop. No, you lack initiative. This is your country. It's not anybody else's country. This is your country. This is your land. These are your roots. This is your city hall. You can go there. Maryland is a state full of Black Americans. It's full of Black Americans. So if there are no tire shops to service this young lady who wants to be serviced by an African-American person, that's an African-American lack of initiative. So she needs to be cussing out her own people. Why are you yelling at my people? What have they done to you? You need to be mad at your people because plenty of Black Americans can open tire shops, but they don't want to do it. So address that issue. Why do they want to look for jobs when they can have their own businesses? All these people on welfare, maybe they could put their money together and open a tire shop, right? People don't want to be entrepreneurs like that. And also, I do believe tire shop is not glamorous, so people don't want to do it. But why do you insult people? Because they come from a place that has nothing to do with you. Just like you being born in America. Did you pay to be born in America? You filed paperwork for a lottery. Nobody had a hand to play in where they were born. I can help the fact that I'm born in Africa. Okay? It just so happened to be that way. You can help the fact that you were born here. We could have been born. We could have had our places reversed. You could have been born there. I could have been born here. We had nothing to do with where we were born. So why do people want to weaponize that? You didn't earn the right to be born in America. You were just born here. Just like I was just born in Africa. I was just born dark skinned. I didn't pick my complexion. So why are people going to bully me for something that I was just born with? Right? The size of my nose, the size of my lips. Okay, you want me to do what? What should I do about that? Go have plastic surgery and look like Michael Jackson? Right? Do what? Like, what would you like me to do? I should hate myself? No, I am born this way. I have to embrace it. But it's like, why are you triggered that another human being doesn't look the way that you think is beautiful? I don't give a fuck. If you chose to listen to white people and white people only told you that straight nose is beautiful, only light skin is beautiful, loose curl is beautiful, that is your fucking problem. That's what you get for listening to white people. You listen to white people, you're going to struggle with self-hate. How is that my fucking problem? You wake up every day concerned about what the white person thinks of you, what the white person thinks of your beauty, what the white person thinks of your this, always trying to be next to white people. So that's why you don't like yourself. Maybe stay away from these people and then reconvene and learn to love yourself. But I'm not going to hate myself. I'm not going to hate myself. I will never hate myself because some people don't like themselves. That is your problem. It has nothing to do with me. And if you wake up, let's say you want to, even when she gets her nails done, does she throw a fit because most nail people are Vietnamese? No, it's only when African people have a business that she's upset. That's so disgusting. So I'm like, how is she different than Charlie Kirk? How is she? Charlie Kirk was telling his people, oh, you got on a plane, you see Black Americans and they pilot, get the fuck out. You go over here, you see a Black American, get the fuck out. That's what Charlie Kirk was telling his people to do. So how is she different than Charlie Kirk? That's why I say that racist shit, that xenophobic shit, it's in every American. It's not just white American. Because if some people were better, this young sister right here, she could not be saying shit like that. Because nobody did nothing to her. No one insulted her. No one harmed her. No one tried to give her a crazy price. Like, it was none of that. They just happen to be African people. She's cussing these people out. She's calling them all kinds of African. It's like she wants to call them all kinds of N-word or whatever, right? Just because they identify as a Black business. Okay. All right. So many Indians identify as Black to go to med school. So many Indians are at Howard University identifying as God knows what. Kamala Harris is Indian, identifying as God knows what, but because she's light-skinned. So it's okay. If you're Indian or you're from Jamaica, whatever, or Barbados, if you're light-skinned and your eyes are green, then at that point, oh, go ahead. Even Barack Obama. I'm sure if he was dark-skinned and he looked like his dad, it would have been a problem. But because he's biracial, so that, oh yeah, he can identify as Black American, right? Even though, like, what part of his ass is Black American? What part of Barack Obama Hussein is Black American? Okay, his mama is a white lady, and then his daddy's from Kenya, and he was raised in Indonesia by a transsexual. What part of that is Black? How is that even relatable? What? Okay, but it's like when someone is light skinned, when someone is biracial, when someone is light skinned with colored eyes and loose curl pattern. Oh yeah, you can identify as Black. Oh, it doesn't matter. No, at that point, it's not disrespect, right? At that point, it's not disrespect. Rihanna came into this country. She's not even a U.S. citizen. She's made over $1 billion in this country. What do African Americans have to show for giving her all this support? But who cares? She's light-skinned with green eyes. But God forbid an African person opens a tire shop. They break their back. They barely take home $20,000, $30,000 a year. They're going to be disrespected as if they went somewhere and did the most heinous thing to an African-American child. That is ridiculous. And this is not how you're going to get respect in this country. This is not how Black Americans are going to get to the top of the food chain in this country. That's not how you're going to make it. You're going to have to compete. And you're going to have to get married. And you're going to have to raise your children. You want to do everything but the hard work required to be successful. You think insulting African people is going to what? Like balance the scale this country has against you? No, it will not. No, it will not. And also, Latinos in this country is 80 million Latinos. So you have more to fear from those people. But you don't say shit because you know their numbers is crazy. Because you know their numbers are crazy. You're no different than white Americans. You're a bunch of bullies. You are truly a bunch of bullies. You're really a bunch of bullies. That's why sometimes I even think about deleting. I really think about deleting this channel because like, it's unhealthy as fuck. Because I don't like mean people. I was never raised to be hateful. Like this country will bring the worst out of you if you're not careful because it's just built on hatred. Hatred. Just hating people. You hate men, you hate women, you hate dark-skinned people, you hate. This country is just built on hatred. America does not run on Duncan. It runs on hate. People just hate other people instead of working on their personal shit. No, they have to be so hateful. Why are people so hateful like this? Why? You live your life. Somebody lives their life. Nobody bothers you. And then you just decide to go batshit crazy on a people who have done nothing to you. And then you have all your people going, oh, these Africans. Oh, please have the same energy for this disgusting homicidal rap music that you indulge in so fucking much. There are so many real shit you need to work on, but you don't, because that involves self-awareness and accountability. Right? Let's come. The only time you come together, let me tell you this. The only time you come together is when there's a white man shooting a black person, which is sad because black people shoot black people way more in this nation. The next time is what? To insult African people. Right? If we talk about marriage, people gonna start to scatter like roaches. Right? If we talk about education, people gonna start to scatter like roaches. Only thing that brings two people together. Oh yeah, if they're Black American women, they will come together because you're bashing Black American men. Right? Or if the whole group comes together, a white man, a white police officer shot a Black American person, right? What's the next one? They're all going to come together because, oh, let's talk bad about African people. Like, and you think that's going to move you forward? So if you keep doing this for the next 20 years, where do you land? Like, where does that land you, right? Talk about marriage, everybody scatters. Here's an altar, people going to scatter. Here's a pastor, everybody's going to scatter. Here's a marriage certificate, people going to scatter. Talk about real shit. Talk about real meaningful shit. This hateful stuff, it doesn't work. If all it took was to be hateful to build something great, okay? That's why even white Americans spending so much time being hateful on Black people, being so hateful against the Arabs. They didn't even pay attention. They woke up one day, the Jews owned their country because they were too distracted with racism. Hatred will distract you. And before you know it, someone will take your shit. And that's why today, the white people have to answer to the Jews. They are truly, they're really, really scared of those people. They're always issuing apologies. They're on their knees. They're begging because the Jews they pay the bill. But that's what happens when you get distracted with hatred. Instead of working hard, instead of putting kids in school and having great family values, right? Protecting children from bad ideologies, right? But being a hateful people, it will not get you anywhere. It is a distraction. I repeat, if someone is not from here, especially if you hear an accent and someone does something to offend you, in this case, it didn't even happen, right? What is it to you to give instruction? Why can't you teach a person? Oh, we don't do that here. Oh, sometimes for us Black Americans, when you say Black, we assume that you mean Black American. So they say, oh, I'm sorry, brother. For us, when we say Black, we mean complexion. But now that you've taught me that, I'll keep that in the back of my mind. I'm actually from West Africa. Boom, it's over. Oh, you call yourself Black, so that means you want to be one of us? What the fuck? Are you okay? In every language, there is a word for the color Black. You do not own a word. You don't own a word. You don't own a color. You don't even own a social construct because this was created by white people. This whole concept of Black, whatever the fuck it is, it was created by Black people, by white people. And also, Africa is a continent full of Black people. Sudanese people are literally Black. They are Black. Have you ever seen people from Sudan? They are Black. Not to be offensive, it's very pretty, but they are actually Black. Most Black Americans are not even anywhere, even when they're dark skinned, they don't even get close to Sudanese dark. Sudanese people be so dark, it's like the night. They're like a Black Panther. They're so Black. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm not saying in a bad way, right? So how can you say that people who are from Africa, who literally have Black skin, cannot call themselves Black? Come on. We are like once upon a time, it was just you and not even for that long, but whatever, for the sake of the argument. Once upon a time, it was just you and white Americans. So I can see why you would think if somebody says Black, they were directly speaking about Black American people. But nowadays, even you should have a broader understanding because of immigration and things like that, that today, Black American people are not the only people with the Black complexion in America. There are other people. There are African people. There are Caribbean people. There's West Indian people. There's Latin American people. There's all kinds of, even Europeans for Black. There's a lot of people here today who are also Black. But it doesn't mean that they're trying to co-opt being Black American. We are sitting here with our eyes wide open. And I'm like, most people who have tried to co-opt being Black American so far, I will say, are Indians. They're not African people. It's not African people. When it comes to trying to be, I mean, besides Barack, but the way Indians are trying to run for president, do you see a bunch of Africans trying to run for president? No. When you look at Congress, have you seen any African in Congress? No. You look at the Supreme Court. Do you see even in the appellate court, wherever they have the pool of potential Supreme Court justices, is there any African person there? The answer is no. When Diddy went to trial, the judge in charge of his fate was not African because most likely would let him out. But my thing is, it was an Indian. Okay, so Indians are all over the place. Africans not even that much over the place. Most Africans in this country are cab drivers. I guess they have tire shops. A lot of the ladies are braiders. A lot of the ladies are these RNs, like they clean diapers of old and sick people, like they work in Medicare. Many African girls are nurses. And then I guess a lot of Nigerians go into medicine like that. But it's not like, oh, they're out here making all this crazy money where you have to feel so threatened. It's not the case. Indians are the ones that you have to talk about, right? Now, when it comes to micro, small businesses in predominantly Black American neighborhoods, it's usually Asian people, Koreans, Japanese, in Vietnamese, and things in Chinese. They're the people that you trade with the most. You don't trade with African people. Even when African people have a grocery store, a Ghanaian grocery store, most of the food in there, you don't eat. You don't eat yam. You don't eat like, I don't know, whatever, cassava, like whatever the African food they have in there. You don't eat that stuff, right? You like to eat food that's already made, and you have a taste for fried food. Black Americans love food that's fried. We have a tendency to love like stew. We love stuff that's boiled. You love things that are fried. So you're more likely to eat Asian people stuff because a lot of their cuisine is fried. So that's where you go. But to sit here and cuss us out like we come into your neighborhood and we have all these storefronts and you trade with us every day, you know dang well the answer is no. You trade mostly, you give most of your money to Asian foreigners. That's where most of your money goes. Now, maybe once in a while, you might stop by an African shop to get your tires done, or you might get your hair, but even girls who get their hair braided, it's usually during like braid season. And after that, they don't braid their hair anymore. So you're also seasonal when it comes to how often you frequent these African braiding shops. So I'm like, to act like you're giving money. No, you give way more money to the Vietnamese girl who does your hair your lashes every 2 weeks or whatever it is. You do your lashes with Vietnamese, that's like $300. You do your brows with the Vietnamese, like $20 or more. You do your nails with Vietnamese with design, at least $100 or more. You do your nails, your feet, your pedicure with the Vietnamese. You give Vietnamese people so much of your paycheck. And when you study African-American history, there you go, right? Who used to do nails in this country? African-American people. Then after the war in Vietnam, white women from California, because they had white guilt, decided to import Vietnamese people. And it was white women from California who put Vietnamese women into the whole nail game. And then slowly but surely, many Black American women stopped doing nails because they couldn't compete with the Vietnamese. So if anybody came in here and they pushed you out of a trade, because that's a trade, anybody came here and they pushed you out of a trade that was traditionally Black American, it's the Vietnamese, right? Like I said, you barely know your history. Always trying to pound your chest and say all that kind of bullshit. You used to do the nails, but you went from owning these micro businesses. You went from being a service provider to be a service requirer. Okay, no problem. But you allowed yourself to get pushed out by the Vietnamese. And you have no smoke for these people. And yet they get such a huge chunk of your bi-weekly paycheck, right? But the African people that you barely patronize, you are so triggered by their existence. You have to stop being so lame. You truly have to stop being so lame. Have the courage and go after the people who really took shit from you. You want your lunch money back? Here's the Chinese. You want your lunch money back? Fuck with the Korean. You want your lunch money back? Go fuck with the Vietnamese. You want your college admission seat back? Go fuck with the Indian. What do we have to do with this bullshit? Like, it's crazy to me. Go oppress the right people. Go fight the right people. Go cuss out the right people. Go fight the right people. And I pray you get your stuff back. But African people took nothing from you. Because I don't think you want to be an RA, RN, whatever it is, like the stuff Auntie Gloria does. They go in there, they change diapers of old people. You have to shower and bathe old people, put diapers on old people. You want to do that kind of job? You want to see a bunch of people naked, like a bunch of elderly people naked and wipe their butts? You are dying to do such a trade? Like, please stop. Stop abusing these people. It's disgusting. It truly is disgusting. We don't do that to y'all. It's disgusting. And like I said, if you feel like people from a third world, people come from huts, people eat bushmeat, people have flies, then just ignore us. Like, you know how you just block, you block, delete, block us, delete us, get us off your FYP. We never have to talk again. And me, honestly, I'm not gonna miss you. I promise you, I ain't gonna miss you. Live your very best life. And in this country, I wish you all the best. I truly do. But it's like, it's really, I'm getting truly annoyed that every day Africans, when there's so many other ethnic group over here who are taking from you. And also you gladly give to these people nails, $200, and they grow every 2 weeks. Is it even worth your money? Why don't you wear your own nails and save your money? Right? But of course not. It makes too much fucking sense. Stop bullying people because they're from Africa. Stop bullying people because they come from third world countries. Just like here in America too, there are many Black American people who live in the project, who live way below the poverty line. I was in New Orleans, I saw it. Okay? There's many people like that. But that doesn't mean, like me, I'm not going to go, oh, let me take my phone and record these people so I can do a show like Tariq Nasheed. That's disgusting. Everybody has their lows. Everybody has their highs. Poverty, it affects people. If you ain't going to help somebody, at least say a prayer, but you don't record people and then try to make a commentary about it to make yourself feel better. People have the right to their privacy. Even in failure, people have the right to their privacy. Even in poverty, people have the right to their privacy. And that's why some people are classy and some people are tacky as fuck. And that's why even with this whole, like, I'm like, even with Charlie Kirk, there's a reason why Charlie Kirk was, even with his hatred, he was able to create a very, very lucrative structured business, which is called Turning Point USA, with his hatred. And they were able to make $140 million a year. People who do this FBA movement and are encouraging people to carry on like this and to be these horrible ambassadors for such an amazing history, where is their structure? How much money do they make a year? Who's even donating to these people, right? You got to be smart. And you have to know how to be business-minded. And you even have to know how to have a pitch that can attract donors. There's no, even amongst wealthy Black Americans, who is donating to the FBA cause? No one. No one. Because people who respect themselves and have something to lose do not want to be attached to that, because it's not a good brand. It's not a good business. Charlie Kirk is he's a what, community college dropout. His most extensive degree is a high school degree. He's way younger than Tariq Nasheed. He started at 22 without it being a pimp. Okay, he's what, 31 some years old. He went from zero, right? Yeah, he went from zero to what, to $12 million of his personal worth. He lived in a $6 million house in Arizona. And his business, Turning Point USA, has an annual revenue of $140 million, right? So what's the point? So sometimes you gotta look at yourself. Oh, I'm gonna cuss out these African people. Your competition is Turning Point USA. If you're an FBA person and you care about it, your competition is Turning Point USA. Stop worrying about these African people. Find how, you need to reverse engineer how Charlie Kirk was able to build Turning Point USA with only a high school diploma. He found himself a rich white billionaire. So maybe you can find a rich Black American billionaire, right? And they put this thing together. He started going on college campuses. Once again, something that you can also do. Go from college campus to college campus, right? 10 years, lots of crazy clips online. But I'm like, $140 million in annual revenue, right? Most FBAs, they are isolated, if I can say, in these circumscribed places of cussing out African people. How are you building a business? How are you building a brand? You have to have an actual business, have actual donations, have actual donors, have a board, have actual structure to it, right? And I pray that you can get to a point like Charlie Kirk where you can at least make $20 million a year in revenue, right? Do what you have to do, win. But I'm like, insulting people like this, these African people all day, every day, it is not going to do anything for you. What's the net positive? 5 years from now, where is it going to take you? 10 years from now, where is it going to take you? 20 years from now, where is it going to take you? They're going to issue more H-1B1 visas for Indians to come here and fill up all these engineer positions. And instead of paying attention to that, it's the Africans and their tire shops and their braiding salons that you care. You want to stand up for 12 hours and braid hair. You like when you think about the jobs these Africans do, you really want to do that shit. You braiding hair for, you want to stand up, braid hair like this, back to back to back to back. You just dream of, dude, that's beneath you. You're from here. You should be in an office and you have a door with your name on it. People, they came from Africa. This is, it's a big deal for me because they make lots of money that way. But you're from here. You should have something better than that, right? You're from here. Why would you be an RA out here changing diapers and taking people to the bathroom? See, Auntie Gloria, she came from Ghana because her husband, he didn't want to pay the school fees for her children. So she came here. She went into that quickly so she could have something to do, so she could send money home to pay for her kids to go to school. So now, even now, she's 67. She still does it. 67. She changes diapers. She makes $18 an hour. You're from here. You want a job where you make $18 an hour changing diapers? That's what you want? Woo! Right? Like, calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. Your mindset should be, how do we compete with these Indian people and make sure they don't come here and take all these engineering jobs? Because these are the jobs that make it possible to not only get married, but to buy a house. Like where we live is full of Indian. They all drive Teslas. Most Africans drive old cars. These Indians, they all have Teslas. So to see that and to not say, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, but you can have your own identity, right? Yeah, you can have your own identity. Nobody wants your identity. And like, Jay, I'm gonna tell you this, right, Jay? Me, I would love for someone to tell me, because you're here. I would love for you to tell me, what is the net benefit in 2025, not 1960, because people love to talk about the past, not 1940, not 1930. In 2025, Jay, honestly, if people can be honest and mature and not be emotional, in 2025, Jay, what is the net benefit for me as an Ivorian to presume a Black American identity? What's the net benefit? Because the stuff that it represents to me, for the stuff that I see, when it comes to a Black American identity, it goes against my West African identity. So for me, it doesn't match. I don't want it. I see it, okay, but I don't want your Black American identity, because even for you, it's not working. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem, because I think people have spatial dissonance. People think they're in the 40s, the 30s, where like the 1800s, where Black Americans were like so competitive, hard worker, married, classy, wearing suits and shit, right? Those people are gone. Those people are gone. That legacy is gone. We are not living in a society where to be Black American is to be pro-crime, pro-abortion, pro-hip-hop, pro-drill. Like, it's just a bunch of shenanigans. It is not a good brand. The brand has been destroyed. So to me, I feel like, okay, so either someone is aloof, someone has severe cerebral impediment, right? Somebody has some cognitive issues like Joe Biden, because somebody should say to themselves, what would an African person gain identifying as a Black American? Like, what would I gain? Jay, I achieved everything I have without ever having to pose, pretend to be an African American person, right? Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's a brand that does nothing for me. It does nothing for me. Me as a West African woman, marriage is a big deal for me. In your culture, as it stands today, marriage is a non-factor. People don't look forward to marriage. They do everything in their power to dissuade people to get married, right? In your culture, Jay, people put crime on a pedestal. Most young Black men do not aspire to join the military, to do things that are honorable so they can take care of themselves, have benefits, and maybe one day use their GI Bill or whatever to be able to get a house. Because when you're a soldier, it is way more affordable to get a VA loan and be able to buy a house, right? Whereas in the 30s, the 90s, the 40s, the 20s, the what, way before, even when they were called the N-word, being disrespected, being lynched, so many Black Americans went into the military so they could take care of themselves, so they could have a job, so they could have benefits. Like, these people had so much honor. They had so much integrity. They had so much self-respect. I saw a documentary of Papa George Johnson. He dropped out of high school because he had to take care of his mom. And then he was looking for a job. He was married at 22 years old. 22 years old. The man goes on to be a multimillionaire. He has the first Black American business to ever go public on the stock exchange. Today at 22, can most Black American boys handle marriage at 22? Of course the fuck not. Are they done masturbating? Are they done being knuckleheads? Are they done trying to be a rapper or God knows the fuck what, a basketball player? Right? So my question is, you have a culture right now as it stands, not before, right now, this post MLK Black American culture, it stands for something very, very specific. And Jay, me as an African, it will never benefit me. I don't want it. And I don't think most African people want it, which is what I think really bothers you. Because you're thinking like, oh, you're from Africa. How dare you tell me you don't want this, and that? Because it does not lead to success. It does not lead to success. And we have to get to a point where we are brave enough to say, the culture that you have, Jay, the culture that I have as a West African woman, it is not compatible. We are just not compatible. And you are more than welcome to have your Black American identity. It doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me. My issue is, why is the fact that I'm African bothers you so much? Because she's the one who's Black American. She's in her country and she decides to make a video cussing people out just because they open a business. Why? Nobody said they want her identity. We are speaking on complexion. Running a tire shop is not a traditional Black American enterprise. Mexicans do it. The whites do it. There are cars all over the world. So people learn how to fix cars. It is not a traditionally, ethnically Black American trade or enterprise. We're talking about changing tires. Let's be so fucking for real. Nobody is trying to take on her identity. Saying that I am Black, which is my complexion is Black. If you spoke French, we would say, oh, tu es noir. If we spoke Spanish, oh, está negrita. That's it. We're just speaking about complexion. So why would you assume that, oh, yeah, that means they want to be us? Be you for what? And where would that land me? If I was a Black American woman at 40 years old, I'll probably have 2 kids or 3 kids, whatever, by multiple men who don't want to pay child support. Who the fuck wants that? Who the fuck wants that? Like, be so for real. The vast majority of Black American per capita, per your group per capita, you are the most dependent on welfare. Right? There are 10.8 million Black American women on welfare. There's only 2.7 white women on welfare. And that's why they say things in percentages, because it's bad. So why would I want that? Right? Like, please help me understand. That's crazy to me. What would ever make anybody, especially if you're Black American, what would ever make you look at an African person and say, oh, yeah, they want to be us? Where? Even in the NBA, have you seen Johnny, the one that's Nigerian, right? The one from Greece. When you look at Johnny compared to the other Black American players, do they look the same? Does he have tattoos all over him? Is he in the strip club? Does he hang around BBLs and all that bullshit? No. You can tell when a player is African. There's another one who's Cameroonian. He's like super tall like that, right? Does he have tattoos all over him? Is he in the news for sexual harassment, impregnating people, like the shit? No. You know, when you hear things, oh, yeah, that's a Black American, because that's your culture. And then, oh, yeah, that's even J-Bo, the Sudanese boy. Is he involved in bullshit? Right? But when my uncle was alive, right? Akeem Olajuwon, oh no, he's still alive. But Mutombo, right? Dikembe Mutombo, was he ever in a sexual assault case, touching people, raping people like Kobe was? Was he ever in that? Right? African people don't have problems. Hakeem Olajuwon, he's Nigerian. Of all the years, now it's his son because he's from here. He was raised to have a Black American mindset. That's why he stays getting arrested every day, because he don't have Nigerian education. They should have shipped his ass back to Nigeria. So my thing is, why would any African American look at an African person and say, oh, yeah, they want to be us? To go where? Prison? To go where? Like, I'm like, sometimes people talk, and I don't know, because I don't want to say it. Sometimes people talk to me. You would think most Black Americans are at Harvard, Yale, and even Ivy Leagues. For you to get into Ivy Leagues, you need the government to force these people to have quotas, because you can't compete to get in there. You need help. You always need somebody to push you up to get in somewhere. Why would I want that? What is there to gain? What is there to gain? You act like you have a luxury brand, like you're the Birkin, like the Hermes of ethnicities. You're not. You're not. If anybody came here and they truly want to be successful, Jay, they would pretend to be Jews. But we can't finesse because our skin is Black. Right? But me, if I had a choice, I would finesse and be a Jew. I wouldn't be, oh, I want to be Black American. I don't want that. I would want to be a Jew, because that's where the money resides. The money, the power, the tradition, everything. I would want to be a Jew. Even when Candace left the culture, she went to work for Ben Shapiro because he's Jewish. And she learned a lot from him. Even when he fired her, all these Black American women were waiting for her to come back and grovel. She's not going to come back and grovel. She worked for a Jew. Do you know how much she learned working for that Jewish man? She learned so much. Why would she ever come back here? There's nothing to gain. Right now, Candace Owens has the #1 podcast in the world. She does not cater to Black Americans. What are we talking about? So like, to me, it's really crazy. No, me as far as, I don't know about the other people, but me as far as I'm concerned, and the African people that I know, I don't want your culture. And I've never even implied that I wanted your culture, because truly and honestly, it is not the same product. I think some people don't know, because we call it the same thing, it means the substance is, no, the name hasn't changed, but the value has gone down, because you've done that. The value has gone down. The brand is not what the brand used to be. Like when the Supremes were out here, the Temptations were out here, Marvin Gaye was out here, Teddy Pendergrass was out here. Yes, that brand was worth a lot of money. That's an amazing brand. You fucking ruined it. You decided to let drug dealers be your patriarchs and your superstars. You decided to let people from prison be the people that you look up to. You did that to yourselves. You destroyed the brand. You made it so horrible. You made it so horrible. And instead of taking accountability and doing everything it takes to fix the brand and take it back to where it used to be, no. Oh, they want to be us. Beware. Be what you doing what? Black Americans can't even convene together for more than 30 minutes without someone dying. I lived in New Orleans. You can get killed in the parking lot. You can get killed at Walmart. You can get killed at Rouse's. You come to the Bayou Classic, they will shoot your ass on Canal Street. They're going to fucking kill you. Every day in New Orleans, you had a Black American kid get shot for something stupid. There was this one guy, he played for LSU, a great basketball player. His friend was fighting this other Black guy. They're all Black American. They were fighting. Two guys were fighting. The young man did the right thing. He tried to break the fight. Well, guess what? They shot his ass. Right? Children robbing cars, bunch of Black American kids robbing cars all over New Orleans. Everybody, anything bad in New Orleans, it was Black Americans doing it. It's Black American doing it. One day, my neighbors were fighting. Oh, Lord. I had to get up and go downstairs. I'm like, oh, next thing you know, someone is going to start shooting, because people don't know how to resolve conflict without committing murder. People don't know how to resolve conflict without killing people. There's a conflict, someone needs to die. That is not normal behavior. That is not healthy. These are not the signs of a healthy people. Healthy people don't reason like that. You can have a disagreement. Voice can get elevated. No one has to die. People don't need to die. But you're like here, people can die. July 4th, bunch of Black Americans get together, someone will die. Easter, if there's any small get together, someone will die. My husband, his uncle, he's my birthday twin. He was shot to death. He was at a barbecue with his girlfriend. His girlfriend had her sister. She had a man. They got into some kind of little spat, whatever. And so James's uncle said, so what you gonna do, shoot me? Y'all, he shouldn't have said that. The man left the party. He walked across the street. He came back with a gun and he just shot him. So I think it's very, anybody, when you see how life has no meaning to most young Black American men, Jay, I think it's very rich and it's very fake to tell someone, oh, we just want our own identity. The identity is that of a homicidal freak. When most people think of Black American men, they think of murderers. I don't know if you know that, if you realize that, right? But most people are afraid. The image is so scary. People are scared. And that's why they walk this way, people get scared to work the other way, because you don't know what to expect. And most people think, I'm not looking at a rational person. I am not looking at a reasonable person. And I'm looking at someone who has a lot of rage, lots of anger, lots of issues. And if they're unhappy, they're going to shoot someone. That's what most people think. So when you come to me and say, we just want our own identity, you can have it. Because who wants to identify with homicidal freaks? Who wants to identify with people who just murder each other like life don't mean shit, right? Every day there's a funeral. You go around, if you live or you're near most Black American neighborhoods, historically Black American neighborhoods, there is a funeral every day. And the babies, the children are getting younger and younger and younger. People are not even bearing old people. Old people living just fine. It's the young people that are dying at an alarming number. And instead of addressing that, we want to have these rants on social media where we insult African people. The woes of the Black American community are not created, sustained, nor nurtured by African people. We have to stop with the cowardice, and we have to stop with the hot potato game where we want Africans to be our stumping match and shit. No, you have to clean up your shit, and you have to clean up your image. And stop deluding yourself because you truly haven't built anything concrete in the past 60 years. And so they want to be us. Be you how? Be you how? Even the vast majority of Black American children who come from respectable families, they're all going into Korean shit, K-pop, K-drama. They're making friends with African kids. They're being friends with Indian kids. They're making friends with Indian people because even they themselves cannot take this culture. It's aggressive. It is violent. It is hypersexual. It doesn't promote anything godly, right? Exactly. But that's my problem, Jay. That's my problem. Like if my parents, my family, we came to America in the 1940s, 1950s, 1980s, 1960s, the 1920s, especially in Harlem, okay? I can see someone being like, oh yeah, they want to be us. Because those Black Americans, they had money. They have money, they had family, they had God, they had structure, they had homes, they had history, they had lineage. Harlem Renaissance ain't no fucking joke. These people about that life. That's what they could afford to go to Paris. Oh, my head hurts. Oh, there's too much racism. I'm going to Paris. James Baldwin, you stress him out. He's going to Paris. He's not putting up with you crazy people. The number of Black bankers, I've always said, because you see, me as an African person, Jay, I have never believed in my life. If Kevin was here, he will tell you, I have never believed in my life. Everybody's here will tell you this. I have never believed in my life that in order for a Black American to start a business, they had to go do drugs. Never. And I think it's not only racist. When I even see other Black American movie producers, screenwriters, and directors even push that shit on, I am so angry. Because yes, maybe a few did it, but the vast majority of Black Americans who built their businesses, they worked, they saved. Sometimes they had to borrow money, but it wasn't like, oh, I need to go do drugs. And that's why I said the movie Sinners, I did not like it. Because I don't like the premise that two Black American boys have to leave the South, go up north, work for the Italians, be part of the mob, and then they save money and they come back down South. And the only thing they want to do is open a nightclub where white women get their vaginas ate. What the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck is that? Right? Me, every time I show Black American entrepreneurs, nobody is attached to crime. Nobody's attached to crime. Everybody went and they got their money the right way. Everybody went and they got their capital to start the business the right way. That people were not doing this depraved fuckery, right? But today, we lived at a point we had empire and we had power on TV at the same time. You go on Fox, which is also, what's his name? Lee Daniels. He's Black American. Lee Daniels goes and he writes a story where Cookie is married to Lucius, and then they want to start a record label. And in order to start the record label, Cookie agrees to go sell drugs, and then she gets caught by the feds, and then she gives the money to Lucius to start it. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Okay, this is insanity. But that was one of the #1 shows on Fox. Then HBO, they had Curtis Jackson, who's also Black American. What's his movie? Power. Where James St. Patrick, at night, he goes by Ghost. He out here selling drugs with a white boy who's Irish, who ain't got no fucking high school education. They out here selling drugs and killing all kinds of people, killing people, shooting people, making people's body disappear. And the whole time, come to find out, even they themselves are now bosses. When you watch Power, you realize that, yo, in this drug game, Black American people are at the bottom of the totem pole. So they're all the way at the bottom of the drug game. They take on the most risk. They have the heaviest prison sentences. And the whole time they're working for Colombians, right? Because they had a distro. Like, it wasn't like they were working for other people. They're working for these Latinos. And then the guy was like from Colombia, some skinny gay prick or whatever. I'm like, so you doing all of this for a Colombian? You poison up the block for a Colombian? You killing all of these Black people? You stacking all these dead bodies in New York City because you got to work for a Colombian. I could never. And the whole time, James was never invited to Latin America. James was never invited to Colombia, right? The most Latina meat he got was having sex with Angela Valdez. But I'm like, you're taking too much risk for these Latinos. What the fuck is this? Most Black Americans who are in prison over drugs, they're just foot soldiers. And when one goes to prison, the Latinos will find another one, right? But the real jefes, the real capos, they're not Black Americans. No matter how much weight you move for these Latinos, you will never have their respect because you're not one of them. No tiene el sangre. You don't have their blood. You're always going to be a foot soldier. But look at the amount of harm you're causing. And you're just a dealer. You're not a distro. You don't have connections. They will never invite you to Colombia. They're going to invite you to Medellin. They're not going to invite you to the Mexico, the Tijuana, the whatever's out there. What's the Guadalajara, however you say it. They're going to invite you. They drop the drugs and you sell it. And then you take on all of the risk. And then you kill your own people. You poison your own people. It's not a good business because you will never own the supply chain. You don't own the supply chain. You don't master the logistics. So why would you get involved in the shit given the fact that you go to prison like this? This is crazy. And on top of that, they do the drugs, don't even try to have a judge in their pocket, don't even try to have the mayor in their pocket. All they do is sell the drugs, buy the shit, go to the club, get some hoes, spend all the money. But the day you get arrested, how are you going to get the fuck out? And they never think about that part. And that's another thing too. People here, they're not strategic. Even if you're going to commit the crime, you have to be strategic. That's why I said in Maryland, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of Black American guys who sell drugs in Maryland. We know the number one issue for any drug dealer is what to do with that money. Where are you going to put the money? So that's why I feel like if you're a Black American drug dealer, you should sponsor people to have businesses. Most of these Vietnamese nail places, most of the Chinese restaurants, most of the thing is to launder money. Thank you, Esposo. Right? It's to launder money. So you should launder your money. What's up for you? Because what can you do with all this money? Oh, thank you. I ordered this. I'm coming. Okay. That's that. But I'm like, you should launder the money. Even a lot of these mattresses, there are a lot of stores out here, they sell mattresses. Do you see people in there? No, they're laundering money. You got to watch the money. So when you're a drug dealer, you should even have a school of entrepreneurs. You should have a school of Black entrepreneurs. Like, okay, open a storefront, I'll pay for it. Just go apply for the license. So that way you can launder the money. Otherwise, you're stuck. What are you going to do with all this money? And that's what happened with Big Meech. Because he didn't have enough places to clean the money. So he was stuck going to the club. But how many times can you go to the club? If you could talk to, I think he's out, right? If you could talk to Big Meech, and I'm sure if you were to ever ask him, what was one of your biggest mistakes? Not opening enough businesses. Because you need to clean this money. You have to clean it. And that's why if you treat drug dealing as a real business, you have to surround yourself by real money people. So they can create a lot of businesses for you and you can launder your money. Right? And then one day you just get out. But you need a lot of businesses to do it because certain, like when it comes to like storefronts per se, you can have a certain storefront and the type of business it is, right? Like how many square feet you have. Let's say it's a tire shop, right? It's okay. If you have a tire shop that has like 2,500 square feet, right? The most you can probably put is like, oh, maybe we made like 300,000 a year. Because you can't be crazy. Like, okay, it doesn't make sense. Because how are you making so much money per square footage? Right? So sometimes that's the problem. The type of business and then the how much square footage you have for your commercial property would limit how much you can say you made for the year. So you need to have a bunch of businesses. Because he got to a point, Big Meech, he got to a point, if I'm not mistaken, he was making $1 million a day. He didn't have enough businesses. So when you have so much money, it's the same thing happened to Pablo Escobar. He had to bury the money, burn the money, like because you don't know what to do with this money because it's not clean. You have to clean the money, which is something that a lot of these Black people don't think about, huh? Oh, I want to be a drug dealer. Okay, but let's say you become one of the best. Then what you want to do with the money? You need to have nursing homes, all kinds of stuff because you need to launder the money. But Big Meech, he was making money way too fast. And he didn't have enough places to clean his money. Should have had himself a good African woman. What do I know? Right? But I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have gone to prison. So what he was doing was he was always partying, getting billboards, spending lavishly, because what else could he do with the money? You see, drug dealers in Miami, these Cubans and them crazy people, that's why they were able to grow Miami, because they had to create businesses and those to launder the money. And consequently, Miami got to be developed because they were creating businesses. You have to launder the money, right? So that's that. Yeah. But and they could, because you didn't have a culture where you said, no, not today. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have a culture where you stopped them. You joined in. Like, do you see what I'm trying to say? So it's like, okay, now here we are. But we know Jamaicans love to smoke the reefer, and you like it too. So it's like, okay, well, you smoke, I smoke, so that's it. But I'm like, when you don't have enough protection, like insulation, right? It is easy to be flooded by foolishness. No, it doesn't happen all the time. But even Jay, you think white people don't do drugs? You think white people are not involved in the drug game? You think people in Wall Street are not involved? Why is it that when Jewish people do their funny shit on Wall Street, they never have an SEC investigation? You have to pay people. You have to pay people. The only problem is black people don't know how to do it right. That's why they get watched, because somebody has to go to jail. So they can be like, oh, look at us, we're tough on crime. But you know, if we can see that the Jewish people have they have these white people in a noose like that, because white Americans can be bought. They're all for sale. Everybody, white people are all for sale. I was watching a documentary this morning about opium in China. I'm like, there you go. British people, English people, they were all allowing themselves to be bought. They love money. And that is the one thing that Jews understand about white Americans. They don't have principles. They're all for sale. Every single one of them is for sale. You just have to give them the money. But that's why I say you got to have money people around you so you don't squander the money and you know who to pay. But it always baffles me that if you're going to sell drugs in New York City, once you start making a certain amount of money, right? Yeah. Once you start making a certain amount of money, Jay, you got to get involved in politics. You got to make, how did New York get to be owned by the Italians? They're a bunch of criminals. The vast majority of Italian immigrants who came here are criminals, okay? They're all fucking criminals. They come from freaking Sicily. But when they started making gang money, cocaine money, they got involved in real estate because you got to launder the money. That's why a lot of real estate goes through Italians, because they had to launder their money. But think about this. Rudy Giuliani, like he went from being a DA to being a mayor. You think that's a coincidence? Think about all the Italians who got to be mayors in New York City. You think it's random? Even Cuomo. How does Cuomo, him and his son, get to be governor? It's not a coincidence. And you see that in The Godfather, right? Like The Godfather, he made sure that Michael went to school. He wanted Michael to be a lawyer so that he'd be a politician and they could take care of his people. Same thing with Nancy Pelosi. She's Italian from Baltimore. How much you want to bet? If people go look into her history, her people are criminals. Her people were involved in some kind of drug, something. And that's why they fought for Nancy to be in Congress, so you can take care of your people. But I'm like, when it comes to a lot of Black Americans who are into the drug game, they don't think like that. Some of us are going to have to go to school. Some of us are going to have to be politicians and lawyers and this and that, because that's how you have insulation. They make the money. They're super loud about it. They record themselves. And also, they like to be around these hoes. Hoes are people that talk a lot. The strippers, the sex workers, they talk too much. That's why most of the time, if you look with the Italian people, the Gambino, the one, everybody was married, right? Because your wife, she gonna keep your secret. And even if you're gonna be out here messing around, you're gonna have an official mistress. Like Italians, they do the mistress thing, but it's like one mistress. You can't do all these girls. No, that's just too much, because somebody is gonna sell you for cheap, right? But when it comes to the Black dudes over here, they don't want to be married. They don't want to have one official mistress. They want to sleep with every big booty hole. But these big booty holes, they talk a whole lot. And many of these big booty holes will set you up. You see, it's like it's a lack of It's like, oh, I see it as interesting, but people don't want to take the time and actually study it so that when you do it well. So they're going to get your ass, they're going to lock you up. That's it. Even having the right attorney, like you can pay for your attorney ahead of time because one day they will come knock at your door. Right? But the problem is they don't get the attorney ahead of time. So when they come, they seize your money. Now you're stuck with a public defender. You fucking idiot. Why didn't you pay your attorney ahead of time? When you pay someone, when you pay an attorney, he can never snitch on you because he's your attorney. That's it. Pay your attorneys ahead of time because one day they will come. Right? Even the warden, you should be making sure that you know him before you ever have to go to his jailhouse. Correctional officers, you should know these people before you ever have to go to their big house, right? It's all about planning because you're going to go to prison one day, maybe not, but most likely you will go to prison. But it can be a comfortable stay. It's up to you. You can be a big drug dealer and they can send you to a really fancy, low security prison. It's about how you play your cards, right? But I'm like, for that too, like you have to plan that out because it will happen, right? And it's okay. But depending on how you do it, I'm not, like, listen, I feel like I'm encouraging people to sell drugs. I'm not. But I'm just saying, like, if it was just business and you had no feelings, you had no morality and stuff like that, you should really study it and be the best you can be. Because it's not just about the money. You have to know how to get rid of this money so it can come back to you in a way that's legitimate, right? And then you, like, Big Meech even make sure that he didn't put his son in a private school. He didn't make sure his son was going to go to, like, an Ivy League. The Kennedys, we know they were selling illegal alcohol. They're a bunch of criminals, but all the Kennedys went to Harvard. The granddad did his ratchet Irish immigrant bullshit, but he made sure that all his kids went to Harvard. They're all Ivy League educated, right? Because you got to have a plan. I know I'm a criminal, but you guys, you're going to be upper echelon America. Big Meech, he had no plan for his son. But I'm like, that young man should have gone to Warren, Harvard. I mean, you name it. Like, okay. And it's kind of okay because most big American families, they all have some kind of criminal background. It's not a big deal. But your dad has to think about that, right? But he made no plans. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He made no plans. You know what I'm saying? And that's like, that right there is like, that's the problem. Where I'm like, I'm sure, even Nicky Barnes, I'm sure Nicky Barnes was way better than Big Meech. Because Nicky Barnes too, when you look at Nicky Barnes, he was way more structured. He had way more structure, right? But Big Meech is a hot ass mess because people do not want to study what they do. Oh, it's all about selling drugs and just picking up the money. No, there's more to it than that. There's more to it to drug dealing than just selling people shit and getting money and then stacking up the money and looking at the money and going to the strip club or the nightclub and having ice. I think like Big Meech would have these big parties and he would have like ice statues of himself. I'm like, you're a fool. You truly are a fool because they don't have a plan. They do not have a plan. They don't have a plan. So I'm like, because even me, me as an African person, if I was doing the drugs like that, I would have done a better job. I promise you, I would have done a better job. What? Me? Drug dealer? Oh, no. I would have had such a beautiful, you would not see me near anything crazy. I wouldn't be going to the club. No, I'll be out here with a charity, feeding children. I'll be on the board of some kind of breast cancer research. They wouldn't even know I was connected to drugs. My image would be amazing. I would have an amazing image. Most Black American guys who sell drugs, they want to look like drug dealers. They're so stupid. They're so damn stupid. They have the image of a drug dealer. So, oh yeah. So even when you get arrested or even when you're on trial, the jury looks at you like, yeah, I see a drug dealer. He did that shit, right? Because your image is everything, right? If you are into the whole drug dealing game, but you have the image of a priest, you have an image like Mother Teresa. If they were to ever arrest you, you'd be like, I don't know. Did she really do it? Okay. Did she really do it? Because your image is everything. When people see Diddy, they're like, yeah, he did that shit. Because he has an image. Even his brand is bad boy, right? So, oh, yeah, he did that shit. Right? But you think if Diddy looked like Hezekiah Walker, they're like, oh, I don't know. Did he really do that? Oh, he seemed like a sweet boy. Right? But your image will get you convicted. Your image will have the jury not have mercy on your soul. Because, oh, yeah, he looks like he does that shit, right? Your image is everything. Just like the boys who escaped the prison in New Orleans, right? One boy, he had tats, like he's tatted all over. Then he had tattoo all over his face. He has this very Creole name. And he was like, oh, they won't believe me. No one wants to listen to me. I'm like, baby, you put tattoos on your face. So even if you say you're innocent, but like you look like a bad person. Antoine Macy or something like that. Let me see his face, right? Hold on. This boy, I think that was Antoine. No? Voilà, c'est Antoine. Ouais. Antoine? You see? So he was like, I'm a good person. You know, I didn't do it. And it could very well be, right? It could very well be that in this instance, like with this case, he probably didn't do it. Because some girl accused him of like assault or something like that. And I'm like, it's very well possible that he truly did not assault the young lady. But you guys, if this is your client and he walks in the court, it's over. A jury, they're people just like you. They cannot unsee what they have seen. In the words of Kamala Harris, they cannot be unburdened by what has been seen. That's it. So if the girl said, oh yeah, he followed me, he grabbed me, he pulled me, he threw me against the wall, and he kept beating on me, even if he didn't do it, you guys are like, yeah, I can see it, right? If a lady said, oh yeah, he chased me around the mall with a cleaver to get my purse, people are going to believe it because your image is scary. Because like, what? So like, oh yeah, he did that shit. So he was crying because he was like, nobody believes me. Here's my paperwork. But I'm like, Antoine, you went. Yeah, Antoine. But Antoine, you went and put all of this all over your face, his neck, his arms, his hands. Like, even if you have him wear a turtleneck in court, he went and put this thing on his forehead. Why would you do that to your face? Like, and that's why even with young people who get tattoos, right? Even back then, like when I was like middle school and stuff, at high school, but people knew like if you were to get a tattoo, get it in places where you can still wear a dress shirt and no one is going to know. Like at the top right here, like, you know, like there are certain places. Because if you wear a dress shirt, you don't want people not to be able to see it. But not Antoine. His entire body is covered up. And then because there's no more real estate, he went on his face. But I'm like, I'm the greatest criminal lawyer ever. I have to, am I going to put makeup on? You know what I'm saying? And even if I put makeup on, there's other pictures of you when they see you, like, what? If you have an old woman, a mature woman, a granddad, a pastor, when they get juries, they get regular people. And most people who serve on juries, especially in the South, they're going to be very traditional people. So when they see a young man looking like that, how can they believe that you're innocent? Look at what you've done to your body. So like, no, you have bad judgment. So maybe you did that shit. And then they look at all your priors. Oh yeah, he did that shit. So now anybody can lie on you because you look like the kind of person that would do something so heinous. And that's why people should tell these young people, if you want to get tatted, do it, but you have to do it tastefully. You cannot look like this, right? So that's why I said to Jay earlier, you see, my culture, West African culture, that's a fucking no-no. Even one tattoo, you'll get your ass beat. Africans, we don't like that shit. Even in the Bible, Ecclesiastes, you're not supposed to put stuff on your body. Jewish people don't put stuff on their bodies because you're not supposed to put stuff on your body like that. You can't do that. You can't brand yourself. So African values, you can't tat yourself up. So I'm like, for me, that means a lot to me. Like, that's not my culture. Like, even Jimmy has 4 tattoos. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, gosh. My dad's going to see his tattoo show. He's going to think he's in the game. But I'm like, what the heck? He got this one tattoo right there. It's like, what? The Trail of Tears about the Native American people. Because he was like, yeah, he was really sad. And I'm like, so you couldn't like, you couldn't get like a journal or something like that? Like, you have to put it on your body, right? Like, one he got when he was 18, his mom took him to get him. Like, there you go. His mom took him to go get a tattoo. And I'm like, your mom actually took you there, right? But I'm like, ain't no damn African mother is going to take her son to get tatted at 18, even at 45. It's not happening. So I'm like, I'm fully aware that we don't have the same culture. I'm married to one, right? And I'm like, I don't need to have it. I got my own culture. And it works just fine for me. I just don't like that people assume, oh, you want to be me. I'm like, no, thank you. People want to be themselves. I don't know why people think that. Now, maybe you can say, like, when it comes to Afro beats, like, because I've seen, like, Burna Boy recently. I've seen Asake recently with the face tattoos and all that weird shit. But I'm like, okay, maybe you can say that's what they want, right? But I guess they could. Maybe they want to break into this whatever this is. So they feel like they have to do this. I'm hearing more and more, too, in Afro beats. The ninja. I'm like, what do these people even know about the word ninja? But I feel like because they want to make it in Black America, they are tattooing themselves now. They use the N-word now. They do all kind of goofy shit. They talk about strippers now. But these are not West African values. They're not trying to cater to a West African market. They want to make it in America. So they feel like this is what you have to do to appeal to a Black American audience. I'm like, I'm not getting involved in that shit. Even Asake, I stopped listening to his goofy ass. I'm like, no. Burna Boy, it's been a while since African Giant, I haven't really listened to him, right? But then again, I listen to like motivational stuff anyways. I'm not so much into music anymore because I feel like Black people globally are too obsessed with music and they're not obsessed enough with reading, with science, and being problem solvers. Always dancing, always being entertained, always entertaining. There comes a season you got to stop living like a cicada and actually be part of the future. Because this AI stuff is no joke. Okay? Yeah. Like, it's just not, it's just, and if you're Christian in Ecclesiastes, like, you are forbidden from putting stuff on your body. You're not supposed to tattoo your body. So a Christian should not have tattoos anywhere on the body. Right? Because it's against the word. Like, it's in the Old Testament. And that's why Jews don't tat themselves. So to a Jew, when you have lots of tattoo, you are definitely a goy. You are a Gentile. Like, see, Antoine, like the way Antoine looks like this, like Antoine is a Gentile. So they wouldn't even see him as a human being. Understand? And maybe that's why also, because most of these record labels are owned by Jews, right? Maybe that's why they don't mind African Americans like talking a certain way, making certain kind of music, because they're like, yeah, you're an animal anyways. They tattoos over here. They don't mind working with them, but they will never bring them home to see their family. They would never have them around their children, because to the Jew, when you tattoo yourself, oh yeah, you're a Gentile. You are a goy. You're a goy. And most of these young rappers are fully tatted up. So you can see why. They don't care if he's on drugs. And they don't care if he promotes drugs to other people. Like, yeah, they get tattoos. They don't care, because in their head, that's a Gentile. And when they call you a Gentile, it means that you're less than a human being. Right? So that's why I think any parent, Black parent, no matter where you're from, any Black parent that really wants their children to be successful, because the Jewish people own so much and they have so much money and they decide a lot of things, right? You should tell your kids, you're going to have to work for a Jew one day. And if you want that Jewish man to have respect for you and to not fully treat you like a goy, you better make sure if you get tattoos, he better not see it. Because if he sees it, you're going to get goy treatment, right? Even Blueface came out. He put even more tattoos on his face. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, this is crazy. You look, I don't know. Let me show you a picture, right? Yeah, they're freaking crazy. Okay, hold on. Right? So I'm like, these people are not okay. People are truly not okay. You see? Right? But this is Don Cornelius. You imagine telling Don Cornelius to go put a tattoo on his face, tattoo on his body. Like, what is that? He didn't even want Rick James on the show, because Rick James was into cocaine. And he was like, yeah, I can't have you influence young people. I told you this I forgot who it was, but one of his dancers, she got pregnant. At first, he couldn't see it. But once she started to show, because she was hiding it, everybody was hiding it from him, because they knew he was very strict like that, right? Because image was everything to Don Cornelius. So he was like, I can't keep you on the show because there are little Black girls watching the show. You know, even Bill Cosby, yeah, the Quaalude stuff is crazy, but I'm like, Bill Cosby too, like, besides, but think of his legacy in media, right? Bill Cosby, his legacy in media was always showing Black American people in a beautiful light. He was a doctor. His wife was a lawyer. The kids are like super pretty. Everybody's pretty, okay? Clean house and stuff like that. Even Will Smith, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, beautiful. What? Okay. But I'm like, you have a certain generation of Black Americans who care about the representation of Black American people. So if those people said to me, oh, Marlene, we are proud, even I can't even say shit. I'm like, yeah, I see it. Because when somebody cares about their brand, it shows. You're not going to sit here and argue with Don Cornelius as to whether or not he was proud to be a Black American. Okay. All right. Right? Papa George, you're not going to sit. Oh my gosh, y'all, I'm going to show y'all. You need to see his sweaters. He's like 98 now. Oh my gosh, he's so beautiful. He's so fucking handsome, right? The man is so fucking classy. Like every interview, if you see the sweaters, woo, I'm like, there's no way these sweaters don't cost like $5,000 each, right? But you look at this man, and that's why I say to me, that's a Black American. And I think one day people are Jay, you're right here. Jay, you know I love Jay, right? But Jay, you're right here. I think one day people are going to have to be brave enough to say there is a brand called the Black American brand, which is what traditionally most people know. But unfortunately, recently, because of Dr. King, welfare, projects, single mom culture, drug culture, there's also the ninja brand. Like ninjas are a real thing. Like Antoine is a ninja. It's okay. It really is okay, right? There is a Black American, there is a Black American man. And then there is a ninja. The problem is because they have the same complexion, they have the same lineage, they speak the same language, people have a tendency of conflating the two. And I feel bad for the Black American man because he has to be punished for what the ninja does. I'm like, and that's the real thing. Ninjas are a real breed. They're a real species. They move a certain way, they think a certain way, they act a certain way. You know, they're like microbes, right? But because of entertainment, because of social media and the powers that be, the ninja brand has completely overtaken the Black American brand. So I can see how for some people, oh, we are Black Americans. Like, yeah, but the main brand right now is not the historical Black American brand that a lot of most Black people around the world have grown to love, respect, and admire. What we are seeing today, and everybody is tired of, is truly the ninja brand. I think it's time for those who have respect for the Black American brand to find a solution to do something about this ninja brand because it's truly detrimental. The mindset, the attitude, the behavior, even the causalities, like how many lives are lost with this behavior. It's a horrible mindset. It's not a good people. They are not a good people. They're not a good people. They don't have a good mindset. And I don't even know if people like that can be reformed. Yes, I don't even know if they can be reformed because they're so set in their ways. They are so set in their ways. And one thing that Malcolm X said, if you want one Black person to be able to care about another Black person, you're going to need intelligent people. But the problem is, when it comes to the ninja brand does not value reading, intelligence, curiosity, knowledge, and things like that. No, it loves destruction. It wakes up for destruction. It lives for destruction. It sustains destruction. That's all that brings about. And anybody who comes close to it, they pay the price. The young ladies, they get close to it, something bad's going to happen. The young boys who get close to it, something bad is going to happen. Even here on YouTube, right? You have DDG. I think DDG, he's more trying to fit into the whole ninja brand. Look at his brand. You have IShowSpeed. IShowSpeed, he's not trying to be in the ninja brand. His brand is very much about like sports, challenges. He travels the world. He gets to know other people. He eats their food, blah, blah, blah. So to me, he's like, yeah, that's more of a Black American brand. A brand of sports, a brand of excellence. You take the culture, the sports, you go around the world and you make everybody a fan. But you see, IShowSpeed, his numbers are crazy. His views are crazy. His followers are international. Like that kid can go live. You'll have like 3 million people on his live stream because he has crossover appeal with everybody. But there's nothing degrading on his show. There's nothing demeaning on his show. They don't use racial slurs on his show. You're not going to hear ninja on the show. It is none of that. It's an amazing, holistic, good brand. Like it's really sports-based, right? Whereas DDG, it's about girlfriends, sex, baby mamas, sex over here. It's extremely ninja-ish. And so he struggles with having enough viewers on his, like he'll have like what, like 20,000. He did a show, a girlfriend show. I'm looking for a girlfriend. So he could try to reach like 50,000 viewers per stream. He spent about $1 million, right, to raise his stream numbers. He didn't get it. Whereas like iShow Speed, his show is not trying to cater to that culture. His show is about fitness, where you compete against yourself, you try different things, you travel, you meet new people. He can easily get 1 million people on his live stream. He doesn't have to spend $1 million, right? And I'm like, and this is where I think people really struggle. Because from what I have noticed, if you call out ninja behavior, you get called anti-Black. So a lot of Black people from here as well, they have a hard time, like they're being held hostage because they know the culture, the brand, the people deserve better. But because there's such a, like most Black Americans are incredibly socialist and Marxist. So if you call out people who misbehave, like the Ninja brand, if you call that brand out, you will be called anti-Black. Because today, ninja culture and Black American culture now, people want you to believe that it's synonymous. So if you call out people for misbehaving, you're a bad person. And maybe that's why, because there's a frustration to call out the bad, people can't really do it because they're going to be called anti-Black. So, well, I guess I'll just talk about African people so that we can have something in common. And I said, no, you have to be brave. Everybody has to be brave and call a thing a thing. Every time Esther sends me something, you can ask her. And it pertains to West African people. I said, Esther, that's what they get. She's right there. Because sometimes she'll see things, she'll be so hurt. I'm like, Esther, no, this is what they get. They have to do better. You have to be brave enough to say, you know what, we need to step up. She sent me a thing about babies dying in the NICU in the UK. I'm like, you see, these Black people from the UK, all these Black people are, because there's a lot of Nigerians in the UK. They're passing out this video. Oh, the babies are dying. Okay, sure. So are you going to be triggered to go sign up for medical school? Of course not. They're going to dance. Every day you go on TikTok, people are dancing. They're doing all these dances, all these African dances. Do you ever see them go to school? Go to med school, right? No. You're going to try to run a hospital? Of course not. You're going to go to school to learn how to run a hospital? No. These babies will keep dying. These Black babies in the UK will keep dying until a white British person decides to do something about it. It's okay to be honest. When you have self-awareness, it's a beautiful thing. You got to have self-awareness, right? Got to have self-awareness. But a lot of people have been allowed, because I guess white guilt, a lot of people have been allowed to carry on like petulant, spoiled children. Even though they're not children, they're grown people. You have to grow up and you have to have self-awareness. It's easy to spread things and talk about bread, identity, whatever. Okay, cool. But at some point, somebody has to say, I'm asking people to respect my brain, but am I even respectful of my brain? So if you don't respect your own brain, don't you find it rich and very, very pompous to tell another person, oh yeah, you have to respect my brain? Why don't you respect your brain? And when I see how you respect your brain, I'll follow suit. Back in the day, nobody had to tell people, you got to respect the Black American brain. People just gave the respect because these people made people dream. They truly were inspirational. Berry Gordy never sold drugs to go start Motown. He was working in the car factory thing. He was like, no, I deserve better than this. He went and built his own thing. He never sold drugs. There are so many people who started their businesses. They never said, well, I got to go sell drugs to make it. They were never into selling drugs. They worked hard, they saved money, and then they started their business and they stuck with it little but surely. But today you have a new class of people. When they start a business, in less than 2 days, they have to be multimillionaires. In less than 2 weeks, they got to have a brand new Mercedes because they think being a business owner means that you become rich overnight. No, it's slow. It's a slow and steady process. But if you are good, if you're diligent, you're going to be successful. Don Cornelius had his show for 35 years. 35 years. 35 years. That's like your life's purpose at this point, right? 35 years he poured into Soul Train. right? But today, somebody has a little business. In 2 days, they need to go viral and become a multimillionaire. They start a whatever. They got to be rich by tomorrow. They got to drive a fancy car by tomorrow. They got to do this by tomorrow. People are very unserious out here. You're very unserious. Business is about legacy. It's not about how can I make money so fast just so I can go buy a Chanel bag and show it to people so they can think I made it. So many people look at business as a way to affirm their insecurities that they've carried since high school, since middle school. You need to grow up. If you are so concerned about what people have to say about you, you're not ready for business. You're not even ready for life. People will always have something to say. You have to know who you are and you have to know who you're not. So when you have a business, you have to be very patient, and you cannot squander the money trying to buy or create for yourself the image of success. You're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. You got to be patient with that. So I'm like, yeah, they're not going to fix it until a white person fixes the problem. Otherwise, in the meantime, all the babies are going to keep dying. Right? So that's what I'm saying. If you want someone to respect your brand, you got to respect your brand first. If you want someone, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful, you have to be better at storytelling. Insulting people is not good storytelling. Being mean to people is not good storytelling. Right? And also, people should see you more in the media being represented in a good light. Most people who live in America, when they turn on there's I don't know, when you get on social media, you turn on your TV, whatever, when you see Black America in the news, it's never good news. It's always bad. Right? So that's something also that needs to be addressed. People can't sit here and see murder, all kinds of foolishness with one particular group of people, one ethnicity. And then people say, oh, well, how come you don't? It's like, every time I see you, you're not being praised. Every time I see you, you're not doing something honorable. You are being dishonorable, and something bad happens after that. So you also have to be reasonable. I'm not going to be the one to make the content, oh, this person. No, I'm not doing that. But I do believe that sometimes it's okay to be like, you know what? If I wasn't one myself, how would I perceive my people? Right? And if you can't do that, to me, that's crazy. You got to have self-awareness. You got to push it. You got to take yourself out. Like, wow, how would this look to a non-whatever person? It's like, it's not a good image. It's not a good brand. It's truly not a good brand. And people don't realize that. And I'm like, America is only going to get more competitive. America is only going to have more immigrants. And the more and more and more immigrants come here, people are going to care less and less and less and less and less, until you get to a point that people might not even care anymore. So I feel like while people still have time, though, because, it's never too late, people should course correct. People should really course correct. A lot of attitudes have to change. A lot of mindsets, they have to change. A lot of conversations, they got to change. A lot of topics, they have to change, because this is not how you build a good brand. And I can see why people like the companies like LVMH, I can see why they spend so much money. And then they have all these crazy lawyers to send you a cease and desist and all that kind of stuff if you try to do anything to damage their brand, because they've worked so hard to create these brands where they can just charge any kind of money. You got to take your brand seriously. You have to take your personal brand seriously. You have to take your ethnic brand seriously. You have to take your cultural brand seriously. But if the brand is ruined, you can't just say, oh, well, based on historical context, you owe me X, Y, and Z. No, because you owe yourself everything first. I don't believe in socialism. You owe yourself everything first. If you don't show up for yourself, you can't ask me to show up for you. If you don't move like this history means something to you, you can ask me to care more than you can. I mean, I care, but I'm just saying, like, a regular person, no, because most people come to America just to make money. People don't come to America for a history lesson. Let's be so for real. People don't come to America to join a civil rights movement. People don't come to America to be political. No, people come to this nation, the land of opportunity, to seize opportunities, make money, send money home, and live their life. That's it. That's that. Okay? Well, I'm just saying, like, it's a real thing, right? But it's like, I was watching Anna Kasparian last night. She was like, yeah, most people who come here, most people who are here also, don't see themselves as Americans. They just say to themselves, This is the land of opportunity, and I'm just here to take advantage of the opportunity, right? That's how people's mind is. Nobody said, oh, I can't wait to go to America so I can, indulge in Black American history. No, people come here for jobs. Oh, I can't wait to come here, to come to America so I can join the civil rights movement. No, people come here for jobs. The main reason why people wake up in the morning is to make money. That's it. Everything people do, for the most part, is about making money. So when you tell a person, I need you to take time for making money to listen to my history, it better be worth it, because time is valuable. Nobody owes you their time. Nobody does. Right? Just like even with the whole critical race theory, like I feel like a lot of Black people here were extremely entitled to want white children to have their children listen to Black people's history. They don't have to, because even Black American children, do they know their history? Right? Because from the likes of it, it don't seem like they know it. So if your children don't even know their history, why would a white person subject their children to a history that you have yet to teach your own kids? And also, if people don't see you in high regards, why would they want to learn your history? They're not even trying to learn Japanese history, and yet they put them in concentration camps. They bombed their asses. And today, a lot of Japanese people are incredibly successful. But even Japanese people don't ask people to learn their history. Japanese are incredibly resilient. They are super smart. They're amazing in business. And they don't say, oh, learn my history, right? But when people see on the news, on YouTube, on social media, the way that Black American children carry on, nobody says, wow, this is such deferential to the history of Black American people. No. You look at the kids and you're like, yep, they don't care. When people look at the scores, reading scores, math scores, reading scores of Black American children, people do not say, oh, wow, they have such low grades as a sign of respect for their history. No. Because Black American children, before Dr. King, right, when their parents were sharecroppers, their parents were poor, their parents were people who washed the clothes and shit like that, these kids had straight A's. They had less equipment than white kids. They had less teachers than white kids. They were crazy numbers in the classroom, more than the white children. They had better grades. In DC, for example, most schools that catered to Black children in DC always outscored white children. And yet these kids were about themselves because the parents had to wake up so early in the morning. The kids went to school on time. They got to school on time. Their ass was sitting in that chair on time. They didn't backtalk. They didn't cuss out. Their homework was done. Their pieces of paper clean. Their book bags clean. The table where they sit is clean. There's no gum. There's no graffiti. None of that kind of shit. They will go home. Mom and dad's not there. They know how to clean. They know how to make dinner. And they were still getting their homework done. And they were still getting straight A's. So these kids, you can say, yeah, these kids, they know who they are. And it showed. Post Dr. King, single mom era, all that bullshit, the grades is just nosedive because these kids don't know who they are. So if your own children don't even know their history, how can you then ask white people to submit their children to learning your history? People are so entitled. What you don't even know, what you haven't mastered, what you haven't trained your children to know and to honor, you can't ask somebody else to submit their child to your history. And my child is not your property, because that baby could be taking art. That white baby could be taking a dancing class. She could be doing all kinds of stuff. Why does she have to listen about Black history? You don't even care about Black history. You weaponize it so you can get things out of white people, but you don't care, because people who care, it looks like they care, right? You don't care. So I'm like, miss me with the bullshit. That's why I always say people need to miss me with the bullshit. I can look at a person, I can say, okay, you care, right? But a lot of people don't care. And I think that's the same thing that Charleston White was saying, that people today, Black Americans of today, they deserve the fate of people from the slavery era. And that people who went through slavery, they should be the ones living now and enjoying all of this because this is what they worked for. But instead, they got the horrible treatment. And then today, people have what they deserve and they squander what they have worked to have. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. I don't always like Charleston White, but I see where he's coming. So I'm like, no. So I was really glad when people in Florida said no. I'm like, yeah, they don't have to. Time is precious. And you might not like white kids, you might like white people, but the white people, they love their kid. And their kid, when you go to school, you can learn so many things. So to say, oh, a child should be taken from dancing, from art, or whatever else, pottery, whatever they love, to sit here and to listen to Black American history, when most Black American kids in the school are disruptive, they're disrespectful, they're not performing, they barely can make the B honor roll, they have horrible attendance, they have horrible attitudes. Yeah, most Black American kids in the school make it hard for other children to learn. Absolutely. Right? So why would I want to learn their history? Tell your children to show up to school in a way that is honorable. And when people are impressed by the kids, when people love the kids, they impress, the grades are impressive. You might even have to tell people to learn the history. But, oh, how do they do it? How are they so smart? How are they so well put together? Right? But when there's nothing to embrace, you cannot force people to learn history. Also, in order to build your GDP, to grow your economy, we don't need to learn Black American history. It's a novelty, I guess, for some. No. What people need to learn is science. Okay? What people need to learn is math, it's engineering, it's electrical engineering. We need to train children into the sciences. Kids don't even have enough science and math and stuff like that in school. And that's what the country needs. The country does not need more people who know Black American history. Okay, sure. And what's that going to change? Does that put you ahead of China? Does that put you ahead of whatever? No, it does not. People would even do better learning their personal finances. Yes, I said it. Be shocked. I said it. The vast majority of American people do not even know how to balance their own personal finances. People would do better to learn personal finances than to learn Black American history. I've been to school. I've had Black American history in school. It never truly changed people's behavior. It never made people more motivated. It never made people care. They didn't even care. They don't care. They do not care. They care more about their favorite rappers. They care more about their favorite influencer. They care more about their favorite basketball player, their favorite football player. They do not care. They don't care about history. Don't care about people who came before and how you pay forward. People do not care. So why are we sitting here pretending? I'm like, seriously, why are we sitting here pretending? Right? If a child does from high school, from freshman year to senior year, you do 4 years of Black American history. Okay. How does that get you ready for the world of tomorrow? How does that help you? Is that going to increase the rate of marriage? Is that going to make people want to marry each other? Is that going to make people want to be entrepreneurs and do better? The answer is no. There's always been some kind of Black history on the curriculum. And it doesn't move people, doesn't change people, because people do not care. You have the BET Awards. At one point, it was very classy, very sophisticated. People turned that shit into whatever it became, to the point that it got so disgusting, they had to decide to cancel the whole show because people don't care. Soul Train, right? It was the Soul Train Award. What happened? It's done. People don't care. There are a lot of things that have been done to celebrate Black history. People do not care. Even the very people who want everybody else to learn about it, even they themselves do not care. People don't care. And it's okay. All right? It's okay. It's okay to say, you know what? We don't even care. We gave up. We stopped giving a fuck. It's okay. Right? But I think it's like, it's very fake to like, oh, I'm so proud to be Black. But it's like your actions, the way you spend your money, the way you move, nothing says I'm proud. Nothing. Nothing does. It's just all about guilt. Like, oh, I need to weaponize this thing so I can make people feel guilty. No. No. Like even me, my kids, I don't teach my kids, oh, you got to learn Black history, Black history. My main concern with my children is the fact that they need to go into engineering. Also, I do believe if you raise your children to be nice people, respectful people, good Christians, they will always know whenever you have an advantage, don't take advantage of poor people. Don't take advantage of weak people, right? So many people, oh, you gotta learn Black American history. You gotta learn Black American history. You encounter most Black Americans on social media, they're always disrespectful. They're always disrespectful, mean, rude, xenophobic, cruel to some extent, very, very cruel, right? People say, oh, you gotta learn my history. I don't have to do shit. You're not nice to me. You're not nice to me. So no, I don't want to learn it. And I'm gonna make sure my kids don't learn it. Because it's funny to me how your Black American history has not made you a kind person. It hasn't made you a friendly person. It hasn't even made you a person that can lean in. Oh, let me try to get to know you. Oh, where are you from? What language do you speak? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's nice. That's pretty cool. Where's that? Right? No. You don't try. You can't learn people's countries. To this day, there are so many Black Americans who don't even know that Africa is a continent. It's not that hard. Like what? There's like 5 or 6 continents. What's so hard about learning or memorizing that Africa is not a country? It is a continent, right? So you can even learn. Like we're in 2025. Every time they have people who have like street microphones, and they'll ask these kids, "Oh, is Africa a continent or a country?" Oh, it's a continent. You can't even be bothered to learn something as easy as Africa is a continent, it's not a country. But somehow people have to learn your history. You're funny. You are truly funny. You get your hair braided by someone. You can't even say, oh, where are you from? Person might say, oh, Cameroon. Oh, no, the Africans braided my hair. Are you okay? Right? You show no respect for no one's culture. You show no regards for no one's culture. Like you don't show respect, regards for anybody's culture. You can't even remember one country. But somehow people have to learn your history. Make me, force me, beat me down, pour that stuff into me. I would love for you to do it. Me, I learn it because I want to, because I like stuff like that. But nobody's going to force my kids to learn anything. I will withdraw my kids ASAP, right? Because your culture, your history, your brand, but you're so mean to everybody else. You are so disrespectful to everybody else. You're rude. You're very, very rude. Very rude. Very inconsiderate. You don't think about other people. It's about what you want, when you want, how you want it. And everybody needs to shut up because you were what? Because you're born here? Something that you had no say so in? No, you're not going to bully me. I told my friend that. No one is going to bully me. No one is going to emotionally bully me, psychologically bully me, financially bully me. No. And also, if you have to bully people into, I guess, like submitting into you, then maybe it's just not worth it. Because people that have good brands, amazing brands, people naturally want to join. Like Love, Chanel, they don't have to bully anyone. They have a good brand. They have great storytelling. They have great brands. So people naturally want to be part of that, right? People want to be part of that. But I'm like every day, nonstop. Because I'm like, the jollof rice, it really upset me. The essence thing, it truly, truly upset me. Because I'm like, what is going on? Like, what did this man do? The thing, it was in bankruptcy. Even Madam C.J. Walker's house. People are so proud to be Black American. But there's not a single Black American person or people who put their money together to say, oh, let's go fix her house because that's an icon. No, that house was falling apart. Before him, it was a white woman and her white husband. The man was the ambassador of the U.S. to the Ivory Coast. But you see, it's always other people taking care of your patrimony. And then you want to patronize people. Insulting that man. They wanted the lady from Kenya. She came here kind of like me, like she was 10 years old. Insulting this lady. Oh, you ain't one of us. You ain't Black. I'm like, what has she done? Running a business that you didn't want to run? It was in the hands of Black American people. It ended up in bankruptcy. Why is it that you're never upset at yourself, but you're upset at other people for trying to save what you could not save? That is insane to me. Never a thank you, only insult. And I think she was so hurt. That's why she resigned from her position, because it was so disgusting. Insulting these people. Like, how many Africans were even there? No, they were offered jollof rice. And then they had Davido and they have Buju Banton from Jamaica. That's it. The other performers, everybody was Black American. How dare you even give a gig to one African person? How dare you even let one Jamaican person take the stand? I'm like, damn, is that what it means to be an FBA? You're that hateful? That is fucking crazy. That is fucking unhinged. I'm like, that is jollof rice got you insulting people like this? I have seen Black American children be killed by stray bullets. I have never seen this kind of reaction. And I'm like, wow. They pretend that, oh, Trump is a racist. No, Trump has also given a lot of Black Americans the unmitigated gall to be xenophobes. Like they're only mad because white Americans don't like him, but they love doing it to other people. Because I'm like, I'm like, jollof rice, Davido, and even when nobody wanted Chris Brown over here, when most Black Americans would not touch Chris Brown, David was his friend. He was in Nigeria, like he was staying with him. He like David, he never threw away Chris Brown. When y'all didn't like Chris Brown, you want to destroy Chris Brown for Rihanna, the Barbados, okay? He had his back. A Nigerian. He wasn't like in Nigeria, whatever. He's always out there. They're they're real friends. Because here in America, people are so fake. You make one mistake, they throw you away. Even Chris Brown. Did anybody ever say, okay, give me your side of the story? I'm not saying it's okay, but what happened? Like, what do you have to say? But David was his friend, And I'm like, there are a lot of Nigerian people who also live in America. So what's the big deal if one performer is Nigerian? What's the big deal if one performer is Jamaican? You have almost like 20, 30 performers. 2 are from the diaspora. And that's why you're that upset? How disgusting. How seriously disgusting. And then when Charlie Kirk gathers y'all, you're like, that's what you get. Like, so you don't like it when a racist tells you some shit like that, but if you turn around and do the same thing to other people who have the same complexion as you, and you think you're honorable, like you truly think that you're honorable. I mean, that's insane. Jollof rice. It wasn't stray bullets. You would think somebody was there, like said something like heinous and racist and like xenophobic. No, it was rice. People walked up to them with a beautiful heart and they offered them rice so you could get to know their business. They just want you to try the food. So if you want, you can come by the business. And that had you felt so offended. And I'm looking at Savvy, another one who's Black American and who claims Trump is a racist. But what's the problem if Black Americans want to have their own spaces sometimes? Then white Americans should also have their own spaces sometimes. Why do you always want to be in their space? Why can white Americans also have their own space? Let's all agree. Sometimes if people want to have their own space, it doesn't make them racist. They just want to be with like-minded people. But I said, if I was Richelieu, I don't do disrespect. When I tell you I would have put Essence on sale the next day for $2, like, here you go. Because you're not about to insult me like that. People who don't even have 2 pennies to rub are not going to talk to me like they lost their shit. Because I'm from Africa and I went and I bought a business that was in bankruptcy. Why didn't you buy it from bankruptcy? No, thank you. Oh, wow. It was a bankruptcy. Oh, thank you for buying it. Thank you for trying to restore it. Oh, Madam CJ Walker. Oh, yeah, she's FBA. Oh, wow, her house was falling apart. Damn. And you fixed it? Oh, wow, how much did it cost you? Oh, no. No, thank you. No, like nobody thanks you. Oh, you're an African? Oh, yeah, that means I have right to talk to you any kind of way. You got the wrong motherfucker. And the fact that Richelieu even went to the Breakfast Club to apologize. Me, Marley? Oh, that shit never would have came the fuck up out of me. You are insane. I would put that business on sale tomorrow. White people don't apologize. White people, yeah. No, and so do African, and so do African Americans. O'Shea Duke Jackson. O'Shea is in Uganda. O'Shea lives in Uganda. Ugandan people are very nice to him. He makes so many disgusting videos about Black African people. So why is he in Uganda? If FBAs are so amazing and he's so proud to be an FBA, why is O'Shea in Uganda? He used to live in Europe. He left Europe. He lived in Uganda. A lot of his friends go there. A lot of Black American boys, they go there. And anytime they go there, because the girls from Uganda, they have really big butts. The only thing they want to do with their goofy culture is to have sex with these girls and not get married. Right? He told the story. His friend came. He's Black American. He took him out. He met this girl. She had a big butt. All he wanted to do was typical Black American fashion was to have sex with her. When the young lady said, no, do you want marriage or you have to meet my father? The boy ran for the hills per usual. So everybody built something off of everybody. Even Phil, his wife is Mexican. His channel is called the African Diaspora News. Even though all his content, an African said this, an African said that. Why is your channel then called the African Diaspora News? If African people are so awful, why is your channel called the African Diaspora News? Why can't Phil call his business the FBA News? Right? Every day he's promoting tours to Africa, Ethiopia, Kenya. You think African people are so inherently evil? You think African people mean so much harm to your people, right? And you want them to travel there? Are you insane? Right? What did you say? Oh, should start exposing Africa. He said, then he should pack his bags. Why is he still there? I don't understand that part. You don't have to live there. He's an American person. He has a U.S. citizenship. Uganda is a third world country. It's a third world country. So why does he, as a first world citizen, live in Africa? So he can't win in America because he don't know how to compete. He's a loser, right? Do you see white Americans go live in Africa? No, they live in Palo Alto. They live in New York City. They live in Miami, right? They live in Aspen. They live in Colorado. They live in Denver, in Austin, right? So you, as a first world citizen, why are you in Africa, especially Uganda? Not even Nigeria? You are living in Uganda? Do you know what the GDP is in Uganda? Right? Because that's where he can take his American dollars and feel like he has finally made it in life. So he needs to miss my. He's also a scammer. He's a scammer. Why don't he come back to America? Because then his YouTube channel can barely get him a decent life. Right? He has 400,000 subscribers. He has to do 2 channels. I think he barely breaks 20,000 views. He barely breaks 20,000 views. If O'Shea came and lived here, he would live like right above the poverty line. Also, the way that he looks with his big, wide African nose, most women here would not find him attractive. So he is more attractive in a West, in an Eastern African setting because he has African features. He has a big, wide, thick, fleshy, like very fleshy Bantu nose. So the scam, it goes both ways, right? If you have to leave your country, sustain 2 mediocre YouTube channels in Uganda to feel wealthy, you're scamming. Because a real man should live in his homeland and compete with his people. Why doesn't he live amongst his people? Right? So to me, it's bullshit. And that's the same thing Nafkari said. African. Why are you in Uganda? And it's funny because I would love to ask O'Shea, the whole time he lived in Uganda, has he ever gotten shot? Probably not. Has he ever gotten robbed? Probably not. Has he ever witnessed a murder? Probably not. Right? There you go. So he's extremely safe. He is extremely safe in Uganda. And I'm sure they're very nice to him. I'm sure he has a maid out there. He has a cook out there. He probably has security out there because when he translates, when he converts his US dollar into whatever the currency is, he feels like a king. So he has to go to a third world country and not even one of the most promising economies in Africa, because the most promising economies in Africa is Nigeria, is South Africa, is Ethiopia, and maybe one of these Maghreb countries, right? But if you were also a real competitor, he would go live in South Africa. He would live in South Africa. South Africa is way more similar to America than Uganda. Uganda is really backwards. Uganda is really, really poor. They are seriously poor. And that's where he chooses to live. He don't even want to live in South. He could live in Durban. He could live in Pretoria. He could live in Cape Town. But these cities are extremely expensive. And he doesn't know how to compete because there's not enough African hateful xenophobic content he could push out in a day to even afford a 1-bedroom apartment in Pretoria. He doesn't have what it takes. Right? And like most of these people who make African content, right? They don't have what it takes. They don't have what it takes. They don't know how to win. Just like most Black American dudes who only make content about the Black American single mom and the Black American woman can't find a date, right? Lame shit, loser shit, low-hanging fruit shits. They don't know how to win. They don't know how to create a channel that is so successful, talking about something meaningful, business, finance, politics, where they could sit with the likes of a Patrick Bet-David, where they could sit with Tucker Carlson, where they could. Nobody considers these people. They are part of, once again, the Ninjaville of freaking YouTube. If they're not talking about African people, then they're talking about Black American women and how they don't have daddies or they don't have husbands. Winter is coming. They can't feed themselves. That's all they do. The mediocrity of it all. It's just nothing but digital panhandling. These people are a bunch of losers. They're fucking lame. They're fucking losers. So O'Shea, he's a U.S. person. He's an American. At any moment, he can grab his U.S. passport. He can come outside. Like he can, there are all kinds of airports. He's an American. He doesn't need a visa to come here. He doesn't need a passport to come here. But what he does need to live comfortably is a lot of money. And I don't even know if his YouTube channel even breaks 100,000 a year. I don't think it does, because he has to have 2 channels, right? And the editing, O'Shea Jackson, it's not interesting. It is corny shit. And that's why even Anton has been struggling, but even now recently, Anton has surpassed O'Shea. He has way more views than him. He pushes out way more content. Anton reached 1 million followers, right? But he's right here in Detroit. You're all the way in South. You all the way in Uganda. He should even have a team of editors, because labor is so cheap out there. But once again, given the brand, he is not ingenious. He's not creative. He's not industrious. And he does not know how to build a successful business. He could easily recruit 10, 15 editors and just post all kinds of content, because in Uganda, how much you pay the people? Like $2 an hour, right? No, he does like 1 video a day, like 1 video every 3 days. And it's the same old bullshit. It's not interesting. It's very boring, because all he does is pander to his bitter ass black male audience to make fun of these women. This is not successful shit. It's loser shit. You watch Patrick Bet-David, who's Armenian, came here from Iran to Germany. They lived in a refugee camp in Germany. To now, he joined the U.S. military. He sold insurance. He did Wall Street. You watch Patrick Bet-David, they never talk about women. They never make fun of women. They don't talk about women. They don't even talk about feminism. Like Patrick Bet-David, all he does is talk about politics, how to grow your money, how to invest your money, right? This man is a fucking multimillionaire. One time he showed his house in Miami. His house is $25 million. I'm like, your house is what? I'm like, what the fuck? Anybody, Nick Fuentes, even April, anybody who goes to the PPD studios, right? Yeah. Anybody who goes to the Patrick Bet-David studio, they're like, if you see that place, everybody, like, there's even a place for planes. What are we talking about? Loser shit. That's all you African. You're not going to get views. Like, you sit down with Patrick, he has videos on business, how to organize. But that makes sense though, right, Jay? You're not like, that's not shade. Africans are from a third world country. So if they leave the third world to come to the first world, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. They're actually being smart. If you live somewhere poor, you go somewhere rich so you can make more money. O'Shea, he's a U.S. citizen. He is born in a first world country. He is now living in one of the poorest countries in Africa. So who's goofy over here? He's the goofy one. He's the most unindustrious one. He is the loser one. He's a loser. Because if anything, he should be here. Because everybody wants to come to America. Everybody wants to make it in America. The Koreans may come over here. The Chinese, everybody comes here to make it. No, he leaves the #1 nation in the world, the country that has Wall Street. You leave America, it's Palo Alto. You leave America, right? It doesn't matter if he's self-hating, Iranian. It doesn't matter. Is he successful or not, right? Is Patrick Bet-David a multimillionaire or not? The answer is yes. Does Patrick Bet-David live in a $25 million mansion in Miami right by the water? The answer is yes. Does Patrick Bet-David attract mostly business people, politics? He even had Trump on his podcast. That's fucking crazy, right? He had Benjamin. I mean, he's a criminal, but he even had BB on his podcast, right? When it comes to most Black American guys who do podcasts out here, who's inviting them to their platform, right? What important person can they say? Give me one Black American guy that could even get a Hakeem Jeffries to come to his show, or who could get Barack Obama to come to his show, because all they do is loser shit, right? Because on average, most Black American dudes today are nothing but bitter ass Bettys with their panties twisted up, right? So I'm like, that's it. If all you do every day is make content, make like you see the thumbnail, like you'll see the guy, he's laughing, he's pointing his fingers, and then there's a Black American woman with 2 babies, and he's laughing at her. What's so funny? What is so funny? And you think that makes you a man? You think that makes you a man? You think that's a good brand, right? And then once again, the brand, oh, Black American brand. And you have a bunch of guys out here who are rejoicing that these women are not only getting fired, they are rejoicing that these women are not getting their welfare payment. And I'm like, many of these women have children. They have children. And these children are FBAs. These children are Black American people. So that's what I'm saying. To me, there's a lack of being honorable. People pick and choose when being an FBA or whatever, it matters to them. Like there should be, okay, we can go tit for tat sometimes, but there are times also that are very serious. Every time is not a time for jokes. Every time is not a time to be antagonistic. And as a man, you have to be way more mature, right? Like me, the whole time, from people getting fired, 300,000, whatever, so many Black American women have been getting fired. So many Black American women, they're not getting their welfare. I have not made one video to make fun of people because it's not okay. Like it's sad. It's really sad. Part of me is like, yeah, that's what you get. But part of me also understands that these women have been brainwashed because they were told, oh, you can get your career. You know, everybody at one time was part of the Matrix. Everybody at one time drank the Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? Everybody at one time, you were bamboozled until you woke up. Like, hold up, what's it called? Blue pill, red pill, right? So it's like these sisters, like, yeah, were they arrogant? Were they prideful? Were they disrespectful? Yeah, right? But at some point, we got to be forgiving because who hasn't made mistakes? They have children. Like, even if you don't like her, the fact that she has 2 babies, we can't let her starve. Like, let's find how we can help her in this season. And be like, okay, after that, you gotta find a way to get out of this, right? But you help people first. And then if you want to give them a sermon, you do that after the fact. But you come on YouTube, the number of Black American guys who are currently rejoicing that their own sisters are about to be homeless, that they're not about to feed these babies. It is so despicable. It is so disgusting. And so this is the kind of shit I would expect from Charlie Kirk. And you would think, oh, Charlie Kirk is dead, so that kind of content gonna die with him. No, here you have Black American men making this content because they want to make it as content creators. You are a fucking loser. If the only way you know to make it on YouTube is by mocking your own people, like just, you know, just bullying these women, you are a bum. You are nothing but a fucking loser. They never talk about finance. They never talk about home ownership, reclaiming the community, restoring order and tradition. No, laughing at these women, she's not your peer. She's a woman. You are a man. And your standards should be way higher. You should be like, because you're a man, you should be quicker to forgive. Like, girl, you crazy. I try to tell you. Right? But do you have to make fun of her when she's at her lowest? She's at her lowest. Like, these girls have children. They have children. Every video, they're making fun of someone. Every video, they're making fun of someone. Go on O'Shea Jackson. O'Shea, every video, he's making fun of these Black women. And when he does his thumbnail, he'll do like their faces, all kinds of crazy. Then he'll put these crazy tears on them to shame. Hey, Queen, what does he get out of that? He's a fucking loser. He's a fucking loser. So a man like that tells me, oh, I'm Black American. I don't give a fuck. You're a fucking bum. Because an honorable man should never do that shit. They don't want to get married, don't want to have families. They never encourage other Black men to take care of their children. Because even in this time, whether you like her or not, even if she's been disrespectful, you have to look to God. Don't look to her behavior. Look to God. Be an honorable person. Call her up. Are you okay with the kids? If she's not okay, send her some money. Okay? Everything don't have to be tit for tat. You're like, I'm not talking, Jay, I'm telling you, your male group, they are embarrassing. They are pathetic. They are truly embarrassing. I'm like, this is not funny. At least if they were starving in the summertime, like, listen, it's the summer, like, go outside and see what you can get, right? But it's the winter. It's not just the food, it's the heat, it's the this, like, help the people out. But there's not a single Black American guy that I have seen try to come up with some kind of solution to bring these women some kind of relief. It's like, oh no, well, no, let's make fun of them now. Oh, because they were talking shit. Let's no, you have to be better than that. We are women. We're very crazy sometimes. But Kai Cenat, he's Haitian, right? So he's Haitian. Number two, when it comes to his what is it called? When it comes to his culture as a Haitian and being born here and how he decides to grow up, whatever, that's on him. But to me, when it comes to YouTube, you have to put in the hours. Cosplaying as an FBA is not the only thing that makes Kai Cenat successful, because if that's the case, how come most Black Americans don't have millions of viewers and whatever? DDG is a Black American. He's not cosplaying anything, but he's behind Kai Cenat. So don't try to pin it as, oh, because you try to cosplay as an FBA, that's why you're successful. The answer is no. O'Shea is Black American. There are a bunch of Black American streamers. They don't have Kai's number, right? They don't have his numbers. So his work ethic also, his strategy, how he shows up, but ultimately cosplaying or not cosplaying, you're going to have to put in some work if you want to be one of the biggest streamers in the world. It doesn't happen for free. These kids, they sit there for 10 hours, 5 hours, 12 hours every day. You got to have things going on and stuff like that. So that's that. Also, there are many people who are Black Americans who choose to go on his show. And when they go, it helps them to grow. So they need to also check themselves. Yeah, but that's not Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat did not destroy the people, right? He didn't destroy the people. But I'm like, you still have to put in work to be one of the main top streamers in America. Kai is one of the best streamers, right? The Aiden, the Kai, the DDG, IShowSpeed, but I even think IShowSpeed has better numbers. But IShowSpeed, he is Black American, right? His numbers are crazy. But even him, he has bigger numbers than DDG because he has a better brand. He has better work ethic. He has a better brand. He has a better product. He has a better product, right? He has a better product. So IShowSpeed, his views go crazy. Even right now, I think if I saw his stuff because recently YouTube made a show just for him. Like he has his own show because they were afraid of losing him, right? But he has a better brand. He has a better product. But even the thing that he had to build, if we all care to be honest, everybody, Jay, is using something that other people built, right? So even if you want, oh, he's leveraging Black American culture. So did Rihanna, right? But at the same time, YouTube was not built by Black Americans. It was built by Asian people, right? It's an Asian boy who created YouTube. So when all the Black people, all of us, Black diaspora, when we use YouTube, we are using something built by an Asian. Everybody gives. Everybody has built something that another community is using. And one thing I don't like when I hear many Black Americans speak, you guys swear you are the only ones to build something. Everybody has built something. There are things that you built, somebody's using. There's something that another people built that you're also using, right? That's it. Everybody builds. Everybody trades. That's how it goes. But YouTube was not built by Black Americans. And then when YouTube was bought, it was bought by Google. Sergey Brin, he's Jewish. And then Larry, his coworker, his co-founder Larry, he's white American, right? So the Asian man built this stuff. The white people bought it and made it bigger. So we're all using something that somebody else built. Your iPhone, you didn't build it. Even the stuff that's in it, it comes from Congo. Thank you very much. Right? So it's like people have to stop. A lot of Black Americans have to stop speaking as if you are the only ones who built something. Everybody has built something. There are things that you built, we all get to enjoy. There are things that they built, we all get to enjoy. Even your car. I'm sure you didn't build your car. There you go. Somebody else built your car. And I'm sure they're not Black Americans, right? Your oven, your microwave, your fridge, probably the Chinese built it. Everybody has built something. Stop talking like nobody else, people just resting on their chills like that, and you built everything. That is not the case. Even the capital markets to be able to buy YouTube, the Jewish people created that. Morgan & Stanley, Goldman Sachs, the Jews created it, right? If you use Apple Pay, you didn't build that. It's probably a bunch of like Asian and South Asian kids working for Apple who created the whole infrastructure. You did not build it, but you're using it, right? We're all using something that our people built and then our people did not build. And that's why you give everybody their props. Because my other friend, she said, oh, because she was confused because she thought Black American people had built California. I said, girl, wait. The Chinese built California. They built the railway in California. You ever heard of slavery in California? No. Did they ever have slaves? No. A lot of Chinese were building the railroads in California because China is not far. So did the Mexicans, right? The East Coast and the South, yes, this the African slave. Over there, there's a lot of Chinese. The West Coast has a lot of Asian people. It's a lot of Chinese, a lot of Japanese, and also a lot of Mexicans. They built the railroads out there in the West. Like, you don't even know American history. You think there were not slaves everywhere. And have you ever heard of a plantation in California? No, absolutely not. Everybody has built something, right? Shopify, it was built by a white man. Today, all kinds of people use Shopify to sell their products, right? Spotify, it was built by a white man in Europe. And now people can use Spotify. Everybody has built something. It's kind of silly to try to make it seem like, oh, we're the only ones who build and people just come in and take. No, you're also taking from other people, right? Everything you eat every day is just Black American food. You never had like Chinese food, Italian food, whatever kind of food. We all take and borrow from and consume from other cultures. But just because you are using something that somebody built, it doesn't mean that you're taking advantage or you're not showing respect. No, it's if you charge, I pay for it, I can use it. But my point is, Kai Cenat, even if you say part of his image gives FBA, even though most Haitians, especially in Miami out there, they all have dreadlocks, okay? But let's even assume, okay, he has an FBA image. So does DDG. So does DDG. So why is one more successful? So it's not enough to have an FBA image. You have to have a good business. You got to have a good product. Yeah, that's fine. But you can have slaves that were taken there. I would love to see it. But my point is, was California a slave state? That's the answer, right? That's my question. Was California... Okay, there you go, right? Like, we're going to stop. We're going to stop saying things that are not true. That's why I don't do stuff like that, okay? We are not going to say things that are not true. California was not a slave state. California was not a slave state. There were not slaves in California. People did not go be slaves. Even if you were a slave, when you got there, you were free. California was not a slave state, and it's okay. Slavery is the North, it's the South, and it's a little bit in the Midwest, but it's mostly the North and the South. The West Coast is built completely different. Even to this day, these Californian people are very much different than the rest of America. California was not a slave state. You have never heard, oh, slavery was abolished in California. No, it never happened. Black people who were able to make it to California, they had a great life. It's okay. It's okay. Many Chinese people who were there in California, they were abused. There's such a thing in America as yellow journalism, which was nothing but the degradation of Chinese people. And Black people are not the only people who suffered in this country. They're the ones who make the most noise. Yeah, maybe. But how'd you get to be a convict, right? But it's like Chinese people suffered. I had to tell her that. You don't have the monopoly on pain. And I hate when people do that. Hey, Nafisa, I hate when people do that. I hate when people want to disregard the violation of human rights of other human beings. I don't do like Olympics or who suffered more. They were also abused. The Chinese were abused out there in the California. So were the Japanese people, especially by the Irish people. So it's okay. It's okay to give credit. If you don't want to experience erasure, don't erase other people. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. Multiple people can be abused by white people at once. It's fine. I was the most abused. No, it's okay, right? It's okay. But like, you never heard, oh, we had to declare the liberation of slaves in California. California was not a slave state. It wasn't. So most people who went there, even if they were slaves, they were free. They lived their best lives. The contribution also of Mexicans When it comes to California, Mexicans helping to build California, we're not going to take that away from people. It is okay. America is 381 million square feet. Okay. One person, one group of people cannot build all of that. That you would have to import all of Africa at that point. It is 381 million square feet. America is about the size of, like, if you start from France all the way to the door of Russia, it takes up all of Europe. So it's not possible. Anybody that is sensible enough, intelligent enough, cannot believe that one group of slaves was capable of building a land mass as huge as 381 million square feet. That doesn't make fucking sense. Now, if you say the North and the South and part of the Midwest, slavery, yes, of course. When you talk about the West, it's a little different, and that's okay, perfectly fine. Because these land, California is historically Mexican, anyways. So is Arizona. So is New Mexico. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. They can lock them up. That's fine. But it's not arresting Black people that build California. Because how many people would you have to arrest? Do you know the surface area of California? Do you even know the terrain? That's the thing. You think the terrain in California is the same terrain as what we have here over here from the north to the south? It is not the same place, and it's okay. It is okay. Every Black person was not getting arrested for vagrancy law, that they would have enough people to do all these railways in California. The answer is no. Now, did some get arrested? Sure. Were some people shipped out there? Sure. Were they arresting every single Black boy through vagrancy law to ship him there? The answer is no. And it's okay. It's okay. You can give credit to people. It's fine. I'm like, it's cool. Chinese people, they did a lot for California. Mexicans did a lot for California. Japanese people did a lot for California. And that right there, it's okay. It doesn't take away from anybody. There's a story of what happened from the north to the south. There's a story in the Midwest. There's a story also of what happened in the West. It's okay. All of that makes American history. Nobody is competing. It's not a competition. It's not a competition. But she was so baffled. I'm like, girl, Chinese people were abused by white people. What is so confusing over here? Even the British also abused Chinese people. They made the people addicted to opioid, right? It's okay. It's okay. It's really okay. People have suffered. And that's why the more you learn about other people's history, instead of being completely like inebriated by your own history, you start to say to yourself, wow, people really ain't shit. And as a human race, we should all try to create a better world where people are a lot nicer to other people, where people don't judge people based on where they come from, what accent they have, what complexion they have, and all that bullshit to try to be evil to people. There has been enough evil in this world. And when people think like that, yeah, I'm sure they did. So even sharecropping was a way also of re-enslaving Black people. Because if you can successfully make your rent, you go back into slavery. Even to this day, we're still slaves. Slavery still exists, right? Credit card slavery, this kind of slavery. Even in there are places in the South, they even have debt prison. Like when you don't pay your debt, they lock your ass up because you owe the debt, right? But slavery has not stopped. It has just rebranded itself. And most likely it will never stop because people take advantage. And my thing is like what people should fight for is a world where people are judged for who they are, like what you actually do or what you didn't do. But to just look at someone or to hear someone's voice, to look at someone's complexion or somebody's nose or whatever, and get so triggered that you think you can talk to people any kind of way, that's insane to me. Because when you study human history, people have done enough harm to people. Enough people have suffered. So you should say to yourself, me as a human being, when I live my life, I need to be the kind of person I bring love in the world. I bring, solace in the world. I bring calmness in the world. I bring peace in the world. It's enough. Like enough people have suffered. Enough people have been destroyed, hurt, traumatized, enslaved, killed, murdered, stigmatized, insulted, degraded. Like it's enough. It's enough. So in 2025, when you do that, like, what does that do for you? What does that do for you? That's why I say people don't study history enough, right? Because they should make everybody a bit more sensitive. Too many people have died. for foolishness. Oh, I don't like your complexion. Oh, I don't like where you're from. Oh, I don't like your eyes. I don't like your this. You know, even Chinese people, they were called yellow because of their complexion. There's like, it's very mean because people can't help how they're born. People can't help if their eyes is slanted or their eyes is wide, their nose is wide, their nose is straight. People can't help that shit. So to persecute people for things they cannot help in 2025, that is fucking insane to me. That is fucking insane. That's why I say this country here is incredibly hateful. It does not produce kind-hearted people. America produces really, really mentally unstable, hateful people. People here are mentally unstable. Mentally unstable. It's not a country or culture that produces loving, kind, curious, diplomatic, intelligent, mindful human beings who are capable of healthy dialogue. Of course, everything here is so fucking loaded. It's like people here are sick. People are really sick. It's not that hard to be nice to people. It's not that hard. To me, it's really not. Even if you have like a heated discussion, it's still not an open invitation to just be disrespectful, because people should have some class. But I'm like, people here, a lot of people here, they're just not classy. But I'm like, enough people have suffered. Even now with this recession, like all this stuff going on, like the cost of living and things like that. I'm like, there's enough suffering in the world. Like there's enough suffering. There's enough. You don't have to add more to it. Like, it's okay. You can hold back, right? It's like even somebody that you hate, or someone that used to be, I mean, I don't know why you hate them, but someone that was not friendly to you, or someone that you don't really care for, or somebody who wanted something mean to happen to you. I feel like in this current time, like this current stage, like this current economy, if somebody's going through it, and even if you hate the person, like, you know what, I feel sorry for you. I pray for you. I hope things get better for you, right? Because there's a time for war, there's a time for peace. Like you can't always be at odds with people. It's not sustainable. But I feel like there's a season where people should learn to say, you know what? If I'm going to create content, I should create content that uplifts people, encourages people, empowers people, right? Do I truly have to make content to be divisive? And I think today, because people see how quickly hate goes, like, because when you make hateful content, you get lots of views, you get lots of comment. And because people are so mediocre, maybe I'll do more of that. Because it's so easy to be predictable. Oh, hate works, sex works, so let me just do it, right? No, how about you try to be different? How about you try to be a leader and actually try to make content that empowers people to be good? It's almost Thanksgiving, it's almost Christmas. How about you make content that empowers people to be good? Empower people to be friendly. Empower people to do something nice for someone today. Empower people to think about, maybe call your nearest shelter, and if you have extra blankets, drop some blankets off. There is so much love that is needed in the world. Do we need one extra video of foolishness? Right? Because YouTube pays people for content, so does TikTok. But I'm like, I feel like anybody who makes hateful, divisive, mocking content, their video should get demonetized. It shouldn't be that easy to make money. People need to be forced to make honorable content in order to earn a living off of becoming a content creator. And that's why everybody feels, I got to make fun of people. Or they have thumbnails with the Black woman looking for welfare, looking for food, go into pantries and things like that. I'm like, YouTube has to do something about that. YouTube really has to step in and do something about hateful content on the platform. Degrading content, hateful content, racist content, xenophobic content, because people don't know how to act like adults. No, they'll figure it out, freedom of speech. No, people are not responsible enough to handle free speech. I've come to realize that. You have to censor people for their own good. And then also, like, for the type of society you want to have, you have to censor people, because people are not responsible enough when it comes to free speech. Because most of the time people speak is to make things worse. It's not to make things better. Most of the time people speak is to be more hateful, more racist, more xenophobic, more misogynistic, more misandrist, more this. Like, people don't speak to make things better. People don't speak to say to people, okay, yeah, there's an issue, but how do you plan to fix it? And I'm like, YouTube has to step in, because the landscape right now on YouTube is so hateful. Everything is hateful and it's repetitive. Everybody makes the same content. With the black people, it's always dating shows, making fun of these women, you know, welfare, this and that. It's so repetitive. It is so predictable. It is so hateful. Everything is like there's nothing new. There's no innovation because people are lazy. What's the easiest thing I can do to make as much money as possible because they don't want to work an honorable job? No, you can have conversations without being hateful. And that's the problem. And that's why you have to censor speech. People should know how to have touchy conversation, delicate conversation without being disrespectful. Now, you and I were talking. Nobody's insulting anybody, right? But it's because people don't have class. So if people are not able to talk like mature people, they should lose the right to have their speech. You don't have to insult people because you're mad. And that's the same mindset that says, oh, because I'm mad, I get to shoot your ass. No, just because you're mad at someone, you don't get to kill the person, right? You can be mad. That's fine. You don't have to like the young man, but you don't have the right to take his life. You do not have the right to take his life, right? He can wear different colors if he wants to. He can play with different friends if he wants to. You don't have the right to take his life. And what I'm saying here is that the fact that people have 13 years of subsidized education and they are still incapable of healthy, disagreeable dialogue without people want to kill people, hurt people, shame people, insult people. But I mean, like the level here is incredibly low. The bar is in hell. Like people are really not intelligent. You don't have to be hateful because you disagree with someone. I can disagree with you today. And then 5 days from now, you know what? I can see what he was saying. Oh, okay, I agree now. I changed my mind. People change their minds all the time. So that's why there's no point in being hateful and being disrespectful, right? Hey, because right now, the way you're talking, I might not see it this way. And right now, I'm pretty sure I'm right. But then 10 days, oh, you know what? Jay was actually right. You know, oh, yeah, he was right. You know, sometimes all you do is like you drop a seed and you go. But I'm like, just because you're disagreeing with someone, you don't have to be hateful. Just because you disagree with someone, you don't have to insult people. And that's why many relationships, they go left. People get mad. They start cussing at people, saying all kinds of mean things, but then you can't take it back. And people have to learn to disagree without being disrespectful. Were you not raised right? You have to learn to control yourself. And part of being an adult, you control yourself and you control the things that come out of your mouth. You don't have to be disrespectful. It's just a disagreement. But nobody's hurt, right? Now, it's not like a child was touched or whatever, right? I mean, that's the thing. Chinese don't like Black people, whatever. But even if Chinese don't like Black people, who cares? Chinese people cannot stop Black people's motion and vice versa. Who cares? Why does it matter? Like, let's say, for example, like no Chinese person like any Black person. Who gives a fuck? Your day-to-day life, does it require Chinese people? The answer is no. Now, if they have a product and you need it, as long as they sell it, you can just buy it. But you don't need them to like you. Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. They don't have to like you. Just like you don't have to like them. The only thing is they can't come out their way to come and try to hurt you. Then that's a little different. But people don't have to like you. You see what I'm saying? They don't have to like you. Like a lot of y'all don't like African people. It doesn't tug you. It doesn't tug at your heart. Oh, you know, it's kind of like when Chinese people don't like us. Like, I don't like how that feels. So let me not do it to the African people, right? You want everybody to like you, but you like no one. That's quite pretentious, right? But ultimately, they don't have to like you. You don't also have to like them. I know that there are a lot of Black Americans who don't like African people. I don't care. My only thing is don't be disrespectful. Yeah. But they don't have to respect any culture. They have to respect the law. And that's the problem, Jay. People don't have to respect any culture. People have to respect the law. When you go to the embassy, because you've never been an immigrant, so you don't know. But when you go to the American embassy, right? If you were in the Ivory Coast and you went to the American embassy, part of when you fill out your application and then you have to go for an interview, part of doing your interview to come to America has nothing to do with respect Black culture or respect European culture or whatever culture. You are required to respect American law. Black American culture is not American law. It's a culture of one ethnic group. Okay. People don't have to respect anything, right? And also, if Black American culture is not suitable for success, people don't have to respect it. If people have a culture and they keep going to prison, they keep losing at life, they don't make a lot of money, they're always struggling, they're always on welfare, why would anybody respect that? It's not a culture that leads to success. The Chinese people, Asian people, when they look at their culture, when they look at their work ethic, and they look at Black Americans, I can see why they don't care for your culture. Because it's not a culture where people work hard. It's a culture where people ask for a lot of handouts. So why would they respect that? They work every day, nonstop. Don't take no vacation. You don't have money, but you got this fancy ass charger with a crazy ass interest rate you can't afford. You got a bunch of kids you don't take care of. Why would you want the Chinese men to respect your culture? You don't even respect your own culture. You don't even respect your own woman. People have to drag you to court to get you to feed your children. Are you serious? You're not serious, right? They don't have to respect you. It's not honorable. Even the Japanese man. If the Japanese man say he don't respect Black American men, I get it. Because when you study Japanese culture and you study the samurai, them people, they would rather go kill themselves than to be shamed. You don't care about shame. You like having kids by multiple people. You like getting cussed out. You like being called the N-word. You like being dragged to court, in and out of court. You're always in court, right? In their culture, it's better to go take your life than to do all of this. So a Japanese man, if he looks at your culture, he's not going to respect your culture. And you have to have enough self-awareness to be like, oh, wow, he has the right not to respect my culture. Because in his culture, I'm not a man. It's okay, right? Like you should study Japanese people. They don't play. Like they have high expectation for men. Black American culture has no expectation for men. Black American men are comfortable being behind a woman, right? And Black American society, it's a matriarchy. You are behind your woman. You are submissive to women, right? So how can you tell a Japanese man who is a samurai, a ronin, and all them crazy Haishido, Haikido, Hikishikido, the whatever fuck they do, Taekwondo, that he needs to respect your culture? You are led by a woman. A woman has never led him. Get the fuck out of his face. People are insane. That's what I'm saying. People are insane. And I think the problem with you, Jay, you're like a typical Black American. You only know Black American shit. You don't study other cultures. Because if you study other cultures, even you'll be embarrassed. You have to read more. Like you truly have to read more. You have to read more. And you have to study other men and their culture. And you're going to be embarrassed. You see, in Black American culture, for you guys, it's a prideful thing to put tattoos all over your body. In Japan, tattoos are for criminals, people who go to prison. Have you ever seen a Japanese boy tatted up? Hell the fuck no. Are you kidding me? It's for prisoners. It's a shameful thing to have ink on your body. But here you do it for fun. So why would he respect you? People are funny, huh? Like now, if the Japanese man, he got to meet like a Malcolm X, for example, I'm sure he'd be extremely respectful. That's a very smart man. He's very intelligent. He's married, takes care of his family. Okay. That's honorable. People respect honorable people. You're not honorable. You're not honorable. There's nothing honorable. People need to tell you that to your face. Just like white people. Too many people talk shit behind Black people's back. People got to say shit to your face. It's not just typical. They have Haikido. They have a lot of different like Japanese principles. But my point is, when it comes to Japanese men, the bar is high. Integrity is huge to these people. Honor is huge to Japanese people. They have force. They have a force. They will go in there and delete themselves instead of coming home with bad grades, right? Black American kids don't care about their grades. An F, a D, they're still playing. They still expect to get Christmas gifts. They still expect to get brand new tennis shoes. Here, there's no consequence for not keeping up like your standards, right? You don't study, you get money. You don't have good grades, you still get Christmas gifts. Like, there are no consequences. You go to prison, people celebrate you. They wait for you to come out of prison. Like, yeah, you're a real one, right? In their culture, you go to prison, you rot in prison. They will never mention your name. So it's like you don't value the same. I keep saying this. You don't value the same thing, and you're not successful. Japanese Americans make way more money than Black Americans. So why would they respect your culture? You make $55,000 on average. The Japanese man makes $100,000. He makes twice your income. Why would he respect you? Like, this is crazy. You make less money. You're always in prison. You don't take care of your kids. You're always on child support. You impregnate multiple people. You're not honorable. You don't get that part. You're not honorable. So people who come from cultures that are honorable, they will not respect Black American men. You are juveniles. You're immature. You are so immature. And nobody tells you that because people are afraid of being called a racist. Me, I'm going to tell you, you're very immature. You got to grow up. You have to grow up. So when you talk about build, at this point in the game, you don't build shit. You are a liability. Everybody builds. You just consume, or you impregnate, and then other people come behind you and clean up your shit. Right? Everybody cleans up behind you, including the Black American woman. And you have no embarrassment. Like, you're not embarrassed. And that's the part that's crazy to me. You have no shame. And that's really concerning. You grab your big penis and you just impregnate everybody. You produce the less and you impregnate the most. You have to stop. Like, you really need to be stopped. You have to stop. You're not like, yeah, stop. Yeah, you need to be stopped. So it's like, yeah, he's not going to respect you. Driving these big ass cars, Dodge Charger. What's the other one? The Escalade. Always driving them big ass car. The interest rate, crazy. You can't afford that damn car. Don't have a house, don't have good credit. You're behind on child support, and you're the one with the vroom, 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 vroom. Yeah, at the red light, you make the most noise with that big ass Dodge Charger. Every day you have every single J's, but your children don't have food. And then you want the Japanese man to do what again? You need to stop. I ain't done shit. I impregnated everybody. Y'all pay the bills for me, but I want you to respect me. Respect what again? No. The Black men that deserve respect, unfortunately, some are still here, but they're like granddads now. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, most of them are like the last of the Mohicans. Like, they're almost dead. They're not here anymore. The ones that would go in the military, be fathers, be husbands, be granddads, be pillars of the community. There are the Mohicans are gone. We have to deal with y'all. That's what we deal with. So I'm like, yeah, I can see why he doesn't respect you. And he needs to keep doing it. You're just like these African leaders at these World Summit. Nobody wants to take pictures with them because they're such fucking failures. They are atrocious failures. They're always on the third, the fourth row at the extreme because nobody wants to stand next to them for a picture because they represent failure and nobody wants their bad anointing. They're fucking failures. They're always asking for money, these fucking lames. Yet they have all the natural resources and they broke. Nobody disrespects you, Jay. You disrespect yourselves. Nobody's disrespecting you. Holding a mirror, just like, because you remind me of white Americans. Just grabbing a mirror and holding it to your face, Jay, that is not disrespect. That's you. That's you. That's your reflection. So if you see your reflection and you're disrespected, do better. Right? It's your reflection. Nobody's disrespecting you. You have never seen a Chinese person out here, pew, pew, pew. No, they don't like you, but they don't bother you. Right? You've never seen a Japanese, but no, they don't like you, but they don't bother you. You are your own oppressors. You are your own killers. You are your own impregnators. You are your own deadbeat father. You are your own everything. Right? You are the architects of your modern day chaos. It's not other people. But that's part of being immature because you're not a group of builders. You are a group of impregnators and people who love going to prison. You don't build, you destroy. You are irresponsible. With your own penis, you are irresponsible. You have no subjugation of your flesh. You're out of fucking order. Right? You don't build shit. And that's why you have time to impregnate so many people. Because if you actually were busy building shit, oh, wow, this kid's going to cost me this much. This kid going to cost me this much. So you're going to be a bit more mindful. But in America today, who builds these great, the chips? Like, because we have a whole competition with like China when it comes to microchips, right? It's Chinese people. It's Taiwanese people. It's Chinese people. It's Korean people, whatever. It's Indian people. It's a lot of Eastern European people. Right? But the world of today that is going to be completely fueled by AI, you're not involved. Trump recently had a meeting with the biggest CEOs of America. There was not a single Black American CEO invited because you're not involved. You're not at that level, right? But I'm sure if he was to have a meetings full of felons, you will be overly represented. If you was to have a meeting for who has the most kids, don't take them kids, you will be overly represented. You do not, you're never mentioned in things that involve excellence. You are not mentioned in things that involve how do we take America to the next level. Every CEO that was there, right? The most color you saw was an Indian, right? That's it. That's it. You're not going to be, even if they had a Davos conference tomorrow, you wouldn't see no black person there. No, but I'm like, Elliot, if you want to be an exemplary, like if you want to be like them Don Cornelius, Papa George and stuff, Elliot, you're going to have to get away from the culture. Like, it's not a good culture. You're going to have to go back to the culture of your granddad. Like, who was your granddad on both sides? Like your mom's dad, your dad's dad. You need to go back to your elders because these people here, they have nothing in store for you, Elliot. You're going to have to go back to their culture. And I'm sure you will find family values, going to church, being married, small house, a lot of savings, make our own food. We're not disrespectful. We have structure. And you're also going to have to marry a young lady who is traditional. So there's not no BBL person, right? No girl that likes to weave. No. She's going to have to be traditional. And you're going to have to pick her because of her heart. Hopefully she's beautiful, but you're going to have to pick this young woman because she has a family mindset. Because a good wife is like the CEO of the household. She can make the whole household run. Like everything just runs perfectly. But that's a traditional young lady. She has to be traditional, right? But you will have to get away from this culture. That means you can't consume the music anymore. Even the food. You got to get away from all of it. Because you have to save yourself. And the best examples are going to be your patriarchy. You cannot trust the so-called Black American. No. You have to defer. Who was your granddad? What made him great? Who was like your paternal granddad? Who was he? Your maternal granddad? Who was he? And even if you can know about their dads also, right? That'd be freaking awesome. And you will see, I'm pretty sure they were all married. They all went to church. They worked really hard. They saved a lot. They stayed out the way. They ate their own food. And that's why they were successful. And that's why also they were respectful. Why is it that Black women from here of yesteryears didn't have all this mouth and all this disrespect? Because the men were men. First and foremost, he wakes up early, he goes to work. So he don't even have time to go back and forth with you today because these guys don't want to work. They want to be content creators. They have so much time to go back and forth with women. The men of yesteryears were not going back and forth with the woman. She's a woman. I'm not arguing with the woman. That's crazy because they respected themselves enough, right? When he comes home, he knows what to do. She knows what to do. And he works hard. He takes care of the family. Like, people know who they can and cannot disrespect. Trust me. Women are not all the way crazy. Women are not all the way batshit crazy. Women know who to play with and who not to play with. They know what kind of man they can disrespect and what man they cannot disrespect. Right? But when you do what you're supposed to do, she has no choice but to respect you. But when you have time to be behind her, you act like her gay bestie, you're all up in her shit, okay, then at that point, you will be disrespected. Because obviously you don't have purpose, huh? Right? So it's like, that's it. And also, you have to understand, Elliot, it is not your responsibility to save Black America. No. People have to want to save themselves. It's like me saying, well, I want to save the Ivory Coast. Hell the fuck no. Okay? You got to take care of your family. You have to take care of your family. Like the Stevens family, that's your concern. That's it. Now, if other people are inspired by you, like, oh, Elliot, I love what you've done with the Stevens brand. Okay. If they want the blueprint, cool. If they don't, oh well, right? But your main concern has to be the Stevens brand. So you as a father and a husband, then you're going to raise your sons a certain way. They're going to keep up the Stevens brand. Then one day you'll be a granddad. You'll play your part with those kids as well. And when God calls you, you say, okay, I took care of 2-3 generations of Stevens and I did my very best. And then they're going to be like, okay, we're going to defer to Daddy Elliot. Then the grandkids will say, we're going to defer to Granddad Elliot because the way he was as a man, that right there inspires us. This is the best way. You cannot save everybody. You are responsible for your bloodline. And you are responsible for making sure that your bloodline has a blueprint of success. That's it. It's because everybody stopped taking care of their family that more and more families became batshit crazy. That's it. Destruction happens with one family because then it just like trickles down into the streets. But if everybody takes care of their family, we're going to have more and more responsible children. Yeah, that's fine. They can fight to get here, which is a beautiful thing. Now the Africans are here, and now what we are seeing is you shoot your own people. So why fight to get us here so you can terrorize your own community? That makes no sense to me, right? How can you care more about getting other people here instead of making sure that y'all stick together? That is crazy. Good charity starts at home, right? Good charity starts at home. Because that makes no sense. An African person comes here, oh, I fought for you to get here. Oh, thank you, my brother. That's really nice. But then why do I see you killing your own brother? That don't make no sense to me. Right? Why is there so many homicides like that? Like, how'd that work? Right? So if you fought for me to come here, you fought for me to come here. So when you killed your own people, the numbers stay the same. I'm confused. I am truly confused. Because you should never love me more than you love your own people. Right? So if you can fight for me to come here, fight for the other young Black boys to remain alive. The violence, it got to stop. The killing has to stop. The broken homes, it has to stop. Black American kids growing up with no fathers in the home, that needs to stop. It truly needs to stop. Right? It needs to stop. Worrying about African people, don't worry about that shit. Right? You got to think about the future of the young Black American child. How is he going to grow up? What structure is he going to have? And there are certain things that people should say to themselves, never again. We tried it. We saw the outcome. It just leads to straight up destruction. So it should never happen again. Should never happen again. So now we got to bring the Black American family back. Right? That should be the priority for everyone. Because once you have beautiful Black American families, like the way it used to be, so much demon activity is going to stop. The devil needs to go back to hell where he came from. But for any child, the first line of defense is the family. It's mommy and daddy. But if mommy and daddy can't even walk on one accord, you are intentionally giving the devil access to your children. And that's the thing nobody wants to talk about. African. No, don't worry about these African people. Okay? Your job is to make sure that Black American children have a beautiful childhood. That needs to be the number one thing on your mind. May they want for nothing. May they never have to wonder, oh, where's my dad? Okay? They should want for nothing. They should have the love and the safety of both their parents. They should come home and know in this household, my mom and my dad live together peacefully under one roof. It needs to be normalized. You know, I saw this one Black American guy because he pays $500 in child support. The lady asked him, would you like to know where your daughter lives? He said no. He's like, what? He said no. And so everybody's confused, but the judge understood. Everybody understood because he pays child support. He pays $500 a month. He's so upset. He doesn't want to know where she lives. I'm like, you see. So now if a man is Japanese and he sees this kind of behavior, how do you expect him to respect people out here? $500. Seriously? It's not that much money. And also, the lady never had to get pregnant. Was it not your penis? Was it not your semen to control? Was it not your nut to control? You could have prevented this. But he's sitting there like, once again, a petulant child. You never had to come inside this lady. But you did. Because having a nut is a priority over thinking long term. You have to think long term. If I come inside of her, most likely she's going to get pregnant. But because he pays $500, he is so mad. He doesn't want to be a dad. He's like, I don't want to know. The lady was like, are you sure? Yes, I don't want to know. The judge is like, you don't want to know where she lives? He's like, no, I don't need to know where she lives. And the judge said, well, you're going to have to know where she lives because she's your daughter. I'm like, she's 9 years old. 9 years old, Jay. So to me, it's like, oh, I'm like, the bullshit, right? I see FBAs out here, male, who will punish their children because they have to pay child support. When she goes over to his house, because he has a girlfriend, the girlfriend has children. So he can take care of his kids, but he can take care of his girlfriend's kid because that's who he has sex with. Always led by intercourse, always led by big ass, big titties and a vagina. So the baby girl, when she goes there, she sleeps on the couch because he pays child support. He can't even go to Walmart and get her a $50 air mattress. And the lady has other children. Are they boys? Are they older? Could they be touching her? He doesn't care. I'm like, this child could die for all he cares. Because the fact that he has to give $500, can you imagine? Do you know how much money the average Japanese man spends on one child between school, private school, tutors, violin lesson, piano lesson, equestrian lesson, summer camp? Do you know how much the average Japanese man spends on his child? Right? African American men are a fucking joke. They spend $200. You want to hear the end of it? They spend $500 a month. Oh my, $500 a month for a Japanese man. That might just be like 2 hours of piano lesson. You're very unserious. You don't care about your children. The Japanese man, he wants his kid to take over because he has a business. Most of them are business people. They're business people. So they like, I need an heir because I gotta pass this down to someone. So when they spend money on their kids like that, they see it as an investment, right? The average Black American man on child support, who pays on average $250. Oh, she's eating my money. Oh, she probably buying clothes with my money. Oh, she probably buying her weave with my. That's all you think about. What is she doing with the money? She must be eating my money. She must be spending my money. She probably bought a wig with my money. She probably bought a waist trainer with my money. It's like, it's only $200. You're doing a little too much. Are you not embarrassed? Like me, I'm embarrassed for you. You have, what's his name? Tyrese, another one, Black American FBA, crying, my Shayla. Like, boy, what? Because the people told him to pay $10,000. I'm like, Tyrese, that's only 120 grand a month. That's nothing to you. Crying and crying. I'm not paying this. I ain't gonna pay this. So he ends up spending $1 million. I'm like, so you spent $1 million to avoid paying $120,000 a year? What the fuck is wrong with these people? If you have $1 million to throw away in legal fees, give her 10 years up front and ask for a discount. Because 10 years, that's like what? 1.2 million? Cool. Give her 1 million. Girl, give me a discount. It's over. You're going to cry like this? But meanwhile, he doesn't tell people how much he's spending on lawyers. When I saw him, like, he had to put $450,000 in the escrow account. His legal fees, $600,000. I'm like, but he goes on the Joe Budden podcast. He don't tell the people, oh yeah, I put $450,000 in the escrow account. So far, my legal fees are $650. Because I looked at her lawyers. Like her lawyers, the girl, the baby mama girl, her lawyers went to school in they went to law school in Atlanta. They went to law school in Georgia. The judge on the case went to the same law school as one of her attorneys. I'm like, there you go. I study, I research everything. I'm African, I'm African. So I research everything. I'm like, you're done. They know each other. Oh, they got your ass cooked. Because the $450, he was supposed to put that money on the court's account. Somehow they gave him the what's it called? The routing number and the bank account number for her attorneys. So when he thought he was sending money to the court's account, he actually put the money in her attorney's hand. So the account is in there. They're probably earning interest. What a fool. But if you have $1 million to throw away in legal fees, just pay 10 years up front. Tyrese could really pay the whole 18 years and be done with this shit. No, he has to cry. He has to cry. Oh, people need to feel sorry for me. Well, she was your wife. She's the mother of your child, and you're a multimillionaire. You don't know how this shit works? You pay because you're rich. And actually, it's an honor. It means you have money. Congratulations. So I'm like, a Japanese man will never do shit like this. No, but they don't respect us. Yeah, because you're not respectable. Anything else? Like, this is crazy. Yeah, I'll show you the video. He didn't want to see the baby. Yeah, Because I looked her lawyers up. One of her main lawyers, he went to a law school in Georgia. The judge and him went to the same law school. I'm like, yeah, Tyrese, you're cooked. You're cooked. This is the South. Like, you're from LA. Tyrese lives in LA. He just randomly called a black attorney's office in Georgia without even making sure they had connection in the family courts. I'm like, yeah, her lawyer and the judge, they went to the same law school. Good job. Good luck with that. Good luck with that one. They're going to take your money. You're a fucking idiot. You are a fucking idiot. I'm like, this dude is fucking crazy. He is fucking crazy. So that's why I say, like, if you're not respectable your damn self, you cannot tell somebody who is highly respectable. Japanese people don't play. Oh, even me, I think it's kind of, I'm like, this is intense. This is really intense. I know I studied one other thing, like the samurai people. I think it was Ishido. I was like, damn. Everything is about code. Like a samurai does this. A samurai doesn't do that. And they train their kids to think like that. Even in prison, I'll show you Japanese prison. You have to wake up all day and you have to meditate about your crimes. Like, you sit in a samurai position. You guys, these people are fucking insane. You sit in a samurai. Okay. You sit, y'all, you sit all day. Was it this one? You sit all day and you have to meditate about why you committed crime. People are batshit crazy. Huh? I'm like, what is this? Okay. Let me see this one. Hold on. Right? Whereas, like, you see this? People are not the same. Yeah. People are not, you see this? You walk like this. Over here, people walk like this. They walk like this. They take prison yard photos. They so proud to be in prison. They post it like this. Like, they ain't got no shame. Got a bunch of kids out here. They're out here doing photo shoots. Right? They got J's in there, shoes in there, phones in there. They make moonshine in there. Of course, he doesn't respect you. Move on. Like, go somewhere. Like, nobody cares. I'm like, whatever.
I'm grateful and happy.
Okay, you have to follow the rules and you have to be honest. That's not your culture. That's not Black American culture. You don't follow the rules and you're not honest. Everybody's a hustler, a thug, a gangster, a this, a that, and that. You have a culture that puts criminal behavior on a pedestal. It is not an honest culture. It's okay. In their culture, you have to be honest. You have to follow the rules. You are very rebellious. You don't follow the rules. So how can you tell people who follow rules and you don't follow rules, oh, you should respect my culture? The answer is no. Even when you go to Japan, their metro is so clean. It is so clean. The outside is clean. The inside is clean. People sit there and they behave. Black Americans go to Japan. They dance inside the metro. They bother people inside the metro because you just don't know how to sit down somewhere and be respectful of people's culture. Don't know how to do it. Right? So it's like, people are like, who are these people? Like, who raises these people? Right? In 2025, people are going to have a good look at themselves. And all that ethnic crybaby bullshit, it's going to have to stop. People have to have a good look at themselves and be like, you know what? Do I even have the right to tell someone, respect me, when I don't even respect myself? But if the Japanese man don't like you, I understand why. And you have to stop playing blonde. I don't know why you don't like me. Stop acting like you're a blonde, because you ain't blonde, you Black, right? And have some sense about yourself and say, you know what? If I was an honest person myself, I know why he doesn't like me. Because the things I do, even as a man, I can say I could do better. But people love to act like little blondes. People love to act aloof. I don't know why you don't like me. I don't know. What could I have done? That's some Karen ass behavior. That is, and I'm telling you, an American is American. Every American has something. They all share something in common. That is some Karen ass shit to do. You see this man, you see how he moves, you see how he conducts himself, you see how he handles his family. And then you see your behavior, but you don't know why he doesn't like you. Stop acting like a Karen. It is freaking weird. You should know. Even if a Japanese man, I told Esther that. I said, Esther, if I had to pray for immigrants to come to Africa, it would be Japanese people. They're going to get these people in order. Like, if they could do the schools, the tour, the whatever, I'm like, here are the keys. Take care of the house. Okay? I would let Japanese people come to, I would, in the Ivory Coast, oh, if I ever get to become president of the Ivory Coast, my number one immigrant is going to be Japanese people. I'm going to even go to Japan and beg these people, can you please move to the Ivory Coast? Because I need people that have a certain culture to bully my people. Like, they have to see this. Because we need honorable people. You cannot build a powerful country if you don't have honorable people. So, like, can you please move here? Okay, please move. I will build schools and let the Japanese people be in charge. How much you want to bet all these kids gonna have straight A's in linear algebra in the 6th grade? Like, yes, do whatever you must do. Okay, they gonna wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and do ninja stuff. Hiya, harigato mas, hi. Like, yes. Okay, yes. These people got 2 nuclear bombs on their asses. They got their asses right back, got up, and went all the way to the top. Japan is like, what, G6 country? Do you know how much money they have? There's nuclear bomb. Oh my gosh. They never tell people, oh, learn my story. Child, please, can you buy my car? Okay? Toyota, Sony, Motorola, these are all Japanese companies. They're all Japanese companies. They don't make a lot of noise, but they do incredible shit. They're fucking impressive. But you have people who do the most fuckery. Oh, my culture. Oh, shut up. Go build a company that does something with microchips that is impressive, and then we're going to be fucking impressed. At that point, you can say my culture, right? In the meantime, leave people the fuck alone. How about that? People are sick and tired. This is fucking annoying. Okay?
That's what it comes down to. If you do that,
you don't get tattooed in there. You don't make moonshine in there. You're not in there doing all kinds of stuff. Like, no, you guys, there's another video. They sit there and they have to do meditation. They have to think about what they did. You sit there like this all day, like a monk. You sit there all day because they're Buddhists, right? You sit there all day and you think about what you did and how you affected people and how you hurt people. I'm like, these people are crazy, right? Their prisoners are so clean. They are so neat. They don't go in there and try to have sex with other men. So it means you can be locked up with men and not have the sexual desire to sleep with them. Once again, subjugating your flesh. Over here, you leave somebody with a man for maybe 90 days, he's going to be like, okay, I'll do it. Right? Bussy. Like, people don't get over here. People are so scandalous. But over there, a man can be in prison. Have you ever heard of homosexuality in a Japanese male prison? Where one Japanese man tried to go for another man's bussy? No, the fuck you have not. But over here, people do that. In less than 6 months, they're going to be comfortable doing it. You leave them in there for 5 years, they've done it at least once. Okay? Like, it's okay. Because people don't have self-control. And instead of people talking about self, they want to worry about Africans and bushmeat. That's why I told the other brother, you tell me about bushmeat. Tell me about your booty meat. Because I know you've been to prison before. And I know you had booty meat before. Miss me with the bullshit. We could all get disrespectful, right? Africans can say, yeah, my favorite kind of meat is bushmeat. Your favorite kind of meat is what? Booty meat? You need to stop. But like I said, it goes to show men can be in the same prison for years at a time and not have any kind of sexual attraction. So if you want to subjugate your flesh, you can, right? If you are truly heterosexual, no matter how long you are incarcerated for, you're not going to try to have sex with another man. That is kind of weird, right? So people, oh no, people don't respect my culture. Sounds like a personal problem to me. In America, you are required to respect the law. Let's get that straight. When you get a visa to come here, you are required to respect American law, like the Constitution, right? Nowhere does it say, oh, for you to come here, it's contingent that you respect this person's culture and that person's culture. If we are well behaved, if we're all well behaved and we're all civilized, your culture, my culture, people should just know how to be respectful. It shouldn't have to take an extra course to know your culture. Like, what's so special about your culture? Okay? No. You have to respect the law. You respect American law. That's it. Also, you can say respect like civic, you know what I'm saying? Like have good civility, but you should also try, because calling people de-Africans, that's not civil. It's not polite. Okay. Africa is a continent. You can say, oh, Cameroonians, Ivorians, Nigerians. Okay, like be more specific. It's an entire continent. You're upset at one person and you insult an entire continent. That is quite remedial. That is insane. People gotta do better. Right? But like I said, people don't have to respect your culture. People respect work, people respect money, people respect successful people, and people respect American law, which many, do struggle with that as well. So incarceration numbers are very high, but we are required to respect American law. More and more people need to start seeing themselves anyways as Americans instead of this faction and that faction. It's too much, because then everybody wants special treatment, special this, special that. People should be forced to only identify as an American. That's it. So if I respect American law and American culture, we should be good. This culture and that culture, you got the black culture, you got the gay culture, the trans culture. It is too many fucking cultures to keep up with. There's one culture, it's American culture. So listen, either your culture fits with that or it doesn't. I'm not killing myself trying to understand trans culture and then this culture and then that culture and then this culture. No. And there's only 24 hours in the day. It shouldn't be that hard. May have time for this. So let me play this video, you guys, because I've been talking for a minute and I haven't played my video, but some of y'all didn't see the video yesterday. So let's listen to her.
Y'all, I just called 5 different tire shops and every last one of them joints was African owned. And all of them identified as a black owned business. I'm like, when I call up there, I'm like, yeah, I sell tires, Oh yeah, is the owner black American? No. He's African. No, he's African. And mind you, everybody that picked up the phone was African. All of them had some sort of African accent. So all I'm saying is we need to start making some distinctions. If you're a black American business, make sure you put black American owned. If you're a black immigrant business, put black immigrant. Because this whole black owned thing, it's just it's given black American. When you say black owned, you're thinking black American. So I feel like it's a misrepresentation going on. I'm not rocking with this. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling that. So yeah, I called one more. They said the dude that picked up was African, but I asked him if the owner was a black American. He said yeah. So I'm about to go over there and see what they talking about. But this is a little insane. Outrage agrees everything between. Oh, so this is actually insane. These niggas lied. The dude I talked to on the phone, who was an African dude, said that the owner was a black American. Then when I get over here and talk to the same dude, I'm like, I talked to you on the phone. He like, yeah. I said, oh, so I'm just trying to make sure, what you need to tire? I'm like, yeah, but I'm just trying to make sure the owner is a black American. Oh, yeah. I'm like, it said he black American, but when I pull up, it's a African at the front, it's a Mexican inside. I'm like, I see a lot of immigrants. I'm just trying to make sure it's black American owned. Oh, yeah.
And do you hear her, right? Imagine if this was Charlie Kirk. Oh, I pulled up. There was an African at the front. There was a Mexican. There was a whatever. Imagine if Charlie Kirk had said that. I pulled up on a plane and there was a bunch of black Americans in there. There was a black American in the cockpit. There was a black. Imagine how they would have flipped. Do you see how people are? People are fake as fuck. People are not principled. Do you see this? Right? Let this be Charlie Kirk. Oh, we will not sleep tonight. Ah, Charlie Kirk is racist. Charlie Kirk. What is this behavior? Right? And it's never about, was the place clean? Was it dirty? Can they do the job or not? Was the price good? Can they service her under 30 minutes? Oh, that don't matter. This young lady is not here looking to judge these businesses based on how well they do business. She's here to do some Hitler Nazi shit about who are you, what's your ethnicity, and whoop the whoop whoop. So I'm like, do you really need help with your tires? Like, what the fuck? Right? But I'm like, imagine if Charlie Kirk had said that. Even Nick Fuentes. I walked in that place and I saw a bunch of niggas. Wow! Nick Fuentes! They're so fake. They do the same shit. They have no fucking self-awareness. That's what it means to be an American. I'm like, it means a thing. When someone is from here, oh, they all act the same. They just do it on their own level. The level, I'm like, you see that, right? He does at the front desk, he African, and this one is Mexican, and then the one in the back, he looked like he Chinese. Girl, do you need your tire fixed? Yes or no? Right? But this is how Charlie Kirk talks. This is exactly how Charlie Kirk speaks. I'm gonna play a Charlie Kirk video. You gonna tell me what's the difference? And I'm like, yeah, there's no difference, because this is what it means to be an American. You have to be hateful. If they're white, they're racist. If they're Black Americans, they're xenophobic. This is what it is. It's a very, very ignorant culture. And that's why American culture is so violent. Like a typical average white American mother, she will raise a school shooter. A typical Black American mother will raise a thug. He's going to kill his friends, right? It's a very violent culture. Today, I'm going to say exactly how I feel. We're going to go all the way fucking there. They're not that much different. They are not that different. They're all mean. They're all mean. They just, it's like one is a bigger bully. So the white people, because they're bigger, they got more money, they're the big bullies of Black American people. And then Black American people, they think they can bully Africans the way the whites do them so they can feel good about themselves. You crazy. You are really crazy, fam. You are really insane, right? But that's the kind of shit that Charlie Kirk, he says. That he went into a plane and then he saw a bunch of Black Americans. Oh, hell no. And he got the fuck out because he doesn't think that they're qualified. Isn't that what she's doing? And I'm telling you, that's what it means to be an American. It's a very hateful brand. It's a racist brand. It's a xenophobic brand. It's a Islamophobic brand. It's a mean ass brand. It's not classy at all. And it's all over the place. All over. All over. I'm like, I'm like, and once your eyes are open to what you're dealing with, nah, you're done. I'm like, oh, this place, this is ridiculous. I'm like, hell, he African. Oh, he Mexican. And how does she even know he's Mexican? How would she even know? But if somebody looked at her and said, oh yeah, the way she talks, the way she sounds, the way she looks, oh, she's on welfare. Oh, she probably be robbing Boost Mobile. She probably be like, boosting and all kinds of stuff like that. She'd be so offended. Right? If somebody just looked at her and just assumed all these things about her, which are disgusting stereotypes, she will be so offended. How do you know someone is Mexican? Do Mexican people have a look to that? Like, and you would think like she's the kind of person who traveled from North America all the way to Argentina, like she was Dora the Explorer. You know what Mexicans look like? If I went and I found 100 Latinos and I put them in a row, in a single file row, you could clearly identify every single Mexican. Like, do you even hear yourself? Of course not. They're so proud to be loud and ignorant. All of them. Charlie Kirk, loud and ignorant. Her, loud and ignorant. It doesn't matter. That's what it is to be American, yo. They loud and they're so ignorant. That's why their country's broke. That's why a bunch of immigrants, they're about to run this bitch and do as they see fit. More power to them. More power to them. Because you talk like this, you get what you get. You talk like this, you're going to get what you get. Like, what does it mean to look like a Mexican? Oh, he was Mexican. You checked his papers. You asked him if he was Mexican. No, she just assumed he was Mexican because he looks like he's from Latin America. And since that's the only country she knows, and mind you, Mexico is actually Northern America. It's not even Latin America. But you know what? That's the only country she knows. So he has to be Mexican. You think she heard about Ecuador? You think she heard about Colombia or Bolivia or Panama or, no, of course, not Argentina, Brazil. Like, how do you know someone is Mexican? There's a look to a Mexican person. Like, a lot of them, they're indigenous. You have Mexicans that look like Bolivians. You have Bolivians that look like Mexicans. How would you know? Even people like native people, them Inuit people from Alaska, a lot of them they look like they're from Latin America. How would you know? You even have Filipinos who look Mexican. You have Mexicans who look Filipino. Because you have a lot of Filipinos that have Latino names. Because the Spaniards went there, once again, and they bullied those people. But I'm like, unless you ask someone, how would you know that someone is Mexican? You walk into a storefront, instead of worrying about your tire, your main occupation is people's origin. Like, are you sane? Are you truly sane? Are you truly sane? And that's why sometimes some people don't feel bad. The things that white people say, because you say it to other people too. So why is it okay for you to say it to other people? But when white Americans tell you some real shit, oh my gosh, they're racist. You're a xenophobe. You are a xenophobe. And I can see why more and more and more people are becoming more comfortable saying that Black Americans are racist. And I used to, I'm like, yeah, say it. Yeah, sure, whatever. It sounds about good, right? I'm not going to intervene. Because to me, I'll say you're a xenophobe and you're a bigot. Racist, I wouldn't say that because you don't have any institutional power, nor do you even have the capital to be racist. But my thing is, xenophobic, yes. Bigoted, absolutely. Full of stereotypes, yes. So why is it okay for you to have stereotypes against other people, but people can have stereotypes against you? No. You like to dish it, you're going to have to take it. That's what I mean. I've made a promise. Like from now on, when white people say crazy shit, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'm going to keep my African ass shut because you stand up for people. Oh, that's not fair. And in return, you get disrespected by the very people you try to help. Woo! Okay. Nah. Y'all can go and you can go and add it. I'm going to go through my channel. Every video, there are a bunch of videos that are going to disappear. Because if people think it's okay to insult African people, you're going to take care of yourselves with them people. They can say whatever they want. They can say whatever the fuck they want. I'm like I said, I am black, so it ain't talking about me. Because that's going to be my mindset. I hear a racist white man go off. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. They told me I wasn't black. That's right. So they're not talking about me. Let me excuse myself. Because before, when I heard black, I thought, did somebody call me? But now I'm like, okay, since African people are not black, we're this, we're that, we're booty meat, the bush meat, child, whatever the fuck, hut lovers, child, me and my flies, me and my runny nose, my bloated belly, and my flies, and my bush meat, we're gonna stay on the side. I wish you people well. And after all, this is American versus American anyways, right? And I see why many people, they just stick to their business, and even no matter what happens, they don't get involved. My only thing, because I had to think about my videos, right? My only thing was Carmelo, because I was like, oh, there are not a lot of people who have videos standing up for him. And like, he really means a lot to me, you know? So I'm going to leave these videos up because I think his trial is in June. That's it. After the whole Carmelo thing, done. Done. People are too disgusting. People are seriously disgusting.
I say he's from here? Oh, no. Africa. Oh, so he's African. Yeah, he's African. Oh, so this is not black American owned. Y'all better stop this shit. This right here, these goddamn tethers up here, it's called Vito's. Let me get this on camera. It's called Vito's, and what the fuck is this shit called? I can't even turn the camera around. It's called Vito's though. I put the name up here on what you call it, but yeah, not black American owned. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. It's actually pissing me the fuck off. I'm not gonna even lie. I'm tired of looking for a goddamn tire shop. I just ended up going to the one closest nearby. And guess what? Africans. Again. Amazing. This shit is really like, I'm really like tight about this. This is actually insane. This is insane. Somebody let me know. Y'all know a black owned shop, car shop, black American owned car shop, tire shop, whatever the hell. This is crazy. Just make sure it's FBA owned, because this is absolutely pissing me the fuck off. This is crazy.
So she is pissed the fuck off. She's calling people all kinds of tether. You know, tether is low-key like the racial slur for African people, right? Why? Because her own people don't want to open these businesses. That's it. If your people open the businesses, they will be there. Your people are not entrepreneurial minded. So she did all of that just to finally agree to let herself be serviced by an African shop, because only African people are bold enough, brave enough to have a tire shop. So you could have gone to the first one in the first place. All that to do what? Just to be hateful, just to be nasty, just to be a xenophobe, and to be a bigot, right? And then she's proud to put that on the thing because she knows most of her people are ignorant and hateful as fuck. When they tell you hurt people, this is it. This is so disgusting. Nobody took away from you. It's not even like I said, it's not even like in Maryland, they have a quota of how many people can apply to have a license to open a tire shop. Anybody who wants to have a tire shop, you can have one. You just got to find the place, have your money, get your equipment, hire your staff, and X, Y, and Z. So if anything, these African people are entrepreneurial, right? They are servicing a need that your people don't want to service. So why are you mad at them and you're not mad at your own people? The same people who claim they need welfare. Well, it seems like in Maryland, maybe some people should go and open tire shops. But I'm like, it's fucking insane. So then I messaged her because I left a comment, right there. I left a comment because I'm like, okay, so you're so mad about African people having, what's it called again? Where is she at? Oh, Jay said thank you to me. Okay. She right here, right? Where'd she go? Okay, right there, right? So I said, okay, you are so mad at African people, but you do know your governor is Jamaican, right? Westmore, the governor of Maryland, the governor of her state, right? He is Jamaican. So are you going to cuss him out too, or you just insult African people, right? The governor of your state is Jamaican. That doesn't trigger you? Like the people who have their businesses, those tire shop people, these are private businesses. They don't pass laws. They don't manage the budget. They don't manage your taxes. They don't raise your taxes or lower your taxes, right? They just have a private business. The governor is a Jamaican, right? Westmore is Jamaican. So it's okay for the governor to be Jamaican, right? It's okay for the most powerful person in the state of Maryland to be a Jamaican. He's Black Jamaican. Oh, that's fine. But your issue, like what pisses you off, what triggers you so much that you have to call people all kinds of feathers is because they open an auto shop. Girl, what? Are you all the way there? And then because I left her a screenshot and I'm like, okay, so this is Westmore, right? Right? Hold on, you guys, hold on. This is Westmore, right? So it says what? The governor of Maryland, Westmore, vetoes slavery reparation study, citing the work itself. So he was like, so he's Jamaican, right? Westmore is Jamaican. When the bill, because I guess it went to their Congress out there, their Senate, whatever. When the bill for reparation came to his desk, he didn't sign it, right? So I said to her, so she replied, here's what she said. Hold on, let me show you what she said. Let me show you what this idiot actually said. These people are fucking funny. People are fucking funny. Do not let hateful people get away with shit. Give me a second. Okay? Hold on. Social media. Instagram. People here are so hateful. Hold on. Oh, my people. Hold on. Right? What is this? No, date last open, right? People are really deranged. People are truly deranged. But that's what hatred does for people. Okay. So let me share this tab with y'all. So this is her reply, right? So then she says, this is what she says, the FBA. Here's what the FBA queen says. I'm aware and he ain't worrying about doing nothing specifically for Black Americans. So then I replied to her. So I said, okay, so since you are aware that he vetoed the bill for reparations for Black Americans in Maryland, right? I would love for you to point me to a video where he had to receive the same treatment that these African people had to receive from you for having a tire shop. She disappeared. That's what it means to be an American. People with no integrity, right? Same thing as white American people. People with no integrity. A tire shop has you this triggered. This girl was not insulted. This girl was not mistreated. Nobody overcharged her. She didn't go through usury. Like none of that. She's just upset because when she tried to support a tire shop, Black American, she couldn't find one. Instead of talking to her people, oh, y'all, I noticed a thing like we don't really have that many car shops, so maybe we should get into it. Instead of having a call of action to your people to say, hey, be more entrepreneurial, have more agency about this whole tire stuff, right? No, she puts her ire on Black people, on African people. How dare you have so many tire shops? How dare every time I call, it's only an African person that can service me. Like, do you hear them? Do you see the mental illness over here? The mental illness. Exactly. The mental illness. And she insults these people like this. Ultimately, she has to go to an African tire shop to get service. And did she ever say she had bad service? No. Did she say they were mean to her? No. Did they use a racial slur? No. Did they abuse her car? No. So they were professional. Yes. What's the problem? They're African. So why is it that Charlie Kirk can't say if he sees a Black American pilot, he's getting the fuck off the plane? Why he can't say it? right? Why couldn't Charlie Kirk say, if I see a Black American doctor, you're not touching me? They say, African Americans, they say shit like that, all the FBAs, they say stuff like that all the time. They say stuff like that all the time. So why is it that Charlie Kirk, other white people, as a matter of fact, don't have the right to say, if I see a Black doctor, a Black American doctor, I don't even trust you have a real degree, don't fucking touch me. She just did the same thing. And many are in her comments agreeing. One girl was like, oh, that's cute, Miss Africa. I'm like, yeah, it's cute, Miss Little African American. Like, the fuck? Nobody's scared of you, sis. My dad always said, he said, to be disrespectful, you don't need a PhD. We can play this game, boo-boo. Okay, I'm outside all day, every day. Like I said, me, I'm from Africa. We are raised in bullying. We are raised with harsh words and harsh realities, right? You're very sensitive. You start games like that, but you can never see it through because you cry quick. You cry extremely quick, right? This girl went missing because she knows she never made a video about Wes Moore not wanting to pay the reparations. And Maryland is a state that has a lot of Black people, has a lot of Black American people, right? So a bill pertaining to reparation gets vetoed. There's no ire. There's no anger. She doesn't do anything about Jamaicans. She don't start insulting Jamaican people, talk about the Yardies this, the Jamaican that, the whatever. No, Caribbean. No, she does not insult anyone. But this is a reparation bill is way more serious. It has way more impact on her life as an FBA than a freaking tire shop. This is all about changing her tires. You have to go this low and insult people like this over tires. So I'm like, some of these people, if they had guns or if they had weapons, they would hurt African people. They would. Because this is not normal. This is really not normal. Like every time, how many African cab drivers have been killed by African American people? How many Uber drivers who are Africans have been shot in the head by an African American rider? Right? I'm like, this is what they do. They are teaching each other to be a hateful people, a xenophobic people, and they think they have all this justification. Oh, we were here first. Oh, we are indigenous, and who cares? So that's the reason why you can't have class. That's why you cannot be, you don't have any like any decorum about yourself. Like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? And I'm like, nah, people need to even, I'm not all these African Uber drivers. Y'all need to start declining rides because it's not safe. And it's really not safe. I'm like, do you know how many African cab drivers have been getting killed? And when that happens, like, oh, I'm a friend too. I showed her the stuff. She was like, oh, I hope he's okay. Like nothing. They care like it's okay for them to kill African people. There was one uncle in New York City. He was a cab driver. These Black American kids, they killed, first of all, they beat him up and they took the money and they killed him. And then like, there was no apology. They don't feel bad. Like it's so normal for their children to murder people. You have older African people who are trying to do Uber to take care of their family. Their children kill people and they don't even apologize. They don't have no shame. I'm like, oh, whatever. And like, oh no, you were mean to me. Oh no, but you killed my people. All they can talk about, oh, my culture. They can never tell you, oh, there was an African person who actually took a life. They can never say that. They have the most superfluous and like infractions, the most superfluous ways of being offended. Oh, you didn't like me. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Did I impede on your freedom? Did I make you feel unsafe? Get the fuck out of here. Like, seriously, get the fuck out of my face. Seriously, get the fuck out of my face. You ever been around an African person and felt unsafe? No, you did not. And people have the right not to like you. Because sometimes you're not likable. One thing, one, there I said it. You're not always likable. You're not always friendly. Like, who is going to watch this kind of content and then say to them, so, oh, I look forward to having friends that are African American. Are you kidding me? Oh, hell the fuck not. Because the people that I hang with, they don't think like that. When I think about I need a service, the thing I think about, oh, let me go read the reviews. Are they nice people? That's the first thing that comes to mind. I had my oil changed recently. The main thing was, seriously, it was the price and also how long it was going to take because I had to come home so I can cook. But I'm not, oh, the guy who I think his name was Mohammed. Is he Pakistani? Is he this? Is he that? That is not my fucking concern. I don't work for the State Department. I don't work for immigration. This ain't my fucking job. And it's not my business. I'm just here to change my oil. Oh no, where are you from? What's your accent? What's this? What's that? And they don't even imagine it. And you're going to find out she's a single mom with a bunch of kids on welfare. And if she was to put the same level of effort to interview and do a background check on the people who get her pregnant, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. When it comes to who changes your tires, now you want to be judicious. Now you want to do a background check. Now you want to make sure this. Now, girl, do the same thing for the men who lay down with you, sis. Like, start there. Make sure the men you lay down with you have enough credit, enough job, enough education to feed their kids. You are fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. And it's because too many African people are quiet. In America, racism, discrimination, all that shit, it's against the law. It is against the law. Don't let anybody talk to you any kind of way. The same way white Americans can lose everything for being racist. They can lose, these Black Americans too, they can lose everything for being xenophobic. Because this country here, it works on money. Anybody has money, you can take anybody to court. There's another Black American girl, she slept with her friend's husband. The girl took her to court and she won $1.5 million. In America, you cannot treat people like this. We have laws against that. Discrimination, all that stuff. You are not allowed to do this to people. It's part of the Civil Rights Act. There you go. It is part of the Civil Rights Act. People love to talk about being Black American, their culture, the Civil Rights Movement. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 prevents this kind of behavior. You don't have the right to do this to people. You don't have the right. This is America. And she's very lucky it wasn't my tire shop. I would have sued this young lady. I would have sued her. I would take you to civil court. You will pay me for punitive damages because this is harm to my brain and to my mental state. What have I done to you for you to call me all kinds of tether, all kinds of this? And I think a lot of African people need to come together, create a coalition, and just like the Jews, we're going to call this kind of anti-African. This is anti-Africanism. The word tether needs to go down as a racial slur. It needs to go down as a racial slur. The same way if a white American person uses the N-word and they lose everything, we are going to do whatever it takes for this word tether to be just as potent as the N-word and make sure you lose everything. Do not play with people. Like, you have to be inspired by Jewish people. Jewish people, you say something they don't like, they call you all kinds of anti-Semite. They will call you all kinds of, they don't care, they don't care, they don't care. Stop playing with people. Because I think the problem is too, like, African people are too forgiving. This is America. It is a country of laws. Racism, discrimination, gender, all this gender weird. You are not allowed to treat people like this. And you cannot talk to people like this. And I'm like, even that's kind of, I don't know why even TikTok will even let her say that. But until people fight, a bunch of African people put their money together to fight for this word tether to go down as a racial slur, people like her will get away with that. Because it's not okay. Nobody insulted this young lady. Nobody disrespected her. Nobody talked about her lineage. Nobody said anything about FBA people. But the mere fact that she could not find one of her own people to service her somehow means that she now has the right to insult us, degrade us, use a racial slur against us. For what? For what? For doing what everybody can do in America, which is to open a business? It's some simple shit. It's all about opening a business. Even she can have a tire shop. But imagine if I say, oh, I call the business and the girl is African-American. Who gives a fuck? I'm not even me. Do you know how many people that are African-American that have serviced me? What the heck? I'm not, oh, I need a silk press. I need to make sure I find someone who's African to do my silk press. No, I look for the best. Who does the best silk presses in the DC area? That's where I'm going. Oh, who cares? This is 2025. Who cares? Who truly cares? I'm like, you've lost the race so much that this is what you have to resort to feel powerful. Are you actually sane? And it's truly disgusting. It is so disgusting. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Westmore, he's out here doing all kinds of foolishness. He's out here not signing the reparation stuff, and you don't make a whole video to cuss his ass out. You don't make a whole video to insult all of Jamaica, insult all the Caribbean. You let that shit slide. This man owes you more. Didn't you vote for him? Doesn't he decide what your taxes are going to be? Doesn't he decide like how the whole state of Maryland is run? Right? The man who decides your day-to-day life in Maryland, he's freaking Jamaican. It doesn't bother you. But African people having some goofy ass tire shops, right, in freaking Temple Hills, Maryland, that's where you lose your mind. Are you like, what is wrong with people? What is truly wrong with people? And I'm like, now moving forward, I will not feel bad for people. I say it every day, but I'm like, oh wow, I really see it. I will not feel bad for people. If this is how you feel about African people, you don't have to tell me twice. And I say it all the time. Don't you ever allow, like seriously, never allow anybody to tell you more than twice, even more than once actually, that they do not like you. That you don't have to do it. Somebody shows you, they insult you, they call you tether, you don't even insult the people, like you have done nothing to someone. But because of where you come from and the fact that you have a business, someone wants to start saying all these nasty things about you. Wow. You need to take this shit really, really seriously. Because I'm like, okay, at this point, it's not just like, oh, ha, 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 he. At this point, there is a real hatred for African people coming from Black Americans. They have some serious issues. They have serious issues. They truly have serious issues. And I don't know if they're going to solve it. It doesn't mean, I don't even care. They can live with those issues, rock with those issues. I don't give two shits, right? But one thing that I will not stand for is for people to think that it's okay for you because you're born here, something that you had no say-so over, that you can treat people like that. There are laws against that. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting. This is so disgusting. If anybody talked about you this way, you will lose your shit, but you're a bully. Unfortunately, you are a weak bully. You don't have enough money. You don't have enough education. You don't have what it takes to truly be the bully that you want to be. Why don't you fight with Turning Point USA? Why don't you go and fight with Nick Fuentes? People who are just as fluent in English as you, just as loquacious, if not even more. Why don't you go pick on these people? Always trying to bully African people who just got here, have an accent, and who work these menial jobs that we know you don't truly want. Nick Fuentes is outside. Why don't you go pick a fight with Nick Fuentes? Why don't you fight with, like Nick Fuentes said, oh, I'm a real nigga, all kinds of stuff, right? Nobody said, Nick, come outside. Let's have a debate. No, they're all really quiet because they're scared of Nick Fuentes, right? Even, what's his name? Myron, the guy from Somalia, whatever, Sudan, right? One day, why don't you go on his show and try to do the foolishness, right? Every day, Myron goes on his YouTube. He says all kinds of crazy shit. Where's the smoke for his ass? Right? I'm like, and he doesn't, and also he doesn't even care anyway, so whatever, right? But I'm like, what is this? Truly and honestly, what is like when you're truly miserable. You are truly, truly miserable. And this is what miserable people do. This is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Let me play this video, you guys. This is Nick Fuentes on the Patrick Bet David podcast. She's not gonna open the shop. She don't have no money to open the damn shop. I don't think she have money for her damn tires. Talking too fucking much. Because people who talk a whole lot like this, when it's time to do a transaction, they don't have the bread. They don't have the money. Broke people talk too fucking much. Pay the money and get out of my face. You're fucking insane.
Muslim and Jews. Which one concerns you more?
Jews, for sure.
Tell me why.
More powerful. They're more powerful.
So more powerful in a way, you're talking the fact that they have money, finance, Hollywood. Is that what you're
yeah, they have more position in American society.
And how do you think they got that?
I think they got it because they are extremely connected. They're a transnational entity. You know, this is how the Rothschilds got started. Their superpower is that they live everywhere, and they have their Jewish identity supersedes their local identity. So a Jewish person in America or in Germany or in France or in the UK, they can all talk to each other and work together.
Do you think that's a bad thing?
Not in and of itself. It is detrimental for America, though.
Is it detrimental, though? Because, you know, I'm a Syrian, right? Mm-hmm. And I wish Assyrians were more like this. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you why I relate to them. We don't have a country. Assyrians used to have a country. We used to be the first.
Patrick was like, he said, I wish Assyrians were more like the Jews. I'm like, that's the brand. The number one brand right now in America is the Jewish brand. Like me, if I could change my complexion, I would go over there too. But it's like they like to kill people. It's kind of weird. But I'm like, child. But if I could remove like parts of the Talmud and the hatred for Palestinians, like Jewish people don't play. When you are amongst them, you're going to win. You're going to win. They're very business minded. They're very much like into family. They're very much into religion. They're very loyal. And I feel like that's why they can be so like they can be so obsessed like that, because they're loyal to a fault, right? But I'm like, that is the number one brand. These people have so much money. They have so much money. They run everything in America. And to know that in 2025 and to have the gall to say, oh, Africans want to be us. Be who? Are you crazy? People come here for money. So if you want money, you're going to look up to the Jews because they have most of the money. They have most of the money. They have like, you come change your tires. You're out here yappity for $200. Oh, we're talking too fucking much. You would think she's trying to install tires on a Bentley or on a freaking like Maserati or some crazy shit. No, it's a basic ass car. Basic ass car with basic ass tire and some basic ass alignment. Talking too fucking much. Fucking much. I went to the place, I changed my shit, I was done. One time my fucking dentist, she charged me like $15,000, right? For like the kids. I just gave the card, I paid, I left the fuck out. The girl is Indian. She even has like her Buddha, her God at the door. Okay? I'm like, I swear the lady's Indian. There's all kinds of foreigners in her office. I don't care. There's a white girl at the counter. Okay, cool, whatever. They said the amount, I swiped the card, I went about my business. Talking so fucking much for what? Insulting people for what? $200? Girl, please drop your cash up. I'll refund you for your goofy ass tires. Like bunch of broke ass people like this. Shut the fuck up. People need to learn to shut up.
Warriors, we're written about in the Bible. You read it all over the place. You know, the history we had, the things we invented. And then we became a little cocky. And God came in and was like, listen, man, relax, Assyrians. You ain't going to come and be the king of the jungle. It's me. And you hear the stories about that they built the tower to go all the way to the top because we are Assyrians and, you know, and then we failed. It's like, no, look at you now. No one knows who Assyrians are. You don't even have a country, right? We know the land in Iraq or wherever you are. You don't have it anymore. I think when a community becomes too cocky, the man upstairs is going to handle that himself, right? But in a sense, when you see they went from a small community to have this much influence, isn't that almost impossible for them to pull off? Like, isn't that? So it either produces one of two things. I'm not intimidated. I'm not a guy that is envious or jealous or, oh my God, that guy's richer than me. That guy's this guy's, I'm not. I want to see what they did and what worked for them. For example, to me, when I think about Jews, I think about Mormons, I think about Scientologists. I used to have an office where half the office was all Scientology, and I learned all these phrases, assist, or, I went to their church and so Dianetics and L. Ron Hubbard and what he would say when you get a headache, you do this, and all these weird extras. I'm like, oh, interesting. How much money? We give $200,000 off. Why'd you give that? But let me tell you, those guys that were in, they had each other's back. It was a fraternity that you wish family members were like this, right? I think Scientologists have it maybe more than Jews. So I think Jews will bite each other a little bit, not as much. And then Mormons have each other's back. Of course, there's a falling out as well where people come out and they'll talk about God makers or, what Gordon B. Hinckley, and I've read all of that stuff from over the years. But what's wrong with them winning at the highest level?
Well, I agree with you that it is remarkable, and it is actually ominous how much they've achieved. Here's the problem, though. America's an open society. The premise of this country is it's self-government, of, by, for the people. There's a egalitarian idea that we are all citizens, and our government is going to be comprised of the citizenry of America. That's deeply embedded in who we are and in our government and our whole system. And take me, for example, I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish. The Italians were very much like this when they immigrated to America. They had in Chicago what they called the outfit, which was the mafia, and they looked out for each other. And when my grandfather died
you see what they said? So in Scientology, people look out for each other. With the Jews, people look out for each other. Italians, they came here, they had the thing called the outfit, they looked out for each other, right? So he's gonna say his grandma, his papa died, and then they came in, they gave her food. Over here, people are struggling with the welfare, don't know how to feed the kids. People make fun of other people. So people don't even have each other's back. But people are like, oh yeah, respect my culture. No, I cannot. Because when men of a certain culture see their counterpart, the females, starve with children, they should feel a call of action to do something. Like the Jewish man, they would have done something. People in Scientology, they would have done something. Italian men, they would have done something. Instead of making a whole bunch of videos making fun of these women because their welfare is not going to come on time and they're going to be in the streets with the children. Like, that's not what a real community does. That's why I say people just weaponize the past, but people are not a real community. Because you see, he's going to say his granddad got killed, and so the Italian mob, they came and they fed the grandma. I think they gave her like 20,000. That's what a real community is. Over here is a bunch of petulant people. Because if you had a real community, this is the time to show it. It's like it's winter time and people don't have food. This is the perfect time to show what a community really is and what history really is, right? No, they make all kinds of videos. It's all over YouTube. I don't even want to click on it because I'm like, you click on one, it's going to be all over your feed. I'm like, I don't want to watch this bullshit. You could have gone to the store. You could have done something to help a family instead of making fun of a family. This is not the time to make fun of these ladies. It's not that it's almost Christmas. Like, you have to make fun of people right before Christmas. You don't have a fucking soul because people are not raised right. People are not raised to be honorable. I would never stop saying it. Like, I would never stop saying this shit.
My mom's side, I believe my grandmother got a loan from the outfit. And they would come by every month or whatever, and they'd bring a fruit basket, and they'd look after her, and they provided financially.
Spilatra's group?
These are Italian men. These are Italian men. So because Nick's dad is an Italian man, when one of the soldiers went down, they picked up the mantle. They took her the lady. They gave her a loan, $20,000. Most Black American men out here, they can't even give a girl $10. They get so mad that when the girl says she don't want to do 50-50, they're going to lose their whole mind. What you mean? What you mean? What you mean? Crying. They're going to cry over here because the girl says she don't want to do 50-50. It's like, what is wrong with these people? They don't have any money. They're horrible with their finances. That's what the truth is. Because even if you don't have a great job, if you know how to handle your finances, you can save a lot of money. Like, their granddads had way less money, and yet they had a mortgage, they had a family, they had 4 kids, 5 kids. These grown-ass men can't even take care of one child full time because they're bad with money. And now they want to tell you to respect their culture. Oh, please, respect financial literacy. Once you master financial literacy and you increase your saving rate, then come tell me about your culture. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. We're all going to start doing this shit, y'all. Everybody's going to do it. Nick Fuentes, my ass, we're all going to fucking do it. Leave me the fuck alone. You can't even balance a checking account, but you want to tell me, oh, my culture. Have a culture of savings. There you go. There you go. But in Italian culture, men don't sit here and make fun of women. And if a woman loses her husband, she by herself can't feed the kids, they pull up. 20,000. Here you go. Pay us back when you can. If you need something, call us. It's one family. That's it. Like, it's not that hard. That's what you say. You have real men. And that's why they came to New York and they took that shit. They took that shit. Italians, they landed in New York by fire, by force, and by mob. They took the shit. And that's why New York City is incredibly Italian. Because they took that shit. Because they real fucking mans. Like, that's it. They took that shit. And that's your job as a man anyways. You go somewhere, you test the water. If you don't have any other alpha male challenging you, then it's yours for the taking. Take it. The fuck take it.
Know the history of it, or was it Tony Spilatra?
I don't know who it was specifically.
Okay, got it.
But so, these are some of the stories I would hear growing up from my mom and my grandmother.
So think about, at that time, how many people were against Italians? Mm-hmm. At that time, how many people didn't like Italians in New York? Because, do you know Bank of America was first called Bank of Italy? Mm-hmm. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
So can you pull up, Rob, was Bank of America first Bank of Italy? If I'm wrong, it is what it is. I think Bank of America was originally Bank of Italy. And everybody used to, yes, the Bank of America was originally founded in Bank of Italy in 1904 to an Italian-American in San Francisco, the financial needs of Italian immigrants and other underserved people. The bank eventually merged with another institution to form Bank of America and changed its name to Bank of America, right? Mm-hmm. The tellers were Italians. You know, they would give small little loans, $10, $4, $5 to them. And some people were not supportive of that. They're like, what are Italian immigrants doing here? You guys are becoming too much power in New York. We're not happy about this. So there was some of that going on 100 years ago.
And that's what I'm saying is that did exist. And then what happened eventually is that Italians assimilated. Eventually, these groups, these ethnic advocacy groups were broken up, if you could call the outfit that, or the mob of New York, and then Italians assimilated. And when I grew up, I saw myself as American. I didn't see myself as Italian American. I just saw myself as American. And I think that, you know, when you see Jewish people working together, I don't think there's anything wrong with that inherently. And I agree with you. It's like a superpower. It's actually admirable in some ways. They look out for each other. But if society becomes, American society in particular, a place where every group is ganging up, well, we're the whites, we're the blacks, we're the Jews, we're the then I think what America is starts to come apart, and it turns into kind of like a bit of a politicized race war. And I think that you either have to have a society where everybody gets to play by those rules and everybody could be pro what they are, or everybody is assimilated and we're all Americans. And that's why I say it's detrimental, is that if Jewish people are Jewish first, not of, by, and for America, but of, by, and for the Jewish nation, this is problematic when they're in positions of power, because are they looking out for all of us, or are they looking out for themselves first? And when you look at the Israel policy, that's where people start to say, I think you're looking out for yourselves first. I think you're biased. And unfortunately, you're using the public purse and American soldiers to fight your own battles. And that's the problem. It's not, I don't have hatred for them. I don't have a problem with them in themselves or even what they do. It's just that with our system, that doesn't work.
You know what I would say to that as well? When, you know, if they use the American soldiers in their advantage and all that other stuff. Okay. Who negotiated that deal? Some president negotiated.
And let me say this too, right? Because Jay said that earlier. You see, initially, Patrick did not want to have Nick on because he said Nick used the N-word. So he was like, he doesn't like that. But ultimately, fine. He had the boy on the show, right? They don't agree. They're having a conversation. They don't agree. You see, no one is insulting anybody. No one is sitting here using racial slurs, tether, like, all that weird stuff. Patrick has an accent too. No one's insulting anybody. Even when Nick left, he really said, oh my gosh, like when I left that place, he said Patrick's office is amazing. Everybody says his campus is amazing, right? People can have conversations. Like, that's why I said earlier. And that's when you know you're dealing with somebody who's not just an intellectual, but you're dealing with someone who's civilized. You see, people love to say Africa, Africa, but people are born here, and they're some of the most uncivilized barbarians I've ever met. I've met more savages in America. I have encountered more savagery in America. I'm like, who raises these people? Because my Ivorian upbringing, my French upbringing, I don't understand how people can conduct themselves in such a manner, right? But then again, America is a country built by goofy ass rednecks anyways, okay? But it's like, people are so uncivilized. Patrick, he's Assyrian, so he's not from here. I'm not from here. But it's funny how immigrants can sit down, talk to people. No one gets hurt. No one is insulted. We're actually going to reason, because American people are very emotional. Most of their thoughts, most of their ideas, it's never things that they sat down for themselves. Oh yeah, this is something that makes sense to me. They're so brainwashed. And so when you're brainwashed and then you have to actually, with sound arguments, defend your positions, you can't. So you feel overwhelmed. And that overwhelming effect makes you want to then proceed to insult people because you don't have the arguments. Ad homine's attack, tether, like all that bullshit, right? No, have sound arguments. What exactly are you upset about? Because opening a business is a very American thing to do, right? I could even understand, like, if the African people came here and they were actually on welfare and then you had to take care of them. Like, yeah, because if you came here, you should know how to take care of yourself. You have a need. You need to fix your car. Okay. You want to support a black owned. Now, okay, in your head, black means black American. Okay, sure, whatever. But ultimately, in their head, black means your complexion. Fine, we sort that out. You're still mad. Why are you mad? They're not on welfare. They're not asking you for a handout. They're not asking you for food. If you want to drop your car off, they can service you, right? A sound-minded, healthy person will say, oh, thank you. How long is it going to take? How much is it? Okay. And then you might even ask for a discount. Oh, okay, you my sister. Here you go. Right? What warrants this xenophobic rant like that? What have these people done? And so you see, and that's why this country is so toxic. Politics is toxic. Everything is toxic because people here are so tribal. You think Africans are into this whole ethnic shit. Nah, here, it's something else. It's just it obfuscates like their intelligence. Like they're not able to think clearly because they're so tribal. Everything is a tribe. And mind you, because that's really what I found quite hilarious. And I put that in her comment section. You carry on as if the tire business had been Black American owned, that automatically guarantees great service. No. A business can be owned by Black Americans and it can be awful. It could be awful. What are you implying? Oh, if they're Black Americans, it's going to be just great. No. We saw Keith Lee go to Atlanta, a place that used to be called the Black American Mecca. Keith Lee went to Atlanta to review food. We saw with our own eyes the level of service. We saw how Black American people, patrons, were being treated. From Candy's restaurant, the other place that had the honey pot, they were so like the honey, whatever. He went to so many restaurants. These restaurants were in a predominantly Black American city. The owners are Black Americans. The service was horrible. The food was horrible. Keith was so disappointed. And then people started making videos. Oh my gosh, Keith, we're so glad you came because this is how they treat us over here. This is how I'm like, well, why do y'all put up with that shit? Then he came to DC. DC also, AKA Chocolate City, whatever. He was out here in DC trying to review food. He went to a Black American restaurant. He gave his opinion. He has the right to say, I don't like it. The man went on live, you guys, and he said that if Keith comes back to DC, he's going to have him killed. That he put his picture out there and his boys know who he is. I'm like, what the fuck? Over food. One Black American to another Black American because the man said like he wasn't excited about the food. I mean, he has the right to not be excited about the food. Okay? But it turned into a whole death threat. The guy went live saying that if Keith ever comes to DC, he's dead. And that he gave his picture to his boys and whatever. I'm like, that whatever. But I'm like, Keith travels with his family. They have a Sprinter bus. Everybody gets in there. So when you make a threat like that, you're not just threatening him. That's his whole family. His wife is on there. His mother's on there. Sometimes the kids are with them. His friends, cousins. Like he travels with a lot of people. Because he gave you a review you didn't like. So he needs to die. You see? And then people want to tell you, respect my culture. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. You are very unserious. Even when he went, the Black American lady who was selling food outside, and he gave her the card. He said, okay, I'm going to give a tip. He put the money on. He gave her $5,000 tip. And he told her, give this person 1,000, give this person 1,000. Told her how to break the tip apart. The lady kept all the money. Very dishonest, lack of integrity in broad daylight. And she's like, oh, he never said this. He never. So Keith said, okay, no problem. He sent the money back to every single person individually. We have eyes. We're here. We have eyes. We have ears. We are all here. We see everything. And the people who hurt Black Americans the most are other Black Americans. Stop the bullshit. People who disrespect Black Americans the most are Black Americans themselves. It's not other people. People who murder Black Americans the most are other Black Americans. People who rob other Black Americans the most are other Black Americans. People who cause Black American businesses to fail are other Black American people. That's it. That's that. You are the architects of your own chaos. Stop always trying to scapegoat people. It will never make you a noble people, It's not going to work. Stop the bullshit. Everybody's out here. You have never seen Keith go to an African restaurant, whatever, and the people threaten his life, or go to an Asian restaurant. There are plenty of restaurants he hasn't liked. Nobody's ever said they're going to kill him over a food review, but we know who has, because it's the culture that puts murder on a pedestal. And I dare anybody to tell me that this modern day Black American culture does not put murdering people on a pedestal. Even my husband is victim of gun violence. His uncle got killed by another Black American at a barbecue just for saying, so what you gonna do, kill me? He left the party, he walked across the street, he came back with a gun, pow, he just killed him. And mind you, that's like my mother-in-law, her mom, that was her only boy. He's the youngest one. He's my birthday twin, he's an Aquarius. He just killed him for nothing. Just because they had a disagreement, he took his life. When Jimmy went to school in Atlanta, he also got robbed at gunpoint by another Black American boy. He grabbed the gun and he beat the boy up with the gun. I'm like, you're crazy. But then the guy was short, he was big. So I guess he did it, right? But anytime you see anything happening to the safety of a Black American person, it's usually another Black American person. So where, like, how do people practice this demonic ass tribalistic calculus where all of a sudden African people are the reason why you're not happy in America, or the reason why you can't prosper in America, or the African people? Please stop the fuckery. We might be known for juju and all kinds of, I don't know, witchcraft and shit, but your unhappiness, that is 100% your responsibility. Your safety, your community, or lack thereof, that is your responsibility. Anybody that's here legally can open a business. There's so many people that have businesses. When you drive up and down the street and you see all these faux restaurants that are owned by the Vietnamese people, do you lose your mind? And Lebanese, everybody got business. Everybody has a business. It's America. Why don't you have a business? Why do you attack people for doing what you do in America? No, you know, like it's like, what's up, baby? Like it's so disrespectful. Who's stopping you from having a business? There are so many African women who support African American women in their business. They support them. They want them to win. We don't wish harm on people. But you, as soon as you know something is owned by an African, oh, I need to insult these people, tether this, tether that. I need to make a video. And not once did she say she was insulted. Not once did she say she felt unsafe. Not once did she say they didn't want to service her or they offered her a crazy price. Nope. They're African. I just don't like them. So I think that gives me permission to be utterly despicable with these people. That is disgusting. Yeah. They're like, they don't, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't even interact with these people like that. Just like white people. Most white people don't interact with Black Americans. They only see them on TV. It's like people you barely interact with, you have such strong opinions and so much hatred for people you barely know. Are you sane? Are you truly okay? I'm like, this is like, even my mother-in-law, when she first I don't know why, but for some reason, because I'm African, she thought I had like HIV or something. I'm like, what? Because what? So people here don't have HIV? I'm like, what is wrong with people? Right? But they're like, oh, but when white people treat them a certain way, they lose their mind. My mother-in-law is so fucking xenophobic. She is such a xenophobe. I'm like, this lady, she is a xenophobe. It is so disgusting. I don't deal with her. I think it's so despicable. And then one time she's trying to sit there and tell me about the Democratic Party. I looked at this like, child, please, with your hateful heart. With your hateful heart. Like, my husband, oh, he wants to go there for things. That was like in the beginning. But I'm like, he wants me to go over for things. I'm trying to be in my bed. I don't do hateful people. When you hate people just because of who they are, where they come from, like, you know, shit that people can't even help. It's disgusting. And I truly can't take it. I'm like, I can't, like, it's too much for me. They're like, why? If somebody did something mean to you and you feel this way, I can get it. Unprovoked. You are utterly unprovoked. You do the most heinous things to each other, and that never causes a big stir. But God forbid you call a business and you heard an African accent. Oh, Lord Jesus, how you gonna make it? Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh my gosh, my day is ruined. I heard an African accent. But when what's it called? When what's it called again? What's that show? Wakanda. Whenever Black Panther was out here. Oh, Africa this, Africa that. So damn fake. Every time Beyonce wants to go to Africa and use Africa as a prop, people let her. Sierra was in Nigeria. They were very nice to her for the fashion show. Nobody was mean to her, right? But you, it's like, you can't even inconvenience yourself. It's not even inconvenience. It should be part of proper human interaction. You should know how to be a civil person. It's not that hard to be civil. Civility is not that hard. Having manners is not that hard. Being friendly is not that hard. Like, even trying to understand other people. It's not that hard. There are people who are Black Americans, like especially like people from like St. Louis and stuff. They have these accents. Sometimes I don't know what they're saying, but I make an effort. Like, okay, what'd you say? Can you say it slower? Right? But a bunch of people here have accents. Some people can't help it. So be polite. Oh, do you mind saying it again because I didn't get it? Like, okay, can you talk slower because I didn't know what you mean? Like, or I try to like see how their lips are moving and stuff to get it, right? But there's a plenitude of accents in America. Like, what the heck, right? We don't even have to do Pan-African nothing. Me, it doesn't bother me. I'm cool. Like, I don't want to be next to anybody who don't want to be next to me. I never had to stood next to anyone to make it. I never had. All my schoolwork, the majors I decided to do, anything I did in my life, I never needed people. I don't need anybody. I'm straight. I don't need anybody to talk to me. I don't need anybody to claim me. I don't need anybody to, I don't give a fuck. I enjoy myself. My only issue is don't insult me just because of where I was born. Because what the fuck? Don't insult me for that. Don't be mean to me because you don't like my complexion because you and I have the same complexion. That's it. Don't do that. It's disgusting. So for people who've been through hell in the hands of these white people, for them to do the same thing to other people, disgusting. It is gross. It's nasty. It's disgusting. Because when you've been through some shit, it's disgusting. When Charlie Kirk said the thing about the pilot stuff, everybody got upset because everybody that has this complexion, everybody got upset. Nobody was like, oh, is he talking about Black Americans? Is he talking about, because he said Black. So when he said Black, everybody felt insulted. Like, who the fuck are you talking about? And I said, okay. And I said, I feel the same way when I see a white person next to my food. Next. Okay. Because I feel like he was talking about me. So I'm like, what the fuck? Make it make sense. But I'm like, to go through certain things for 400 years and then to turn around and do it to other people that have the same complexion as you, the same hair texture as you, you're weird. You are truly weird with lots of low self-esteem and a lot of mental instability. You got to get your head checked. You need to go to therapy. They need to make therapy free. Like with welfare should come free therapy and you need to go.
That deal. Someone said yes to it, right? When they say, well, let me tell you, you know, that person is afraid to platform this guy because he's afraid his donors are going to go and do this. And it's Israel's fault. No, it's not. It's the guy who runs it's not Israel's fault. What are you talking about? You know, this guy sends me a message. APAC. I got a text. Not a text. What do you call it in the X? A DM I get from APAC. Okay. Hey, we'd like you to come to Israel. We'd like to invite you. I'm sure many people get that message, right? They send it. I said, I'm going to come with my pastor. I don't want you to pay for it. I'm going to pay for it. I want to bring my crew because I want to go see Jerusalem. You're not going to see me putting the what do they call it? I'm not going to put that on. But guess what? I respect the culture, and I want to go to Gaza, and I would ask for some idea of protection that if we can go to Gaza, show it to her. I want to see this stuff. I want to go with my pastor. First time around, I'm not going to take my kids. Maybe the second, third time, I'll take my kids. But to me, I don't put the onus on, like when a guy's like, that guy has slept with so many people, this, and the girl said yes. No, but you don't understand. He's a man whore. But the girl said yes. So is it Israel or is it the girl? Do you understand what point I'm trying to make here?
Absolutely.
So to me, it's kind of like, I mean, look, if you said Israel over Muslims, right? Which of the two do you think has been a bigger net positive to America?
Oh, it has to be Israel. Absolutely.
Okay. So
they finance everything because you don't save your money. You see what he said? Always blaming the other person. But what about you? What part did you have to play in that? Oh, Africans this, African this, African, oh, it's African. What do you owe yourself? That's the part that's so fucking funny to me. Always trying to tell other people what they should do. What should you do? I don't have to do anything. Why not? Why not? This is your country. So what are you doing? Always trying to give people the finger and trying to tell them they need to learn your culture and they need to respect your culture. Do you even respect your culture? Right? Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, we made a way for you to come here. And first of all, you didn't make a way for me to come here. So let's be so for real. Okay. You didn't make a way for me to come here. Those who did, some of them did not love anymore. Right. Okay. Now I'm here. What are you doing? Right. Now, that's the same thing I said about New York City. If New York City was Mandani's to Graham, why are you mad? Oh, he needs to acknowledge us. For what? Did you help him with the campaign? Did you vote for him? Did you give him money? Like, so he won without needing you. Like, that's crazy to me. Yeah. So I'm like, exactly. Do African people make you worse? No, African people make you better. Because we are coming here with traditional values. Like your grandparents, we're coming here looking like that. It's like what I say. Your grandparents, yeah, they make us look better. You make us look bad. African people with their traditional values and their Christian values and their family values and staying married, yes, we make Black people here look better. We do. So you should say thank you. I'll say I don't even have an issue saying thank you to the elders because they did what they had to do. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Lebanese people have, because they don't want to work. Lebanese people, they run businesses. They like to do business. Ivorian people like to work in offices, kind of like here. People want a job, but the entrepreneurs are always going to win because entrepreneurs create the job. If you are an employee, you are at the mercy of those who create the job. So listen, I get it. And they've invested in Lebanese people because they're Arab. Once again, like the Jews, they save a lot of money. They save a lot. They do. I've always liked to spend their money buying designer perfume, womp on cars. Well, okay, sure. So that's it. Yeah. I'm like, that's it. But I'm like, even this, my thing about this whole ancestor stuff, like even they themselves, like these Black Americans have all these issues. If they themselves cared about the ancestors, Mark, there are certain conversations that will never make it on the internet. If they themselves cared about each other, the N-word would not be something they just have to use that thing all day, every day. And that's why the word is not going to die, because they don't want to stop using it. They don't want to stop using it. So as long as you keep talking about this word, it's like it never stops. It don't stop. Like, why are you using this stuff? Right? It's not honorable. It's not a good word. It's not honorable. Don't want to let it go. So, oh no, because let's say, oh, there are my ancestors, so I can be a spoiled brat. I can do whatever I want, because they're my ancestors. But that's not the right way to think about this. Because they're your ancestors. You should be the leader of the pack. But you don't lead. You are falling back. So that's why I don't take people seriously. Me, I know who my ancestors are. And because of that, I carry myself a certain way. I compete as hard as I can when I can. I don't play. I don't let people just pass me by and all that weird. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. My pride, I have a lot of pride. I take myself really seriously. I conduct myself a certain way. Right? I lived in America all my life, for the most part, like 30 years. I've never smoked weed. Never have, never will. I don't have a single tattoo on my body. Like, I don't do that kind of stuff. I don't do stuff like that. When I got to a point and I started having self-awareness about like these weaves and stuff, like, but my hair is pretty nice. I'm like, okay, wear your natural hair. I've been wearing my natural hair. I don't even wear makeup. I stopped going to the Vietnamese people to do my nails. I'm like, because I have a baby too anyways. I'm trying to lose the weight I need to lose. Like accountability. Like, you got to hold yourself accountable. I don't look to scapegoat other people. I don't look out in the vista looking for a villain or someone to blame for everything wrong with me or my community, because it starts with self. How can you blame people who just got here when you've been here for 400 years and you're not happy with yourself? You have to go see a therapist. You need help. I think sometimes some of these like xenophobic rants, low-key, high-key, it's a cry for help. You need help. Just like a lot of these Ashkenazi Jews, they need to go to freaking therapy because they have PTSD. And they think, oh, everybody's coming for me. That's why they want all these weapons to kill all of these people, when in reality, nobody is coming for you. What happened in Germany happened in Germany. You are no longer in Germany. You are in the Middle East. These people don't mean you harm. When you got there, they were really nice to you. What is going on? But I'm like, they have PTSD. And maybe we also have to concede to the fact that when some people go through like really, really severe trauma, right? it passes down from generation to generation, and people need to have therapy because this behavior is truly uncanny, and it's like, I don't know, me, it's just like, it's off-putting. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with your ass? I'm like, yeah, people need to go to therapy. And that's why even Marlene, that's why I don't offer my friendship to a lot of people, especially people from here. Because I'm like, yeah, people here are not normal. People here are not healthy. I'm like, you see, he's an immigrant, I'm an immigrant, and we're both saying, even if what you're saying about Israel is correct, why are you not also holding accountable the white American politicians who were too greedy to put the country first, and instead they put their love of money first, right? The Jewish man, all he did was sit back and study the white American. And he realized that the white American man, not only is he greedy, he is not honorable. So Jews, because they're known to save money, he used the money he saved to buy him off. So who's worse, the Jew who bought him off, or the American man who betrayed his nation because he had to live with his greed? The American man is worse, right? So I'm like, that's it. You cannot blame everything on Jewish people. There is a certain level of corruption, greed, and also there is a lack of financial responsibility. Most American people, American born, American raised, have an issue with debt. They love to live above their means. American people never talk about what they've earned. They talk about what they deserve. And when you have that mindset, you'll have 15 credit cards, 20 lines of credit, one, a house you can't afford. And the Jews, because they're good at banking and they're good at saving, they allow you to live on credit. But most Americans are not rich. Most Americans are not financially okay. You take away their credit cards, you take away their home lines of credit, you take away any kind of credit they have, they're done. Because Americans live off of credit. So they have the illusion of success. They have the illusion of surplus. They have the illusion, oh, we're doing so well. No, you have access to consumer credit. You don't own your house. It's a mortgage. You don't own your car. It's a car note. You got to pay for 30 years before you can say, oh, I own this thing, right? So the Jews, they save. They've always saved. They like to study. They read a lot. On the day of Shabbat, you don't have the right to use technology. So on Shabbat, all they do is read all day. They're very, very big on education. They're big on their religion. They are big on family, and they are big on saving, which means the Jews are not emotionally insecure. They don't have low self-esteem. They know who they are, and so they don't have to purchase things to feel successful. Black people are insecure. Black people have low self-esteem. Okay, so because of that, they always have to buy stuff to make people feel like they're worthy, they're rich, they belong, and things like that. So you pay to convince people you're successful. They are just successful, and they raise their children to be successful. And so banking, venture capital, technology, nuclear bombs, womp. Jews are going to be in there because education is of the utmost importance. When you live in America, you realize that for Black American people, the most important thing to you are sports and entertainment, right? You train your children to look forward to being drafted in the NBA, to be drafted in the NFL, to play baseball, or to be a rapper, right? But that's what young people here grow up to look forward to. You're either going to be an athlete or you're going to be an entertainer. Education is not a priority, right? It's just not a priority. So why do people sit here and pretend? If you have a young Black American boy who's a math genius, and you have a young Black American boy who is a great high school basketball player, the basketball player will get way more attention because he can use his body. But the young Black American boy who knows how to use his brain, nobody cares. They don't take that seriously. Like, wow, this is also just as important, if not even more important, right? But Black American geniuses are not put on a pedestal. Athletes, entertainers, right? Because people want to live like cicadas. Okay, cool, no problem. right? And then when these black kids that are really, really smart start having white friends, white wives, or Asian wives, like they go to communities that value and celebrate their intellectual brilliance. Oh, he's a sellout. Oh, he's a this. Oh, he's a coon. Oh, because like for them, even though we did not acknowledge you, we never celebrated how smart you were. We never made you feel just as special as the basketball player, right? For being so smart and having this beautiful gift of intelligence, right? When you make it, you owe us everything. And that's why they don't like Clarence Thomas. They do nothing for that man, but expect everything from that man. The Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown, right? If she was over here today, they would find her attractive. She's dark-skinned. She's short. She has a wide nose. She has thick lips. She looked like she'd get in. Okay? They're not going to like her, right? But once and you see she got a white husband, so she had to go over there to be celebrated. Most African-American children who have an incredible level of God-given intelligence, in order for them to flourish, they have to go with other communities, white people, African people, Asian people, Indian people, because that is where their intelligence, their brilliance is celebrated, right? Black American culture only celebrates you if you're good at sports or you can rap. That's it. That's what they put on a pedestal. Okay? So you keep having a culture that only prioritizes sports and entertainment. You can't be surprised that we're now in 2025 and there is a severe lack of Black American engineers. So now they got to import all these people. Oh, why are they here? Why are they here? Because you put sports and entertainment on a pedestal. That's it. And it's okay to be honest, right? But if you ever find a Black American child that's really, really smart, most of her friends or most of his friends are not other Black American children. And that is really sad. Because if you are too smart, they're not going to like you. Okay? So that's how it goes. That's it. Also, if you're too poised, like Samira and her jazz, you're too poised, you're too classy, you're too elegant, they're not going to like you. I'm sure Samira, when you look at her music, her streams, her who buys her albums, and who shows up for her concert, I'm sure it's white people and other people who truly appreciate her gift for jazz. She's amazing. She's truly, truly amazing, but she's too peaceful. She's peaceful. She's grounded. She's respectful. Her dad is in her life. Her parents are married. So it's just not going to work, because if you're not toxic, you are not allowed in here. The price of admission is straight up crash out behavior. Okay. That's it. That's that. So I'm like, people have mental health issues. Yeah, but I'm like, they read all day. Jewish people love to read. But I'm like, think about the nuclear bomb. Oppenheimer, he's Jewish. The Manhattan Project was led by a Jew. Einstein, he's Jewish. And I'm sure if you look at Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Booz Allen Hamilton, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed, they're ran by a bunch of Jewish people who did engineering. They love to study. They can study for hours. Hours. They don't move. They study. That's all they do is study. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they take pride in. How smart you are. That's what they put on a pedestal. Intelligent people. Over here, you got defunct pastors, you have pimps, you have fake ass doctors like Dr. Umar, socialist, whatever. I mean, you have Jay Morrison, who's a former felon. You have Cesar Pena, God knows what. It's all like you have him 500. Oh, it's scamming, stealing, robbing, all kinds of fuckery. Okay? But it's never honorable. If you went to prison, then you're a real one. If you went to prison, then you can't be trusted. If you're a single mom with multiple people, you're a good influencer. Like the price of admission is just utterly outrageous. Like, who's going to pay to join this group? Like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Yeah, it's not healthy because you have to be toxic. You have to be toxic. And I think that's why sometimes like some people get resentful of African people, because you just don't want to join the clown show. Like me, I'm not going to join it. Right. And one thing I have noticed is that they love, like most Black Americans, they love an African that plays the African role. Like you are a caricature, because they don't have to be, but they allow themselves to be caricatures with white people to make it. So they think if we do it for the whites, you should do it for us, right? That's why they love like Michael Blackson, who he comes there with the African accent. He does all that weird shit. One time I was on the panel with Angry Man. And so it was another brother, he was Nigerian and stuff. So all of a sudden, Angry Man decides to do this grotesque, a very Americanized African accent. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Speak in your normal voice. Now, when I tell you, Angry Man, when I tell you I went in on that ass, I went in I went in so much I had to apologize. Right? People here are not cerebral. All you can say is you're born here, you speak English, that's it. But cerebral, you not. Angry Man and it was real. Because I even thought he was paraplegic. Child, I thought he was paraplegic. I said, oh, Marlene. Okay. I'm like, it can get very, very disrespectful. People think it's hell. There has to be there has to be an underground of hell. Me, Marlene, I will take the Stairmaster there and go at speed 12 and actually think there's air conditioning in that bitch. Don't play with me. We can go straight to hell. Because that's the thing about roasting, really. Me, I'm very, very intelligent. Just because somebody's born in Africa, God gives favor to who he wants to give favor to. There are a bunch of kids born all around the world from different socioeconomic status. They have the gift of intelligence. Right? Yeah, Angry Man. Ooh, he tried that goofy shit. They had this other Black American kid too, because he usually reads them. Ooh, I don't even know why he did that, because I usually like him. Eric came in there. I don't know what the fuck he thought it was. I said, ooh, well, I guess we're gonna have to go there. It was bam, bam, bam. I lit their asses up. Then a Dominican guy, he joined in. Oh Lord, I just meal. Oh, do you know me? ¿Tú me conoces? Okay, no problem. Do it. I'll cuss you out in your own language. Play with me. Me, Marlene, I'll roast anybody. We know one time in New Orleans, this Dominican girl came. Because here in America, these Black American boys, they be gassing up them goofy ass Dominicans. Dominican Republic. N'importe quoi. So I don't know what the fuck she said. That's a girl. Let me tell you something. Okay. Besides the poverty, the promiscuity, and the baby hairs that you brought to America, what the fuck else did you bring to America? I said, you think you're special because you're light skinned and you got baby hair. I said, bitch, let me tell you something. You are a product of rape. Understand? Me, when you see my dark skin, let me tell you something. It means my grandmothers could actually run. You get me, right? There you go. On both sides, they were good runners. Okay. Let that shit sink in. Imagine that. People think being dark skinned is some kind of offense because, they light skinned. Girl, let me tell you something. My grandmothers could run. There you go. My great grandmothers, on all sides, they could run. There's a reason why I look the way that I do. Right? When you're dark skinned, be very proud of your grandmothers. Be extremely proud, Chad. Be extremely proud. There you go. She understood. She got real quiet. There you go. Right? Be like, calm the fuck down. You are from an island where these Spaniards had their way with these women. All right? That's it. That's a remnant of rape. I don't know if that's something you should be proud of. Right? I'm like, you're fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. Can you go to Spain and be claimed by the Spaniard? The answer is no. Even in Santo Domingo, Dominicana, the Dominican Republic, La República Dominicana. There you go. They don't even speak a proper Spanish. They speak it's like some slang Creole. It's not even a proper Spanish from Spain. Like, who claims you? Yeah, I'm like, who claims you? Do the people in Spain claim you? Baby hairs. You came to America with baby hairs. That's what, if you notice carefully, most girls that are Dominicans, they're all working in strip clubs. Give me one writer from that place. A writer? I don't know. Give me anybody. They're all in strip clubs. They're all sex workers. All sex workers. I'm not trying to be mean, but I've yet to meet a Dominican girl that does anything honorable. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. My mom went there one time, like a few times actually. She was like, oh, Marlene. She said, all they do all day is be prostitutes. She was really shocked. She's like, all the girls are prostitutes. They don't work. And then their shorelines are used for drugs. Like people be dropping. Yeah, they're all into sex work. Maybe, I mean, to every rule there's an exception, right? But I'm like, what? They're all in the strip club. They're strippers. They're hostess at a bar. They sell bars. They set up drug dealers to get killed. They have a bunch of kids. Oh, and they have a bunch of kids. Their kids are always robbing bodegas. Their kids are knuckleheads. It's like, who are these people? Right? But because Black American Jews, they gas them up. They see anything light-skinned with some baby hair, though, I'm close to white, I guess, because they're very insecure. They're truly insecure. I'm like, what is this? Like, are you insane? She got really quiet. All right, there you go. Okay? So me being dark-skinned, I'm extremely proud. Because both my grandmothers could run, and they could run pretty fast, huh? They ran pretty fast. Yeah, I'm like, their kids are always doing all kinds of bullshit in the bodegas. Kids are knuckleheads. They can't raise children. They're all over the place, causing mayhem. Mayhem. But I'm like, my mom was like, she was so shocked. She was like, all they do all day is do prostitution. They don't work. Prostitution and drug dealing. That's all they have in the, what's it called? Santo Domingo. There you go. Bunch of bullshit. Bunch of bullshit. You're light-skinned. Okay, Ann. Are you cerebral? The answer is no. Go tell your son to stop robbing that bodega, please. Okay? Thank you. People are tired.
Part about that part.
But, well, in terms of, I wouldn't say net positive. I would say in terms of raw, maybe like gross positive. Because they've had a lot of contributions culturally and even, in terms of art, literature, music, also scientifically. But it's difficult to say on that because I also think that there's quite a bit of a detriment. I think that the melting pot comes from the Jewish community.
What do you mean by that?
The idea of the melting pot, that comes from a Jewish playwright. Because Jewish people come to America, and like all immigrants, they say, well, we want America to be more welcoming. So they start to spin up these ideas that, well, America was never this country of white Christians. It's always been a melting pot for all immigrants. They want the country to be more open because that makes it more comfortable for them. It makes it more tolerant for them. But this has also made us more open and tolerant for Muslims, for example. We're bringing, who's been the biggest driver of like the Hart-Celler 65 Immigration Act? It was like the SPLC, which is run by Jewish lawyers. And so they're major drivers of mass migration. They're also major drivers of the pro-Israel politics, like the Iraq War. It was many Jewish journalists and pundits and advocates.
Sure.
So a point being is like when you calculate on net, and I agree with you, like I think there are a lot of people that are critical of Israel that are reluctant to acknowledge the good that Jews do. And I think that Jews they're brilliant. Many of them are brilliant.
So when I'm saying net positive, I'm talking jobs, economy. How often you hear about crime, what they do. Like if you have a choice between living in a city in Minnesota, Dearborn, and living in, I don't know what's the biggest city. What's the city that Boca Raton, let's just say, right? If you have a choice between raising your family between Dearborn and Boca Raton, where do you choose?
Boca Raton,
okay,
of course.
So the point is like they go to a place. And by the way, to me, if that was Muslims, guess what? I would say Muslims. But statistically, wherever they live, it's safer, things are nicer, things get better.
I agree.
And that is one part to measure where they're at. Now, do I see them overly aggressive? Do I see them the type that are going to use politicians? And
they have a culture of excellence. They really do. I'm like, even me, I'm like in 80 years, what they have done, I'm like, this is it. Because at first I was like, man, these Jews are crazy. Like, but then I was like, no, you have to give people credit. People came here as immigrants some of them even came straight from concentration camps, right? Came here straight from concentration camps, no luggage, nothing, just nothing but some Hitler Nazi trauma shit, right? To a foreign country where they didn't speak the language. I mean, you can say German is close enough to English, but nonetheless though, right? Cultural shock. But to deal simultaneously with like the PTSD of World War II and then building a family, trying to understand American culture and this and that. But I'm like in 80 years though, what they've done is really impressive. Whereas like Black America, what has happened in 80 years is incredibly concerning. So like, You go down, they're going up. Why? Because Dr. King and his mindset in socialism, right? But I'm like, so people have to have the courage to be honest with themselves. It's okay. They're really smart. They save a lot of money. They study a lot. They have their flaws, but they truly know how to save money. They know how to make money out of nothing. A lot of these IPOs would not be possible without Jewish people. A lot of these mortgages would not be possible without Jewish people. Like, they have done a lot. Even when I was in school in the math department, and all my professors were Jewish, and some of them were sweetheart. Dr. Levy was everything. He was a sweetheart, right? I'm like, yeah. So it's like, America needs Jewish people. The only thing is they need to calm down with the whole Palestinian stuff. We cannot sit here and watch you guys just murder all these people. And long term, I don't even think you want that legacy of being people who commit genocides on people. Hatred is never the way. Hatred is never the way. You don't just kill your way into your way. If you are a godly people, you should listen to God. And God is not going to want you to kill all bunch of people. That is crazy. That's really crazy. But I'm like, Marlene, it's really impressive. If my skin was white, I would really try to finesse to be a Jew. Like, yeah, I would definitely make it over there. They got a bunch of money. They really have a bunch of money. It's like, please stop.
Buy them like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people are saying 100%. Do I see them? They're going to be there in everyone's DM and email saying, hey, we'd love to support you. We'd love to bring you to Israel and, doing all that stuff. It's obvious. I'm seeing it myself. Okay. Do I look at that and shame them and say, oh, you shame on? I look at that and say, no, I wish Armenians would do that.
Yeah.
I've never gotten an invitation from Prime Minister of Armenia. He should probably send me an invite to go there, right? It's not a bad idea to come and show the country. I'm Armenian. I'm a Syrian. Syrians don't have a country. It's probably a good idea. You don't see that. You wish others would do that. So for me, as much as when I go into that, by the way, I'll give you one other side that, Israel's going to be like, yeah. This other side to me is I actually do believe they leverage Mossad to get intel. I actually do believe they use blackmail. I actually do believe they do that. So, there's nothing going on with Epstein. No. Michael Wolff did a podcast with him 2 months ago. And when he was at Epstein's house, the 100 hours of recording that he has with him, I said, how many times was Ehud Barak there? Am I saying his name correctly? Barak.
Ehud Barak.
Ehud Barak. He said he was there many times. He saw Bill Gates there many times. Why would the former prime minister visit the guy 30-something times? Just because the conversation is great? That's a little bit suspect, right? So to me, I'll go there, but I'll go the other end. So what I'm trying to do, like if you're wondering what my role is here, okay? My role is I want to continue talking to you. I want us to do many of these together as we go through whatever journey we go through next 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
Exactly.
And I'd like you to be around 60 years from now to see what.
You see? Do you see? This is an immigrant. You see? That's a real boss right there. Do you think Phil, the other dude, he's Black American, Phil with his fat ass of the African diaspora? Mind you, him, when he was starting his YouTube channel, I was very supportive. When he wanted to grow his channel, I even gave $100. Sometimes I said, like, wow, these people, you help these people. It's the kind of content they made. I'm like, Phil of the Diaspora News, can he have this much class? He can barely get his words out. His tongue is so damn heavy, right? If there's a disagreement, why don't you say, okay, let's have a conversation and let's see how we can agree, disagree. No, insult, these people, all shut up. What about you people? What about you people? Like, you're crazy. And you think once you disrespect someone, they're going to sit there quietly and let them insult the people? It's only going to get up from, it's only going to go up from there. You see? And that's the difference between, like, immigrants here on YouTube. It's like people like PPD who have their podcast and a lot of Black American people in their podcast. It's always ratchet. It's always ghetto. It's always aggressive. It's always disrespectful. It's low class. It's low budget. It's all about insulting people, degrading people, debasing people, humiliating people, bullying people. Where is that going to get you? Where's that going to get you? I'm like, you see? And that's why he doesn't, and like Patrick, he doesn't have a lot of Black American people on his show. He doesn't. And he doesn't even need them. Like the way he makes money, his views, even Candace also does not invite Black American people on her show. She doesn't even need to do that. Candace goes live. When she gets off the live, like even within 5 minutes of the live being over, 1 million views, whatever million views. I'm like, this girl, her numbers are crazy. But nowhere in her content is she trying to cater to a Black American audience. Why would she need that? She's married. She's not vulgar. She's not promiscuous. She goes to church. She's Catholic. right? So it's like her views and your views are gonna align. Her values, your values, it does not align. But I'm like, she has succeeded without making a caricature of herself, right? She didn't have to humiliate herself, be a baby mom, sleep with a bunch of men. She doesn't hate men. Like, she's not a stereotypical Black American. And when you watch Candace's content, she always says, I love Nigerians. They're just so smart. They're so smart, right? And I'm like, it is what it is. It is what it is. People can say a lot of things about African people, but one thing you can never say is call us dumb or that we don't study hard in school, we don't have good grades, and we don't have a lot of good degrees. We work really hard, and we give so much of a fuck about education. We really care about education. You care about sports and entertainment and also the streaming. Go ahead and do that. You know what I'm saying? Have fun, right? But we like to read. We like to study. We love to learn. But you can never say that we are people who don't like to study, or we're out here just causing trouble and we're hurting people and we're killing people and all that kind of stuff. We do not. And you know dang well we don't. And maybe that's why it hurts your feelings. Because you know, every time it's a Black boy, he's definitely not African. Okay? You're not gonna see I did boy or whatever. Like, you ain't gonna see that shit.
Whatever you want to do, and let's see what your ideas are going to land and what they're going to go through.
Well,
I'm sure as we all age, some of them get better, some of them get sharper.
yeah,
Maybe this used to be a number 1 to us at 26. Maybe it's going to be number 6 when we're 46. Maybe this used to be number 11 when we're 26. Now it's number 2 when we're 52. Who knows? Life changes. You evolve, right? You're just watching Trump in the last 10 years change. He's not the same. Just the way he does his speaking. I was watching him speak yesterday, and the way he's doing press conference. A very different guy on where he's at. And it's not like he's tired and he's not working. You said him and Charlie Kirk, the Protestant, workers thing that they have. It's not that. I just see his going through it himself. I would like people on both sides to not be like, oh my God, he just said Nick Fuentes on. That's it. No, you don't control me. I want to talk to you. Oh my God, he brought Cuomo and he did this. Dude, Cuomo, we orchestrated a conversation with him and Dave Smith. It was great.
Yeah.
And we had Chris Cuomo and Candace speak. It was great. They gave their arguments. And Chris said some things about, people don't need IDs to vote. I don't agree with that. Mm-hmm. But guess what? At least we had the conversation, right? I'll sit with Wiener. I'll sit with you. I'll sit with, let me tell you, I got a lot of death threats after having BB on. And I had 3 outcomes with BB, right? To me, it was very simple what I wanted to get. I wish I had 2 hours with the guy, but it was a short time.
Hi, I'm Nick Fuentes. If you want to text me or call me or ask me.
Hey, listen, there's a one video, but let me show y'all this. And I saw this one too, because this is Trump. I just saw this one. I don't know where the actual video is. I can look for it though. Hold on. It's this one. Where is it? Okay, let's watch this one real quick.
So, many reasons. He started off by saying we should have 50.
When
we have plenty of talented people
no,
here.
You don't. No, you don't.
We don't have talented people.
Wow.
Wow. You got to bring in talented people. She's like, we got plenty of talented people in the United States. No, you don't. So Trump went on with Laura Ingraham, and it was a disastrous interview for many reasons. He started off by saying we should have 50-year mortgages, which sounds a lot like you'll own nothing and be happy. He then said we should have 600,000 Chinese students coming into the United States every year, or else the colleges will have to go out of business. And here he is telling you that we need to import more Indian workers into the United States under the H-1B visa. Now, we covered this before, I'll tell you, but here, let's watch.
There's never going to be a country like what we have right now.
And does that
the
mean
Republicans have to talk about it?
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people
no,
here.
You don't. No, you don't.
We don't have talented people.
You see, Trump? Trump said, no, you don't. He said, no, you don't. I said, go ahead, Gemini. Say what needs to be said. He's like, no, you don't. No, she's like, oh, we don't. I'm like, no, you don't. I'm like, this thing, I'm telling you, it's an American virtue, huh? Why do people love to act so aloof? Like, what? Most American-born kids today, they want to be influencers. They want to be famous. Like, they have grown up in the age of American Idol, Glee, YouTube, da-da-da. The kids, I think when they ask the children, Kids are saying now they want to be YouTubers, right? Many children now, what they call Gen Alpha, is that what they're called? Gen Z, Gen Alpha people, they want to be influencers. They want to be famous. They want to have PR packages. They want to do hauls. They want to go on brand trips. They don't want to do the old thing, right? They don't want that. So I'm like, yeah, because of that, people are not going to school. They're dropping out. So you're going to have to import people. That is a reality. People will be imported. And when it comes to the H-1B1 visa, people can kick, they can scream, whatever. It has to happen. Even when it comes to families, they're going to have to import families. People from here, they don't want to be married anymore. They don't want to have children. They want to prioritize themselves. They want to marry themselves. They want to go child-free. They want to be part of the child-free movement, which is fine. America has to America, right? Medicare is not going to pay for itself, right? Medicaid is not going to pay for itself. Social Security tax payments are not going to pay for itself. Also, the government got to pay for the postal workers. It's not going to pay for itself. They need people to come here to be traditional, to have children, and pay taxes. So if you don't want to do it, they will import people to do it. They've always done that. Kick, scream, and cry. You can either get to work or not. I'm like, yeah, they're going to do it. And I love the fact that Trump was like, no, you don't. You don't have the people. Right now, America is in a serious war with China over these microchips. I think most of them are made in Taiwan. I don't know. So they try to bring the guy from Taiwan with his company here so that in case China wants to bomb the Taiwan, it's not going to cause disruption in the American companies having access to those chips because they need those chips for the defense industry, right? That's number one. Number two, right now, China has a lot of rare earth. China has secured a lot of rare earth. So even if America can make the microchips, it's going to be a problem with getting the rare earth to make the chips because China has secured a lot of the supply chain when it comes to these minerals to make to make these chips. But I'm like, we don't have enough people. Don't have enough people. So you are going to have to rely on the Chinese. And also, there are certain cultures, there are certain nationalities, right? Certain cultures where people can sit for hours and study, right? The thing about the Asian people are Buddhist. Their entire religion focuses on meditation. So they have the habit of sitting still. They have the habit of sitting still, sitting quietly, thinking. And what the stuff like that with the microchips and shit, like all this like electrical engineering shit, you got to sit for hours and hours and try to solve a problem. Most American people today, we all know, they have a very short attention span. You have to front load a video, like it's like a Mr. Beast video, right? You got to front load everything, make it super loud, super flashy, and it has to be less than a minute. Otherwise, you lose the people. So people like that, they can't study for long hours anymore. They can't do it. So you have to import people who have different cultures, different mindset, and who have a more intense, resilient study habits where they can sit there for hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours without getting up, just working, just studying. People here do not want to do that. So they are going to import people. But I'm like, if he's doing 600,000 Chinese students a year, that is fucking crazy. But hey, somebody has to be an engineer because you need the engineers. Otherwise, America will seriously fall behind China. So I'm like, go ahead. I'm like, good job, Trump. Be honest about it.
Wow.
Yeah. He said what he said.
You got to bring in talented people. She's like, we got plenty of talented people in the United States. No, you don't. I remember when Vivek Ramaswamy tried that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've noticed, we haven't heard from him since. That was his last thing he got to say in public. Was he said that, the Indians, people in India have a better work culture than the United States. We only care about whatever it is, whatever he said, stupid things about going to prom dances and looking at our iPhone and playing video games. Whereas the Indians have a culture of work and heart and blah, blah, blah.
But they do. Don't be a hater. So here's the post that Vivek wrote. Let me make sure you can see it. Vivek said the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans is because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and a wrong explanation. A key part of it comes from down the C word, culture. Yes, is he? Vivek, I agree. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. They can't do that over here. They struggle with that. They really do. Okay? Hold on. Right? Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college. It starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympia champ or the influencer, right? How many influencers now have brands with no experience? Oh, she has a nice body. Oh, or whatever. She has a nice face. Oh, she has a makeup brand. It's like, but what do you know about makeup? Like even Kanye, because Kodak they try to put Lady Gaga as like creative director or something of Kodak. He was like, but what does she know about pictures? It doesn't matter. If you have a huge following, they will give you things that you have no experience in because it's all about your follower count and it's not actually about what you can do. Or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. There you go. A culture that venerates Corey from The Boy Meets World or Zack Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel if Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Fact, I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch these TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity. And their kids went on to become widely successful STEM graduates, right? Just like even today, you have, hold on. Oh, wow, he kept going? Damn. Okay. More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. Yeah, he's such an immigrant parent. More weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chilling, more extracurricular, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grew up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now, close your eyes. Visualize which family you knew in the 90s or even now who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest, okay? Normacy doesn't cut it in a hyper competitive global market for technical talent. That's it. And if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. Okay? This can be a Sputnik moment. You know when Russia put the thing out in space, okay? We awakened from slumber before, we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, body positivity. We make people famous just because they're fat. We give people campaign because they're fat. Oh, you're fat. You're so brave. You're fat. You're brave. Like, what is that? Nerdiness over conformity. Yes. Say what you need to say and don't fear cancel culture. Hard work over laziness. That's how we work. That's the work we have cut out for us. Rather than wallowing in victimhood and wishing or legislating alternative hiring practices into existence, I'm confident we can do it. So this is what Vivek said, and they just went crazy. I'm like, they went crazy also because they don't like him. Because he's Indian. He's mad rich. You know, Vivek almost is like a billionaire. He's very rich. Okay? He's very, very, very rich. And he don't own no gas station. He doesn't own a 7-Eleven. So people get triggered. Like when you come to someone's country and you far exceed what they can do, people get triggered. But I'm like, he did not lie. Even today, the mere fact that Kim Kardashian is a quote unquote billionaire and there are really, really smart people out here who can't even pay their bills, like they work really hard, that makes no sense. Kim Kardashian is mediocrity. Why is she so rich? Why does she have so many followers? He is not lying. We should make people famous because they actually do something for society. Oh, you had a sex tape? Oh, you're famous. Oh, I like your makeup. You're famous. Oh, I like your TikTok videos. You're now a millionaire. What? That doesn't make any sense. People do makeup reviews. They become multimillionaires. People work in the lab trying to cure cancer. They get a regular paycheck. Something is weird. Something is weird. But it's like the society is indeed mediocre. So I'm like, from one immigrant to the next, I understand exactly what he's saying. Right. But like I said, people from here, they have raised their children to want to be famous, to go into sports, because they just want a big payout. Instead of working slowly, like over many years and making money, people rather put all their eggs in one basket and hope that the child breaks it. Like, oh, the child is going to make it into sports. The child is going to make it as a child superstar. Like what's the name? JoJo Siwa and things like that. But it's like, it doesn't happen for many people. Right? Parents are pimping their kids. Even you have 8-year-old now doing skincare tutorials, putting retinoid on their faces because mama wants her daughter to go to be viral. People look at Kris Jenner and what Kris Jenner has done to her daughters, which is actually inhumane, and they want to do the same thing with their children. I'm like, this is not healthy. This is not healthy. And when you look at most billionaires, like Lacey had sent me this post, right? Most billionaires, they don't have their kids on tablets. Most billionaires don't have their children on social media. Very, very wealthy people prioritize hands-on experience versus like shoving a tablet in a child's hand because they realize it's not good, right? But working class people, poor class people, their children have way too much screen time. This is not healthy for a child. Children need hands-on activity. They need to think, solve puzzles, ask questions, even read a murder mystery or something, like a crime, something, try to be a detective. They need to do hands-on experience, right? But there's too much entertainment for little people. And we wonder why over here, little people in their teens, they have body issues, they have low self-esteem issues because they're spending way too much time on social media. And they're not doing enough things that make them feel proud about themselves. Oh, I'm smart. Oh, I'm a good swimmer. I'm a good runner. Like, they need to be outside. They need to be reading books, solving problems, and they need to build their own self-esteem because they did something for themselves. When you sit on social media and you see people being famous just for doing a song, people have millions of views just for doing a viral dance. It is not normal. Nobody should even be famous for doing the least amount of work. There's a girl here, Christy. She went viral because she does these pranks. She runs around the house. She wears heels. She does cartwheels. Absolutely nothing productive. It is brain rot content. So many influencers today are making so much money for creating brain rot content. It doesn't challenge people to think. It doesn't challenge people to get better. It doesn't challenge people to want more for themselves, right? It's just brain rot. You do pranks all day. You get so many views. You make so much money. Brands pay you all kinds of money because you have an audience and they want you to show your stuff for 5 seconds in front of an audience. That is ridiculous. And then people who spend years, decades getting their PhD in astrophysics, nuclear chemistry, this and this and that, they're completely ignored. And that is not okay. That's not okay. So I'm like, Vivek, you were right. They're just racist. Anyways, let's keep going. All right, so you guys, hold on. My thing stopped. Hold on. He said nobody works harder than American. He says it American. Boy, shut up. Jimmy, you a damn comedian anyways. You get paid to tell jokes. You don't work hard. Like, you might work hard for your standard, but you don't work hard. Like, please. You ever had to grow rice and pick up rice?
Indians have a culture of work and hard and blah, blah, blah. Nobody works harder than Americans. And here he is saying we don't have the talent.
We don't.
We don't have talent in America. We got to bring in people on an H-1B visa. And Laura, good on Laura Ingraham, pushes right back. Right back.
Talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here.
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
I'll
give you an example. In Georgia,
yeah,
they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing. It's very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems.
So let's ship
they had
them
like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest.
So if I'm making missiles, I'm bringing in a foreign guy who makes batteries?
Oh, look at this idiot. And that's the point. You're such an idiot. This dude does YouTube commentary and he does comedy tours, right? You've never seen a motherboard. You've never seen a circuit board. You know nothing about the level of engineering it takes to make batteries. But he's going to opine and try to make slight of that. I'm like, yeah, it's a special skill. It's a highly specialized skill. And because America was so busy doing the war in Iraq, right? America missed out on so much with these microchips. It is seriously real. People are truly specialized. Even in Korea, they're like Panasonic also with the electric batteries. I think Panasonic has a monopoly on that stuff, right? Yeah, it's a highly specialized skill. You can't just pick someone, so yeah, start making it. They need years of training. But in the meantime, you have to create these things, so you have to bring people in. The people are coming in. And there's nothing anyone can do. These immigrants are coming in. The same way when Native American people were living here, the white people came here, right? There you go. Everybody's going to go through their own version of displacement. Native Americans, unfortunately, through genocide, they were moved out the way. Then another people came here, they took over, did their own thing. Now a new people going to come in, they're going to take over. Because the jobs they're coming to get, they're going to make 6 figures. Because these are highly specialized jobs. So that's exactly what's going to happen. And people should have known that one day America was going to need a certain number of engineers, and people should have made the right investments. Children should have been encouraged to want to go to school, go to college, study engineering. But instead, people had American Idol. What kind of show we had growing up? There was American Idol, Dancing with the Stars, you know, The Mask. It's always shows where The Voice, where people just become famous overnight. Okay. So now it's like, oh, well, that's easier. I'd rather sing. I rather want to be an influencer, a YouTuber. Okay. So like, well, now you ain't got nobody. Yeah. So that's it. I'm like, people, you got to have a culture. You got to have a culture where children care about education. It can be sports, what's it called? Make it to the NBA, make it over here, because everybody's not going to make it. Everybody's not going to make it. Right? It's a lot easier to be an engineer, make a high 6-figure job than to make it in the league. That is extremely, extremely competitive. But it's like how many children every day are banking on making it to the NBA? Child, go ahead and study engineering, okay? All right. Just do that.
Because I want that missile to explode like an electric car battery for no apparent reason while it's sitting in its parking spot. What is he saying? I love what Laura Ingalls says. Well, how did we make missiles before? We've been making missiles. That's all we make in this country anymore is missiles. We got to bring people in from South Korea and China to make what?
Yes.
And India to make missiles?
Yes.
And then he switches it to batteries? This did not go well for Trump. This is not, and it's not me saying that, it's his base. The people who voted for him are saying this.
$10 billion to build a plant and take people off an unemployment line.
Oh, you're the base. The base can be mad all the one. The base is ignorant. The base doesn't study international news. They don't study anything. Korea is not a joke. This is not a joke. Okay? Like, look at this, you guys. You see? Because all you do is be racist and hate Muslims. You need to watch the news from other countries, huh? Okay? Let me show you this.
Korean electric vehicle battery makers have been establishing themselves as major players around the world in recent years. And now, in fact, they're set to overtake Japan in global market share. Now, Connie Kim reports.
China plans to have 5 million electric vehicles on the road by 2020 as part of plans to address its chronic air pollution problem. It's a market Korea's EV battery makers are moving quickly to enter. Korea's #1 EV battery maker, LG Chem, inked a deal this week to supply to China's largest automaker, Shanghai Automotive Industry, and Chorus Automotive.
Shanghai automotive industry, unlike other local brands, caters to the high-end market. It has huge influence over the Chinese market. So we are expecting greater sales thanks to our recent contract.
From 2009 to 2011, during the infancy stages of the electric auto industry, Japan led the market, but
Look, you see this? You see this? Look at this, right? So it started off this way, 2010. What was America doing in 2010? What Arab were they killing then? 2011, America is still killing Arabs. 2012, America is killing Arabs. 2013, America is killing Arabs. 2014, killing Arabs, right? They've been killing these Arabs since 2001. And so there's this EV thing, these battery stuff, these people were actually competing. By the time America wakes up, Koreans are so far ahead. That's why sometimes when it comes to delivering these Teslas, Elon is late. He's not late because he wants to. He has to wait for the Koreans. The rare earth, the what you need to make these batteries, the Chinese control all the ports. Now, to actually manufacture those things, you need Koreans. Koreans have more, like, they have the expertise. So the Chinese, they have cornered the raw material, right? Chinese, right? Chinese people have cornered the raw material. Japanese and Koreans, they have cornered the know-how. What the French people say, savoir-faire, the know-how, like how you do it, you know it. But it's gotten to a point where now the Koreans are exceeding the Japanese in their know-how. Ni hao. So what Trump and the people are saying, if we don't compete with these people, it's going to be a problem. And it truly is. Because since 2001, almost 25 years, all America cared about was killing Arabs to make the Jewish people happy. And now people are behind. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. Right now, to me, like when it comes to investing in Black education, I think America spends a lot on Black education. I just think Black people in America don't have a culture of loving education. You can't legislate everything. People also have to take agency. I showed you last time, Baltimore, every child gets $18,275. That's as much money as you can even take to put a child in private school. And when you start talking about school choice and dismantling the Department of Education and giving parents these vouchers, like the money, like actually like the 18,000 plus, instead of giving it straight to the school, you would give it to the parent and the parent will go and pick the school. Black Americans lose their shit because it's the people who think government should fix all their problems. So if Black American kids are behind, Black Americans also are to blame. It's okay, Mark. Their cultural attitude towards education is horrible. Their obsession with the government fixing all their problems, detrimental, right? But Trump want to do school choice, which is give the parents the money and let the parents go to pick the school. Because even if you have a private school that charges $24,000, but if you already have $18,275, maybe the parent, okay, it's worth paying the extra $6,000, right? But Black Americans do not want you to dismantle the Department of Education. The same Department of Education that taxes most Black American boys as autistic, ADHD, like they like systems of oppression. So it's like, whatever, I don't feel sorry for people anymore, okay? You look at Baltimore, you look at most schools, most school districts that cater to predominantly Black American children. The superintendent is usually a Black American woman. The principal is usually a Black American woman. Black American people are raising their Black American kids in these schools. So if the kids are failing, it is their problem. It's their responsibility. They're not victims. The lady in Baltimore, she makes about $5 million a year. Black American kids in Baltimore are in the 12th grade reading at the 2nd grade level. Nobody wants to fire her because she's a Black woman. No problem. So if their kids can't participate in the world of tomorrow, that is their issue. Like, listen, it's not that hard. If you are a parent and you see that your child can't read, your child can't, and it doesn't trigger you, you don't protest, you don't get mad, you don't do TikTok videos, right? You let this lady slide because she's a Black American woman and you can call out a Black woman. That is your problem. Sacrifice your kids, do as you must. It don't bother me. It don't bother me. They were like, back in the day, nobody was even spending that kind of money to raise a child. And these kids were getting straight A's. This is what Thomas Sowell talks about. When America spent less on education and the federal government was less involved in education, Black children in America were outpacing white children. The federal government gets involved more and more and more. The Department of Education, whatever they do. And it's like people get dumber and dumber. Horrible people are put in positions to take care of these kids. Okay. But there's a reason why some people take their kids either to private school or they completely move to a different school district where serious people with serious vision are in charge of these schools, right? But you have to be a nutcase to be Black in America and to send your child to a school district where a Black woman is a superintendent and a Black woman is the principal. Your child is going to fucking fail. But it's at your discretion. It's your child. You want to ruin your child? You want your child to be homeless in the future? You want your child to work for other people? You want your child to be on welfare? Me, I don't care. I have my 3 kids. We made a sacrifice to live where we live, right? So that they can have a certain education. It's not private, but this is what some people will pay private school money for. And then there's me on top of that too, like with what I know, right? So we're going to be okay. But I'm like, every parent has to care. If you don't care, why should anybody care? It's your child. It's your child. You decide. You decide what you want. But I'm like, it's not, because the government cannot legislate everything. Cultural attitudes are everything, right? But the Asian people, they don't need the government to care about education. They care about education. The federal government cannot inspire people to care about school, to want to go to school, to want to read a book. This is where family come in. Family, culture. People have to come from cultures that care about education. But if you have a culture that doesn't care about education, it doesn't matter how much money the federal government throws at education. These kids are going to fail. And that's what what's it called? That's what Baltimore shows. New Orleans is the same. It's horrible. It's horrible. Black cities with Black superintendent, with Black female principals, the kids are failing. So, like, that's a personal problem.
Korea is making up ground. Last year, Korean companies took up more than 40% of the EV battery market share. And this is the year Korea is expected to leapfrog Japan. Other Korean players are also expanding their presence in China as well. Samsung SDI plans to invest $600 million over the next 5 years to build an electric car battery factory in China. And SK Innovation has entered into a joint venture with Beijing Besk Technology with the goal of becoming China's top EV battery manufacturer. Korean companies face the challenge of developing new, safe materials that can be used in next-generation products.
Secondary cell batteries, such as lithium-ion batteries, are regarded as dangerous because they contain liquid. Many companies from Europe and Japan are in the process of solidifying these batteries, but no Korean companies are trying it yet.
Extending the lives of batteries is another task for Korean companies who hope to cement themselves in China's green car market, which is expected to grow 20-fold by the year 2000.
I'm like, you see, and the Chinese, they brought people there, huh? See, that was like 11 years ago. Let me see this one.
So really the idea is China can give us the minerals, really keep the industry going. However, downstream area, maybe not so much. Is that really the idea?
Yeah, I think you mentioned that it's become quite politicized in the beginning of our conversation, and we can see that the idea of Chinese entities investing into the U.S. and receiving U.S. taxpayer incentives has become quite sensitive, and it's already being brought up on the campaign trail. This is an issue for components. Chinese entities want to invest in battery cell capacity in the United States and then could be eligible for these U.S. taxpayer incentives. We think it's very challenging going into an election year for this to happen. Whereas critical mineral investment, which is basically everything else except the battery cell, can happen in free trade countries like Korea.
That sounds like a big positive for South Korean battery players.
I think that with the definition, with clarification of the definition, we will see a lot more tie-ups between Korean battery materials companies and Chinese materials companies, and we've already started to see soft memorandums of understanding happening over the past 6 months. I think that that investment will crystallize with the definition.
Yeah, among the Korean players, you actually favor Samsung SDI. You see more market share upside potential. Where is that coming from, and why not for LG Energy Solution or SK On?
I think in the case of LG Energy Solution, we can see that in terms of their customer portfolio, they are in almost every traditional automaker with the exception of BMW. So they are already a primary supplier for many of these companies, whereas Samsung's exposure is fairly limited. So where we think Samsung benefits is as a secondary supplier. And in fact, this morning, I think we saw, or over the weekend, in fact, Samsung will get further investment with Stellantis in the United States as an additional supplier to LG Energy Solution. So I think we could see this continue.
Do you think SK On comes out as, well, I mean, with a stronger position in terms of its partnership with Ford because of what happened with Ford and CATL pausing their joint battery plant in Michigan for now?
I think SK On, SK On has built greenfield wholly owned capacity in the United States over the past 2 years, and they've struggled to ramp that capacity at high utilization and high yield. And in fact, the losses have been significant. So I think that there may be hesitation with automakers on the visibility of SK On's supply. How quickly can they bring supply? Especially when we want to qualify for these credits, these very generous credits. So if I'm an OEM, I want to tie up with a battery maker that can give me units of volume as quickly as possible. And that may be something that SK On struggles with.
So here, the company, he's called Stellantis. I've never heard of it. So Stellantis is a multinational automotive company formed in 2021, quite recently, from the merger of Fiat Chrysler Automobiles and PSA Group. It owns 14 brands, including Dodge, Jeep, Maserati, and provides mobility solutions through its various operations, headquartered in the Netherlands. Oh, Stellantis is a global company involved in designing, manufacturing, and selling vehicles and components. Why are they in the Netherlands? Oh, what? I'm trying to go look into this. Oh. So yeah, I see, right? So the Chinese, they're letting Koreans come there because they're the only ones who really, I mean, with the Japanese who know how to make these batteries. So, child.
Who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way yet.
Wow. It's shocking, right?
No, it's not shocking. It's the truth.
Is it right? Misha's phone, she went like that when I played this. Misha went, but she doesn't have her headphones on, so you can't hear her do that. Even though I bought her one, because we spent the money. She doesn't want to use it. She doesn't want to help the show.
Wow, I didn't see that coming. Misha.
Adam Media says Vivek broke the internet when he said that. It's literally infamous and still mentioned. Will his cuck cult give Trump the same energy? This is a complete mask off. So they're saying, so there's a lot of people, we've talked about this, that are Trumpers that say, oh, I'm loyal to Trump. And they try to point the finger at people like Tucker or Candace Owens. They're not loyal to Trump. Well, if you're loyal to a politician, you're a chump. The politician is supposed to be loyal to you. And when the politician isn't loyal to you, you're supposed to put pressure on that politician and call them out. Unless you're a cuck in a cult. That's what I thought you guys hated about the Democrats. They all pretended Joe Biden wasn't demented. They all pretended Kamala Harris wasn't a mental defective.
He's very silly. Just because you vote for someone doesn't mean you know how to do the job. That's why you voted for the person, right? Everybody doesn't know business. Everybody doesn't know the reality. And also, we don't all have access to the same amount of information. There's stuff I'm like, people who've never made batteries, you don't know what's going on with this battery stuff. Oh, I think we have the people. I think we have the, how would you know? If China itself had to import people from Korea, look, can you please come make it for us? Who are you to say you have the people when you don't even lead? The leaders are Japan and Korea. So the people who know how to make those batteries are either going to come from Japan or they're going to come from Korea. Right now, we don't have the people. So we have to go get the people. Okay? It's not that hard. Just because you vote for someone doesn't mean you know everything. That's why you vote for someone to go represent you, because, hey, you probably can do it better than me. Sometimes you got to trust people. The vast majority of people have never even had a business. But you tell me how to run a business. Please sit down somewhere, right? I feel like, and like in social media, we have allowed too many people to give their opinion because they're loud. You're loud and you're wrong. They have to bring the people, because this is not something you can learn in 6 months. It's not something you can learn. It might even take 5 to 10 years to learn how to make these batteries. And even by that time, Korea and Japan, they might already be like way further ahead. So I don't know, but I'm like, me, I'm not an electrical engineer. I have never made batteries. So I'm not going to make light of the skill set it takes to make specialized things like that. I never made it. But the weapons they were making yesterday and the weapons they make for tomorrow, they're not the same. They're not the same. The world is changing. And America doesn't have the place it used to have, because everybody now is coming outside. China is outside. India is outside. Japan is outside. Korea is outside. And even certain areas, Brazil also is coming out. Russia is also outside. So it's like, yeah, it's a real competition. While you play on your TikToks, you play on your phone, there are grown-ups that have to make sure this country does not fall behind. There are grown-ups that have to make sure that this country makes its $9 trillion interest payment. You don't have to. You go to bed, they got to worry about that shit. Right? There you go. But there are people who have to worry about these things. Somebody in America has to be an adult. A group of people in America have to be an adult and think about the future. How are we going to pay for this? How are we going to build this? How we don't fall behind? How do we remain competitive? While people do their TikTok stuff, there are people who have to think about these problems. And you should be grateful that while you don't want to do it, other people are trying to think about how to fix these problems, so that you don't end up living in a first world country and then 10 years from now, you are living in a third world country because people fail to make the right investments, right? That's what it is. But I'm like, these immigrants, they're coming. Now, what you can do is train your kids to get into electrical engineering. It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
They all pretended Russiagate was real. They all pretended the Ukraine war was because of Russia. I thought that's what this was. You're supposed to hate. You hate it when the left does it. But now there's certain people
Where is this video?
that are saying, I'm loyal to Trump. Well, then you're just a dupe.
No.
And you get whatever you got coming. You deserve to be lied to. Here's a woman. I love that shoe on head. She tweets this out and she says, how am I to the right of Donald J. Trump? So what she's saying is Donald J. Trump is for immigration and she's to the right. She's not for it. She's not for all these H-1B visas.
The one thing Republicans have to do to win the midterms, plus making the fake vindictive news pay. Here's part 2 of my exclusive interview with President Trump. Are you going ahead and suing the BBC?
Well, I guess I have to. You know, why not? Because they
will not be a big priority for your administration, because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands.
Not even her, also another person who never studied macroeconomic policies. You are very silly. Raising wages, the federal government raising wages does not increase jobs. It causes people to lose their jobs. People are so fucking stupid. Like, you people are fucking stupid, right? Like, California is right there. Gavin Newsom, with his woke bullshit, decided to raise the wages of people who work at McDonald's to $20 an hour. People were like, yeah. What happened? The next day, they were all losing their jobs. Like, raising wages, it harms people. It doesn't make life easier. People are going to lose their job. People need to sit down and study. For as long as America has raised the minimum wage, have people gotten more job or less jobs? It does not help, because certain jobs are meant to be transient. Even this whole, like the shit with fucking Starbucks. People want to unionize to be a barista. I'm like, sis, there's nothing specialized about making coffee at Starbucks, baby. Okay? This is a job that's meant for college students, maybe some responsible high school kids, college kids, but is that meant to be your career? But people want to make a career out of minimum wage jobs. No. This is why we give you 13 years of free education. It's a stepping stone into something else. These are not career jobs. And it's not the federal government responsibility to raise your job. You're going to lose your job. You see, people are so busy always trying to insult, diminish, ridicule very, very intelligent Black American people. But this is exactly what Thomas Sowell has been killing himself trying to explain to people. When they started creating minimum jobs, right, it became a problem. A lot of Black American men in this country started losing their job. They kept raising the wage. More and more Black American men are losing their job. Thomas Sowell has written so many books. The man is killing himself explaining when you raise minimum wage, you're going to increase Black unemployment. People think it's a joke because people do not want to learn. People don't want to study. People don't want to read. And most importantly, people don't want to learn from history. It does not make things better. It makes things worse. I know it sounds good, but do you think if the federal government says, oh yeah, minimum wage is going to be $30, you don't think everybody around is also going to raise their prices? Right? People swear we live in the world. If you raise minimum wage, everybody else going to keep their prices consistent. It doesn't work that way. If you raise minimum wages, everybody raises their prices. So the person really doesn't have this extra disposable income because now their wages are high, but so is everything else. Right? What we have to encourage people to do is to be transient. We don't have to raise the wage. You need to increase your skill set so you can work this job for 1 year and then you move on to another job. That's it. Like it doesn't work like that. And that's the problem. The government needs to raise the wage. The government needs to take care of education. These fuckers don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just taxing people. They take people's money and they create more problems. And when intelligent people trying to tell people it doesn't work that way, people get mad because people want an easy way out. There are no easy way out to very complex economic problems. It don't work like that. Because if you touch something here, you change something over here. You go change something over here, you did something over here. It doesn't work like that. You can't just touch one side and keep everything the same. It's an equation. What you do to one side, you have to do to the other. Nothing in life, you can change one side and not impact the other side. How does that even work? It doesn't work. So I'm like, it is not the president's job to raise the minimum wage. The people have to want to raise their own wages by increasing their skill sets and knowing how to make a pivot. You have to pivot. You cannot stay at the same job. You cannot have the same skill sets you had when you came straight out of college. You got to pick up other skill sets so that you can become more valuable. That's what the real conversation is. How do you make the American worker more valuable? It's like the person has to acquire a lot of skill sets. But for that, you got to have a worker who cares about the future. Oh, the future is going towards AI. Okay, so right now, what can I do so that when the future goes more AI, I have the right skill set? You have to make yourself valuable. People struggle with agency. America was never meant to be a country of social welfare, giving people money, helping people out. People came out here to get it how you get it. People are meant to be self-starters, hustlers. Go get it. Stop waiting for the damn government. Okay? It is your job to increase your skill set. It's your job to read the news. It's your job to read the Wall Street Journal. It's your job to learn about these companies. It is your job to know about the federal debt. It is your job. Stop always waiting for the federal government to give you an easy life. Because when we raise minimum wages, we raise everything. Everything goes up. Even like all the stymie. People shouldn't have even received the stymie because the stymies created more inflation. Before we went into quarantine, eggs were a hell of affordable. We come out of quarantine, egg is like a fucking luxury. What the fuck? Right? It doesn't work that way. There are no easy fixes to complex microeconomic problems. And I know to some people with a simple mind, per usual, all you have to do is raise the wages. It doesn't work that way. If it was that simple, even my black ass would have a Nobel Prize in econ. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Not like because they think the federal government can fix everything. Fix my food, fix my education, fix this, fix that. I'm like, we have made people so dependent on the federal government. And America was never meant to be that kind of place. This is not fucking Europe. It's not Europe. In Europe, people just cry, oh, government, help me, help me, help me. America is meant to be a country of self-starters where people have agency, people are entrepreneurs, people go out there and they get it and they make it happen. That's what America is supposed to be. That's what Vivek said. It's a hyper-competitive society. If you want all this, you want the government to do whatever you don't belong here. You need to go live in Europe. That's where you should be. But to be an American has to mean to people, I got to take care of myself. This is not what being an American is. They have created a whole generation of people who are so dependent on welfare. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. No, we're not raising wages. They did that shit in California, and most people lost their jobs overnight. They were all fired because these companies can't afford. Some people got fired. Many of these restaurants, they closed. They closed. And then after, because first it was the fast food joints that were closing and laying off people. Now, when that apocalypse died down, then it moved on to grocery stores. So many grocery stores were closing during the quarantine, even after quarantine. They're like, oh, what's it called? Oh, was it Safeway or something like that? Like the black people, oh, y'all need to step like they can't stay. They can't afford it. They have to pay people. They got to pay people. They have to pay their lease. And y'all keep coming in here stealing. So they also have to cover that too. Then they got to pay, hey, Lonnie, then they have to pay for insurance. But raising wages does not work. It doesn't work. It just makes everything expensive. People have to learn to be transient. You started this job, you gain 2 to 3 years, you move on to another job. You work there 2 to 3 years, you create another. That's what you have. You don't have a choice. We are no longer living in the days where you can work one job and retire there for the rest of your life. Maybe for some people, but those days are gone, and people have to make peace with that. You're not going to be in 2025 and have the job security that your granddad had in the 1950s. Gone. We are now in a global economy. Someone from China can get a job working here. Someone from America can work for a company in the Netherlands, right? Yeah, but that's what they want. But I'm like, they can't have that because that's not what America is, Lonnie. They need to go to Europe. They need to go to Europe. And then they'll pay like what Sylvia said, she's in the UK, right? She pays 45% of her income into taxes. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it doesn't work. But I'm like, minimum wage jobs were always like working at Starbucks, working at what's it called? Taco Bell, working at McDonald's. It was always for young people. It's for young people, it's for high school students, it's for college students, like at least until sophomore year, right? Because even when you're in college too, at some point, you're going to have to go for internships in your area, in your major. You might get away with working a retail job like until the summer of your sophomore year, like freshman year, right? But after that, if you're an engineering major, you cannot afford to work at the mall. You need to get an internship because you have to build experience while you are still in college. But how they expect me to get experience? Use your summers? You think it's a joke? Okay, that's it. So that minimum wage job is for high school kids and immigrants without papers. That's it. Like, it's insane. I'm like, they can't do.
There are hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here.
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put.
How did we ever do it before?
Well, I'll give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing. It's very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say, a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant, and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Oh, wait, and I'm like, let me play this video because I don't know why people think it's that easy. Oh, just raise the minimum wage. No, it doesn't work that way. People are really insane.
I'm sure you're aware of the fact that there are approximately 15% of all homes in which there is only one wage earner. So that when you talk about women being able to take care of things for their married mate wage earner, the fact is that in the overwhelming majority of American homes, the women also work. And therefore, I don't think your explanation that women have other responsibilities and that that's why they are...
Work can mean part-time work or full-time work. Women do not work full-time to the same extent that men. Part-time workers make less than full-time workers.
Exactly.
May I ask a question about unemployment? The latest figures I saw indicated that of black youth, something like 46% of those who wanted jobs were unable to get jobs. I really would like this time to ask both of you to respond to what would you do in that situation. If you would assume for a moment that these are people who do want jobs and are unable to find work.
I would, first of all, repeal the minimum wage law, because if you go back to, say, 1950, 1948, 49, 50, you find that at that time, the unemployment rate among black teenagers was a fraction of what it is today. And there certainly wasn't any less racism then than there is today. What was different was that at that time, the minimum wage law was a decade old. It was a decade of inflation, and the law hadn't been changed. So for all practical purposes, it didn't exist.
Well, don't you think that was also a decade of expansion, in which there were a lot of jobs, whereas today our economy is in a recession and there are not that many jobs
If you look
available.
at the most prosperous years of the 60s and 70s, you don't find black teenage unemployment as low as it was in the recession year of 1949.
Well, I don't know what the job situation was then, but it's only recently that we have
I do.
reached
I
the
was a
point.
black teenager in 1949.
Did you get a
recession
job?
year, and after a considerable looking, I found a job. But the point is, the kid who was living where I lived then, who's living there now, he has a hell of a lot harder time finding that job because there are so many good people who have tried to do good for him and priced him right out of the market.
Well, facing the situation as it presently exists, what would you do for that 46%?
If the situation is going to remain as it presently exists, the results will remain as it
I'm
presently
saying
exists.
now, today, what would you do to help
I would
this 46%?
repeal those things which
But
is
that isn't going to
demonstrably...
help these 46%, is it?
Nothing.
Something has
do you
to be
want?
done
Do
about
you want to change it, or you want to leave it the same? If you want to leave it the same, everything will continue the same. If you want to change it, it'll change.
No, I think that your suggestions of change contemplate that in the future, the situation will be different. But I'm asking you about the 46% of black youths who are now unemployed.
Girl, you know, like you see, and this is like, you know, this is like Greg and Andrew, right? She's Greg, Thomas Sowell is Andrew. Oh, we got to change it now. He's like, well, we might not be able to change it now. But if we pass the right policies now, repealing this goofy ass minimum wage law thingy, right? At least 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, we're going to fix it. Sometimes you can't fix it right now. But if you do nothing, it will get worse. The pressure is getting worse in 5 years. She's like, oh no, but so if you can't save them now, like, I don't know. Like, no, you do something now so you can save young people 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. Yeah, sometimes maybe you have to sacrifice these people today. It fucking sucks. But hey, I can't fix it. But I can fix it for people in 5 years. So let me do it. No, like, and that's what they want. They think policy, and that's what people don't understand with the federal government. Because people don't understand bureaucracy. That's like, every time I look at people who think the government is going to fix their problems, I'm like, oh Jesus. We have raised a lot of idiots and fools. Policy takes time to, like, from the time you approve, like the Congress approve it, president sign it, you think it goes into effect like that? And that's why I said it's very well possible that the things that Obama did were beneficial to Trump. So when he came in, he had a certain economy because Obama did things, right? Just like it's also very possible that many things that helped Bill Clinton have a great economy in 1992 was the stuff that Daddy Bush did in 1988. It's just that the boon, the benefit showed up in 1992. Because policy, it takes a while before you can actually see it. Like you can see just like growing shit. Just because you grow something today, you put something in the ground, you're not going to have fruit tomorrow. Some certain things, they take years. But by the time it blossoms and there's an actual fruit on the tree, you might no longer be the president. So you don't get the credit for that, right? But Bill Clinton in 1992 had an amazing economy. How? He just got there. It's the stuff that Bush did. Many things that Trump also had where he benefited from, right? It's like, what's it called? What's it called? Obama played a part in that. Because you don't come in on November 4th and then you sign the thing on November 5th and then by November 15th, boom, 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 boom. It is not a fucking movie. And I think because most people, because I mean, it is America here, right? Where people watch so much Hollywood and everything gets resolved in 90 minutes or an hour. People think life works like that. Oh, you sign a policy and then in 2 weeks, everything is fixed. Y'all, this ain't no movie. This is real life. Like certain policies, they ain't gonna work until even 2-3 years from now, right? There are certain policies, they might not work until even 10 years from now. You don't always know. It's like sex, right? Sometimes people, listen, people have sex, they have a good time. They say, oh, maybe I pulled out, maybe I didn't pull out. Well, wait 3 weeks, you'll find out. But you're not gonna know right now she's pregnant. So smart people, instead of even trying to do abortion, all that kind of stuff, they're gonna just go ahead and get the plan B. But you don't get pregnant right now. The sperm can stay in there for 3 days. So you can have sex today and truly not have insemination until what's today? This Saturday, until Monday. So today you might not be pregnant. But if that sperm is still in there, it might happen on a Monday. Clock it. There's delays, right? So the point is, even if we can't fix people, we can't help nobody now. But if we can help at least to go from 46% unemployment to 36% unemployment, that is amazing. Because don't just look at percentages. If we had 10 million Black children who were unemployed, so that means 46%, it's 4.6 million can get a job. If even in 2 years I can get that to 36%, you can't brush off 10%, because that means now we go from the 4.6 million to 3.6 million kids. I saved a lot of people. So that's still something. But the problem with socialists, the problem with liberals and progressive, they want the perfect solution. It doesn't fucking exist. These people grew up watching Disney and believe in Pocahontas and Tinkerbell and shit like that. Life is not a fucking movie, yo. Life is real. Tinkerbell is not real. Aurora, she's still fucking asleep somewhere, okay? This is real life. Aladdin does not have a genie in a fucking bottle. There is no fucking perfect answer. You take a good, you take a good solution. You're not going to fix everything 100%, right? But sometimes, that's why I always say, do not always look at things in terms of percentages. You got to look at the actual number, because when you see the actual number, then the magnitude hits you different. If 4.6 million people can't find jobs, should we not try to at least help? If we can help even 500,000 or even 600,000, that is still something. But the thing about liberals, the white people like that, liberals, progressive, them goofy ass socialist people, is either you save everybody or you save no one. And I'm like, these people are they're evil. Their shit sounds good. The perfect solution, the fix-it-all solution. And the average person hears that and they think these are good people. But you can never save everybody. It doesn't work like that. It's the same thing with COVID. This obsession, we have to save everyone. We have to make sure nobody dies. How? Some people gonna die. So it became this obsession. We got to shut down the economy. In less than a day, they pulled the brakes on the biggest economy in the world. Imagine a car or even a train that is going at 300 miles an hour and you just slam the brakes. You're gonna fucking kill people. And that's what they did, because they want to appear good. Fuck looking good. Do right by the people. And yes, people will suffer, but it's nothing to do with the number of people who are actually going to suffer. They were so obsessed with saving lives during COVID. But even coming out of COVID, we've lost way more people. People who died from COVID, people who died of depression from COVID, people who died financially because of COVID, the businesses that got shut. Y'all, I mean, it is calamitous. It is insane. It's insane. And sometimes you have to understand that anybody who studies, anybody who studies like diseases throughout human history, it happens like that. Like out of nowhere, you'll have a disease come off, it kills a little bit of the population, and then it just goes back to normal. People have to die, but people don't want to accept that. We will continue to have epidemics and pandemics. We have to understand it's life. It happens. Or you don't think like the bubonic plague killed lots of fuckers and shit? It did. People got over it. It's sad, yeah. Leprosy killed people. Okay, malaria, it killed. They're always disease, and it looks like a flat belt, like it's like a camel's back. It looks like that, and the people just start dying off. And then the population picks right back up. Mother Earth also has to stabilize herself. It's too many people out here. So sometimes she kills people. And it's like people have to be brave. Oh, no, you got to close the economy. You got to shut down the schools. Like, think about all the kids who dropped out of school because not everybody can do remote learning. So to try to save a few lives, they destroyed millions of lives. There are kids who have never gone back to school after that. They just dropped out, joined gangs, who knows? But these people are dangerous. People like her are dangerous. People who want perfect answers to very complex problems are dangerous. And the people who listen to people like that are also dangerous. If you have a chance to save one life, do it. Because it's better to save even one person. Even if 4,500,000, 99,000 have to die, you can only save one, then save one life. Don't let everybody just die. But to her, if you cannot fully resolve Black unemployment, we shouldn't even try anything at all. It's the same thing with Greg, with Andrew. Right? So you think you're going to fix it? He can't fix it for everybody, but he can fix it for some people. It's not that hard. Yeah, I'm like, you have to, people got to stop doing stuff like that. Stop chasing perfect solutions. It just makes things worse. Even New York City, if Madani does what he does, they're going to suffer. And the middle class of New York City, they're going to pay for that shit because rich people will hide their money. Rich people are going to hide their money per usual. You're not going to get their money. You're not going to get their money. So it's going to be the middle class of New York City that's going to have to pay for that. Some people are going to have to get to a point where they agree that, you know what, it was fun while it lasted. I have to leave New York City. You can't afford New York. And I even said, if we had serious people in this country who are not so racist and Islamophobic and obsessed with killing Muslims, it would make so much sense to create a fast train, like the things they have in Korea, in the China. Them trains go so fast, they don't stop. Them hypersonic trains. It would make more sense to have a train like that from Grand Central New York all the way to Baltimore, Maryland. Because in that case, you can have so much decongestion out of New York City. It would also help the price of living in New York City to come down. There are more people than there is housing in New York City. That's basic econ. You have little supply, you have high demand. The price goes up. And the problem is the product, the housing, doesn't even have to be good because that's how much people want to have a place to stay. So those who own the properties, they don't have to be good landlords. They don't have to be good people. They even have to help you out. They can just let you in there. You can die in there. Who cares? As long as you pay the rent, right? But if you have a fast, like a super train, like high speed, I'm talking like from Baltimore to New York City, 45 minutes. Like just think about that, right? Do you know how Baltimore will pick the fuck up? Do you know how many Black businesses will pick the fuck up in Baltimore? I mean, it's going to be insane. The price of housing. There's going to be so much revival in Baltimore because these New York people now can easily go from New York to Maryland in 45 minutes. It's not that hard. People don't want to do it because the Congress only cares about the auto industry. There has to be a lot. Even Amtrak. I don't even know the last time they made any major investment into Amtrak. Because I'm like, Amtrak is sad. It's really sad. But you go to Europe, you go to Asia, they have these supersonic trains. Like them things as fast as hell. But it's very possible to have a train leave Baltimore, from Baltimore to New York City, Grand Central, 45 minutes. Baltimore to Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, 1 hour. And then you can severely decongest in New York City, and people can live in Baltimore. Hey, Brittany, and Baltimore can benefit from these people and their jobs and their taxes, and so then now you're going to see Baltimore going to pick up. It's going to be a whole new culture in Baltimore, and you're going to see a lot of wealth in Baltimore. And then Black people who own property in Baltimore, their stuff is going to go up. That's what Vivek said. America is ran by mediocre people. And America, and even when it comes to American politics and American policy, politics and policy are designed to keep people happy. The vast majority of people don't know what they need. They just want to feel a way. Okay, I got you, right? But serious people with serious know-how and serious intelligence need to be the ones who run this fucking nation. It's enough. It's enough. Like the racial thing, the gender shit, the quota shit, it needs to fucking stop. It is making this country so inefficient. We care about how people feel. No. We have to have objectives. Like you have benchmarks. I want to get my fucking benchmark. That's all I'm fucking doing. Fuck your feelings. Fuck if you think I'm racist. Fuck if you think I don't like Black Americans. I don't give a fuck. People need to get to fucking work and get this country back in order. People will always scream. But my thing is, if this thing starts working, they're all going to start clapping for you. That's how people are. They scream and scream and scream until they see the result. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my gosh, I like this. Well, that's why I had to take charge. Adults have to take charge. We have allowed too many emotional people out here to run the show since 2020, even before then. We've made this country so inefficient because it's all about making people feel better. Oh, we need to have a certain number of females on the job, a certain number of Black people on the job. Get the fuck up out of here. We need to have a country that works. We need to have a strong US dollar. Everybody's going to win, right? We need to make sure people can take care of themselves. And everything we're doing is not leading to that goal. It's leading to poverty, poverty, poverty. And I'm like, I'm an immigrant, so I can always be another immigrant somewhere. But think about the fact that if you're from here, you've never been an immigrant. So do you imagine if America fails and now you have to go somewhere to make it? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. And that's what people have to say. We got to start saying to people, fuck your feelings. You've never studied this. You don't know shit about this. Shut the fuck up. Just because you think something should go this way doesn't mean it should. You don't have the resume for what you're asking us to do. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. That's it. We need to start telling people to shut the fuck up. People, like, we let emotional people, inefficient people, want people. Oh, I think. We don't give a fuck what you think. What the fuck do you know? Have you ever done this before? No, shut up. Just shut up. Like, that's it. I mean, this is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. But like I said, there should be people lobbying, the lobbying Congress to set aside money to build a super train between Baltimore, between Grand Central and New York. And Baltimore. That thing should have happened so long ago. Like, sometimes you drive through America, you see the roads, you see the bridges, you see the rails. You're like, what the fuck? This thing is so old. That there's so many investments that need to be made in infrastructure. Instead, we're wasting money on what makes people feel good and makes people feel self-righteous. Fuck that shit. Fuck you and your whatever you're paying for with USID in fucking Kenya. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. And if I was in charge of those, we would have kept on going. Let these people scream. That's all they do anyways. Who cares? They're always mad. You have to look ahead. That's what Machiavelli said. Fuck respect. Fuck all this respect bullshit. People have to fear you. That's it. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. Okay? But we've gotten to a point now. We want to cater to everyone. We want to make everybody feel good. We want to make everybody feel included. Now look at the economy. It's a fucking mess. Everybody broke because you don't want to be efficient. You want to run this shit like it's fucking kindergarten. Like these are grown people. They're gonna be okay. But I'm like, people like that, right? People like her. They're really, really dangerous. They're so dangerous, and that's why he told her, I was that teenage boy in the 1940s, and I got a job, right? That's so annoying.
who probably would not be affected by changing the law this year.
You can say that all you want, but the evidence is totally against you.
I'm like, this, oh gosh, Thomas, people owe this man an apology. Truly and truly. I'm like, oh. And I'm like, he explains this thing so well. This stuff don't work.
Tom, one topic that we've talked about for a very, very long time, the minimum wage. Now, you can find that the labor unions want a minimum wage, and they spend millions and millions of dollars lobbying for increasing minimum wage because they reduce some of their competition in the labor market. But there are many people out there who are good people, and they also support the minimum wage. How can you possibly explain the people with polar opposite interests coming up with the same policy?
Well, I think a great deal of the blame belongs on the economics profession, because outside of economics, most people, even most faculty members at leading universities, have no conception of the minimum wage. They simply think, it'll raise the pay of people at the bottom, and that's a good thing. Well, what it really does, as you pointed out, probably more so than a whole lot of other people, is that it prices low-skilled, inexperienced people out of a job.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I was a teenager, had my first job. I thought my boss was very harsh. In retrospect, I don't know how the man put up with my incompetence. I certainly wouldn't put up with anybody who was that incompetent. But he was paying me some very low rate. If he had to hire me at the rate for an experienced adult worker, there's no way in the world he would have wasted his money like that.
The fact is that the programs that are labeled as being for the poor, for the needy, almost always have effects exactly the opposite of those which their well-intentioned sponsors intend them to have.
As an example, what are you referring to?
Let me give you a very simple example.
I told Kevin this. I said, the more I think about Dr. King, I think he was a narcissist. I think these people are narcissists. I'm a socialist. I want to fix all the problems. I'm going to raise minimum wage. I think they have a godlike complex, and they want to be known for people who came in, like Robin Hood. It's like a Robin Hood complex. Look at me, I'm saving the poor, I'm feeding the poor, I'm helping the poor. Right? They want praise. They don't really want to fix shit. I'm like, oh, you are a narcissist, right? Because a good person, you guys, he's gonna show you how to make it in this life. He's going to show you a trade. He's going to give you an education. He's going to give you lots of wisdom so that you can take care of yourself. Because he'll say, not only do I have to go help other people, but I could also die. Just like a parent. Think about this, right? Who would you call a good parent? Would you say a good parent is a parent who gives everything to the child? Mommy, I want this. There you go. Mommy, I want this. Oh, here you go. Mommy, I want this. Oh, here you go. Mommy, I want this. Oh, here you go. Mommy, I want this. Oh, yeah. Do you call that a good parent? Or do the other parent who says, Mommy, I want this. Like, oh, no, not right now. Mommy, I want this. Well, before you have this, I need you to have straight A's on your report card, right? Like, I want to go to a sleepover. No, right now, you have not cleaned your room, right? Okay, it's Saturday. Go do this. Go do that. Which one's a good parent? Think about that, right? But when you're a child, you think the parent that gives you everything loves you. See, I know someone who was molested by the daddy. The daddy was extremely generous because the daddy was giving her everything because he was buying her silence. You understand? When you're a kid, you think a parent that gives you everything loves you. But what if that parent dies? You don't know how to do shit. And the problem is you are accustomed to receiving shit without even knowing the price of shit. That's fucking evil. Remember I told you I had a friend back in middle school, from middle school to high school. He had moved in. He was Black American. He had moved in. Antoine. Yo, I said Antoine used to be drippy. Like when I tell you the hat, the shoes, the clothes, everything used to match. Antoine always had an outfit. What? I'm like, does this boy sleep at the mall or something? Bad grade, nice outfit. Okay grade, nice outfit. A horrible report card, crazy Christmas. You should see Antoine coming to school after Christmas break. You would think he had straight A's in school. But I told you. One day I saw Antoine, I didn't recognize him. He screamed, he said, Marlene. I was like, what? I'm looking, I'm like, huh? I'm like, who is this person? Life, y'all. I'm like, huh? He was so cute. But he looked like he'd been through life. I said, oh my gosh. It got to a point, Antoine was stealing from his mom. So then she goes ahead and calls the police on him. I'm like, but why? You raised him like a woman. And you raised him to have nice things without even knowing that people have to work to get nice things. He don't know the price of shit. You're just giving him shit like he's your girl, he's your man, he's your son. And you have to raise him like a son. You can't just give shit to children. They don't even know the price of shit. And that's why if you love your kids, you will be in the best position to make sure your children know the value of shit, even when they want a car. And you could probably get the car, don't do it. You better make that child work for that car. When life says, oh, just go ahead and do it, just make it easy, don't do it. Because one day you're not going to be here. One day you're going to die. I don't think he was. One day you're going to die. You're not always going to be here. And if all you teach the boy, take, receive, the day you're gone, where are they going to go? Who's going to do that for them? So they're going to go to prison. Because they're going to steal. Because they don't know how to suffer. They know how to have a soft life without working for the soft life. She turned him into this person. And then when he starts stealing from her, instead of having self-awareness, she calls the police. No, take him to therapy. Because you caused this. When he was not getting good grades, he should have lost. There should have been consequences. Also, does he need a new, like he had new shoes, like he had matching shoes for every outfit. A freaking middle school kid. For what reason? What job he do? He doesn't have a fucking job. But think about the number of parents. Their kids can't read. They got fancy tennis shoes. Their kids can't do X, Y, and Z. They got a fancy iPhone. The kids are mediocre in school. And you lavish these young people with gifts. Even you'll see at Christmas, kids are going to have C's in their report cards, B's and C's in their report cards. The child's going to have a crazy ass Christmas with a bunch of fucking gifts. And I'm like, parents like that are fucking evil. You have to teach your kids. You earn what you want. You better have to get a job. But if you want nice things in this house, your grades, that's how you're going to pay for stuff. You pay for stuff with your grades. Because you're not always going to be there. But narcissistic parents that are narcissistic give their kids everything because they want their kids to love them. They want their kids to say, my mom is the best mom. My mommy is this. You're sick. There is something from your childhood that wasn't properly fulfilled, and now you're doing harm to that child because you want a child to worship you. You're sick as hell. You need to go see someone. Because the best parent is the parent who raises a child to be independent. Raise your child to know how to do for self. Because one day they'll go to college. Are you going to be there every day? You're not going to live your life. Right? One day they have to be married. They've got to be parents. They're not going. You're going to go in there and raise their kids and pay their bills. And you are insane. You are insane. Because they're a bunch of narcissists. And that's why a lot of kids end up in prison. Because they end up stealing, they envy other people, they kill other people because they like nice things, but they don't know how to get nice things. And they don't even know how to fail. They've never failed. People just give them shit. So the day they have their first failure, because they've never failed. Because mommy dearest, poppy dearest is always there to catch the baby. You're harming your children. You're crippling your children. You're not a good parent. To me, you are a narcissist. You are a malignant narc. You need to go get some serious fucking help. Okay? That's why children that are raised by narcissists, they truly have they're so attached to that parent. They can't be their own person. They can't get married. They can't have friends. They're like this with the parent because the parent's a fucking narc. It's a form of fucking control. So they give you everything so that they indeed become your everything in your life. No, you have to let go of your parents. Parents have to let go of their kids so that the kids can go on and live their life. It's a real thing. So, and that's what socialism is. It's like a parent that wants to give you everything. It's like you're going to hurt these people. And to me, that's what Dr. King was. He was a narcissist. And I told Kevin, look at Dr. King's background. He's from a middle class, maybe well-to-do family. Morehouse ain't cheap. If you ever hear somebody went to Morehouse, people got money. It is a private school for bougie-ass, elite-ass black boys. Okay? His daddy is a bishop. Ebenezer Church is a family business. Everybody knows that? Churches are family businesses. His daddy a bishop, right? So his dad's a bishop, his parents are married, he goes to Morehouse at like damn 16. He's extremely privileged. And if you look carefully, it's always privileged people, rich people, middle-class people, well-to-do, highly educated people who are so pro-socialism. This man never suffered a day in his life. He was raised extremely well, just like Jasmine Crockett, right? But I'm like, but he's pro-socialism. You look at W. Du Bois also. He goes to Harvard, and now he's also pro-socialism. It's always like that. Because well-to-do people want to believe that they know how to fix the problem of the poor, and they're going to do so through charity because I'm a good person, you know. I give to the poor, you know. You're not a good person. You're evil. You're a narcissist. Don Cornelius, was his parents rich? No. Okay, there you go. Went in the military. He's like, oh, shit, I need money. You also have to take, you saw the video, right? He was making like $250 as a police officer. He said, oh, hell no. That's not enough money. I need more than that. So he goes and do what? He started a business. There you go. Right? Papa George. Y'all see Papa George? He was shining shoes at the age of 8. His mom, because his mom divorced, they left Mississippi and they moved up to Chicago and stuff like that. So his mom struggled. He started shining shoes. He didn't have a privileged life. He dropped out of high school because he had to make some money. Then he started a hair care line, become a millionaire. We can go on and on and on, right? Frederick Douglass, he didn't go to no bougie ass school. He had a business. Thurgood Marshall, they didn't go to no bougie ass school. He had a business. Everybody who grew up black and poor, they end up becoming business people. They become entrepreneurs because there's nobody to help them. They don't have mommy and daddy to pay for their tuition and a fancy house to go on to after college. Oh, no. I need to make this money. So people become business people. Mr. Fuller, he's also a Christian. He became a business person. People who don't grow up rich have a tendency of becoming entrepreneurs. And then people who are wealthy, they're raised well, their parents have met all their needs, their parents have extra money, they go to bougie ass schools and do PhDs and read books all day, right? They're always the ones who are pro-socialism. Meanwhile, their families did not achieve their station of wealth and affluence and influence in society through socialism. Somebody had to be an entrepreneur. So the son of an entrepreneur says, oh yeah, socialism gonna fix it. No, it's not. No, it's not. And people never want to bring that up. This is a wealthy ass kid who's telling people, oh yeah, socialism will fix your problems. Socialism, the government, is that how his daddy built Ebenezer Church? Of course not. They have a business, they have a family. Exactly. Some daddy has money. They have a lot of money. You see? But I'm like, notice, like when you study Black American history, like notice open your eyes, use your brain. When you study Black American history, notice the people that are always pro-entrepreneur. Madam C.J. Walker, what money, what family, what education? Ladies sit there all day washing clothes. She said, oh Jesus, I can't keep doing this. What she do? She started a business. You see, people who had to get it out the mud. They're not, how did they make it? Social entrepreneurship. What happened? Everybody becomes a millionaire. Then the Black people who embrace socialism, what happened? They become poor. They face homelessness. They face food crisis. They live in a food desert. I'm like, I don't know why people keep doing this. People need to, I don't know why people refuse to have discernment. This stuff is fucking crazy. I'm like, this is insanity. Like, why don't people see this shit? It's right in front of you. He is a wealthy kid. Anytime you hear somebody went to Morehouse, they got money. They have money. If you hear a young woman, especially back then, went to Spelman, these are bougie ass schools because they couldn't get into the Wesleys. Like Wesley, Spelman is the Black version of Wesley. That's what it is. It's for rich ass, bougie ass Black children. This is not for poor people. Now they might let a few people in there with the scholarship and stuff, but the breed, like the DNA of these schools, it's Black bourgeoisie. These are not poor Black people. They're not the kids of poor Black people. Even Madam C.J. Walker, the lady that she adopted, you don't remember, like towards the end of the movie, it's true. She adopted a Black girl with hair down her butt. Where did she send that girl? To Spelman. People are funny. People are really, really funny. You see, Thomas Sowell, his mom did, because I think his mom died. He never met his dad, and he was raised by like 8 Black women in Harlem or the Brooklyn, something like that, right? So he embraced education. He worked really hard. That's where he is today. right? And I'm sure if you studied also Uncle Junior Bridgeport, the one who passed away, I'm sure if you looked at his life, he probably grew up poor. So guess what? After the NBA says, oh, you know what? I'm going to go start a business. He went to Wendy's. But before he even bought the franchise, he decided to work inside the Wendy's, y'all. He had a damn mop. He mopped the floor, just like Hakeem in Coming to America. He was in there mopping floors, cutting fries, one through one. He did everything from the bottom all the way up because he really wanted to understand how it worked to do Wendy's. Oh, I'm rich, I'm about Wendy's. Like, no, I have to understand everything. That man was in there mopping shit. Okay? He was making $350,000 as an NBA player. I think when he left, he had saved up like $5 million or whatever. The man died. He was worth $1.4 billion. Socialism where? Socialism. Well, what are we even talking about? What are we talking about? Okay? These people are crazy. They're really, really crazy. It's always well-to-do, very affluent, very bourgeoisie, very elitist, Black people and white people like that, liberals and progressive, who always think they know how to help the poor, and it always involves a handout. It never involves financial literacy. It never involves entrepreneurship. It never involves industry. It never involves understanding like the supply chain and shit like that. Oh, of course not. Or just sit there and I'm going to feed you. They want you to be a slave. Anybody who tells you, oh, just sit there and wait for me to feed you, they try to take your freedom. They're trying to, yeah, Maya too. Maya Angelou, both her grandmothers are wealthy. Both of her grandma, the grandma in Stamp, Arkansas, she owned land. She had a store for, she had money. The one that's from St. Louis, she had money too. Maya Angelou is not a regular person. She's not, I think because many times when people tell the story of African Americans, they will have you believe that everybody was poor and struggling and had no clothes, had no shoes. That is not true. Some people were poor. Some people had money. Mr. Robert Stackey, like the guy who started the newspaper with 25 cents, he didn't come from a wealthy family. He wanted to be a lawyer. People said no. He said, okay, I'll start my own business so I can hire myself. Mr. Johnson, who bought Ebony magazine, was his family rich? No, he bought Ebony magazine. Right? Earl Graves, who had Black Enterprise, his family was not wealthy. Well, there you go. So he started his own business. Like poor Black people, they are pro-entrepreneurship. Elite, bourgeoisie, highly educated Black people, they always want you to sit there and they're going to come back and feed you. No, no. I become a dependent. I'm not a fucking pet. I'm a human being. You tell your dog to sit here and wait for him to be fed. That's a dog. That's what your dog's going to do. That's what your cat's going to do because these animals are domesticated. That's why you call them pets. You don't treat human beings like pets. This is sick. You teach human beings how to take care of themselves so they can take care of themselves. Then one day they'll meet a wife or she'll meet a husband. They know how to take care of each other. And then they know how to take care of their kids, right? We have to teach people independence. And what socialists do is they teach people reliance. They turn people into pets and they just sit there and they're like, I don't know how to eat. What do you mean you don't know how to eat? I don't know how to feed myself. I don't know how to feed myself. I don't know how to get food. What? That is fucking insane. But this is what they do because they want the praise. Oh, look, he's the one who saves people. Oh, look, he's a civil rights activist. Oh my gosh, look, he's the one who fights for the poor. They want praise. They don't truly want to build a solid community because if you know how, it's just like the church. And this is why Martin Luther decided to translate the Bible, that everybody could understand the Bible because the Bible was only in Latin. People had no idea. They're like, oh, what? Oh, hallelujah. Deuce and amen. All kinds of goofy ass Latin stuff. Like, what the heck? People had no idea. They're like, what? And they were being told that if you want to go to heaven, you have to pay for that. That's why you see all these big churches in Europe, because people, the feudal people, the rich people, the kings and the knights and stuff, they had the money, so they would pay. But the poor, they were told, well, since you have the money, you're gonna die. You'll go straight to hell because you're poor. But Martin Luther was like, oh no, we have to translate this Bible that people will know what it actually says. So shout out to the printing machine. And people started to read it like, oh, wow. What? Let me find out. Right? So it's like anybody who tells you, oh no, just rely on me, I'll take care of you. That is a form of control. And you as a human being, God gave you agency. God gave you free will. God gave you the power to speak over your situations. God gave you the power of creativity. Every human being has a creative mind. You just don't want to harness that. And you just go for the easy option. Oh, I'm going to rely on these people. They're going to destroy your life. They are truly, truly going to destroy your life. This raising the minimum wage stuff, it doesn't work. Socialism with Dr. King, it doesn't work. Because you can say 1960 to 1920 or 2020, right? 60 years. Okay. Then do from 1900 to 1960. Compare those 60 years and see what it is. You're like, oh, wow. Those people here, they're mostly entrepreneurs. Lots and lots of money, lots of families, lots of tradition, lots of wealth. People nowadays with so much technology, so much help, they don't know how to take care of themselves. So it didn't work. It doesn't work. And to not stop this truly is a crime against it's a crime. It's a crime against humanity. When you realize that something doesn't work, you've done something for 16 years, and all it has done is create homelessness, unemployment, welfare, broken homes, incarceration. When do people say, okay, it's enough? We have to stop. It doesn't work. But people are so obsessed with worshiping Dr. King, they can't say, you know what, maybe he was wrong. And you can say, hey, I still love him though, but he was wrong. 60 years. How long are you going to keep doing this? Like this is insane. How much longer are people going to keep saying, oh yeah, Dr. King, Dr. King, Dr. King? It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. It makes things worse, and it makes people more and more reliable on the government, and people don't even know how to take care of themselves. Whereas like if Dr. King had preached being an entrepreneur to people, be an entrepreneur. Oh, I met George Johnson. This is how he did it. Maybe he can teach you a class. Oh, I met Don Cornelius, because he was with all these people. He took pictures with everybody. And he never said to himself, well, you know what? Maybe this is it. Of course not. Because then he's not at the center. They're going to be at the center. He goes to see people. Oh, well, since you're rich, you know, I'm running a program where I give bread to the poor. And I'm like, I wish I was there with Papa George when he told him, give me money so I can go feed the poor. I'm like, no, you're crazy. I'm like, don't do it. Why do we have to feed them? Why don't you say, well, since you have a business, right? How can we work together? They can come here. They can pass out the flyers. They can clean the floors. They can learn. They can do you have extra jobs? And then you can feed them this way. Why are we going to give them food? We run a business. We don't run a charity. It's a business. But he has no qualm whatsoever. He knows that you started small, just like everybody else. You believed in yourself. You start your business. And now because you're profitable, just give me money so I can feed the poor. Why are they poor? I was poor. I'm not poor anymore. So why don't you ask me? This is it. That's the real bread, huh? That's the real bread. The knowledge of Mr. George, that's the bread. Right? And that's why even Jesus said, like, we're going to get to a point where you're not even going to eat bread no more. Huh? Because I am the life. I am the bread. When the devil said, oh, turn the stones into bread, he's like, no, men shall not live off of bread alone, but every word that proceeded out the mouth of God. Amen. So if you have the opportunity, like me, let me, y'all know who I'm talking about. That's the problem, huh? Hold on. Because if you don't know who I'm talking about, because I haven't shown you guys the video yet. Let me, so you can see him. Because once you see it, it'll make more sense, right? Okay. Who is mommy talking about? Okay. Right? So he goes to see it's right here. 6 something, right? 6. There you go. Here he is. Right? And if you watch the Don Cornelius thing, he's also there too, taking pictures. He loves taking pictures with Black people that got money. He loves that shit. Right? But my thing is, what's the real bread? If you have a chance, Papa George right there, he's so handsome. He's a Gemini. He's so handsome. I love him. He's so freaking handsome, y'all. That's my boo. I love him so much. Right? He started his business with 500. I guess there was a place where you could take a loan for vacation. So he lied about taking his wife on vacation. So they gave him 250. Then he had another friend who wrote him a check for 250. So it was 500. He took the 500 and he started Ultra Sheen. Huh? Okay, cool. Right? Ultra Sheen gets really, really big, super, super big. Okay. Now that Ultra Sheen is big, there's a lot of money. There's like millions of dollars. Dr. King shows up at his business. He said, "Oh, well, do you know any other business, like any other black businessmen in Chicago?" He's like, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, do you mind getting them together? Because I'm running a program, something bread, like where we give bread to the poor." And he accepted. Like, I guess they all agree. I would have said no. I'm like, "No, I'm not feeding the poor." Why are they poor? Because I used to be poor. I am poor no more. Right? So I said, a good person, a good man, a good patriarch, somebody who actually was good for the people. That's the real bread. How did you do it? Because but not him, but the people he's trying to help, because he's a very bougie black kid. The people Dr. King is trying to help, they have the same background as Papa George. So my thing is, if they all have the same background, then they can have the same success, or at least close enough. So the real bread should be, sit down with this man and ask him as many questions as possible. Now, once you talk to him, I need you to think about something you want to do for yourself. Because you can have a business. Why could you not have a business? Think about something you want to do, right? And then we're going to give you a little bit of money. If it's like 100, 200, we'll give you little loans, like business loan. Like the man who's like Nick Fuentes said, the people, the outfit, the Italians, they will give you loans for like $10, whatever, right? Give you a little loan. Maybe $50 to start, and then we'll coach you. Like, go try it. If you want to be a barber, here you go. You want to shine shoes? Here's a little packet, right? How you gonna call your business? Okay, when you have to say hi to people now, huh? Be nice to their shoes. Say hi. Have a beautiful smile on your face. Ask them how the day is going. Talk about the stock market. You can train people in like marketing and customer service, because that's the real bread. Because if you sit next to a wealthy, if you know a black person just like you that has the same background you had, and they unlock the key of money, but you need to be next to that person because they know how to do it. What am I going to do with a piece of bread? I'm going to eat filet mignon after this because this man's going to make me rich. I don't want bread. Dr. King said, "Oh no, give me money. I'm going to go buy bread. I'm going to feed the people." No. You should say, "I need you to teach them how you did it." Because everybody has a gift. And as a pastor, he should know that. As a pastor, he should know that. It's in the New Testament. The Bible talks about the parable of talents. Right? But if people care to be honest, Dr. King didn't even do the work of God. He doesn't preach the Bible. He doesn't teach out the Bible. This man is extremely political, and he hides behind the Bible because people don't understand the Bible. He runs a political movement, and he poses as a preacher, as a pastor. He's not a pastor. George Johnson, a real pastor, no, a real man of God, a real woman of God knows God put something in you. And if you dare die and you don't multiply what he put in you, you're going to burn in hell. It's not a joke. That's why even Jesus said, "Let not my will be done, but let your will be done." Don't try to live your life and not fulfill the promise that God has spoken of your life. Die. Go back to God with all the gifts he put in you, when these gifts were meant to not just help you, but help other people. You're going to burn in hell. Okay? And that's why we have the parable of the talents, that we are called to multiply what God has given us. If I see a brother or sister, and because they're suffering, okay, yeah, it depends how bad it is. I can say, okay, the suffering is really bad. I can give you a meal. That's not a problem. I can even let you sleep. That's not a problem. But there's going to have to be a time where you and I have to sit down, because how did you get in this predicament? Okay, how old are you? Okay, did you go to school? Okay, who are your people? Okay, where were you raised? Okay, what would you like to do? What have you done? What experience do you have? Because my job is to get you to believe in yourself, because you're not just anybody. And that's the point of the Bible. You see a bunch of random ass people. All it takes is a prayer. It's just a self-belief. Boom, they take off. Right? Boom, they take off. And that's what you have to do to people. You have to impart unto people the faith of self-belief. The Bible says everything you need is already inside of you. That's what you say. Greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. You don't have to beg. And David said, I was young, now I'm old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging for bread. Today, we're living in America. The people, Black Americans today, you can say these are the seeds of Dr. King. They're begging for bread. They're begging to feed themselves. That's all I'm saying. This right here, he's not a good person. Because the word of God doesn't lie. Men lie. The word of God don't lie. If God made you a promise, it's going to come to pass. If it doesn't come to pass in your life, your children will see it. Because he's a faithful God. And he pays his debt. He honors his debt. He honors his word. God faithfully watches over his word, that his word may come to pass. His children, his grandchildren today, they're begging for bread. They don't have jobs. They don't get married. They go to prison. They live in these main cities. They're in complete food desert. They're getting fired left and right. Don't know what to do. And I'm like, and that right there is not that's not what a Christian does. That's not what a real person who preaches the word of God does. The word of God, it transforms people. The word of God, it changes people. You might not even see yourself a certain way. When Samuel came to David, he was like, huh? Because David, the way he was raised, he was forsaken. Like, they threw his ass in the bushes. They were checking this boy, like, did he eat or not? Who gave a fuck? Like, child, feed yourself. He's a kid. But he was completely forsaken because his mom is not the wife. And Jesse didn't want to really claim him. He just, I can't kill you, but shit, I ain't gonna raise you. So when God says to Samuel, you have to go to Jesse's house. There you will find the next king. It was okay. He went there because they have a horn thing and you put the oil inside the horn, whatever, I don't know. But he goes to Jesse's house. So Jesse knew who it was because this is Samuel who anointed Saul in front of everybody. People know who Samuel is. Like when he come outside, oh crap, somebody's about to be king today. So when he goes to Jesse's house, Jesse is so excited. He has all his sons lined up like, oh yeah, ooh, 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 ooh. But the horn thing is not moving. He was like, the person is not here. Jesse's like, yes, that's it. These are all my sons. He's like, no, the person is not here. He's like, no, that's it. He's like, no, that's not it. The person's not here. She's like, okay, fine, shit, that's David. They go call David. David's a savage. He's a little savage little boy. He kills lions and shit. He kills bears and shit. Like, he's a little savage. So David comes in. He's like, what? What's going on? And all of a sudden, the horn is moving towards David. He's like, well, that's it. He's the king. He's the next king, right? And I'm like, the word of God, it don't leave you the same. If anybody goes to church and you don't, even after 3 months, you don't change, no, you don't have a good pastor. Okay? The word of God, it don't change. It doesn't leave people the same. It transforms people. You get transformed. That's what the Bible says. Be ye transformed by the word and have your mind renewed in the spirit of God. The word of God transforms people. But if you claim to read the Bible and you're not transformed, I know you're not reading shit. You're not doing shit. So it's like you're dead now. Your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren, they're begging for bread. So something is wrong. Like this is not from God. This is not godly. It's not a godly, it's social. There's nothing godly about this. Even the Bible says, I'll make you fishers of men. Means you're going to have a profession. You have to do something. You got to know how to take care of yourself. You have to build. Nehemiah left where he was. He asked for favor. God said, go ahead. And he went back to Jerusalem so he could build the wall. You have to build. Gideon was a builder. Abraham was a builder. What's the boy's name? Isaac, Jacob. Everybody is building. Jesus himself had a job. Jesus was a carpenter. He could have said, oh, angels, feed me. Multiply. Even when his mother asked him to multiply the wine, he said, woman, what is it between you and I? Because my time has yet to come. Because he didn't want to be known because he could do it, but he wasn't doing it. He could, let me turn this into wine and go like, he can do whatever he wants. He didn't take advantage. At the wedding, his mom tells him, you got to turn the water into wine. He said, woman, what is it between you and I? For my time has yet come back. I guess he's a good kid. So he did it and he walked away. He's like, girl, not again. But you see, he multiplied bread. He multiplied bread. He multiplied the fish. He could have done that every day, but he doesn't. We can do certain things once, but the most important thing is for you to get the word. Because once you have the word is going to transform you. And that's what the Bible says, be ye transformed by the word. And renew your mind and renew your understanding. That's what the word of God does. It doesn't leave people the same. So anybody who reads the Bible or pretends to be a pastor and you're still sinning, you're still cheating, you're still lying, then I know you ain't doing shit. You're not reading shit. You ain't believing in shit. You're like you're a criminal. You are a fucking criminal. You're nothing but a criminal, right? So at some point, people have to be brave enough to say, it doesn't work. God is not in this. How many people have to die? How many lives have to be sacrificed? How many young people have to go to prison? How many more people have to be fired from their jobs before we start to say, right? Before we start to say, you know what? Maybe we have to teach people how to be entrepreneurs, which is what the Jews did. So, and they read the Old Testament, so you know they're onto something. Arabs also, God gave the Arabs a promise through Ishmael. They love business. It's a business people. They're big into business because it saves people. The problem with people like Dr. King and his like-minded people is that they demonize business people. No, he did not build foundations for me and whatever. He did not. He didn't. I don't recognize myself in him. And I see why white people here, they spend so much money to have Black people identify with this man. No, I don't identify with this man. To me, the God that I serve, the Christ that I serve, this is not his message. Christ would have been proud of Papa George. God himself would have been proud of him. Because in the book of Genesis, we are told that the Lord said, God said, let us make light, and it was light. Let us make day, and it was day. Let us make this, and he made this. Let us make man in our image, it was made. Then he said, oh, it's not good for man to be alone, so he put the man to sleep. He created a woman. When man saw the woman, he said, oh, rib of my rib, blah, blah, blah. And then the Bible said on the seventh day, God, he rested. So God had to work in order to rest. He's not a rester all the time. God rested. He worked for 6 days. He rested for 1 day. God works. God talks. Not because I don't like what he stood for, and I don't like his legacy. And to me, this is not what you do to your people. You don't cripple your people. He has crippled the people. And he has made a people that was barely reliable on the government, fully reliable on the government. They were not this reliable on the government. Today, they don't know how to think, breathe, go to school. They don't know how to do anything without the federal government. The federal government has now turned into a god. It has turned into an idol. And that's why they vote the way that they do. And they vote so hard for the Democratic Party because they truly believe salvation comes from the Democratic Party. It's not normal. It's not normal. It is truly not normal. But this is not God. This is not godly. There is nothing Christian about this at all. But that's it, because that's what he preached. So how's it not his fault? If you tell your people, oh, the government owes you, the government, whose fault is it? They were behaving one way before him. Well, that's because you don't study, Elliot. You don't study. So if you don't study, how you going to know? Right? You do know there were Black people in America before the 60s, right? Right? And those Black people, because of racism, because of segregation, discrimination, they had to service each other. So I don't know, do you understand that? Before he shows up with his socialist, Marxist bullshit, people had their own businesses. Because yes, I do. I really do. Because that's what he did. Right? So don't most Black people today vote Democrat? Do you see any kind of variance? What do you mean? Nah. Black women voted 92% Democrat. So how can you say, oh, so they lump themselves? That's okay, Elliot. But you also have to be honest. Don't Black people vote as a block for Democrats? So they lump themselves already. You see, and that's the thing. That's why sometimes it's hard, because people want to, I guess, talk to me based on their feelings, not historical facts. You have to study. You have to study history, Elliot. You cannot live off of your feelings. I know this man, when you see him, it makes you feel fuzzy. We're past that. We are past that. We're looking at someone's legacy. You came to your people. You had a message. You said to your people, if you listen to my message, okay, if you listen to my message, I will take you to the promised land. Elliot, here we are. Does this look like a promised land to you? So now if the people are in problems, we have to blame him because it was his idea. Right? And what I'm saying is, Lanier. No, they don't, boo-boo. They don't. They really don't, Elliot. They don't. They don't. But they don't. We're not going to do that today, but they don't. They vote for whoever promises to protect their welfare interests, not the best person. He did not. I'm like, do people even ask themselves what was his major in Morehouse? But I think the problem is, I've come to realize this, right? Because this is the land, right? This is the land of Hollywood. I think you American people, something that holds you back. You consume so many movies growing up. You think life is like a movie. You grew up watching Robin Hood, where Robin Hood robs the rich and he gives it to the poor, right? Like all that bullshit, right? Aladdin, a thief. And then instead of going to prison and getting his hand cut off, he has an additional boon. He has a genie in the lamp. He don't deserve shit. He's a damn thief. Cut his hands off. Okay? Right? Then there's also this whole Jesus thing. You want to see people who act like Jesus. They feed the poor. They pray for the sick. Right? And they go, there's that need for like fuzzy shit. This is not a movie, Brittany. But the fact that nobody even says, have you even studied economics? No. So you said he studied sociology. Do you see this? Right? Now go look when it comes to your boy, Jamal Bryant. What did Jamal Bryant study? You see, and this is how people end up in bad situations, because they don't pick their leaders out of competency. They pick leaders because they make them feel good. You remind me of Jesus. Jesus never had to run the economy. Jesus is Messiah. He came from something specific. You're trying to build wealth. Where in the ministry of Jesus was he here to build wealth? I have girls sometimes tell me, oh, Marlene, I want to marry a man that's like Jesus. I said, huh? What? Girl, get out of here. You file for divorce. You see, but it sounds noble. I want to marry a man that's like Jesus. What part of what part of the New Testament ever gave he was a good husband? The man don't have money. He doesn't care about money. He gives all his money away. He doesn't check people who steal. Like Jesus be the type. He's not going to pay the power bill. You're going to have anxiety. You'll be like, but your husband, but Jesus, we have to pay the power bill. He's like, woman, verily, verily, I say unto thee, for man shall not just live from power that comes from energy, but man shall live from all the power that comes from God and the throne of God. Is that how you want to live? You want to wake up in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Your husband is missing. He's at the cemetery talking about rise, rise from the dead. Rise right now, for the Son of God is telling you to rise. That's who you want to marry. There's a funeral. People invite you and your husband. Your husband is Jesus. Jesus is at the funeral. He sees the person in the coffin. For your time has yet to come. Rise, I tell you. And then you see a dead person. No, Jesus, no. Oh my God. Then the dead man's like, Jesus, you have summoned me from the dead. Oh my God. You people are batshit crazy. You are crazy. You are really crazy. Jesus is not normal. Like when you read the Bible, it's cute. He's not husband material. He was never meant to be someone's husband. He just drifts off by himself. He goes places and he stays there. You're like, husband, you don't give me the emotional affection that I need. Women, for affection belongs to those who love my Father as much as I love my Father. Why is it that you can't love yourself? I go back in meditation. Father, I come unto you. What the heck is wrong with this man? Jesus, he has a job. They give the man his check from the workplace until he gets to the house. The money's gone because he saw this person that needed this person. Oh, how much do you want? Oh, here you go. Oh, here you go. He gonna come home. Oh, husband, you just got paid. Where's the money? I give the money away. For the people needed the money more than I did. Women, you need to have more faith. For man shall not just live off the sustenance of a check, but men shall live off the sustenance of faith. Pray more. Pray without ceasing, and all your problems will be met. Look at the birds in the sky. They don't sow, but yet they reap. For my Father in heaven takes care of them. That's how you want to live? I don't think so. People need to stop with this bullshit. Life is not a movie. Okay? Look at Jill. He was a carpenter. He made it work. Okay? He said, if you love your man, there you go. But she's going to have an issue because women need stability. Like, yeah, I have faith, but just pay the bills. Like, can you just don't do that? I don't want to have to pray for everything. But that's how he would live. That's just how he lived his life. I'm like, Jesus is not a husband. He's not husband material. He is Messiah material. He's like, oh, the time has come for me to leave this family. For I must die today and serve the mission of the Lord. They're coming to take me, wife. You can take care of the children. I'll be resurrected on the third day. I'll come see you and the kid, give you a kiss. But now I have to go. For the Son of Man has to meet his destiny. You'll be like, what? Where are you going? No. This man is not husband material. He's Messiah material. When you need a husband, you need something different in a husband. Yeah, a tinge of Jesus, but mostly it's a whole different kind of person. No one can be married to Jesus. It will be really, really hard. Like, he's not a husband. And I think even that's what also, like, that's what Paul realized. And Paul said to himself, I'm going to be by myself. Because it's not even fair to put a woman and children through this because he's going to give all of himself to his ministry, right? But I'm like, you don't mean that. You want someone that has integrity. You want someone who's honest. You want someone that has compassion, understanding, great work ethic, a great leader, someone who takes his job seriously, who honors his commitment, and can make great financial plans for the family. He doesn't have to be Jesus. She's like, there you go. You just say it because it sounds noble, right? But even nobody wants to marry Jesus. And he's okay with that. I'm okay with that. We're all okay with that. He was born to be a Messiah. So he was a certain way. Yeah, you want certain traits of Jesus, right? But you don't want to marry Jesus. What? No. And then you would have to pray all the day. He'll wake you up at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock. Woman, thou sleep is too much. Pray with me. Like, what? I need to sleep. Like, no. But okay, for the day is coming where man will no longer have sleep, but will have to stand before the throne of God. No, I need to sleep. This is insanity. And also, who told you he was even into sex like that? You'll be like, oh, I heard this song. You're like, oh, okay. No. You are crazy. That is filthy. That is really nasty. You are a nasty woman. We need to deliver you. Father, okay? So it's like, he doesn't work. He didn't even have a donkey. He was not concerned about these things because he came for the souls of people. It's very different. A husband is completely different. A husband has to protect his wife, stay with his wife, build money, buy a house, build a legacy, save money, inheritance. It's a whole different thing, right? It's a whole different thing. A husband, that's his ministry. He's a husband. Jesus, his ministry was to be a Messiah. So that's why he didn't want to own anything because he's going to die anyways. Like, what's the point of having stuff? I'm going to die. He knew he was going to die. Okay. So that's not what, and also he died early. He died at 33. So you're asking for your husband to be like Christ. What if that also involves dying early and then leaving you with a child? Girl, no, that is crazy. That is crazy. We can love Christ and ask for a husband without saying, oh, I want to marry someone like Jesus. No, you do not. It sounds noble. It sounds cute. But it's not practical. It is not fun. And you're going to be miserable in that. Even Peter was miserable. Why do you think he denied that man? He's like, man, shit, killed him. I'm fucking tired. I need to sleep. Okay. Why you think Peter denied him? Because maybe he was fucking annoyed. Like, do you know him? What do you mean? Like, know him how? Okay. Peter, like, man, this man's so fucking annoying. We have to pray all the time. We have to walk all the time. We have to. Peter was tired. He's like, you know what? Wouldn't it be so bad if he was actually dead? Okay. Like, people are tired. Like, it's just not practical. Okay. So that's that. It's okay. Like, it's okay to be human. Like, I'm like, Peter, I get it. And like, he's fucking anal. I ain't like, you know what I'm saying? Listen. Now, John and James are like, oh, no, we really want him to stay. I'm like, oh, gosh. She's like, would it be that bad if he died? I mean, we haven't slept in so long. I mean, I want to drink some beer. I want to drink some wine. They'd be like, Peter, do you know this man? Peter's like, oh, no. Oh, my God. I'm like, it's okay. It's okay, Peter. It's okay. You know, it happens. It's okay. Give me some fish. Get me some wine, chew on some olives, and sleep as much as I want. And also, he wants to rest his feet. You're always walking. Jesus made you walk all day. It's walking nonstop for 3 years. Huh? He said, they're like, Peter, do you know him? And Peter's like, te quiero Taco Bell? No, I don't know that. Oh, Peter said, Marlene, I want to sleep. I said, y'all crazy. Y'all just making jokes, okay? But I'm like, you do not want to marry someone like Christ. You might even go hire a hitman. You might even want to start poisoning him. Like, I can't sleep. He makes me pray. Imagine your husband wakes you up at 2 o'clock in the morning and makes you pray until 7 o'clock. Like, oh, I want to sleep now. No. Let's pray some more. I want out of this marriage. I need to go. That's not it. I want to sleep. I need to sleep now. No, it's not going to. I can't marry this man. I love him as a Messiah. You know, everybody has their lane. Jesus was born to be a Messiah. Leave that man where he's at. Let him be. A husband is a husband. A Messiah is a Messiah. Okay? What do you look like? Girl. No. Okay? So, like, yeah, he can't get married because he knew he was going to die. He had 3 years of ministry and then he's gone. So he didn't want property. He wasn't attached to anything. He wasn't in love. Yeah. So I'm like, why would he do it? And I'm like, and why would you ask for that? He never said he was husband material. And nowhere did he say, oh, young ladies, make sure you marry or you model your husbands after me. He never said that. Jesus has a plan. He came here to be a Messiah, and his goal was your salvation. He's here for your salvation. Your husband is very different. Your husband's mission in your life is very different than the mission of Christ, right? Your husband, he has to protect you, love you, take care of you, the kids, leave an inheritance the day he's gone, that you and the kids can be okay, right? So husband, his ministry is very different than Jesus, right? That's it. That's why he can't sit here and pray for 2 hours, 3 hours. Like, he's not Christ. He's a man. He has to go to work. He has to go to work. He has to do other things. Like where Jesus would have prayed for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, he might want to read a book on finances because that's his ministry. You got to take care of y'all financially. Make sure you guys are okay. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, a man who reads the Bible, but he had never read not one book about business. Okay, y'all gonna be poor. You're gonna be poor. A man who he's not trying to, no, that's why guys, men can pray for 2, 3, 4. You're the woman. If you have extra time, you should pray for him, right? But men, like the Bible says, you got to get to the point. When you pray, get to the point. Don't start repeating a bunch of words because then it makes you look like an unbeliever, okay? It's not that hard, okay? But I'm like, yeah, you want certain traits, but you ain't trying to marry Jesus. I mean, like, a woman would be so miserable. You'd be so miserable. And you would never have personal time because he's always praying. He is always raising the dead. Like, you can't take him nowhere. He wants to walk on water. It's weird. You're stressed out. Now he wants to start sleeping. It's like, okay, no, I can't do this. This is crazy. Right? I think that's the problem. People see something in a movie or they see something in the Bible. Oh, yeah, I need to have that too. No, just enjoy it and then that's it. Right? That's it. But people want a real life Robin Hood. Oh, he's gonna go rob the poor and rob the rich and give it to the poor. No, he doesn't need to rob anybody. He needs to sit down with these poor people and ask them, what would you like to do with your life? When you wake up in the morning, what do you think about? Right? 5 years from now, what would you like to be? If you were to die tomorrow, how would you want to be remembered? Right? There's no need to go rob anybody. What would you rob people for? You have your own gifts. The thing is, it's the issue, you guys, the main issue is over here. It's an issue of fear. It's not that people don't have talents. It's not that people can't do. And also, not everybody needs to go to school. You don't have to go to school to be rich. You don't go to school. Okay? You got to have work ethic. Got to have work ethic. And you have to know what you want to do. And when you decide that, you got to have self-belief. A lot of people struggle with fear. You know, they're afraid of failure. They're afraid of what people are going to say. They're going to make fun of me. So people don't want to try. You understand? And that to me is what's really, really sad, because I do feel, I mean, the girl, she pissed me off earlier, but I will say this, like, if you study before this man showed up, but if you do study like Black American history before he showed up, people are very brave. People are very brave. People are very industrious. People are creative. People are, I mean, like, they're just trying to make it. And that's beautiful. That's why we're here, trying to make it. He shows up, racism, you're gonna die, they're oppressing you, you can never climb. Well, I'm like, what are you doing all this for? Like, what are you doing? Calm the fuck down. These white people, yeah, but they're not as bad as they used to be. They used to be very fucking deranged. And even that, amongst their derangement, Black people were still winning. I know you think 1920s Tulsa, Oklahoma was less racist than 1960s Tulsa, Oklahoma? You're the fuck right. You see, but I'm like, these people, man, they had so much to prove. They had so much grit. They were so focused. They were so determined. And that's what, to me, that's what it means to be a Christian. A Christian builds stuff. A Christian multiplies stuff. A Christian, like the lady who went to see Prophet Elisha, she's like, oh my gosh, they're about to sell my kids into slavery. She didn't say, oh, let me see if I have some money to help you. Oh, I'm a prophet. Maybe I could put money in the mouth of a cow and pay your bills. He didn't do that. He asked her, what do you have? And that's what Dr. King should have done with the people. What do you have? What skill do you have? What dream do you have? Because that's the thing. We have to help people. Anybody, not just Black people, but anybody that you love, right? You have to help people. Like Lonnie said, they need to, first of all, they have to define a vision for their life. And the vision has to be so clear. How do you see your life? And it can't be on welfare. That's not a fucking dream. That is not a fucking dream. What is your life? Like, how do you see your vision? I'm like, Madam Cedra Walker, she over here washing clothes like this, every day like this, all day. She's like, man, there has to be a better way. And what is that way? I don't know. You think about that. Maybe I want to sell my own stuff. I want to do my own thing. Make a little bit more than that. Okay. How much would you like to make more? We don't even ask people what their dreams are. Oh, you're struggling? Here's some money. Shut up. Right? I'm like, this is irresponsible. I think it's a crime against humanity. I really do. Right? Because you should ask people, what makes you passionate? What, if you could do anything in the world, what would you do? Right? And someone could say, oh, Miss Marlene, I want to be a hairdresser. Perfect. I know someone. Then because he's Dr. King, he got a bunch of contacts. You take the young lady, and whoever's the biggest Black hairdresser in the city, say, okay, hire this young lady. Let her be your intern. You're going to make her life, because you can give her bread. But you connecting her to the Black woman that got the biggest hair salon in the city, that is worth more than money. Bread. I can get bread later. What the heck? If you have to choose between a mentor in whatever field you want to go into or free bread, what you picking? I mean, I would hope you pick Meet the Person. That's going to change your life, because now she's giving you hands-on experience, right? You have this other person. Oh, what would you like to do? Oh, I want to be a mechanic. Okay. You find the Black person that has the biggest auto shop in the city, and you ask, okay, can you give my nephew a little internship so he can, even if he has to wash the car, but he really loves cars, he wants to be a mechanic, so can he come and work with you? Like, you don't even have to pay him, he'll just come. That's worth more than you giving a piece of bread. You are connecting him to someone who can give him an opportunity that he can become the mechanic he sees himself being. He doesn't need you to feed him. He needs you to connect him to like a destiny worker. That's what you do for people. I know you want to do this. Okay, I know that person. I'm gonna call the person. They're gonna give you an internship. They're gonna give you a job. I'll call the person. Right? You have to make these destiny connections. So he went to meet Papa George, and he never had anybody else meet him. Only he got to meet him. How is that? How is that good? Everybody should have met him. But the problem is, like I said, to me, he's a narcissist. I would never stop saying it. Right? I would never stop saying it. Right? But I'm like, you have to, and that's to me, I think that's the goal of a pastor, minister. We're not here to fix your problems or like give you miracles and things like that. But we are here to tell you, just in case you didn't know, God put something in you. And you know what it is. You might be afraid. You guys, oh, I don't know. I can't, because we internalize many times the way the world feels about us versus how God feels about us, right? So that causes you to have low self-esteem and you don't believe in yourself. But if you were to really believe in yourself, you would go for it. If somebody told you, oh, you're going to have cancer in 5 years, so you might die soon, you're like, oh, no, now I got to really do it. Sometimes people need that kind of pressure to get things done, right? But that to me is what a real preacher does. It's like a real preacher is going to get you to realize I have gifts inside of me. And before I die, everything that's inside me has to come out of me. And also for that, people have to get comfortable with failure. Success is not linear. You're going to fail. Doesn't make you a failure. It's part of the process. But one day you're going to be so good, you're not going to fail anymore. It's going to be wins after wins after wins, right? So don't despair if you experience setbacks. That is part of the process. And a good pastor, a good spiritual person is going to encourage you to remain steadfast even when you feel like giving up. So this is how it goes, because it's not linear. Right? But everything you do, it compounds on itself. So you have to keep going. Look at Mr. George. He kept going. Look at where he is today. Look at Mr. Don. He kept going. Look at where he is today. Look at so-and-so. He kept going. Look at where he is today. So when life tells you to quit, when people tell you to quit, when even you feel like quitting, remember Don Cornelius. He never gave up. Remember Mr. George. He never gave up. Remember this person. They didn't give up. So why would you give up? You're like, you're right. I'm going to keep going. There you go. Keep going. That's what we have to do. We have to encourage people. But Elisha then said, oh, let me see if I have some money to help you out real quick. He didn't do that. He asked her, what do you have? She said she has oil. He said, okay, go knock at your neighbor's door and then see if they have jars for you. So when she got the jars, she came back to him. He said, okay, pour the jars. She poured. She's like, then she came back. It's okay, then sell it. And she sold it. The lady became an entrepreneur. And boom, she paid her husband's debt. Her kids didn't get taken into slavery. The Bible teaches us to be entrepreneurs. Like it's right there. Right? We're not called to be Messiah. We are called to be entrepreneurs, and we have to create jobs. I can't walk on water, but it would be nice if I could give you a job, huh? There you go. You don't need me to walk on water. I don't need to multiply bread. I need to multiply jobs. I need to multiply opportunities. But I'm like, imagine if he had what he had noticed, because I can see how you can say, even though he's very rich, he's very bougie, but I can see how someone can say, oh, slavery, this, and that. It's hard for the average Black person in America to make it. Fine. That could be your premise. That's your hypothesis. Like the average Black American, because of slavery, sharecropping, racism, Jim Crow, it's really hard for them to make it financially. They need help from the government. That we can go off. That can be the premise. That's your hypothesis. No problem. When you meet one person who has made it, not even a little bit made it, like $1 million made it without the government, it's like, well, that's interesting. Well. That goes against everything I thought. You get closer. Oh, sis, what's your name? Ooh, how were you raised? How'd you get all this money? And you realize there's no government help. You say, okay, maybe that's a fluke. But even if you think that's a fluke, it still proves that some people can be the exception to the rule. Then you meet a second Black person. You meet a third Black person, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, you meet 100 Black entrepreneurs. Now you got to start saying, like, okay, like maybe I was wrong. And that's why, like in STEM, like when you do the science shit, right? That's why we do the experiment. You start off, you have a hypothesis, but then you go out there and you look for evidence to prove that you are correct. I'm saying because of this, that, Black people can't make it unless they have help from the government. But as you run your experiment, what you keep getting are Black Americans, sharecropping, poverty, divorced parents, they start a business, $50, $100, $200, 25 cents. Everybody ends up being a millionaire. An honest scientist will say, well, I guess I was wrong. So then you say, okay, so they don't need the government. So what do they need? What makes all these people successful? And that right there, that's the brand. That's the real brand. Because once you understand Don Cornelius, Mr. George, Madam Cesar Walker, Mr. Fuller, the Robert Stackey, Thomas Downey, you child, all them people, you put all these people in the pot. It's okay, like all these people, what is the one thing they have in common? Because once you understand what they have in common, then you can start teaching it to other people. Right? And that's what a real scientist does. You don't say, well, this is my hypothesis, and even if I see evidence that proves otherwise, I'm going to pretend that it's not real. It's not real. And why are you doing that? You can't do stuff like that. That's very dishonest, and that's what he did. He kept seeing people that had the background he said was impossible to make it without government assistance. He's surrounded, like he takes pictures with all of them. He's like, oh no, that's not real. That's not real. We still have to give people welfare. We still have to get. He's fucking evil. You get shit. Let me tell you something. To me, he's also dishonest. Because at some point, when you have 100 of these people, 200 of such people, 1,000 of these people, you're like, well, maybe I was wrong. So then we start asking people. We need to start asking them questions. What do you think is the key to your success? If you were to help anyone, what would you say? What are your 5 rules of success? What are your like? You try to take that. That's what Napoleon Hill did with his stuff, because he tried to study rich people like Vanderbilt. What's it called? No, Carnegie. He was studying Carnegie, but he was every day like running up behind this man to see how did this man, as an immigrant, do all of this in the steel industry in America. It is your job, if you want to help Black people. It is your job to meticulously study successful Black Americans. You don't study, not to be offensive, but you're not going to study or obsess over the poor. They're not successful. We have to study those who are successful because they have figured something out. And then once you understand, when they all help you to understand what that thing is, then you go and you give it to that person. If I met 100, 200, 1,000 of our people, they were all poor, just like you are right now. Today, in whatever field they are number one. If you want to change your life, I have the way to do it. If you want to have an internship, I can also call them. Then the poor person has to say, yes, I want to, or no, I don't want to help. I want to die. That's all. That's okay as well. Right? When Jesus met the man at the pool, he had been sitting there for over 21 years. He's like, what the heck? This whole time you couldn't even roll in the water and help yourself. He's like, oh, I was waiting for somebody to push me. Huh? You want someone to push you? Like, what? Why? Okay. You have Bartimaeus. No, is that him, right? The one who was blind, right? Yeah. When he saw Jesus, he screamed, Son of David, help me. Because he had heard about it. Oh, that's it? Oh, hell no. The man screamed, oh, no, I'm getting my miracle today. So even in the Bible, you see, there are people who want to make it. They can't walk. They will crawl to Jesus. The lady who bled for 12 years, she crawled. She said, all I have to do is touch the hem of his garment. She don't want no private meeting. She's not trying to have you put the, no, because she just knew, like, this man has it. The Bible says she spent all her money of so many doctors that nobody knows how to stop her bleeding. And so she said, if all I can do is touch the hem of his garment, I'm good to go. The lady crawled because there's a lot of people. She crawled because that's all she's going for was the hem of the garment. And then Jesus says to Peter, somebody touch me. Peter says, yeah, duh. You're surrounded by a bunch of people. He's like, no, someone touch me. Someone that has faith touch me. You cannot save all poor people. And that's where he's also very goofy. Because in his mind, save all poor Black people. You save those who want to be saved. Like time, resources, these are priceless investment. You don't get more time. Like people think money is just, oh, you just print more money. Like I get that a lot from people. You can just print more money. Like you're foolish. You are truly foolish. And that's why in this life, you're most likely not going to be rich. Time and money, they're scarce, they're scarce resources. And that's why people go so hard to be very protective of those resources, right? You save those who want to be saved. You read the New Testament, there are different levels of faith. Even the Old Testament, but whatever, with Jesus, there are different levels of faith. There are people who are completely lukewarm about their blessing. If it happens, okay. If it doesn't, oh well. They're comfortable. There are people who want to get out. They just don't have the right connections. They don't have the right books. They don't have the right education, or they just need capital to get started. But they're trying to get the fuck out. Like, I want a better life, right? And so you see it. He screams, "Son of David, help me!" Jesus turned around. He saw the man was blind, and I guess he spat on the sand and he put that across his eyes, and he told them, "Go wash your face." He could have said, "Oh, that's it." But he believed him. So he walked and he went and he washed his face, and it worked. His eyesight came back. He's like, oh. So then he ran behind because he was another man. So he ran behind Jesus again to say thank you. But then Jesus said, what about your other friend? Was he not healed? He said, yes. Said, okay, no problem. But he said, go ahead. Right? There are different people. You have one story, Christ was inside the house. And then this man, he was sick. But the house was packed. So the friends, they grabbed his ass because he was on a gurney. They grabbed his ass and they dropped his ass through the chimney. Like, you're going to get this blessing one way or another. You see, there are people who will run for a blessing. Some, if they're paraplegic, like their legs don't work, they're going to crawl like, bah, 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 bah. I got to get to my fucking blessing. There are people who are going to go like this. I need my blessing. And then there are people like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready. Maybe I'll start in 2 years. I don't know. Well, you know, so-and-so tried it and she failed. So I don't know. I don't know. There are other people, they're fully asleep. Oh, well, you know, I had to work last night, so I need to get some rest. Boom, they're asleep. Okay. But his mindset is, oh, you do it for, you save all the poor. No, you save those who want to be saved, and you will know who they are. Because when you offer them a way out, like not food, I can get you an internship with Mr. George. Would you like to do it? The serious people will say, oh my God, I get to work with this man. Of course, yes. They're going to stay up all night praising God. Oh my God. They're going to take out their clothes. They're going to do their hair in the morning. They're going to shine their shoes. Because I cannot believe tomorrow I'm about to meet Mr. George Johnson. He's a millionaire. Oh, I get to work for a millionaire. Then you have other people. Oh, I don't know. Well, this is not really what I had in mind. Well, I have to see. Maybe I'll get back to you. Let them be. Right? Oh, no, we can't. Because like people like him also, we can never have poor people in society. We can never have anybody suffering. No, we can't have poor people in society. And let me tell you this. It's not just that you can't save the poor. You can save anybody that wants to be saved. Anybody. If they have the right mindset, they can make it. Right? But sometimes also the reason why you don't want to save all the poor, you need people who are not successful in order to have other people keep their drive. Because if you get rid of all the poor, there are no more poor people. People forget what homelessness looks like. They start thinking life is a joke, right? They think their job, they stop taking life seriously. Sometimes we have to have a few poor people around to keep people on their square. Like, oh, that's what being poor is? Oh, shit, I want to be poor. There you go. It's good for the soul. It's like, but Marlene, yes, that's exactly what it is. A few poor people around who remind other people, well, I don't want to be poor. So what you going to do? Well, I'm going to work harder. Well, there you go. I'm not going to squander my money. Oh, you're so smart. I'm not going to become an alcoholic. Oh, look at you. You're so smart. Right? That's how life goes. If God wanted to, he could have just killed Satan And we would never know pain and suffering, but he didn't for a reason. Even when Mary Magdalene came and she washed the feet of Jesus, Judas was complaining. Jesus said to him, the poor will always be with you. He didn't try to save every poor person. Like, what the heck? No. You certain people, like even sick people, you need a few sick people too. Because then that reminds other people that, oh, well, I don't want to be sick. Well, there you go. We have to see images of suffering sometimes. We have to. You can't save everybody. You can't have everybody be healthy. No. A few people need to be poor. A few people need to be sick. And then people will say, well, I don't want to be sick. We need a few drug addicts so that people can take heed when you say, don't do drugs. Do not do drugs. You want that to be your life? No? Okay, well, there you go. Look at that man and how he lives under the bridge. Do you want that to be you? No? Okay. Don't do drugs? Okay, I won't. There you go. Right? That's it. But you will never have a perfect world where you have no poor people, you have no sick people, and no. Rob the rich as much as you want. But when these people seem to gloss over his agency, you cannot legislate, you cannot force people to take initiative. Some people will never take initiative. They've made up their mind. They don't want to move. There's nothing you can do. And by giving them more money for not moving, you are rewarding bad behavior. You have to help those who want to help themselves. People who don't want to move, they have made up their mind. And they have the right to stay there and die. And you also have to learn not to feel sorry for them. It's a choice they made. There are people, they have an idea. They're going to opine for like 5,000 years before they even take the first step. They don't want it bad enough. And you can't worry about such people because they don't want it bad enough. The day they want something bad enough, they're going to run 2 miles, 5, 10 miles a day. But right now, they don't want it. You can't force the people. And it's not racism that is making people to be poor. Many people are poor because they don't want to try. It's not racism. White people were way more unhinged and people were successful. So what it is, it's not racism. They don't want to do it. They don't have to try. They don't want to do it. They do not want to do it. Remember that one time we saw the video of the black man, he was like 39 years old, came out of like slavery or sharecropping. He bought land, he had a store, then he had a car company, then he had this, like he was 39. I'm like, damn, you have all the businesses? 39 years old, can't even read. Huh? But you have people over here, 13 years of education, high school diploma. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should. I don't know. The thing about politicians and these socialists, these civil rights people, they really put no coefficient on agency, self-determination. They treat people, they have like their children, like they have no say-so in their future. They absolutely do. So they want to legislate people into success. You cannot. You can't force someone to be something they don't want to be. You can't force people, right? There are kids who are going to go to school is free. They're going to take it very seriously, but nobody's even pushing them. You have kids who are in foster care. You have children in foster care. They take school so seriously, and yet they're by themselves. Nobody's going to force you. No one's going to check your grades. They do it by themselves. We have seen kids out here be in foster care, live in their cars, and be valedictorian. What does that tell you? It's their personal drive. Then you have kids in a 2-parent household. They're always failing. They're lazy kids, right? And I'm like, you cannot continue to act like a person's determination has no bearings on how they fare in life. And Dr. King wants you to believe, it's everything about your lot. And if you're a Black American, everything about your station in life is only racism, the government, and that determines where you end up in life. And it's so not true. It is just not true. A person can have all kinds of odds. But if that person says, I'm going to make it, you're not going to stop that person. Just like a terrorist. If they really want to bomb a plane, you're not going to stop them. You can catch them after the fact, but they're going to do it because they've made up their mind, right? People who can run these marathons under like 2 hours, It's not the government. They just want to do it. So they train really hard to do it. But if you don't have the level of commitment, discipline, endurance that an elite athlete has for a marathon, your own life, you're dismissive. And that's the thing we don't talk about. You're not your own life. You're not concerned. You're not scared. You're not driven. You don't want to push. Like, oh, I don't know. Okay, sure. You don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Some people do not want success. Some people don't want to have extra money. They like living like this, paycheck to paycheck, begging people, asking friends. They're not ashamed. And then there are other people like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing this. You've never seen like a little black girl open her own hair salon at like 14, 15? I saw one girl, she does hair so much. Her dad turned the garage into her hair salon. She's like 14, 16. Nobody forced this girl. It's just like she was naturally drawn to doing hair, watching YouTube videos, started doing hair with her friends, whatever. And then like it really blew up. So her dad just converted the garage and he gave her her own salon. But so if a 16-year-old could do it, what did that tell you? If people really wanted to be successful, they could. People wanted to get off welfare, they would. People want to really take their school seriously, they would. They don't want to do it. They're lazy. They don't want to do it. Everything is not racism or the government has to help. They don't got to do shit. If someone wants to make it, they're going to fucking make it. Is it the government that made Mike Tyson like a super world, like heavyweight champ? No, he wanted to fucking do it. Is it the government that made like, what's his name? Floyd? Be fucking Floyd? No, he wanted to fucking do it because he had the drive. He wanted it. And I'm like, a lot of people, they don't want anything. They're not driven. They're not ambitious. They don't dream. They're just complacent. Okay, sure. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm like, it happens all the time. You even have like, sometimes you see little babies, like little 10-year-olds during the summer that have a lemonade stand. A little baby like that. There was one baby boy, his dog got sick or something, and the surgery was like $700. You know what he did? He's like, I'm going to sell my Pokemon cards so that his dog doesn't die so he can pay for the surgery. I'm like, oh my God, this kid's going to be a great businessman. He took initiative. His dog is sick. He's like, no, that's my dog. I'm responsible for my dog. So the baby boy, he made a choice to let go of his Pokemon cards. I'm not sure those cards meant a lot to him. But how can a baby like this understand responsibility, accountability? Like that is your dog. You like the daddy, that's your baby. And if you have to sell your stuff to take care of your baby, you sell it. So if a child understands that, how can you tell me that grown people don't understand that shit because their skin is black? Get out of here with that. Just making excuses for people. It is fucking weird. It's really weird. Hold on. Yeah, you see? To save his dog. Yeah. I was so stunned. I'm like, this little baby, like, this is, you see, look at him. Because he didn't want his dog to die. And then, like, and I think, like, he raised so much money. Like, he raised way more. Because he said, oh, I think he raised like $2,000 or more than that. But he was like, oh, he's going to give the rest away to other dogs who need surgery. Because now he knows what it feels when your dog is sick and you can't afford it. I'm like, but damn, that's a child? Oh, my Lord. I'm like, if years from now, this kid doesn't end up being like some crazy business mogul, I don't know what to tell you. Right? But I'm like, he sold his Pokemon cards so he could make it. And then you have grown people out here, oh, I don't know how I'm going to feed my kids. Yeah, you're just a fucking failure. Like, you don't want to make it. You're fucking lazy. This is insanity. He was 8 years old. But you're 24, you're 25, you're 30. I don't know how I'm going to feed my kids. I don't know how I'm going to feed my kids. You're not even serious. You are very unserious. Okay? His Pokemon cards are his most prized possession. But Bryson decided to sell his cherished cards to save his dog's life. A humble gesture that has rippled across the nation and raised thousands for sick pets, right? So then he said, it makes me feel happy that everybody came together. Oh, what a cute little baby. You know? So in March, a friend's dog had puppies, and Woodruff adopted Bruce, and now the 4-month-old black lab mix, right? Pretty soon, Bryson and Bruce were inseparable. They were best friends. They love each other. So there was no way he was going to let his doggy die. Like, get that. You are crazy. An 8-year-old thinks like that? And you mean to tell me grown adults who know how to have sex and twerk their asses don't know how to get some money? They don't know what to do to feed their children? Yeah, please get the fuck out of here. This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. It's mediocrity. People are accustomed to being mediocre, and they sit there and they receive money for being mediocre. And then people who work hard, entrepreneurs who get it out the mud and build their own businesses, they're demonized. They're being told, oh, you're greedy, you have too much money. No, you have too much laziness on your side. I think the real greedy people are those who get on welfare. Because when you get on welfare like that and you give up on yourself, you are denying people of your talents, because you're meant to build something. You're meant to add something to society, but you don't want to do it because you're selfish. You only think about yourself. But if an 8-year-old can say to himself, I must sell my Pokemon cards because that is my dog, I'm responsible for him. I need to make sure he has his surgery. And also, I'm going to say this shows the power of love. When you love someone, your children, your dog, whatever, you will do whatever it takes to take care of them. So if somebody has kids and I don't know how to feed them, do you love your kids? Do you really love your kids? Because if you love your kids, there's no way you're waiting on the government to feed your babies. So if they don't give you money, your kids are going to starve. You don't have a plan B. You don't have a plan C. You have no plans at all. Without the government, there's no way these kids are even going to have one pancake with a little bit of syrup. You don't know how to knock on doors. You don't know how to go to a restaurant. You don't know how to wait behind the doors of a restaurant to ask for some free food. You're not resourceful at all. Do you even love your children? That is fucking weird. That is seriously weird. It is really weird. But it's like people have grown accustomed to being mediocre and receive money. People are mediocre. They get praised. Oh, it's okay. I know you're trying your best. The person's not trying for shit. They've been stuck in the same place for over 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. They ain't trying for shit. We give compliments to people just for breathing. Oh, wow. That was an amazing breath you took. That is so amazing. It must have been so hard for you to do that. Oh, yeah, yeah, you're right. Right? We give compliments to people for barely doing anything. People barely try. Oh, you need to be easy on yourself, right? You can't be too hard on yourself. You don't be too hard on yourself. They barely do shit. Don't do shit. And that's why when you watch My 1,000-Pound Life, like with Dr. Now, he don't play with these people. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're fat. You're morbidly obese because you don't do shit. Your mom coddles you. Your dad coddles you. Like, you are surrounded by a bunch of enablers. You are enabled. And he said it all the time. If y'all didn't get that person food, what would happen? They would get out of bed. Oh, there you go. Some exercise. Coddling people. Doing everything. Oh, let's make sure we don't hurt their feelings. Let's make sure they keep being delulu. Let's make sure they're delusional. Let's make sure they're like, how? Like, how is that okay? And they think other people are going to stick by and keep paying for this shit. They're not. People are going to leave America. People are going to hide their money. People are going to find ways to make sure the government cannot get to their money because it's not fair. Why are you not even trying to better yourself? Why are you not even trying? Right? Not even trying. And I'm like, to me, that's crazy. That's really, really crazy. Let me keep watching. Let's do this one real quick.
Take the minimum wage law. It's well-meaning sponsors. There are always, in these cases, two groups of sponsors. There are the well-meaning sponsors, and there are the special interests who are using the well-meaning sponsors as front men. You almost always, when you have bad programs, have an unholy coalition of the do-gooders on the one hand and the special interests on the other. The minimum wage law is as clear a case as you could want. The special interests are, of course, the trade unions, the monopolistic craft trade unions in particular. The do-gooders believe that by passing a law saying that nobody shall get less than $2 an hour or $2.50 an hour or whatever the minimum wage is, you are helping poor people who need the money. You are doing nothing of the kind. What you are doing is to assure that people whose skills are not sufficient to justify that kind of a wage will be unemployed. It is no accident that the teenage unemployment rate, the unemployment rate among teenagers in this country, is over twice as high as the overall unemployment rate. It's no accident that that was not always the case until the 1950s, when the minimum wage rate was raised very drastically, very quickly.
I was so lucky. At the time I had no clue about all
I hope you understand what Milton Friedman said about like the raising the minimum wage, right? And so if the children, if the teenagers are unemployed, it makes way for immigration. You see, a lot of these minimum wage laws and stuff like that, they actually favor illegal immigration. Because if you think for a second, if these laws didn't exist, right, a lot of these jobs, instead of being filled by illegal immigrants or immigrants at all, would have been filled by American teenagers, right? There you go. But if you say, oh, now we have a law that you must pay your workers X amount of money, well, I'm not gonna hire a teenager. I'm not gonna hire a U.S. teenager, but I can hire an illegal, and I can pay them under the table. What you gonna do? You can't go and supervise every single business and who they hire. No, but officially the teenager, he's definitely not getting a job. So a lot of things would have been different in terms of immigration if these minimum wage laws didn't exist, because then more American teens would have had jobs. So then you have less of a need for an immigrant, because even if an immigrant comes and says, oh, let's say the before then, right, the wage is $2, right? Cool. He said, okay, there's let's say you have an illegal. He said, okay, I'll work for $1.75 or even $1.50. The American teenage, he will work for $2. You guys say, well, for 50 cents, I might hire the American boy because he speaks English, he's fluent, he understands the language. You know what I mean? Like, he's American, so I'm gonna go with with $2, I'll go with the American person, right? But then when you say, okay, the law now is you have to pay $2.50 an hour. Now you say, well, it's not just $50; it's a whole hour. That's different. And that's what we talk when you study these curves in econ. They talk about elasticity versus things not being like more elasticity, less elastic, right? But having to pay 50 cents is one thing. Having to pay an extra $1 over the course of 8 hours, that's a whole different thing. Because I can say, well, it's just 50 cents, so I'll be patriotic and hire the American person because it's just $2, whatever. And they speak the language, it'll be a better experience for my customers. But if it's a whole $1 for 8 hours, and you're not done, because you still have to pay Social Security taxes, you have to pay unemployment taxes, you have to pay other taxes, right? So it's like, oh shit, now how much am I paying? But now the illegal, he looks way more attractive because it's just $1.50. There's no unemployment attached to it. There's no Social Security tax attached to it. There's no Medicare, there's no Medicaid. I just pay $1.50. I'm gonna go with the illegal. And once people take a taste of illegal work, oh, they ain't coming back from that, right? So I'm like, people have to think about these things and who they affect, and also the employer is, his what's it called? What's that curve called? I forgot. But like how you measure how elastic it is. Like, is it more beneficial? Because at a certain price point, he will go with the U.S. worker. After a certain price point, the numbers don't make sense. You go with the illegal worker. You go even with the immigrant, because then it makes more sense. You pay less, you get more hours, and you get the same quality of work. So you're not hurting him. You're hurting the people. Like, people are crazy. People are really, really crazy.
I left home in 1948. Many decades later, I learned that the unemployment rate among black teenagers in 1948, 16, 17-year-olds, was 9.4%. Among whites of the same age, it was 10.2%. So both blacks and white teenagers had only a fraction of the unemployment that they have today.
You were expected to work. You were expected to be able to get a job.
And more importantly, the jobs were there for you. This is because of a fluke, really. The minimum wage law in the United States, Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, was passed with specified rates of pay that you're supposed to get. Almost immediately, inflation took off during the 1940s. So by 1948, those numbers that were in the law were meaningless.
Oh, I see.
In other words, when I started out as a Western Union messenger, the minimum wage was 40 cents an hour. I started out at the bottom at 65 cents an hour. So it was the same as if there was no minimum wage. And this is what happened. You had this, and I was so lucky. I, of course, had no clue about any of this. Now a black kid 20 years later comes in there. People have become compassionate. They raised the minimum wage, so he can't get a job.
Got it.
And I don't think it does any community any good to have a whole lot of teenage males hanging around on the streets with no job and nothing to do.
A lot of people say, well, the minimum
people get involved in drug dealing. They can't get honest jobs. They'll be on the streets. I'm like, these things have real consequences.
wage is an anti-poverty device.
People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level.
Well, that is utter nonsense. It doesn't even pass the smell test.
Exactly.
Because if it were an anti-poverty device, well then instead of spending all this money on foreign aid, we just have our experts at the State Department tell Bangladesh, well, you could be rich like we are, just have a higher minimum wage.
Thus, the consequences of minimum wage rates have been almost wholly bad, to increase unemployment and to increase poverty. Moreover, the effects have been concentrated on the groups that the do-gooders would most like to help. The people who have been hurt most by minimum wage laws are the blacks. I have often said that the most anti-Negro law on the books of this land is the minimum wage rate. And so I think the real answer to your question is that you must not judge a bottle solely by its label. You have to look at what's inside and see what the law or the measure produces.
These people are very toxic. Let me play this. Let me play this one for you guys so you can see for yourself. Let you see this.
For many, in the 70s and 80s, Afro sheen became a household name. For the Chicago businessman behind the Powerhouse products, the brand is about much more than hair trends. I sat down with George E. Johnson to talk about his culture-shaping career, his groundbreaking products, and the lessons he learned along the way.
Music channel.
Be as spry as he and we haven't heard much from him in decades, but at 97 years of age, George E. Johnson's memory is sharp as a tack.
Before I decide on what I'll do, I always start with Afro Sheen shampoo.
The man who
Jesus, there was so much music in this line.
All the way back to the beginning.
My mother brought me to Chicago. I was 2 years old in 1929.
Okay, 1929, huh? So I'm like, and this is why they got what's that girl's name? Joy Reid? Is that her name? She got so upset when that boy, the guy from Florida, he was like, oh, black families were doing better during Jim Crow, and she lost her shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? So this is 1929, Great Depression. He's 2 years old. Okay, his mom, single mom, his parents got divorced.
And I thank God for her every day because she got me out of Mississippi.
That commitment to family set an example that would serve him for nearly a century.
I was 25 years old. I had a wife.
Very pretty. 25 years old, he was married.
I had 2 children, a 2-year-old and a 2-month-old, and no future.
Until that one fateful meeting on a February day in the late 50s with barber Orville Nelson. The two men met in an elevator at Chicago's Fuller Products Company. Johnson worked at the company as a chemist. At the time, it was the largest black-owned cosmetics business in the country. Nelson had developed a hair straightening product for black hair and hoped the company could help him take it to the next level. The Fuller Company wasn't interested in getting into the barber business and turned him away.
So I told him I work.
That's what I say. Like, need people that can help them to make like these divine connections, what I call destiny helpers. People need destiny helpers. Like, you have this goal, you have something you're passionate about, but you don't know who can help you. And then this person comes in and says, I know exactly the person that can help you. They make a call. I talk to them. They're going to help you out, right? People need destiny helpers. People need that. People need connection because this world, it really is about connection. And I'm like, that's one thing he could have done, where you connect people who have, and also you know, sometimes you can also say you have people also they've never seen anything big, because sometimes if you haven't seen it, you don't even know it's available for you to dream of it. Like, what? This place exists? What? You know, you have to see things, right? I think that's one thing that's good about social media, is that it allows you to see things that you wouldn't have seen, or, you know, things that you wouldn't have experienced. Now you see other people go, you know, oh, okay, that's nice. I would love to go there one day, right? People have to be exposed to things they've never seen. Like if you have a lot of kids who grew up in poverty, they need to be exposed to wealthy people. They need to see something they've never seen before. Like, this is how they live. Like, what? Then it sticks with them. So when they go back to where they came from, they can't sleep at night. Oh, wow, I need that too. Oh, so now they take their work seriously because they know what they want, because now they've seen, okay, I want something like that. And that's what Floyd said. Somebody had a car or something or a watch. He's like, oh, yes, I need to have that. What do I have to do? They get your boxes. Okay, I'll do it. Right? Sometimes people have to be exposed. Some people just know innately, and other people, it takes exposure to a different life, different people, different mindsets. I'm like, wow, I love this. I'm going to live here one day. Boom. That's exactly what happens. Okay?
In the lab. And I don't know what you're talking about, but if you have a card, give me your card. And when I get some time, I'll come and see if I can help you.
Johnson put the card in his dresser drawer. 2 months later, he noticed it. His entrepreneurial curiosity got the best of him, so he stopped by Nelson's shop.
When I walked in the door, I was shocked. That barbershop was so busy. No place to sit, no place to stand. All 4 chairs were busy, and they were moving their hands like they were racing.
Back in the day, black people with traditionally thick curly hair wanted to fit into white culture, hoping to be hired for jobs. So they took the curl out by straightening it with chemicals.
They were straightening the hair to get it straight enough to be able to put a finger wave in the hair.
With Johnson's help and expertise, this new product would revolutionize the African-American man's hair care business. Here's a photo of Nelson with one of his celebrity clients, singer Nat King Cole, on the cover of Ebony magazine in 1954.
It took 9 months to find an emulsifying agent that could tolerate a pH of 15, and that's really high. That was the beginning of Johnson Products.
Johnson borrowed $250 from a loan company to start the business. Not easy for a man of color in those days. It took a couple of tries and a lie that he needed the money to take his wife on vacation. He got the check and raised the other $250.
You see also why you wouldn't want to marry Jesus? He wouldn't have lied. You'd be like, husband, you got to go in there and get that money now. What do I say? You have to lie and say, we're going on vacation. He's like, the Son of Man cannot lie. Okay. I'm like, yeah, Jesus would have done this stuff. Okay. But he did it though. Go ahead, husband. Go ahead, Gemini. Okay. Do what you must do. Get this money out these white people. Okay. No, Jesus cannot be your husband. Okay. Let that be. So he went there. He lied to the people. He got $250. Then another friend gave him the rest. I'm like, you see, Jesus wouldn't have lied for you. Okay. We out here suffering.
From friends.
I was able to get everything I needed to make the first batch. Mm-hmm. When I wrote the last check, I had $1 left in the bank. I had spent $499. The $500 stood up, and I was able to make a good batch and get going in the business.
Johnson's products took off. First with Ultra Wave, then Ultra Sheen.
Ultra Sheen hair care products make a special statement about you.
And as society changed, then came Afro Sheen.
The new Afro Sheen blowout kit.
Yeah, it gets rid of tangles and leaves your fro fuller and fluffier.
When Dr. King started.
So he adopted, so like at first people wanted the slick hair, so he sold the relaxer stuff. But I guess like in the 70s, he put like big on the fro and natural hair. So they pivoted. So they went from Ultra Sheen to Afro Sheen. Mm-hmm.
Telling people, be yourself. Black is beautiful. What God gave you is good enough. And people started going for the natural. What else? I had to make up for what we were losing with Ultra Sheen, and create it. Afro Sheen. Vince Colors was my first black advertising agent. And he created some tremendous ads. There were kids at one end of the hall and somebody at the other end. And one said, 1, 2, Wazuri. It was a great thing.
Afro Sheen, Afro Sheen.
And the ads that he did were very different from ads that you see black people in for years on TV. And they were uplifting ads.
By that time, JPC had garnered 80% of the black hair care business in the country, becoming the first black company to go public on the New York Stock Exchange in 1971. That same year, he put the popular dance party show Soul Train on national TV with his sponsorship.
Has been brought to you by Johnson Products Company, makers of Ultra Sheen and Afro Sheen hair care products.
But before that, Johnson built a business like none other. By 1960, he offered profit sharing to his employees, provided full health care, an on-site nurse, family leave, and college tuition reimbursement, among
all that he paid for, all that, right? People are like, oh, entrepreneurs, people that have businesses, corporations are evil, they're greedy. Everybody's not the same. You can be an entrepreneur without being a capitalist. Not everybody who runs a business is trying to exploit people. But I'm like, people, he had like a nurse, he had a cafeteria, he had a daycare, he had so much stuff for these people because he took good care of them. There are people who are good people. But many times these socialists, these liberals, progressive, all they do is demonize people who have businesses. And it's like not everybody is bad. And if you become your own business person, one day your business prospers, you can run your business how you see fit. If you are a woman and you want to run a business where like women can come to work with their kids or their babies, you do that. If you want to have a business, people can come in with their dogs and stuff like that, you do that. You decide who you want to be as a CEO. You don't like, I'm not a capitalist. Everybody who's an entrepreneur is not a capitalist. Everybody who has a business and makes money is not a capitalist. Capitalist is something really specific. I think people use words sometimes without even really knowing the meaning of what they're saying. But he did a lot for his people. Did a lot more. I can see why he's still alive. That's a good person.
Among other things, and a building that made civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. proud.
When I built that building on 85th and Lafayette, that was deliberate because I wanted to put something up there that black people would be proud and would be inspired by. Dr. King came in the door and he looked around and he looked up and then he looked down and he said, now this is black power.
You see, this is black power. So my thing is then why not teach it to other people? If we have one, how can we make 1,000 of you? And maybe like 3,000 of y'all and then 5,000? No. Oh, this is black power. Okay, you just give me some money so I can go buy bread and give it to people. I'm like, that sounds crazy to me. That sounds really crazy to me.
And I never forgot that. Always filled me up.
Johnson's life became iconic, but he never chronicled it until one day, Thanksgiving 3 years ago, something hit him out of the blue.
It's November 21st, 2021. I had an epiphany, and in that experience, I clearly heard 5 words. You must tell your story.
No black-owned business had ever been traded publicly.
And his memoir, Afro Sheen, How I Revolutionized an Industry with the Golden Rule, was born. His wife of 3 years, art consultant Madeline Rabb, helped him along the way.
It's been wonderful because this is how we started our relationship with this book. There's never been anything but the book. And some of my friends are like, okay, I'll write already. When is it going to be done? But it's never going to be done because it's a great story.
Over the years, Johnson's received several honorary doctorates, won myriad honors and accolades. He's made friends with celebrities, civil rights leaders, presidents, and the like.
You know, like, think about it. He's 90. He's 98. I think they started writing his book in like 2020 during COVID and stuff. He's old, so he has a lot to say. I think he has this book, he has the Afro Sheen book, and he has another one. You should buy his book, Brittany. You should read it. Yeah, like he's lived a life. He's 90. He's 98. He's still alive.
But he maintains what he's most proud of, and what's in the title of his new book is how he's lived his life all of these years by following one rule and one rule only.
The golden rule says, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And that's what I tried to do. What I tried to do is give people the best I could. And that's what I think our success came from.
His book, Afro Sheen, How I Revolutionized an Industry with a Golden Rule from Soul Train to Wall Street, is co-written by Hillary Beard. It's available everywhere books are sold.
It's on Amazon. And then here's this, like, hold on, that's his son too. Look at his son also. Hold on.
The best secret sauce that I've ever seen is passion. And when people are passionate about what they're doing, they have a lot of energy, they have a lot of creativity, and they feel free to really kind of probe into areas that may be unorthodox or come up with ideas that you haven't thought about.
When I think back to my childhood, and that was really my breeding ground, if you will, that developed an interest in business. I recall being probably 5 years old and sitting down at the kitchen table one night, and my dad was, clearly disturbed about some things in the business. And I told him, God, I wish I had $5,000 to give to you, to take care of all these problems. And he looked at me and he said, son, $5,000 won't do it. And I thought $5,000 was like all the money in the world.
I'm gonna say this too. You see? So Mr. Johnson, he went out on faith and started his own business. Okay? When he was having money issues, balancing his checkbook issues, paying for inventory, paying for his workers, nobody came to bail him out. And that's the thing I resent many, many times, is that when you have a business, people think you also don't need help. You don't need help. You don't need prayers. You don't need somebody to check on you. No, but as soon as you make it, feed the poor, feed the poor, feed the poor. Where were the poor people when I needed prayers? Now I can understand somebody not being able to give me money, but you can pray for me. You can encourage me, right? But no, when they talk about rich people, there is so much animosity. People think that most people who started a business, they had this guarantee. Oh, God was like, oh, you're going to make it. You're going to make it. Most entrepreneurs, it's like you're going into something blind. Like, I hope I make it. Some people don't make it because it's hard. It's really, really hard. You make choices by yourself. You make decisions by yourself. I mean, you have to think about everything by yourself. But people never think, people never have empathy for business people. You're automatically evil. You're the devil. You take advantage of people. You're so diabolical. It's like, what the fuck? People think the worst of people just because you have a business and you make some money. People don't know. There are people who are depressed. Maybe I made the wrong choice. I could have taken my money and gone on vacation. Entrepreneurs, they second guess themselves all the time, especially when it's like, when is this money coming back? My money. I need my money. Okay? But there's never compassion. There's never prayers. There's never empathy. Always attack. Oh, you didn't ship my order. You're a scammer. Oh, you're evil. Oh, you're African. Oh, shut the fuck up. The people who have businesses need help. Everybody who owns a business is not rich like a Jeff Bezos or like the Larry Fink of BlackRock. There are people, they're like multi-billionaire. Like their money is crazy. But a lot of entrepreneurs, though, they're barely making it. And they go through a lot. It can be very traumatic. I tell you that, damn. You got to be mental, physically, mentally. You got to be oh my gosh, again, I got to fight again. I'm so tired of fighting. But as soon as you make it, you have money now, so help me pay for bread. Help me. I think it's so disgusting. And it's so rude. So I said, if I was there, I was like, Papa George, do not give this man no money. He needs to get out of here. Get out of here. Give me. What are you giving us? And if we're all black, it's two hands. Like, there's two hands that wash each other. Like, I need you, you need me. You can say, oh, Papa George, you got some money, so yeah, pay for the bread. But we can come and clean your floors. Why are people so comfortable getting shit for people for doing absolutely nothing? I would be so embarrassed. Like me, if he gave me money or he gave me bread, I'm going to come clean his floors. I'm going to ask, do you need help? Like, I can clean the bathroom. I want to do something for you because I'm raised right. But today, oh no, he's rich, so we're going to kick back. He's going to give us bread, but we don't even know if he can pay his stuff. Don't even know if he's stressed out. We can say, okay, if he gives us food, give us some flyers. We'll pass the flyers and make sure people know to come buy products from you. Or maybe I can be a model for you. I don't know. What can I do to help you out? That's why the community, my black ass. People only know how to take, but they don't know how to give. And they think, oh, if you have money, it means you don't need anything. Everybody needs something. You're poor, you need money. Maybe the rich person, they need a real friend. How about that? Can you do something for other people? And that's why I think some people are poor, because they're mean. They're mean, they're selfish, they're greedy. It's always a one-way street. They never know how to pour into other people. Me. What can I get? What can I get? Yeah, you're going to be poor, all right. Not going to make it. Because rich people, abundant people, they are able to share. Hey, this person did this for me. I need to do something for that person too, because that's not fair. You know, that was so sweet. Oh my gosh. Here you go. Here's something too. But a lot of people don't have love for other people in their hearts. It's like they resent you because you made it. The audacity to come here and ask me for some free bread. Free bread? You have two hands, you have two legs, I see. And you unemployed. If you don't grab this mop and leave me alone and ask me how much I'm going to pay you to come clean the floors, don't bother me. You meet a rich person, you ask for a job. What can I do? Like, is there anything you need help with? You know what I mean? If you need something, let me know. Or I can do this if you want. I can fix this. I don't know. If you have a problem, if there's something bothering you, I can fix it for you. That's like me. That's the kind of person I am. Even without asking me, if I see something, oh yeah, you might want to think about fixing this, and that. Because I'm a problem solver. No, just sit there, give me, because I'm poor. You're not sick. You're just poor. Not sick. You don't have cancer. You're broke. You can fix that. Better attitude, better work ethic, having some personal grit. But people out here, they treat poor people like they have cancer or they have some debilitating disease. They're just broke. They're not sick. They don't have a terminal illness. Poverty is not a terminal illness. And I'm sick and tired of people treating poor people like they're about to die tomorrow. They're not going to die. They're just poor. And they're poor because you keep giving them shit. They're not sick. And then I know they're not sick. They're definitely not sick and tired because they stopped being poor. That is ridiculous. I hate people who think like that. I despise that. You have to know how to do stuff for other people. If somebody says, I'm going to bring the drinks, you bring the food. If somebody brings the drinks, another person brings the food, you wash the dishes. Why are you lazy like this? Why don't you know how to live in community? Oh no, I'm going to sit here and tell you how black I am, and you're going to give me stuff, and I'm not going to do nothing for you. This ain't going to work. It is not going to work. You're trying to take advantage of people, and shame on you. Shame on you. Oh, Papa George, damn, you worked hard. I can make your lunch I can do something. Teach me whatever you need, I can do it. Even if I had to learn chemistry to help him, I would have learned chemistry to help him. I don't have the habit of sitting here and just receiving stuff from people. That is just weird. And there are a bunch of people out here that are so comfortable. Give me. Like babies in the crib, just waiting to be taken care of. You're not a child. You're not a baby in a crib. You're a grown-ass adult. And I repeat, poverty is not cancer. Poverty is not a terminal illness. You're not about to die tomorrow. You're just broke. You can wake up tomorrow and change that if you want to, but you're not sick. You're just poor. That's it. That's that. Stop treating poor people like they have a disease. They're not sick. They're just poor. It's like whatever. And listen, okay, you can be poor today. If you come up with a plan, you come up with a mindset, even in 6 months, right? You can start making at least $10,000 in the next 6 months. You don't want to do it, but you're not sick. You don't have any kind of agency. You're not driven. You're not passionate enough. Like I said, we have a problem with poor time management. You waste your days being indecisive, not knowing what you want to do. You don't commit to anything. You're like, it's not an illness. Poverty is not a terminal illness. People have to stop doing that. It's weird. It's really bizarre. Oh my God. That's so mean.
And my dad always instilled in me that, you know, to succeed, you have to be better than the others.
Exactly.
And I took that pretty literally. And even in my career in Johnson Products Company, because I was the son of the founder and the president, if I got a promotion, my requirements for productivity were clearly different than anyone else in the organization, so that I was held to a tougher standard to advance than, let's say, someone who came in from, that was disassociated with the family.
Yes, because one day you're going to be the CEO. It makes perfect sense to me. And also, you want people to respect you. If your dad just gives you everything, the workers will not have any respect for you. If the workers see your dad torture you and then you keep showing up and you're not scared, oh yeah, that's a leader right there. That's a real man. Right? That's what, look at Bronny in the NBA. Nobody respects that boy because he didn't earn it. His daddy gave it to him. There's no respect. So like, yeah, did the right thing. And you're better because of that. I'm like, he was right. Don't make life easy for children. It's disgusting and you're making people weak. You're not helping the kids. You are hurting the children. You're hurting people. Oh my gosh, people are poor. No. We need to, no. You're making them poorer. You are making them poorer. You're sick. You are a narcissist. You need to get your head checked. You don't help poor people by making people poorer with your goofy ass donation. Africa is full of NGOs. The African continent is full of non-for-profits. It's full of what, even ask Mark. Mark is from Haiti. Haiti is full of non-for-profits, not-for-profit. Haiti is still down bad. There are non-for-profits all over the place, y'all. There are non-for-profits all over, and the people are becoming more and more dependent. These NGOs have destroyed these African people. Like, it's horrible. It is horrible. It's horrible because now we're just going to stand in line. We're going to stand in line with a bucket, a bowl, trying to get some free rice. We're going to stand in line. You know how long you're wasting, how many hours you're wasting standing in line? You could have had a job by now. But this one, I stand in line. This is weird. This is weirdo behavior. It is freaking weird. Stop doing that.
That gave me a good, not only training ground, but it also gave me a innate desire and motivation to achieve.
Exactly. How he said the more his dad tested against it, like the more he wanted it. The harder his dad made it for him, the more he wanted to win, because there's a winner inside of him. A quitter, oh, it's so hard. You're mean to me. You're being harsh on me. Floyd did that shit because his dad had a really, really tough training schedule for him. Oh, you're mean. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go train with Uncle Roger. I'm not gonna train with you no more. Okay, that's it. Fine. When boxing, they beat his head. His face. The guy touched his face. He started bleeding. He's not used to getting hit in the face like this. What? He went back to his dad. Okay, there you go. There you go. If you are a real winner, if you're someone who really wants to win, the harder people push you, you're gonna grow. It's like just like muscle. You're gonna have hypertrophy. You're gonna go through hypertrophy. Like, yes, this is what I want, and that's what it takes to get it. It's fine. I'm gonna learn to have the mental resilience to have the things that I want. Nothing worth having comes easy. Nothing. Your dreams, your passion, even Jesus, for him to have the title of Messiah, he had to agree to die. Okay? Most people, all you're saying is commit to 2 years, commit to 9 months. Oh my gosh, it's so hard. Oh my gosh. Yeah, shut the fuck up. You don't want to make it. You're a bum. And you got to get to a point you admit that to yourself. I'm a coward. I'm a quitter. That's my brain. I cry a lot. I give up a lot. I don't push myself. I want shit to be easy. I like to be in my bed. I like to fart in my bed and just do all kinds of bullshit. That's it. I'm a bullshitter. That's it. People just need to embrace their brain. Embrace your brain. Like, if you know you're a mediocre student, just say it. I'm a mediocre student. That's it. And once you hear, like, oh shit, I am. Yes. If it does something to you, then okay. If it doesn't, okay. Right? If you are a quitter, say it to yourself. I love to quit. There you go. There's a big bitch inside of me. There you go. There's a lazy motherfucker inside of me. There you go. I don't commit to shit. There you go. Because I ain't shit. There you go. That's it. People just need to be honest with their personal brand. Right? Like if you have a bad brand, just say it. My brand ain't shit. There you go. Anybody who knows me knows I fuck everything I touch. That's it. That's your brand. Like embrace your brand. If you are a quitter, say that shit to yourself. Why are you lying? And that's the problem. We are surrounded by people who lie to themselves. They have an idea of who they think they are. No, look at who you are. Look at your action. Look at your trends. What's this give? It gives quitter. There you go. Procrastinator. Yes. Lazy. Yes. Morbidly obese. Yes. I eat my feelings away. Yes. I'm dirty. Yes. I'm unorganized. Yes. Like admit to your brain. You don't want to be successful. It scares you. Cool. You see? And you'll feel so much better because you got that shit out. People need to say it. I am mediocre. I am a mediocre student. I'm a mediocre person. I'm a mediocre saver. I'm horrible in relationships. I don't push myself in relationships. I am not my best version in my relationships. And that's why people left me, because I would have left myself too. I'm fucking lazy. I'm not interesting. That's it. Stop telling people to lie to themselves. They are where they are in life because of the things they've done. Your life is what your life is because you did certain things. Actions have been put in place. Now there are consequences, right? You're living the consequences of your life. That's it. People have to stop lying. But I'm like, his dad over here, his dad pushed him and I'm like, he had to see, are you worthy of this? Because one day you're going to sit in this chair. Nobody's just going to give you a throne. Are you insane? Are you insane? You're great. It's like going to the toilet if you're a man and expecting somebody else to hold your penis. Are you insane? You're going to hold your own shit. You are crazy. Or if you're pregnant, nobody's going to push your baby out for you. You got to push your baby out. That's your job. Push your baby out. Contraction, breathing, get the baby out of your stomach. That is your job. No one's going to do it for you. You want to be a CEO? You want to sit on the throne? Come get this shit. But it's not going to be easy. And if you want it, you're going to put up with it. You're going to put up with what you have to put up with so you can get it. Otherwise, it's not for you. It's for somebody else. So his dad pushed him. He didn't give up. He rose to the occasion. And yes, he became the CEO. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. There are winners inside of us. Some of us, there are winners inside of us. And other people, there are losers inside of those people. Now, maybe one day they'll say, oh, I'm tired of losing. They don't feel good. So we pray for that. But if they don't want to change and they want to keep being losers, let them lose. It's their life. They have the right to ruin their lives. We got to move on. We really have to move on.
When I became president of Johnson Products, that stock is trading at $2.50 on the day that I become president, and the day I left is trading at $26. But somehow in the back of my mind, I kept hearing this little voice that said, this is not it. And I decided that I had the courage to leave this very comfortable position in this well-established company.
You see? Yeah, people say, oh, rich people. Like, no, he's rich. He's like, no, I had to have the courage. Oh, everybody needs courage. But poor people, I'm poor. Okay, die. Who cares? I don't really care. Okay? You got to have courage. Where you are right now is comfortable. But for how much longer? And that's why people get caught, because people don't think about 5 years from now or 10 years from now. They think, oh, it's always going to be like this. I'm comfortable. Yeah, you're comfortable now. But you got to ask yourself, for how much longer? Because we know nothing stays the same. Life changes. Laws changes. The environment, society, so many things will change. So right now, you're comfortable. No problem. Do you think this spot is going to be comfortable 5 years from now? The answer is no. The answer is always no. What brings you comfort today might be the very thing that makes you resent your life 5 years from now. You might want to think about that, right? But there's so many people who are not willing to move. Like God asked Gideon, you got to move. I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable. Okay. And then poverty besieges the people. Oh my gosh, I need help. Oh, go tax the rich. Go do this. go do that? No. Because rich people, they playing. They too had to get out their comfort zone. Everybody has to get out their comfort zone. A man who makes $1 million, how you think he got to make $2 million? He had to get out of his comfort zone. A man who used to make 10 million and now he makes 35 million. How you think he got there? He got to get out of his comfort zone. Nick Baer is 34, 35. Nick is 35, right? Nick Baer is 35 years old. He makes $50 million a year. How you think he got there? Go on his channel. Every day, go on more. Every day, running more. Every day. Nick is always pushing his body. If this man was comfortable, I have muscles. Like, he had enough muscle to be like a cute little Gymshark athlete. But Nick is always pushing himself. Like, even now, I'm like, you have to stop. Like, you lost too much weight. He's always pushing himself. His entire brand stands on the mantra of go one more. If you think you're done, you probably have one more rep in there somewhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you do 5 miles, maybe you could do 6. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Right? But that's his brand. And that's why today he's 34 years old. He's worth 50 million. When he started BPN, he had like a few protein thing, like a little, whatever, creatine, something really small like that. He was so excited, but it wasn't enough. He didn't have a lot of stock. Started in his room, then in the living room, then in the little warehouse. But I'm like, today that dude got like 140,000 square feet of thing. He has an actual machine that like packs the orders. I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? It's a fucking robot. Okay. But he's able to build all of this because Nick pushed himself real hard, and he does it every fucking day. There are people pushing themselves and just reaching for the remote control like reaching for their iPhone charger. They do everything to not even have to leave the bed. And we want to treat people like this, like they're so precious and we just have to take care of them. They don't want to live. They don't want to live. They in their 20s, 30s, and they living like they're in a retirement home. That is insanity. No. Rich people don't become richer by being complacent. It's a hard competition. You have to challenge yourself. Everybody's required to go out of their comfort zone. You start exercising. Maybe you start with like 15 minutes because it's a lot for you. But one day you got to push to 30. Then you push to 45. Then you push to an hour. You got to push yourself. You can't just do the bare minimum. Like, oh, I think I did enough. There's somebody out there doing way more than you. And they're coming for your ass. You better be ready. What you want to do for love. Because there's someone else who's going to do it. And business people know that. And that's why they're always challenging themselves. But when you have the safety of a monthly check from the government, your housing is covered by the government, you're being robbed of the threat of competition. People need that. It makes you run faster. It makes you have more discernment. It makes you have better peripheral vision. Because like, oh, who's coming for my ass? And that keeps you on your toes. And you need that so you can accomplish as much as possible in your life. That's what I'm saying. All this welfare stuff, to me, it's horrible to do to a human being. You can help people for a season. But your evil is if as you're helping people, you don't teach people how to get back on their feet. So that way you can make room for somebody else. But if the same people sit here and they keep using all the resources, how can you make room for other people who need it? They also have to say, you know what? You've helped me for 3 months. You helped me for 6 months. I need to make room for someone else. Thank you for helping me. I got it. Right? That's how people's mindset should be. But unfortunately, it's not. You help them for a month and then they stay here for a lifetime. And I'm like, this is not how it's supposed to be. Even in nursing home, most people don't go there forever. They're going to die eventually. You can't stay there forever.
That really was my lifelong dream because I began to believe, both through my internal feelings as well as his voice, that the voice was right. This was not what I'm here to do. And in March of '92, took the step to leave Johnson Products Company. I met with Jolynn Robichaud one day for about 3 hours, and we essentially struck a deal in that very first conversation. But she had a belief that I would in fact grow the business. You know, the company grew from 1992 to 1997 by 410%. And that really started to create an environment where we could look at some other options and how do we really develop the business and how do we grow the business. And I began talking with some financial institutions about acquiring other businesses. When I first walked into what was called Richardson Foods Company, I felt immediately at home, because while it doesn't necessarily register to people, but liquid products such as shake flavorings and syrups and hot cake syrups and ice cream toppings, these are all liquid products, and they go through the same type of machinery and equipment that cosmetics run through, because they're highly viscous liquids. And so not only did I feel a comfort with the plant, I knew the equipment, I knew the machinery, and I could evaluate how sophisticated their production processes were. And then on top of that, I met the people. Every morning I get up, I'm ready to go. And I feel like this is the answer to that voice. I feel very satisfied.
Sorry. I need to read this, okay? So Baltimore Richardson Foods has revenues of nearly $300 million. Jesus Christ. He didn't go to Harvard, huh? Okay. Johnson serves as the board of directors of the Lincoln Financial, trustee of Babson College, Perez Miami Art Museum, Adrian Arsht Performing Arts Center, and vice chairman of Greater Rochester Chamber of Commerce. There you go. There you go. There you go. You see, me, people like that, they truly inspire me, because it shows if you really want to make it, you can. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and ask yourself why these are not the kinds of Black people you see on TV all the time. Why don't you hear about people like that? But, oh, this person's a drug dealer. Shut up, okay? Because they want you to believe that you're oppressed, you can't make it, you need help, the racism. No, there will always be evil people in this world. If you got rid of all the racist white people, there's gonna be another type of evil, because nature hates a vacuum. There will always be evil people in this world. If you got rid of all of the racist people, then you have to deal with jealous people. You get rid of the jealous people, you will have to deal with the envious people. You get rid of all those people, then you will deal with the saboteur. There will always be evil in this world, y'all. We're never going to live in a world without evil folks. It doesn't matter. You have to learn to succeed in spite of evil. Don't ask for a perfect world. It's not going to happen. And that's why so many people are crippled. Fear, relationship, he got to be perfect. Imagine dating and wanting to date Jesus. You're not going to be successful. That person doesn't exist. He died at Calvary in minus 2025. He doesn't exist, okay? Right here, we deal with human beings. So can you be a bit more pragmatic? People have these lists because they want to mitigate a heartbreak. Oh, I don't want to be cheated on. I don't. So they want everything to be so perfect. They never try to love. You're crazy, right? People want to go to school. Oh, but I need to make sure that I always listen. You got to sign up and go, right? You got to take a CPA exam. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get it. I don't know. You will never know. Take the damn test. And if you fail, you fail. The fuck? It's not prison. If you go and you take a standardized test and you fail, they're not going to put on your forehead. And even if they put on your forehead, okay? Because I'm sure you will see other foreheads. Oh, you failed too. Hey, family. Whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's weird. We have to normalize and we have to encourage people to fail. It is part of life. Had you never fell as a child, you would not be walking now. You walk because you fell a lot. That's how you know how to walk. That's it. We fall, we stumble, whatever. It's life. People don't want to start because they need to be guaranteed perfect results. They have to be guaranteed the perfect job. They have to be guaranteed the perfect relationship, the perfect marriage, the perfect marriage. What? Girl, we are not in heaven. We are in, I must say we're in hell. Well, listen, we're on earth with wicked people, with flawed people. All this perfect, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You have to try. And if it doesn't work, you adjust. You try again. That's it. That's all you can do. Right? But so many people are so crippled. How can you have an MBA from Wharton and you're waiting for a job? What are you even talking about? Why are you waiting for anything? Build your own business. Why can't you build? Or otherwise, why don't you actually go knock on doors? I don't get that part. You live somewhere. There are a bunch of local businesses. Why don't you knock on doors and say, you know what? I went to Wharton And I would love to help you anything business related. Don't even have to pay me. I can do one project, see if you like it. If you like it, then you can hire me. Boom. You just made your own opportunity. Oh, I'm waiting. Because since you went to Warren or you went to Harvard or you went to whatever, you want people to come and court you and stroke your ego and give you an offer letter. Yeah, the fuck right. Starve. Fucking starve. You're fucking crazy. Starve. This, one thing that's always made me love America, like compared to like France or like anywhere in Europe, because I've always felt like, I was always told, but then I also felt like America was the land of entrepreneurs. People here, they love money, man. They work hard, they create businesses, and they make a shitload of money. Like, because in Europe, it's very socialist. It's like, it's bad to talk about money. You have to, everybody's poor. Now I'm like, here, people work. They build businesses. Like I used to read so many business books. I'm like, yeah, I like that shit. I like people who make money. I like it. They see something, they have the branding, the packaging, the story I'm like, I love people who sell shit. I just love it. I really do. I love entrepreneurs. I really do. I'm like, why are you here and this stuff, like you have no passion for that. You live in America and you want to live like you're in Europe. Go live in Europe. But this place is not a place that's meant to be socialist. It's a place of, like, people think, like, they just build shit and they have the capital to do it, right? But I'm like, for me growing up, Cornelius Vanderbilt, that man, it was what? AP US history, right? 11th grade. That's what it was? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I learned about, because what's his name? Carnegie, whatever. But Cornelius Vanderbilt? Nah, that's my person for real. I'm like, you are insane. That man was ruthless. He was so damn ruthless. I'm like, wow, I would love to be like that. JP Morgan, that man has so much money. What's his name? Roosevelt had to go to him and ask him for money because America was bankrupt. I'm like, how much money do you have? You have so much money you can bail out your country? I said, damn, that's amazing. I want to be like JP Morgan. But I'm like, I love money people. I love people who have businesses. I love people who don't want to work for other people. I love people who believe in themselves. I love people who try to create stuff. I think it's freaking impressive. It's amazing. I'm like, in your life too, you can have as many businesses as you can handle. It's up to you. You just got to hire the right people. So I don't know how people can be here, the land of entrepreneurs. Some of the greatest entrepreneurs came from America. It's an amazing opportunity to live here, huh? But oh no, I want to be on welfare. Oh, I want to be a socialist. I'm like, this is crazy to me. There are so many problems that need to be solved, right? Yeah, he bought the country because Teddy Roosevelt, America was broke. Teddy Roosevelt went to JP Morgan and he asked him to bail America out. I'm like, how much money do you have? I'm like, wow, this man is rich. I'm like, I want to be rich. I like people because when you have money, you can do a lot. You can do a lot. But my dad used to always be annoyed, but my dad's a socialist. I tell him, I'm like, you're a socialist. I tell him all the time. I'm like, the brains you have, but then like I said, I think when people have too much education, it fucks them up. But I said to him, like, if you had the mind of a businessman with the brain that you had, you would have, You think you did something? No, it would have been insane. But I like people who say, I'm going to bet on myself. I'm going to believe in myself. I'm going to try. I think that's freaking phenomenal. Why won't you try it? Right? Or at least if you don't even want to try or you're scared, I think you should read about other people. But it's pretty impressive. Because it's a voice, it's a feeling, it's a whatever. And people just go in like, I'll try it. But there's no guarantee you're going to make it. There's no guarantee you're going to make it. And that's where you have to learn to have a lot of faith in yourself. It's not easy, right? But I'm like, when you do make it, you can create jobs for people. You can do this. You can, if you have a cause that you care about, you can write a check. Oh, I really care about Nesby. I'm going to write a check. I care about this woman who's trying to do X, Y, and Z. Okay, I'll write a check. You can sponsor a hospital. You can pay for surgeries for kids. Like there's such a need to help people in need, like real, not people just in there, but I'm like, there are real issues like kids that have cancer, parents got the bills and stuff. But I'm like, when you have money, you can truly, you can do a lot. And I think also like Christians should fight to have money, because the world we live in today, it's a lot of wicked people who have money. So if you have more wicked people who have money, the world is going to be under a wicked agenda, because it's money with wicked people. Money responds to the masters, right? So if you have evil masters, the money is going to be used for their evil will. But if you have good people with lots of money, it helps to counterbalance the evil agenda in the world. You know, but it's even sad that you have a lot of Christians who think to be a Christian means you have to be poor. To be a Christian means you just have to make just enough for you and your family. Where did you learn that? Christians should make as much money as possible. Because imagine if we live in a world where more Christians had money, so many things we see today wouldn't exist. Because they would have used their money to fight back, to fight against bad culture. But unfortunately, it's mostly evil people with money. So they're not just going to say things. They're going to use their money to make sure the world looks a certain way. And then we all suffer because of that. And that's what righteous people should fight to have money, so that you can resist. Like, because your money is like, you use your money as a shield. And so that when they push, you push harder. Like, don't do that. Like, that's weird, right? But if you have no money and only wicked people have money, well, the world will look the way a wicked person wants it to be in his heart. And then everybody suffers. That's not good. That is not good. Especially if you care about the kids, because there are a lot of people that have really, really bad agendas and they want to hurt people. But it's money. You use money to influence people. You know, and we see it's a lot of evil people with lots of money, and they have used their money to influence people to do some really bad things. So like, you can't live like that.
I feel complete. I feel like I'm accomplishing and on the road that I'm supposed to be on.
Like I said, the thing is, if you look for, so many videos. If you there are a lot of videos, but if you look for videos like that, like, you will find there are many people who have amazing stories. I was like, maybe one day if I have the time, one day I'll write a book. But I definitely think that, especially HBCUs, like I said, they need to fight to have business schools. After they have these business schools, they need to fight to have these business schools compete with the Harvard Business School, the Wharton, the Stanford. They need to fight. They got to fight. And also, I think they should have special courses. They should design courses around these people. People should know about these people, not just passively. People should sit there and study people. Like, you sit there, you have a whole semester, and you study these people from top to bottom. Maybe if you can even know their morning routine, you will study that too. Okay? You study these people. It's a lot of people. And it's so sad how many of them don't have books. Many of them do not have biographies. Many of them don't have movies made about them. They don't have, like, you know, there's nothing about, like, it's really hard to find information about these people, right? Because they don't want you to know people like that exist. Because they want you to believe that you can't. You have God on your side. Who can stop you? Okay? But I'm like, they need to have special courses for these people. It's not that hard. And if some are still alive, they should have them come to college, to these graduate schools, and speak to these young entrepreneurs, speak to these young business majors, so that they can give them whatever left they have to give. They can make sure they pass that on to these kids. Like, you have to embrace being an entrepreneur. Not saying quit your job tomorrow, but it has to be something you aspire to do. Owning something, doing something, even investing in something, I don't know. But you have to multiply your streams of income. When you walk outside, you should always be able to see problems that need to be fixed. And to me, that's what entrepreneurs are. It's like, you see a problem and you try to think of a solution and you charge money for that. Like, that's it. But I'm like, there are a bunch of problems that need to be fixed. There are so many problems that need someone to step up. Okay, I'll try to solve this problem, and then I'll charge this much to solve it, right? That's the real thing, right? The other thing is also education. I think a lot of people need to encourage their children to be more into math, science. Like you said, like Vivek said, cut the TV, all that foolishness, and really encourage young people to be in the sciences, because the world of tomorrow, they're going to need a lot of electrical engineers. How much do they make? Not now. You know, because when you see that, what's his name? Huang Jensen, is that? Jensen Huang, okay, right? But when you see that most of the wealthiest people now are people who studied electrical engineering. So he's a billionaire. The other guy from Persia, the one who created the company Massimo, he's also a billionaire. Like, well, damn. Okay. So when you notice a trend, like, oh, it seems like people who study electrical engineering are becoming billionaires. Well, you know, people have to encourage their kids to study hard topics. The government can legislate that. That's what goes on in your household. There has to be a culture also where kids are encouraged, like, you know, you should consider a science career. You should consider majoring in the sciences. And it's hard. Yeah, it's not easy. And that's why people get paid well, because it's not easy. You know what I mean? People, like, you have to encourage your kids to do things that are hard and to enjoy doing things that are hard. The sooner you teach your kids that, they're going to be so much better. They're going to be better than you. They're going to get older. When stuff is hard, instead of running away, they'll just run right through it like a bull. They're not going to be scared. And that's what it takes to be successful. You have to run right through your problems, like just boom, and it's done. Oh my gosh, I'm scared. Well, that's it, right? I'm like, you got to teach people to do things that are really hard. The more you acclimate yourself to doing hard things, it's not that things get easier. Dealing with harder things gets easier. Good example, 2 hours on the Stairmaster is 2 hours on the Stairmaster, right? The time, like 120 minutes, I can never change that, right? And the point is not to change that. 2 hours is 2 hours. But your attitude is everything. If you're like, okay, I really want to do this, it's very pleasant. It's not that bad. But if you're dreading it, you're going to feel every single minute because you don't want to be there, right? Attitude is everything. You can do something really painful. You can do something extremely tedious. You can do something extremely exhausting. But if you have the right attitude, it's okay. It's not that bad because you don't mind, right? But if you dread it, you're cursing it, you're cussing out, you're upset, you're going to feel every single minute of this exercise, and you're going to be so miserable because you didn't have the right attitude, okay? You have the right attitude. So, tablets, entertainment, no. Start showing the kids people who did good things, like people who had started their businesses. Show your kids people who are doing awesome things that are very, very different than what they usually see. You just never know. It might spark something in the child. Like, oh, wow, I really like this. This is interesting, right? And the child might decide, I want to learn more on my own. That's a beautiful thing. Okay, it's a beautiful thing. But like I said, if you're an adult and you've been like slacking and stuff, you got to step up. You really have to step up. There are people who lived, who truly had it worse, and they were able to really do something amazing. So I don't see why today with social media, the internet, Shopify, PayPal, Google Pay, Alipay, Klarna, Afterpay, Sezzle, child, Cash App, Zelle. There are so many ways of making money. There are so many ways of getting money. There are so many ways of making money. There are so many ways of getting paid, right? You have to get involved. You have to get active, right? Like you have to say to yourself, I can make more. We can all make more. Everybody can make more. Even in a recession, you can make more. Genesis 26 says, in the time of famine, Isaac sowed and he reaped 100-fold. Isaac was able to reap during the time of famine. Maybe this is the time of famine, I don't know. But it's like you can also reap a lot, right? It's up to you. Life is how you see it. Everything is perspective. You can say, oh my gosh, my life is over. Or you can say, a time like this calls for people like me. I got this, right? And you'll see. You'll be successful, right? YouTube also is a great way to make money. YouTube is a great way to make money. TikTok, social media, right? Like there are things you can do. You can counsel people. create a plan for people, help people, babysit people. I don't know. There's always something you can do to make more money. And if you say you can't, it's usually because you're not a good steward of your time. Right? You're not a good steward of your time. You understand, right? You're not a good steward of your time. Give me a second, you guys, okay? Give me 1 second. Right? So that I'm saying, like, that's what you have to think about, okay? But hopefully you guys enjoyed this live. It was a little bit crazy, but hey, that's it, right? But hey, hopefully it motivates you, okay? I'm trying to do like more videos like this, but hopefully you are motivated. Do not live in a realm of like limited ideas. Like, don't have limiting beliefs in your head. Every day, try to confront all your limiting beliefs as much as possible. Okay? You can do it. You can do way more than you imagine, okay? So with that being said, you guys, I got to go now. Somebody send me a message. I'm like, what was on? Okay, got to go. But I do love you. I hope you enjoyed the live. I hope you learned something. And I hope it motivates you. The man we saw, his name is George Johnson. Check him out. And hopefully he triggers something out of you. His book also, the Afro Sheen book. Try not the spray, the book. Okay. So yeah, they have it at Target. It's all over the place, right? But if you want, make sure you get the book. Support a Black business, okay? Read the book, learn something, and hopefully you decide to believe. You guys gotta believe. Believe and just put one little step in front of the other and you got it, okay? So love y'all. Hopefully I see y'all tomorrow. If not, it's okay because I got the Stairmaster, okay? Busy, my people. I'll talk to y'all later. Gotta go. Enjoy your night, the rest of your night, okay?